Once Yujito was settled on a guest bed, Naruto spent several minutes calming a distressed Hisako, assuring her that nothing was happening between him and the other blonde. After nearly 10 minutes, he convinced Hisako to peek out her door, then embraced her. She initially struggled, accusing him of trying to ease her pain, but quieted when he held her shoulders firmly and looked sternly at her. "Hisako, do you honestly believe I'd leave you for another woman? Do you really think that?" Naruto asked. She slowly shook her head. "You know you're the only reason I keep going," he continued, leaning down to kiss her nose. Her face brightened before she buried it in his chest. "I'm sorry. I was scared someone would take you from me," she whispered, her voice tinged with guilt and shame. He held her close, whispering soothing words. After a few minutes of holding each other, they parted, and Naruto brushed a tear from her face. Hisako flushed slightly, then gently took his hand, leaning her cheek into it. Lost in their moment, they didn't notice Yujito, now awake, watching with shining eyes until she accidentally made the door squeak. Hearing the sound, they turned to see a red-faced Yujito awkwardly wave. Hello, sorry for interrupting," Yujito said, embarrassed. Hisako blushed, while Naruto simply nodded. Scene change, Teo no Kuni Kuwakai hostel, private living room. After the awkwardness of Yujito's unexpected appearance, the trio gathered in the private living room connecting Hisako and Naruto's rooms. Naruto returned with tea and snacks, much to Hisako's displeasure, and served them before taking his own seat. A tense silence fell as Naruto gazed at the fidgeting blonde. It's nice to meet you, Yujito-san," Hisako said politely but shyly, breaking the thick ice. Yujito was grateful. Oh, it's nice to meet you too, Yujito trailed off, a blush on her cheeks as she realized she didn't know the younger woman's name. Hisako, my name is Hisako, Yujito-san," Hisako offered. Yujito smiled at her kindness. "It's nice to meet you, Hisako-san. And it's nice to meet you as well." Yujito paused again, glancing at Naruto with a slight blush. "Naruto," he stated politely, eyes closed as he savored his tea. I see, thanks. Both of you, for everything you've done for me," Yujito said, bowing slightly. Hisako waved her hands, trying to dismiss the thanks. It's alright. Naruto brought you back, so it's only natural we help you," Hisako said sweetly, though with an unnerving undertone for the two ninja. "That's right. One moment I'm being chased by these two creeps, then I get away only to feel like someone was ripping my guts out. After that, I passed out and woke up here. What happened? You must be one hell of a ninja to take on those two and win," Yujito said with respect and awe. Hisako stiffened, frowning at Naruto. "I didn't do anything, I got lucky and caught one of them off guard during a brawl and saved you. That's all," Naruto said calmly, setting down his cup to hold and rub Hisako's hand, trying to erase her frown. I see, still. "Thanks for saving me," Yujito said with a smile, a deeper pink tinting her cheeks as Hisako's frown deepened slightly. "I'll take care of the dishes, Hisako. Why don't you show Yujito to the bath so you two can relax?" Naruto suggested. Hisako nodded slowly, and Yujito glanced between them. Naruto picked up the tray, collected the cups and leftover snacks, and headed to the kitchen. Watching him leave, Yujito's gaze lingered appreciatingly on his well-toned arms and back. Before her eyes could wander further, Hisako's cute cough broke her thoughts. Excuse me, Yujito-san, but are you ready to go?" Hisako asked politely. Yujito jumped slightly, turning to the younger woman with embarrassment. "Why yeah, I am. Sorry about that, let's go," Yujito said, following Hisako and admiring the hostel's warm decor. Rounding a corner, they went downstairs and through a hallway. Passing the main lounge and dining room, they saw Naruto behind the counter, washing the dishes he'd brought down earlier, a small smile on his face. Seeing him in his element, Yujito was somewhat stunned, taking in his features from a distance. Beside her, Hisako tried to ignore Yujito's lingering gaze on Naruto, her frustration evident in her tightened grip on her apron. As they passed the main dining area, Yujito nearly stumbled when she saw a photo of Naruto and Hisako in an intimate, loving embrace, their faces beaming. "So, are you two, married?" Yujito asked, attempting to break the ice again. Hisako stiffened. "And no, we're not married. Not yet. I would love to marry Naruto. Wait, that's not what I meant either," Hisako stammered. Yujito wore a cat-like smile as she calmed the embarrassed younger woman. "Easy there, Hisako-san, I was just asking. Haha, well, I guess I asked because you two seemed super close, that's all," Yujito said. Hisako managed to compose herself enough to speak. "Yeah, Naruto and I are as close as friends could be, but I only wish we were much more than that," she said softly. Yujito's eyes softened, and she moved to give Hisako a gentle hug. "It'll work out in the end, I'm sure you two will have a happy future," Yujito said in a soft, reassuring tone. Hisako stiffened slightly before hugging her back. At the bathhouse. Arriving at the bathhouse, they entered, and Hisako showed Yujito around. After being directed to the towels, Yujito thanked her with a smile and grabbed one. Hisako was hesitant at first but, with Yujito's encouragement, slipped out of her clothes, grabbed a towel, and entered the bathhouse. Seeing Yujito already enjoying the water, purring contentedly, Hisako stifled a giggle. Wading through the light steam, she sighed in contentment as she entered the water. "This is so nice. I'm so jealous you two get to enjoy this every day," Yujito moaned, sinking further into the water. Hisako couldn't contain her giggle, seeing Yujito reduced to mush by the bath. "It's very nice, isn't it? Naruto built it himself," Hisako said dreamily and proudly. Yujito smiled, seeing the radiant smile on her face. "Guess he's a lot more than he lets on, huh?" Yujito chirped. Hisako nodded in agreement, and the two settled into a comfortable atmosphere, talking about everyday things. "So, do you have anyone you're fond of, Yujito-san?" Hisako asked, blindsiding Yujito, who choked on air. Who, me? And no way," she shouted defiantly. Hisako simply tilted her head, giggling softly. Letting the relaxing and amiable atmosphere envelop them, they stayed in the bath for about an hour before reluctantly exiting the spring. As Hisako began drying herself, she didn't notice Yujito examining her body, a small scowl of jealousy over Hisako's rather perfect proportions. Yujito looked down at herself, then gained a cat-like smile as she walked over to Hisako, hands outstretched to make a comparison. "Why, Yujito-san?" Hisako squeaked, a mix of surprise and panic, her face flushing crimson. "It's not fair, Hisako-chan. Your body is perfect." Yujito groaned in defeat, feeling the elasticity and firmness of Hisako's chest. Please let go," Hisako squeaked, trying to remove Yujito's hands, succeeding as both their towels fell. About to comment further, Yujito froze, feeling killing intent directed at her from outside the room. Sweat beaded on her face from the potent aura, making her squirm. She quickly put distance between herself and Hisako, sighing when the intensity lessened. Gulping, she could guess who it belonged to, as only one other person knew they were in the bath. Dressing quickly, she was surprised to see Hisako already ready, waiting with a slightly apprehensive smile. Yujito's sweat dropped slightly. "Sorry about that, Hisako-chan. I really am." Yujito apologized, bowing deeply. Hisako flushed at the fresh memory of being groped. It's alright, Yujito-san. But please don't do it again," Hisako said quickly, trying to ease the older woman's worries, mostly out of embarrassment. "Still, it was wrong and completely inappropriate what I did. Please forgive me," Yujito said in a calmer tone. Hisako relaxed slightly at her honesty. "Like I said before, Yujito-san, it's alright. Just, please don't mention this to Naruto. I'd die of embarrassment," Hisako pleaded. Yujito did her best not to cringe, knowing it was already too late. "Don't worry, Hisako-chan, it's a secret between us girls, alright," Yujito chirped. The younger girl smiled brightly, causing Yujito to sweat more at her own words. Scene change, Teo no Kuni Kyuwakai hostel, kitchen. The awkward moment behind them, they walked towards the dining room with giggles and smiles. As they left the bathing area, a heavenly aroma assaulted their noses. Yujito swallowed her drool, while Hisako simply smiled at the familiar scent of her beloved signature dish. With a spring in her step, Hisako took Yujito's hand and led her into the kitchen with more fervor than she had shown during their short acquaintance. Naruto, his eye trained on the pot before him, tended to it with the rapt attention of a samurai to his sword. Reaching over, he took it off the heat and began pouring it into the two waiting bowls beside the stovetop. Carefully ensuring he didn't spill a drop, he pulled a small canister from his apron pouch. Opening it, he took a pinch of the spice inside and delicately sprinkled it atop the soup bowls. Then, as if from a dream, the bowls of soup released a heavenly glow, a small spark erupting from their core. "There, it's finished," Naruto said with satisfaction, a small smile on his face as he put the spice canister away. Placing the two bowls onto a tray, Naruto picked it up and was about to head for the dining room when the kitchen doors swung open. His eyes widened, and he shifted the tray to his other arm while spinning, avoiding the door's arc as a surprised Yujito and Hisako entered the room. Panicking when they saw his attempt to save the soup, they released the breath they hadn't realized they were holding. As Naruto turned to face them again, he gave them a small smile and raised the tray to show it was safe. They gave him apologetic looks for the near catastrophe they almost caused. "And Naruto, I am sorry. I didn't see you there," Hisako said tearfully, bowing her head, her form shaking at what she almost did. "And me too. I'm sorry, Naruto-san. If I had been more careful, you wouldn't have had to worry about spilling your food." Yujito apologized as well, bowing lower than she ever remembered doing. "Haha, don't worry about it, you two. No harm, no foul, right? Come on, it's best when it's fresh," Naruto said gently, smiling as he led them to a private table in the kitchen near a window with a beautiful view. He placed the tray down and pulled out chairs for them, to their embarrassment, before they sat. Picking up the bowls, he placed them in front of their respective receivers, then took out napkins and soup spoons from his apron, handing them to the two girls, who both blushed when their hands brushed his. Finally, he gave each a cup of tea made with his special blend of tea leaves. "There you two go, careful, it's still hot," Naruto said, giving them one last smile before moving to finish the rest of the dishes in the sink. A culinary revelation. A bit excited, Yujito was surprised to see the timid young lady from before happily taking large spoonfuls of the soup, shivering with pleasure and happiness. Her excitement rising, Yujito couldn't help but drool at the mix of heavenly scents captivating her senses. Taking a spoonful, she stared in slight awe at its rich color, stunned that something so beautiful could be so simple in appearance. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she closed her eyes and moved the spoon to her mouth. Her tongue brushed the underside of the utensil, and her eyes snapped open as an overpowering burst of flavor almost made her jump in shock. But quickly after came a soothing, light ripple that echoed softly through her taste buds. Her eyes closed again, letting the liquid fall onto her tongue as she explored the spoon, lapping up any remaining broth. Once certain not a drop remained, she swirled and lightly chewed the soup in her mouth, shivering in pleasure as she slowly let it run down her throat. The spoon left her mouth, a small trail of saliva quickly broken as it was rushed back into the bowl for another spoonful. The blonde found herself lost in a haze of pleasure as her hands moved on their own, each trip rewarding her taste buds and stomach with more of the heavenly liquid. Finally, after a few minutes of absolute pleasure, the sound of her spoon hitting nothing alerted her, snapping her out of her stupor. She looked in horror at her now empty bowl. Fighting back the tears that desperately wanted to escape at the loss of such paradise, Yujito swallowed hard and willed them away. Sniffling, she picked up the unassuming cup of tea, looking at it with bitter disappointment. Closing her eyes, she let her tears fall, hoping the tea was at least flavorful enough to help ease her taste buds back to their normal state. Taking a sip, her eyes snapped open as a world of completely foreign flavors exploded in her mouth. Her eyes spun at the tea's complexity and strength, slowly returning to normal as the tea took a sharp turn, mellowing into a comforting and gentle flavor. Her abused taste buds returned to normal, the tea seeming to erase all lingering traces of the soup. Finishing the cup with speed that would have made it jealous, she let out a contented sigh, feeling oddly completely and utterly satisfied with the rather light meal. "Wow, that was amazing," she whispered, staring into space, the world seeming brighter and more colorful than before. "It was delicious, wasn't it?" Hisako asked, snapping Yujito out of her stunned state. Huh? Oh, delicious? It was incredible. I've never tasted anything like that soup or the tea. For some reason, everything seems brighter and more colorful than it did before. Not only that, but I feel a lot lighter and more energetic than ever, Yujito shouted. Hisako giggled, and the blonde realized what she had done, a bit of pink dusting her cheeks. "It's normal, Yujito-san. Naruto's cooking seems to be magical in that sense, it always makes people full, healthier, and above all else, happier," Hisako said proudly, her cheeks coloring as she praised the man she loved. "You're telling me," Yujito quipped happily. The two giggled as they continued to talk about the dish. "Glad they liked it," Naruto murmured under his breath with a smile, rinsing the last of the soap from the very pan the soup came from. Finishing the remaining dishes in the sink, Naruto hummed a soft tune as Hisako and Yujito giggled and chatted animatedly in the background. The awkward initial meeting behind them, the two young ladies enjoyed each other's company, venturing into more feminine topics. Once they realized they hadn't given the blonde rinsing the last dishes their own bowls, they embarrassedly did so. Naruto simply smiled, taking them without complaint. As he finished up, Hisako showed Yujito to her room while taking her dirty clothes to be washed. Yujito thanked her and Naruto again for their kindness. Time skip, a few hours later. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Kuwakai Hostel, Hisako's private room. "They're not much, Yujito-san, but these are the largest clothes I have. If you want, I could ask Naruto if he could lend you some clothes," Hisako said, embarrassed. Yujito flushed, shaking her head no at the thought. "And no, it's fine, thanks, Hisako-chan," Yujito said gratefully. The younger lady smiled. Settling into a comfortable silence, Yujito felt she had grown close enough to the silverette to venture a question that had been nagging her. Hisako-chan? Could I ask something kind of personal?" Yujito asked quietly. Hisako turned to her curiously. "As long as it's not too personal, I can do my best to answer it," Hisako said with a smile. Yujito relaxed a bit at her winning smile. "I'm really sorry if this sounds insensitive, but it's been on my mind. How are you able to do everything you can do? Aren't you blind?" she asked tentatively. Hisako looked surprised for a moment, then started giggling. "That's all, Yujito-san?" Hisako asked back with a smile, giggling as Yujito looked dumbfounded. "I am blind, Yujito-san, and I have been since I was 7 years old. Please don't worry about hurting my feelings by commenting on my blindness, I've gotten over it, Hisako said cheerfully. Yujito felt her respect and admiration for the silverette rising even more. At first, I did what all blind people did, I used a stick to feel my way around the towns I traveled and begged at, Hisako began somberly. Yujito felt her eyes welling up. For the towns I stayed in, the ones I spent more time in, I began to get a mental layout of where things were. But it wasn't until I was in Ichiba no Sato that I was able to easily move around without needing to use a stick, since I had been living there for a few months, she continued. Yujito nodded, wiping away stray tears. It wasn't until I met Naruto that he taught me how to see, and since then, I haven't needed anything to help me see other than my own voice, Hisako chirped. Yujito blinked in surprise, not understanding. What do you mean, Hisako-chan, she asked. Hisako simply smiled at her, clearing her throat as Yujito watched with rapt attention. Then, Yujito heard Hisako humming a lovely tune that seemed to be just that, humming. But sure enough, her eyes widened when she focused and felt tiny traces of chakra emanating and traveling from her. Her eyes wide, she listened until Hisako stopped humming, giving the blonde a smile. I see. You add chakra to the sound waves you emit when you hum. But that still doesn't explain how you can do everything you do, Yujito said with a bit of confusion. Hisako smiled, moving to explain in more detail. Naruto taught me to continuously release sound waves that travel through the air and ground, Hisako explained to a wide-eyed Yujito. The sound and chakra mix, then bounce back since the amount used is too minuscule to fully penetrate physical objects. This creates a clear picture of your surroundings. Initially, your range is just a few feet, but with practice, it extends to meters, and eventually, even kilometers. Yujito was stunned by the simplicity and utility of the technique. Amazing! Naruto taught you this? Yujito asked, her voice filled with curiosity. What's your range so far, Hisako-chan? Hisako tilted her head. Yep, he did. If I focus completely, I think my sound's limit is about 20 meters, Hisako replied. Yujito's jaw dropped at the incredible radius of sight. That's incredible, Hisako-chan. So that's how you see, and why you're always humming, Yujito commented. Hisako nodded, and a comfortable silence settled between them. Scene change, Haiden and Kakuzu's location. Stop, Haiden. We're almost back at the checkpoint, Kakuzu ordered. Blindfold and restrain her. We can't risk her contacting comrades about our location. Haiden grunted unintelligibly in agreement. After securing Yujito, they resumed their journey. Kakuzu slung the body over his shoulder, and they moved to a temporary base by a mountain. They laid the body down and contacted other Akatsuki members. Moments later, hologram-like projections appeared on the fingers of a summoned statue in the room center. Though you are 3 days late, it is fortunate to see that you have captured the two tails, Pain stated in his usual monotone, preparing the sealing jutsu used previously with Gaara. Dragon-like tendrils emerged from the statue's mouth, enveloping the clone. A few seconds into chakra extraction, the clone dispersed in a cloud of smoke. With no sealing target, the tendrils retreated. The Akatsuki members stared in stunned silence. What the fuck just happened? Haiden shouted, gaping at the empty space. Scene change, Teo no Kuni Kuwakai Hostel, Naruto's private room. Haiden and Kakuzu, S-rank missing nin from Yugakur and Takigakur, respectively. Naruto mused to himself, the memories of his transformed clone of Yujito returning. Haiden slaughtered his neighbors before Yugakur became a tourist village, then joined the cult-like faith of Jashin. Kakuzu harbors immense hatred for his village due to his punishment for failing to assassinate Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. After escaping imprisonment, he stole Takigakur's prized kinjutsu. Both are now part of the Akatsuki, an organization targeting Jinchuriki for an unknown cause. He continued writing, ensuring no detail was missed. They appear to have no more than 10 members, given that only one statue finger was unoccupied. But as they're likely S-rank missing nin, they pose a significant threat to any village regardless of numbers. My observations suggest they have a spy network or information gathering capabilities, as they tracked and captured a Jinchuriki without alerting the village. The Akatsuki, Jinchuriki are symbols of power, but there must be more to it than just power, he murmured to himself. Sighing, he finished jotting down the last of the clone's memories into his notebook. He underlined and highlighted key details, gave everything a final check, then sealed the notebook into a hidden wrist seal. Leaning back, he sighed again. His eye opened, sparking from navy to electric blue. Whatever happens, as long as Hisako isn't involved, I don't need to do anything, he stated resolutely, closing his eye and contemplating future scenarios. I should be here in the morning. After he leaves with Yujito-san, everything should go back to normal, he said expectantly, sighing once more before heading to bed. Scene change, border of no Kuni and Shimo no Kuni. We're almost there, everyone. Remember. Get in, get Yujito, thank Naruto and Hisako-san, have lunch, then leave, ordered. His ninjas shouted affirmative. Don't worry about me, bro. My rhymes are locked down tight, Killer Bee announced in his usual upbeat style, causing many to sweat drop. Kami-sama, please don't let me piss Naruto off, A muttered, silently praying his brother wouldn't upset the terrifying blonde. Time skip, the next day. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, outside Kuwakai Hostel. Standing before the unassuming but charming hostel, A's ninja were curious why their normally bullish but polite Cage seemed nervous about entering. Their confusion grew when they saw Darui and C also appear flustered. Before they could ask, the door opened, and a handsome blonde man stepped out, drying his hands with a towel. So, you're finally here, he said, a hint of irritation in his tone and gaze directed at A. I apologize, Naruto. I know what I asked of you was a bit much for a civilian, A said, lowering his head slightly. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Too late to change anything now, so it's fine. Just be glad Hisako didn't find out. Come on, Yujito-san is having breakfast with some other customers, Naruto said, holding the door open and greeting the group of Kumo ninja as they passed. Scene change, Teo no Kuni Kuwakai Hostel dining room. This is delicious, Hisako-chan. What is it? Yujito exclaimed with shining eyes, gazing at the extra sweet confection. Glad you like it, Yujito-san. It's just a cinnamon roll Naruto helped me make. The special thing is a very secret ingredient, Hisako chirped. Yujito looked on in awe, while nearby customers chuckled good-naturedly. As Hisako left to tend to the kitchen, Yujito was about to take another large bite but paused, noticing the confused and amused faces of her friends and comrades. Her face flushed deeply at her disheveled appearance. She quickly tidied herself before facing them. Everyone, I'm sorry to have caused you all so much trouble, she said solemnly, bowing her head. The Kumo ninja brushed off her apologies, relieved she was safe. I'm thankful you're safe, Yujito. Kami knows what would have happened if we lost you, A said in relief. Yujito smiled at her Cage's concern. What exactly happened, Yujito? You were expected to finish the mission no more than 3 days after setting out, C inquired. Yujito grimaced, remembering the ambush. When she saw Naruto head into the kitchen, she recounted how the client set her up for an ambush. Her comrades were stunned that it wasn't for petty reasons. Hearing that 2S rank missing nin chased her for the nibby sealed inside her put the Kumo nin on edge, especially A, who worried for both her safety and his brother's. She finished her tale describing waking up in the hostel, thanks to the blonde helping Hisako in the kitchen. So Naruto has once again done Kumo an immense kindness, A said with mirth, though hints of shame and guilt lingered. A-sama, how exactly do you know Naruto? Yujito asked curiously. The faces of A, C, and Darui paled slightly. It's a long story, Yujito. Let's just say if you were there, you'd be afraid of that guy too, Darui quickly said. C and A nodded, shivering from the traumatic memory. Taking a seat, the group perused the menu, surprised to see some of their country's delicacies. Curious, they were about to call for someone when Hisako approached. Humming a happy tune, she stopped, recognizing the familiar outlines of 3 men who had visited years ago. Smiling, she bowed politely and respectfully. Hello A-sama, Darui-san, C-san. It's quite a surprise to see you 3 again, Hisako said warmly. The 3 men smiled brightly in return. Hisako-chan, it's been nearly 2 years since I've seen you. I see you've become quite a fine young lady, A exclaimed cheerfully. Hisako flushed, accepting his compliment. How have you been, Hisako-san? I hope you have forgiven us for our misconduct the last time we were here, C said shamefully. The faces of A and Darui fell into a grimace. Yeah, I hope you found it in your heart to forgive us, Hisako-san, Darui added, bowing his head. Hisako frantically waved her hands. And no, it's fine, honestly. None of you are at fault, it was that other person, Hisako said, attempting to placate the guilt-ridden men. After a few minutes of explanation, it was revealed that the 3 had arrived at Kuwakai before deciding to stay overnight. During dinner that fateful night, they ordered potent alcohol and caused trouble with a group who commented on their status as Kumo ninja. A large brawl ensued in the dining room. Flashback, 2 years ago. Please stop, Hisako shouted, trying to quell the violence engulfing her beloved shop and home. Come on, you bastards. Can't win without your fancy jutsu, a man yelled, slugging Darui. The white-haired man narrowed his eye, slugging him back. We don't need jutsu to take care of a couple of punks like you, Darui shouted, grabbing the man in a headlock, only to be lifted and slammed to the ground. Darui, see. Don't wreck too much of the restaurant. Keep things level, A ordered, clotheslining 2 charging men. They're just a bunch of pansies who rely on jutsu and chakra to win. We can take 'em, boys, the leader shouted, a resounding roar of courage passing through the gang. The Kumonin retaliated with even more vigor. Iron Claw, A roared, gripping 2 men's heads before slamming them to the ground. He was then tackled by 2 more men, who rained down blows on him. They were winding up for another assault when an irate C and Darui sent them sprawling. As the brawl continued, tables overturned, chairs broke, glassware shattered, and tablecloths ripped. Amidst it all, Hisako panicked. Naruto hadn't returned from escorting a mother and daughter home. Swallowing the lump in her throat, Hisako stepped into the violent room and took a deep breath. "Please stop this," she shouted at the top of her lungs, wincing at her own volume. It wasn't until she began humming softly again that her plea actually stopped the chaos until a rough shove from one of the drunken men sent her tumbling. At that, the chaos resumed, only this time Hisako was caught in the middle. "Don't get the girl involved, you bastards," I roared, trying to save Hisako from the chaos, only to be sent back by a punch to the jaw. In their drunken haze, the Kumonin weren't conscious of harming the young girl, intent on beating down their tormentors. However, a hellish, inhuman amount of killing intent erased the drunken haze from their minds. Stiffly craning their heads, they saw what could only be described as a blonde demon, his electric blue eyes piercing their very souls. When he arrived home and saw the chaos, pure, undiluted rage surged through him. But when he saw Hisako's diminutive form, rage and anger were understatements of his feelings. Stalking towards the stunned individuals, he grabbed the closest man and slammed him ruthlessly to the ground, the chilling sound of cartilage and bone shattering echoing. Lifting the man's head, he repeated the action, then lashed out, catching another man's jaw with a bone-shattering backhand. Making his way to Hisako, he shattered and brutalized every person he passed, breaking bones, dislocating joints, and sending many into darkness. He continued until he reached the 4 remaining men closest to Hisako's shaking form. Finally, he turned to face A, who had regained some composure but still trembled slightly from the otherworldly killing intent, as did C and Darui. "W8 and Naruto, don't hurt them. They tried to help me," Hisako said in a pained tone. The Kumonin flinched in fear as the temperature dropped at her voice. Silently, he walked past the 4 frozen men and gently picked Hisako up, making her squeak in surprise. Carrying her to a booth, he set her down with utmost care before stalking back to the 4 frozen men. He lashed out, grabbing the instigator's leader by the throat, then jammed 2 fingers into his larynx, squeezing his vocal cords. An agonizingly silent scream left the man's throat as he struggled against the blonde's ironclad grip. Naruto released him only after slamming his forehead into the man's frontal bone. A dull crack echoed as he went limp. Dropping the unconscious man, he scanned the 3 remaining men, scoffed, and returned to Hisako. Once their shock and fear wore off, they exhaled the hidden breath they hadn't realized they were holding. After Naruto gave Hisako an ice pack for her bruised cheek, he threw out the unconscious men's bodies before humanly possible. It wasn't until Naruto finished that the 3 Kumonin moved, apologizing deeply and sincerely for their atrocious actions. While Naruto didn't forgive them, Hisako did, even thanking them for trying to help her when no one else did. Only when Hisako asked him did Naruto begrudgingly forgive the 3 Kumonin, thanking them for their pathetic attempt to assist Hisako. Paid the necessary expenses to compensate the owners for damages. Eventually, they got along, Hisako drawn in by the shinobi's tales. The time for them to part was a slightly sad affair. "Will we meet again, Asama, C-san, Darui-san?" Hisako asked. The 3 men blinked in surprise, then smiled. "No doubt, we'll come visit for sure," Darui said certainly. Hisako smiled back. "Don't worry, Hisako-san, we will meet again, no doubt," C said reassuringly, smiling. Hisako returned it fully. "It may be a number of years, but we will be back here once everything is calm in Kumo, I promise," A said with a grin. Hisako brightened at the promise. With that, they exchanged a few terse words of goodbye with Naruto. Shaking the 3 men's hands, they again bowed in repentance for their actions, then did the same to Hisako. Finally, they bid farewell and left for Kumo. Flashback end. "Wow, didn't think you 3 would get that hammered. Especially you, bro," Killer B commented. His brow twitched, resisting the urge to iron claw his brother. "Anyway, I'm glad you 2 forgave us for what happened. And based on that, could my ninja and I spend the night?" A asked. Hisako beamed and nodded eagerly, while Naruto simply tilted his head in agreement, moving to fetch paperwork. The Kumo ninja then faced every cage's enemy, paperwork. Quickly filling and filing it, Hisako led the group to a larger table and relayed their orders to a waiting Naruto, who swiftly prepared the food. Morning turned to afternoon, then evening, as Hisako and Naruto closed shop earlier than usual for their overnight guests. Hisako wiped down the last tables while Naruto cleaned the hot springs. Scene change, unknown location, Hiriko's lab research wing. "So, what exactly is this stuff, anyway?" a scientist asked, glancing at the purplish-black substance in a clear container. "No one knows, not even Lord Hiriko. Whatever it is, though, it's nasty stuff," the other said, gesturing to cages holding dead and dying test subjects. "Yikes, so what are we even doing here then?" the first asked, a bit nervous now that he knew what he was near. "Transport. We just grab the container, carefully move it to a different wing, and we're clear," his partner replied, easing his worries as they moved to carry the container. Securing their grip, they exchanged looks and nodded before lifting it in sync. Assured it was secure, they moved toward the door. Engrossed in transport, they failed to notice a dying test subject stirring. It grabbed its cage bars, exerting immense force until a creak sounded. The bars gave way, and it roared, charging the two scientists. Gyaah! The man closest screamed as the creature sank its fangs into his shoulder, forcing him to drop the container. The liquid inside splashed wildly. Damn it, his partner shouted, moving to pry the creature off his struggling colleague, repeatedly stabbing it with the tanto strapped to his waist. However, this only fueled the creature's ire. It turned on him, grabbed his face, slammed him into the ground multiple times, then hurled him across the room. He impacted the wall with a sickening thud. Reeling its head back, it let loose a distorted roar before returning its attention to the feeble, writhing man below. Grabbing the container with the spilled substance, it began beating the man's head with it. The sickening sounds of crushing bone and splattering gore filled the room. The beast finally slammed the container onto the ground with brutal force, cracking it, and a bit of the liquid oozed out. The beast then swung the container into the air, some of the substance landed in its mouth, and it was instantly overtaken and killed by the virus. Frothing at the mouth, it rampaged with renewed, excessive vigor, destroying everything in its path. The door opened, and a group of scientists and ninjas stared in stunned silence at the ruined, gore-covered room. Their shock lasted only until one was killed by a sharp piece of broken steel ripping through their skull. Many cursed under their breath, moving to subdue the creature before it breached other rooms. Together now, the group leader shouted, surging forward, blade drawn, targeting the beast's tendons. Ducking under a frenzied arm swing, he slashed its Achilles and hamstring tendons. Its leg buckled, collapsing it to a knee. But before he could deliver another blow, it sank its fangs into his arm, making him cry out in pain. Opening its jaws slightly, it was about to clamp down again, only to lose vision in its left eye as a kunai embedded itself in the socket. The leader jumped back, replaced by two others who delivered a flurry of slashes. The beast howled in pain before swinging its right arm, shattering one ninja's ribcage. As the battle to suppress the beast continued, it finally stopped fighting back only when its head was removed. Even then, its body continued to writhe and twitch at the slightest stimuli. Releasing an exhausted sigh, those who could stand alerted medics to definite casualties and many more injured. When medics entered, they didn't see a few injured ninjas skulk off into the base's various wings. Time skip a few hours later. The Kumonin were in their rooms, blissful after the extravagant meal Naruto and Hisako prepared. Yujito's return and the information she gathered about her kidnappers had created a tense atmosphere, but they found enough peace to relax at Kuwakai. Soon, the ninja headed to the hot springs, where they found Naruto finishing the last bits of cleaning. A few kunoichi blushed, taking in his shirtless upper body. There, the springs should be all set for you all to use. I imagine I don't need to lecture you on proper etiquette, Naruto asked, receiving negative shakes of the heads from the ninja. Good. Please keep the noise down to a minimum. If you need drinks or snacks, just ring the bells near the edge of the springs. And a bit of a warning, if I find crumbs or leftover food in the water, you'll all be banned from using them, Naruto said. They gulped, then nodded in understanding. The ninja entered the springs on their respective sides, feeling tension, exhaustion, and negative thoughts leave their bodies as the water washed over them. The purity of the water cleansed all tainted feelings, leaving them more energetic. Ringing the bells as instructed, the men saw Naruto return to take their orders, while Hisako tended to the women. The women ordered sweet sake and a platter of equally sweet fruit, the men ordered fresh, light sake and a side of sashimi. This is heaven, right? Samui said contentedly. Her friends nodded in agreement. Yujito, you sure picked a hell of a place to end up, Karui said happily. The blonde bristled slightly in anger before the water soothed her. Yeah, I just hope we'll be able to come here more often. It isn't fair that only C, Darui, and Asama are allowed to come back. A blow to the head finally made her release her grip, allowing her victim to crawl away, clutching a bleeding side. Screaming with a distorted voice, she began slashing and stabbing at everyone nearby, wounding 3 scientists and severely injuring 2 others. It was only when she started wildly swinging her arms that she damaged the machinery and cloning tanks in the room. Another kunoichi ultimately subdued her, quickly and precisely beheading her with a katana. With the immediate threat gone, they were about to relax when a blaring red siren signaled a catastrophic problem throughout the base. Panicked, they grabbed whatever they could and fled the building, abandoning years of precious data and research. Amidst the chaos, they failed to notice the female clone slowly opening her eyes. Unei. Chan, she thought, her eyes blank and uninterested as she watched the chaos from inside her container, though they gained a touch of curiosity when she spotted the open doorway. Pressing her hands against the clear shell, she found it immobile. She continued, but every effort to escape her prison failed. It wasn't until she felt a surge of something that renewed energy flowed through her body. Acting on this, she struck the glass again, forming a spiderweb crack. Surprised, she repeated the action until the glass shattered, spilling her and the liquid into the room. Standing proved difficult, her legs felt like gelatin. After a few minutes of acclimating her muscles to supporting her body outside of liquid, she could walk, albeit shakily. With her new ability to walk, she was about to head for the door but stopped, her eyes drawn to a photo of herself and a familiar blonde. She picked up the file attached to the pictures, reading them and tracing her fingers over the other blonde's face. Naru, too, Naruto, Naruto Oniakan. She whispered with longing and love, clutching the picture to her chest, trying to recall any memory of him. A slight downturn of her lips formed at the lack of memories, but she dismissed the thought as she read the file's contents. Scanning it with blank, uninterested eyes, she grew increasingly anxious to meet her brother, committing all the data about him to memory. Subject #001, dubbed Naru, sister of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Status, stable, 98% complete. Brain activity, normal. Physical makeup, stable. No significant changes in mental or physical activities. Genetic match with Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, 99%. Ability to reproduce, positive, extremely fertile. Notable details: immense reserves of chakra, engineered to be immune to toxins and drugs, suitable for breeding stock, possible host candidate, awaiting transplant of memories. The clone's thoughts trailed off as she scanned the rest of the lab report documenting her growth and information. Naru, I'm Naruto Oniakan Zimuto. Naru whispered impassively, though a hint of longing and pride colored the end of her statement. With a name established, Naru ventured into other lab wings to salvage what she could from the ruins and debris. It wasn't until she stumbled into the research wing that she felt something other than love and longing for her brother, undiluted fear. Frozen, her body refused to obey her mind's command to flee from the source of her terror. Mechanically shifting her head, she saw exactly what caused her instincts to scream: a broken container near the room's edge, holding a purplish-black substance that instilled profound fear. About to turn and run, she was roughly grabbed by the neck and slammed to the ground by a lone, clearly deranged scientist. Her eyes widened slightly as she noted his distinct features: glowing red eyes, discolored purple skin, and a haze of purplish-black smoke emanating from him. Crying out, she wrapped her hands around his wrists as he tightened his grip on her throat, intent on ending her life. In that instant, she felt the same surge of energy she had experienced inside her container, filling her entire being. Gritting her teeth, she managed to remove his hands from her throat, gasping for precious air. Seeing her breathing normally again, the frenzied scientist snarled, attempting to force his hands around her throat once more to finish his task. But Naru thwarted him, snapping his wrists and sending him sprawling with a shove. Standing, she stared him down as he howled in agony, trying to rise without using his hands. He fell again, never to stand as Naru broke his neck by stomping on the base of his skull, the chilling crunch of bone and tissue echoing in the empty room. As she began to catch her breath, she froze as pain surged through her body. Clutching her chest, she screamed in raw agony, feeling her very being undermined by something primal and vile. Her screams becoming more agonizing, she failed to notice her skin discoloring or the purple hue and haze she was expelling. All that mattered was reaching her brother. Naruto Oniakan. She whimpered, curling into a ball, clutching her chest, futilely trying to alleviate the pain racking her body. As her thoughts slowed, and her mind and body began to shut down, her sole focus was meeting and reuniting with her brother. Soon, more and more memories formed and emerged as she clutched the picture of her brother tighter. Scene change: Teo no Kuni Kyuwakai Hostel, Naruto's private bedroom. Sitting at his desk, Naruto had various books, newspapers, and articles open, highlighting, circling, and underlining anything valuable. Scanning through the literature, he was about to circle something else when he froze mid-stroke. Feeling something intensely familiar, frighteningly so, he snapped his head to the window as the sensation quickly vanished. Blinking in confusion, he shook his head only to freeze again as he felt moisture running down his face. Slowly raising his hands, he stared in stunned silence at the beads of sweat on his fingertips. What? He whispered to himself, unsure what to make of that eerily familiar yet terrifying sensation. Scene change: Naru's mind, Hazy Meadow Hill. Oniakan, promise me you'll marry me when we grow up. I promise, Naru-chan, when we're all grown up we'll be husband and wife. Really? He, I love you, Oniakan. I love you more than anyone in the entire world. Haha, I love you too, Naru-chan. Oniakan? Promise me that we'll always be together, no matter what. I promise, Naru-chan, we'll always be together no matter what. The hazy images of two blonde children sitting atop a grassy green hill grew clearer, their forms sharpening. A young Naruto and Naru sat beneath a large oak tree, laughing and talking, their pinkies gently locked in a shared promise. Oniakan, I love you. I love you too, Naru-chan. The older blonde leaned towards Naru, planting a soft kiss on her lips, surprising the little girl before she closed her eyes and gently returned it. Scene change: unknown location, Hiriko's lab, research wing. Memories of the promise she and her beloved brother made years ago flooded back, bringing Naru hope and strength as she recalled their shared moments. The laughs, tears, and intimate experiences forged a bond stronger than dragon scales between them. Fighting to open her eyes, they gained a calm determination that would empower even the most irresolute. Pushing herself to her knees, she took a deep breath before forcing herself to stand, biting back a desperate cry of pain. Then, she felt a warmth emanate from the center of her chest, folding her hands over it as she closed her eyes once more. Oniakan, she whispered as a twisted explosion of purple, black, and white chakra and lightning danced around her, accompanied by an all too familiar change in her appearance. Scene change, Heaven's Mount, Inner Sanctuary. Another apex, Shigeru whispered, cracking an eye open and gazing outside his domain as his corruption danced eerily around him. After becoming an apex, Nara scrounged through the ruins of the abandoned base for anything useful. After about an hour, she had gathered enough supplies for her journey to find her beloved brother. Dressed in a long, staunch white lab coat, a loose-fitting white button-up shirt, comfortable baggy black slacks, and black shoes and socks, she resembled the scientist from whom she'd salvaged the outfit. Having managed to salvage a large duffel bag filled with abandoned research notes, she read through them, keeping anything valuable, and then packed it with rations found in the infirmaries, canteens, and personal living areas within the base. That should be everything, she said in her usual deadpan tone, slinging the bulky bag over her shoulder, looking somewhat comical given her rather petite stature. Giving the ruined base one last glance, she turned and headed out the nearest exit, intent on finding her target. Scene change, unknown location, outside of Hiriko's abandoned base. Finally reaching the surface, Nara winced as sunlight stung her eyes, prompting her to shade them with her hand. Once accustomed to the light, she scanned the area, finding it to be an unsightly swampy region. Turning side to side, she began her trek out of the swamp, observing all the new and foreign sights. Reaching the swamp's edge, finally seeing the lush greenery of the forest ahead, she relaxed as its comforting sounds and smells enveloped her. Scene change, unknown location, unknown forest. Venturing into the forest, she paused upon hearing someone else walking. Turning her head, she saw a strange-looking man. He was tall, taller than most of Hiriko's subordinates, but his most distinct feature was his bluish-gray skin and what appeared to be gill slits beneath his eyes. Wearing a slashed headband, he was dressed in a black coat with red clouds and carried what seemed to be a bandaged sword on his back. Blinking to confirm she wasn't hallucinating, Naro tilted her head before shrugging and heading towards him. Kisame, meanwhile, was en route to regroup with other Akatsuki members after a security breach during the Nibi extraction. Shaking his head, he attributed it to Hayden's recklessness once more, hoping it wasn't too serious. Lost in thought, he tensed upon feeling someone approaching him. Moving his hand to Samehada's handle, he saw the nearby bushes rustle and prepared to strike. Speeding to the bushes, he drew his sword mid-swing when he saw he was about to strike down a blank-faced young woman. Cursing under his breath, he altered his swing, watching in surprise as she made no attempt to avoid it, nor did she seem fazed by almost being cut down. Samehada hit the ground beside her, kicking up a bit of dust, but she continued to stare up at him with a blank expression, causing Kisame's brow to twitch with irritation and awkwardness. He was no stranger to frightened and disgusted looks, yet something about this girl bothered him. About to speak, she beat him to it, slowly raising a finger and pointing at him. A fish man, Nara deadpanned, a tick mark appearing on Kisame's head, an angry grin on his face as he stared down at her. "What did you say?" he asked in a barely controlled tone. Nara blinked at the question before repeating herself. "You're a fish man," she said, and Kisame's normally controlled temper snapped. He grabbed her head with an iron grip. "You got some guts, you brat," he growled, a look of mixed anger and amusement on his face. Nara continued to infuriate him with her unchanging expression. About to launch into a tirade, Kisame was stopped by the sound of his stomach growling. His brow twitching in anger, he was about to explode before letting out an irritated and exhausted sigh. Releasing her head, he slung Samehada over his shoulder again and gave her an irritated glare. His glare intensified, and his brow twitched when she continued to look at him with the same impassive face. About to yell at her, he stopped when he saw her turn, open her duffel bag, and pull out a bag of chips. "Here, fish man," Nara said, holding out the chips to Kisame, whose brow twitched in utter embarrassment and anger at her address and treatment of him. Do you even know who I am, you brat?" he asked in a barely controlled tone of anger, his head lowered, his body shaking with restrained rage. "A fish man?" Nara asked, tilting her head. Kisame's patience reached its limit at her nonchalant tone. Quickly lashing out to grab her by the collar, he was stunned when she immediately dropped the offending bag of chips to grab his wrist with an ironclad grip. Blinking in surprise, he was about to speak when she snapped his wrist, Kisame's eyes widening in a mix of surprise and pain as he was sent careening sideways by a brutal kick to his ribcage. The force of the kick sent him through one tree and into another, a brief shout of pain escaping his lips. Grunting as he picked himself up, he looked back at Nara's position and widened his eyes upon seeing her shrouded in wisps of black smoke, her body with a purple hue and red eyes. "So, you aren't all that you look like, are you, brat?" Kisame said in a cool tone as he stood again, wincing as he put pressure off his left side. Still blank-faced, Nero glanced at the damaged man before kneeling and picking up the fallen bag of chips. Brushing the dust and grime from its surface, she looked back at Kisame before heading towards him. Seeing her approach, the swordsman immediately tensed, not wanting another brutal assault. As she neared, he was about to swing same hata towards her but stopped when he saw her looking at him with what could only be described as curiosity. "Why did you do that, fish man?" she asked in the same impassive tone. Kisame grunted in reply at the humiliation he was subjected to, noting no traces of her strange appearance from earlier. Continuing to stare at him, she blinked as a spark of realization passed through her eyes. Turning once more to her duffel bag, she put away the previously offered chips and pulled out something that made Kisame's brow twitch with more anger and humiliation, his present predicament momentarily forgotten. Double-checking to ensure it was the correct item, Nero returned her attention to Kisame and held out the offending snack. "Here you go, fishman," she said, holding out the bag of dried fish strips as Kisame did his best to avoid facepalming with his broken wrist. "Are you trying to screw with me?" he shouted in utter anger and embarrassment. Nero blinked, looking between him and the snack in her hand. "Don't like fish?" she asked Kisame, the large man simply dropping his head in defeat as Nero looked on in slight confusion. Seeing his rather downtrodden state, Nero placed the bag of dried fish back into her duffel bag and pulled out one of the first aid kits she had recovered. Moving towards Kisame, he watched in confusion and surprise as she set his wrist back into place before splinting it. Once she was sure it was a solid job, she held out a bottle of painkillers for his aching side. Blinking, he hesitantly reached for the bottle before taking it and downing a few pills. Grunting in gratitude for the painkillers, he handed the bottle back to her as she put it back into the kit. "Are you feeling better now, fishman?" Nero asked, replacing the kit with the bag of dried fish as Kisame sighed, having given up on trying to correct her. Yeah. Thanks, brat," he muttered as he reluctantly accepted his favorite snack from the strange girl, doing his best not to enjoy the tantalizing taste of the dried fish. Settling into a one-sided truce, Kisame watched as Nero nibbled on an apple she had picked earlier. Her eyes closed, he was perplexed to see her completely off guard, just like before, with no traces of aggression, fear, or anxiety. Finishing the bag, he let out a content sigh as he glanced back at Nero, seeing her finishing her apple as well. Deciding to bite the bullet, he broke the silence between them first, since she wasn't one to talk much. "So, who exactly are you, brat?" he asked as Nero discarded the apple core, turning to face him as she wiped its remains from the side of her mouth. "I'm Naruto Zimuto." "Who are you, fishman?" she said before asking Kisame's name, his brow twitching once more as he crumpled the empty bag in his hand. "Name's Kisame Hashigaki. Former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist and S-rank missing nin," Kisame said with a savage smile, though it dropped when he saw absolutely no change in Nero. "You're not scared of me, brat?" he asked as Nero gave him a blank stare, Kisame doing his best to resist his brow from twitching. "You're weaker than me, fishman. Why would I be scared of you?" she asked in a curious tone, Kisame's entire body tensing at her words. "What do you mean I'm weaker than you?" "The only reason you took me down is because you got lucky and caught me off guard," he said in a rather terse tone, his eyes narrowing slightly at her statement. "No, you're just weaker than me, fishman. I can feel it," she said in a nonchalant tone, catching Kisame's interest as he moved to challenge her claim. He unleashed a lightning-fast jab without warning. Driven by adrenaline and fury, he aimed to put the unintentionally arrogant girl in her place, striking with amplified speed and power. What transpired next, however, would forever be etched in his memory. Before his very eyes, her appearance dramatically shifted. As before, tendrils of smoke emanated from her glowing purple form, her eyes now a fiery red. When his punch landed, it felt like striking solid, chakra-infused steel. "Guh." He grunted, feeling his knuckle bones crack and break from the impact. His eyes widened as he stared at Nero's unmoving, impassive face. "You're weaker than me, fishman," she declared with absolute conviction, leaving Kisame utterly bewildered. What? That punch should have broken anyone's jaw, or at least left a mark," he stammered, wincing as he withdrew his injured hand from her face. "The only person stronger than me is my Unai-chan," she stated. Kisame stared, dumbfounded, struggling to believe there could be someone even stronger than her if she spoke the truth. "Heh, sounds like this Unai-chan of yours is quite the guy," he chuckled, shaking his head. He paused as Nero took his hand and began treating it. Silence fell as Kisame watched her set the bones and wrap his cracked knuckles before handing him the familiar bottle of painkillers. He took them with a quiet thank you, swallowing a few more pills before returning the bottle. To his surprise, she pushed them back towards him. He was about to question her when she handed him the very first aid kit she had used. "You need this more than I do, fishman," she said, leaving Kisame speechless at her generosity. Why are you being so kind to me? You know I've killed hundreds, many in cold blood. I've done things that would sicken most people, and I even attacked you," he questioned. Naru, with her usual blank expression, continued offering him the first aid kit. "My Unai-chan always told me to help others if they need it, even if I don't know their circumstances. While some people are inherently evil, and I'll never help them, I know you're not evil, fishman," Naru explained. Kisame stared as if she'd grown another head. Naru finished packing the first aid kit and an additional bag of dried fish for the missing nin. Even after hearing what I've done, how can you say I'm not an evil person, brat? Kisame asked with genuine curiosity. The blonde looked up at him once she finished packing. You did everything you have because you were ordered to. Those murders, those killings, you were ordered to do them. When you moved your sword to avoid hitting me, that was because you don't kill the innocent unless ordered to or when you have no other choice, right? Naru asked. Kisame gave a stiff nod. Naru continued after seeing his response. You're also very appreciative, even if you don't show it. When I shared my snacks with you and patched you up, you never took what I did for granted. You sincerely thanked me, and your body language reflected that, being relaxed and tension-free. But, more than all of that, you carry a deep sorrow inside you for something you did, don't you? She asked. Kisame's eyes widened immensely, unable to believe she'd picked up on something he was sure he had hidden away. It's because you feel sorrow, because you feel regret and self-loathing, that I know you're not an evil person. An evil person doesn't feel any of those things, I would know. I've been in the presence of many evil people. None of them have the hidden warmth beneath the rigid cold like you do, she continued. Kisame lowered his head slightly, glancing down at his hands, the same hands stained crimson from the innocent lives he was ordered to take while serving Kiri. But above all else, Naru trailed off as she stood, securing her duffel bag. Kisame listened intently, still with his head lowered. Your sword told me what kind of person you are, and a sword doesn't lie, Naru said, his eyes widening as he looked to the side to see Samehada had crawled over to him. He raised his head, about to speak, but saw Naru had already left. Blinking, a solemn, somber smile crossed his face as he held Samehada. Releasing a sigh, he looked at the neatly packed first aid kit and bag of dried fish and cracked a small smile. Carefully taking the package with his left hand, he slung Samehada over his shoulder with his right. Scanning the area once more for any trace of the blonde, he shook his head when he found none. Thanks for everything, Naru-san, Kisame said in a genuinely grateful tone, heading back to the Akatsuki headquarters with slightly less burden on his shoulders. You're welcome, Fish-man-san, Naru said in her usual impassive tone, continuing on the road ahead, sensing a familiar presence far off in the distance. Unai-chan, I'm coming, she whispered with adoration and longing, tightening her grip on her duffel bag as she strode towards the rising sun. Scene change, Teo no Kuni Kyuwakai Hostel, Naruto's private bedroom. Sunlight filtered through his curtains, and Naruto's eyes fluttered open, suppressing a yawn. He was about to stretch when he felt something on his chest, a still sleeping Hisako snuggling deeper into him. A small smile appeared on his face. He reached over and brushed a few strands of hair from her face, holding back a soft laugh when she wrinkled her nose from a stray strand tickling it. When he heard her let out a contented, secure sigh, he abandoned any thought of waking her. He swiftly substituted himself with a pillow. She snuggled against it with a brief moment of confusion before returning to a comfortable position, a demure and lovely smile on her face. Smiling, he bent down and kissed her forehead softly before heading to take a shower. When he exited the room, Hisako snuggled deeper into the pillow she was hugging, nibbling on it softly. Naruto, she whispered, continuing to nibble the pillow, an euphoric and peaceful expression on her face. Time skip, an hour later. And that should be the last of them, Naruto said quietly, having finished setting and cleaning the tables for the inevitable influx of customers in the next few minutes. Wringing the towel, he placed it with the rest of the used towels before slipping it into the laundry chute. Donning his apron, he flipped on the kitchen lights as the restaurant door opened with a gentle chime. Turning to the door, he walked out and saw the familiar faces of Yuri and her husband, who smiled at him. The blonde returned it softly. Welcome, Yuri-san, Toru-san, Naruto said politely, bowing to them. The elderly couple laughed, waving him off. How many times do I have to tell you, Naruto-chan, you don't need to bow for a couple of geezers like us? Toru said jovially. Naruto smiled again as he straightened up. The same table and item, I presume, he asked. They smiled and nodded, grateful for the blonde's impeccable memory. Guiding them to their table, he started them with his personal blend of matcha tea and mini dorayaki on the side. Receiving grateful thanks, he was about to move to the kitchen when he heard a multitude of voices from the stairwell. Turning, he let out an irritated sigh as he heard the boisterous, jovial laughter of A and his ninja. When they finally reached the bottom of the stairs, they quieted upon seeing an irritated Naruto giving them a pointed stare. Ahem, sorry about that, Naruto. I forgot you open earlier than most other shops, A said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, silently praying his brother wouldn't mess up the already tense situation. Yo, how's it going, Blondie? Real kind of you to open up early for all the early birds out there, me included. Killer B said in his usual tone, louder than anyone appreciated, earning him a glare from Naruto. Could you all please keep the noise down to a minimum? You're disturbing the other guests, Naruto said, tilting his head towards Yuri and Toru's table, where the elderly couple laughed softly as they talked about their youth. But above all else, Hisako is still asleep. Wake her up, and I'll make sure you never do, Naruto uttered in a frigid tone. The Kumo ninja shivered at the steel and promise in his eyes. Alright, don't worry about us, Blondie. We got the message, Killer Bee said, giving Naruto a stiff wave. The blonde nodded as he handed the group a set of menus before heading into the kitchen. Watching him for a few seconds, they exhaled a breath they hadn't realized they were holding as he disappeared into the kitchen. Making their way to a table large enough to accommodate them all, they browsed the menu as Yujito quickly began suggesting her favorites to the other females gathered. On the other side, Killer Bee's attention was focused on the kitchen doors, having a conversation with the Biju inside him as something about the blonde put him on edge. "Bee, that man, he's dangerous." "Your brother is correct in his assumption," Jayaki said. Bee inclined his head slightly, mulling over the thought. "He does give off that vibe, too. There's something that just screams danger and puts you on guard, even if he's just in the same place as you," Bee responded, suppressing the shiver that wanted to dance down his spine when he remembered the blonde's glare. "Just be sure not to incur his wrath, Bee. Your brother was correct in his assessment of the blonde. Something about him reminds me of something that shouldn't exist ever again," Jayaki said. Bee nodded his head, receiving a knowing glance from A. As everyone settled in, Naruto started them with his unique blend of genmaicha tea and a tray of mini dorayaki. Moving back to the kitchen to start on Toru's order, he left the patrons in the restaurant to their own devices as more and more people began to trickle in. The Kumo ninja watched with slight awe at the blonde's proficiency at taking, handling, making, and delivering the flood of orders. They felt there was more to him than he let on. Soon, the early rush of customers settled down as many opted to stay for the tea and the atmosphere, as friends and neighbors alike moved to tables to catch up and talk about the latest happenings. "This place sure is popular, huh?" Kuroi asked as her friends nodded in agreement, feeling a bit jealous that they didn't have such a warm and inviting shop in their own country. Time skip, a few hours later. The warm, amiable atmosphere persisted until lunchtime when the sounds of someone descending the stairs caught nearly everyone's attention. Turning their heads, the men blushed while the women cooed as Hisako made her way to the shop floor. A smile on her face, she greeted the customers who waved at her before bowing politely to the elderly patrons who greeted her. Making her way to the kitchen, she stopped by A's table and offered the ninja a polite bow, gracing them with a radiant but demure smile. "Good morning, A-sama, I hope everything was to your liking," Hisako said politely. A offered her a bright smile. "And a good morning to you as well, Hisako-chan. Everything was great, thank you for asking," A said in his usual boisterous tone. Hisako smiled brighter at his satisfaction. "Good morning, Hisako-chan. Did you sleep well?" Yujito asked happily. Hisako flushed at the question, embarrassed about sneaking into Naruto's bed again. "Why yes, I did, Yujito-san, thank you for asking. Did you all sleep well?" she asked as Yujito, Kuroi, and Samui returned her question with a smile and a nod. Bowing once more and thanking them for their patronage, she headed to the kitchen with an undeniable amount of excitement, many watching with happiness, jealousy, and smiles. When she entered the kitchen, a smile brighter than the sun lit up her face as she did her best to sneak up to the close-eyed blonde tending to several pots and pans. A shy smile on her face, Hisako tiptoed up to Naruto before wrapping her arms around his waist. Nuzzling against his back, she let out a contented sigh as Naruto laughed softly before turning to embrace her back. "Sleep well, Hisako?" he asked. She smiled at him, nodding her head as she leaned up and kissed him softly on the lips. "Aha, I did, Naruto. You could have woken me up earlier, you don't always have to open and start the day by yourself," she said in a slightly self-deprecating tone. Naruto frowned a bit before leaning down to kiss her forehead. "You know I hate having to wake you up, you always look so peaceful when you're sleeping," he said. She flushed a bit, opting to snuggle deeper into his chest as he laughed softly. Receiving one more kiss on the head, Hisako reluctantly broke away from Naruto. Watching Naruto return to the stove, Hisako let a loving smile appear on her face as she grabbed her apron and adjusted her clothes. Taking her order pad and pen, she made sure she had everything before heading out of the kitchen, but not before giving her Naruto one more kiss on the cheek. Exiting the kitchen, she quickly moved to greet the entering family, giving them a menu and showing them to their seats. Once again, order and calm returned to the Kyuukai hostel as the Kumo ninja watched with smiles on their faces at the beautiful young lady smiling and talking with themselves and the others in the restaurant. Scene change, Konoha Hospital, General Treatment Ward, Checkup Room. "There you go, Zabuza-san, you should be ready for field duty in a few days, a week at most. In the meantime, do take it easy and rest as much as possible," Dr. Rishi said, smiling at the bandaged man. Zabuza returned his smile, grateful for the clean bill of health. "Thanks, Rishi-san, sorry about always having to patch me up," Zabuza said, embarrassed. The two men laughed as they exchanged goodbyes. Heading out of the checkup room, Zabuza froze and paled when he spotted a familiar head of purple hair. The purple-haired person was tapping their foot impatiently, a scowl marring their face. They would have been terrifying, but Zabuza knew they weren't at their peak of scariness due to the grinning child holding their hand. Over the past few years, Anko had changed very little in appearance. She still had a curvaceous and well-proportioned body that drew many eyes and Zabuza's rage. She had grown her hair out, which was well past her shoulders, though still slightly wild. Having been placed off duty until Naruto was old enough to attend the academy, she had changed her outfit from its previous style to a simple purple blouse and dark pants that ended a bit past her knees. She completed her outfit with a simple pair of sandals and, of course, her wedding ring. Overall, she hated her domesticated look, as she coined it. Naruto, their child, bore a striking resemblance to his father. The 3-year-old, with a head of dark purple hair, was a lively ball of energy, much like his mother. Dressed simply in a dark blue shirt and white shorts, he was the adorable child Zabuza and Anko admitted to adoring. As many would expect, Naruto was undeniably the most cherished person in Zabuza, Anko, and Haku's lives. The three ensured he was always happy, often entertaining him with stories of his godfather and would-be uncle, also named Naruto. Zabuza sighed in relief, grateful to Kami and his son for his fortunate circumstances. He exhaled calmly, then awkwardly smiled and waved at his wife before speaking to her. Hey Anko, I was just coming to get you and Naruto. The doctor says I'm the picture of good health, he stammered, hoping to appease the furious woman, which only made her eyebrow twitch in annoyance. As she marched toward him, Naruto curiously glanced between his parents, giggling when Anko grabbed Zabuza by the ear and gave it a painful twist. The man yelped in pain, about to calm Anko when words caught in his throat. Seeing her eyes rimmed with tears, everything he wanted to say vanished. Zabuza simply watched as she moved to hug him. Sniffling slightly, she held him as his eyes softened considerably, pulling her and Naruto into a warm embrace while murmuring apologies to his wife. After a few minutes, she pulled away and offered a small smile, which Zabuza returned 100-fold as he picked up a delighted, giggling Naruto. Hey, why don't we go out to dinner tonight? Zabuza suggested, and Anko smiled, nodding as Naruto immediately demanded yakitori. Yakitori! Yakitori! Papa! Mama! Let's get yakitori, he chirped, and Zabuza and Anko chuckled softly before nodding and kissing his head. That sounds nice, let's go tell Haku and see if she and the others want to come too, Anko said, and Zabuza smiled, content to be surrounded by his beloved family, for whom he'd readily lay down his life. Ahem! While that was very sweet and sappy, could you all do it outside of my hospital? An irritated Tsunade asked, a tick mark appearing on her head, causing the Mamakai family to tense and apologize to the older woman. Do families and couples always have to be so sappy when they visit? It's a hospital, not a theater, for Kami's sake, she muttered under her breath, then glared at the snickering white-haired man beside her, prompting him to stop. Easy, Tsunade, but you can't blame me, can you? Jiraiya asked, but she simply scoffed at him, his head dropping as Tsunade strode out of the room. Scene change, Konoha Hospital, General Treatment Ward, Uzumaki Namikaze siblings' room. Upon re-entering the wing, her expression turned menacing as she stormed toward her godchildren's room. Many trembled and cowered in fear, giving her a wide berth as she reached the door. Grabbing the handle, she smiled deviously, sensing the fear radiating from within. Then, like a horror movie scene, the door was ripped from its hinges, and 3 screams echoed from inside. Quiet! How many times do I have to tell you this is a hospital? She roared, instantly silencing the trembling trio before her. Huddled together in a tight group were Narumi, Mito, and Menma, cowering in the corner of the room as Tsunade gave a rather evil smile before stalking toward them. As she approached, her patience wore thin, and she lashed out, grabbing Mito and Narumi by the ears, giving them a painful twist. Just what do you idiots think you were doing? She roared, as Mito and Narumi immediately yelped and pleaded with their godmother to release them from her death grip. Do you know how close you two cut it? If not for those antidotes and the Kyuubi, you two would have followed Cho to the grave, she shouted, as the 2 girls in her grip shrank. Continuing her rant, she then turned to a somewhat relieved Menma and knocked him over the head for recklessly engaging the enemy. She stated it was something Jiraiya would do but swore he wouldn't follow in his footsteps. After what seemed like an eternity of lecturing, she wrapped the 3 in a warm hug, telling them how relieved she was that they were all safe and sound. Just promise me you won't go off doing something reckless like that again, alright? She asked, and they all nodded before returning her hug. The group soon joined by the rest of their family. As the sun began to set, peace seemed to settle over the nations, with many embracing the calmer pace of life. The Mamakai family, joined by members of Team 12, visited their favorite yakitori stand. The Uzumaki Namikaze family headed to their favorite ramen stand, all laughing as they reminisced about happier times. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Kyuwakai Hostel. Many miles away, a certain blonde and silver-haired individual finished cleaning their restaurant as the Kumo ninja and other customers thanked them before retiring for the night. A and the rest of his ninja returned to their rooms for the night, leaving Naruto and Hisako alone as the sounds of their drunken and peacefully snoozing guests filled the shop. Once she was sure they were alone and undisturbed, Hisako flushed 5 different shades of red before asking Naruto if he wanted to take a bath with her. Naturally, the blonde agreed, and they headed towards their private hot spring. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Kyuwakai Hostel, private hot spring. Hisako sighed, relaxing in the heated water, snuggling deeper into the broad chest of the blonde in front of her. Feeling relaxed, Hisako, he asked, and she nodded, nuzzling him softly as he ran his hands through her silver locks, eliciting a quiet meal of pleasure. I hope things stay like this forever, Naruto, she said in a happy and content tone, shivering slightly in pleasure as his hands brushed against the nape of her neck. They will. If they don't, then I'll just have to make sure they do, he said in a confident but gentle tone, a smile gracing her face as she leaned into him. Just promise me you won't do anything dangerous, she asked before receiving a kiss on the head, squeaking a bit as he pulled her closer. I know, I promise, he said, and she nodded softly, turning slightly to kiss him gently on the lips before snuggling into his shoulder. With that, they remained together in the springs for a few more moments before Naruto picked up the snoozing silver-haired girl and carried her to bed. After drying, changing, and setting her in bed, he gave her one last kiss on the forehead, and a radiant smile appeared on her face. As she snuggled deeper into her covers, a smile formed on his face as he left her room. Heading back to his private room, he sat down at his desk and began analyzing and reviewing his notes once more. A small frown marred his face, his eyes sparking with azure lightning as he reread the information he had collected. Whatever happens doesn't concern me. As long as Hisako is safe, it's none of my concern, he whispered as he filed away the information, his eye taking on a sharp edge as he headed to bed. Time skip, 2 weeks later. Scene change, unknown location. Deidara-senpai, are we there yet? An orange-masked individual asked Deidara again, causing a tick mark to appear on the blonde's head. No, we're not. Now stop asking me. We'll get there when we get there, Toby, he shouted at Toby, who sheepishly rubbed the back of his head at his senpais yelling. The two Akatsuki members were en route to Kiri in pursuit of the Sanbai, Deidara and Toby having become partners after Sasori's demise. With the failure of Kakuzu and Haiden, many Akatsuki members were on standby to divert attention from their main operations. With many of its members on standby, a maximum of 6 members were permitted to continue as normal, 4 for capturing the Biju, while the remaining 2 acquired more funds to fuel the operation. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Kuwakai Hostel. As usual, the early morning rush of customers signaled the start of the day as Naruto handled a flurry of orders. Idly delivering a tray of various breakfast items to a table of giggling and blushing young ladies, he was greeted by a still drowsy A entering the restaurant. Good morning, Naruto, A said, stifling a yawn, and Naruto returned his greeting with a tilt of the head, offering A his usual cup of coffee with a sugar cube and a tablespoon of cream. Thanks, Naruto, sorry for the inconvenience, A said in a slightly sheepish tone, and Naruto merely shook his head as he moved to tend to the other dishes in the back. Taking a sip of his coffee, A released a content sigh, finding it still possessed the same rich and satisfying flavor from all those years ago. Enjoying his coffee and a small Danish, he was quite content with life as it was, though it did make him a bit sad that he had to leave for Kumo today. His head drooped slightly at the thought of all the paperwork piled on his desk, and he failed to notice that B had snatched his Danish and was happily munching on it while he lamented the mountain of paper awaiting his return. But once he noticed his brother munching on his Danish, the very same Danish that had changed his outlook on pastries years ago, the mountain of paperwork ignited in a rage-induced fire. Lashing out, he grabbed B with his patented iron claw, and the younger man cried out in agony. The minor dispute attracted the attention of the other patrons, who watched with a mix of wary, mirthful, confused, and slightly scared expressions. However, they didn't take notice until they caught the attention of a certain blonde. If you're going to behave like children, I'll start treating you like children, a frigid voice said from behind them, causing the two to freeze mid-scuffle as they stiffly craned their necks to see a clearly irritated Naruto standing behind them. And Naruto, this isn't what it looks like, I exclaimed, attempting to placate the blonde, which only fueled his ire as Naruto shook his head in irritation. Just keep it down, this is a place to eat and relax, not to argue and fight like animals, he said irritably as he placed down a plate with a few pastries, catching the attention of the two men before he left. As time passed and the breakfast crowd dispersed, others arrived for lunch. It was then that the Kumo ninja decided to depart once they received some rather disturbing information. While his ninja prepared for their departure, A asked Naruto if the blonde could spare a few minutes of his time. Naturally, the blonde agreed, seeing as A had been the most serious during his entire stay. Once the number of customers dwindled to a handful, he ensured Hisako had everything she needed before sitting down with A in one of the private booths, a tray of tea between them. Naruto, once again, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for Kumo. We're once again in your debt, my friend, A said as he bowed his head, and Naruto gestured for him to stop as he rose and smiled at the blonde. It's what friends do for each other, A. I know you would have done the same for Hisako and myself, Naruto said, and A nodded in agreement, the two settling into a comfortable and amiable atmosphere as they caught up. Naruto, be careful. I've just received word that the fire temple in Hai no Kuni has just been attacked, A relayed, and Naruto nodded, a small frown marring his face as he contemplated what was happening in the world. A, do you know who or what the Akatsuki are? Naruto asked, receiving a negative shake of the head from the larger man. I think you should be careful too, all of you. Here, this is something I picked up when I rescued Yujito, Naruto said as he pulled out a small scroll containing some less sensitive information about the group. Thanks, Naruto, I hope I'll live to see the debt we owe repaid to you, A said with a small smile on his face, Naruto mirroring it as they settled into a less tense atmosphere. Soon, it was time for the Kumo ninja to leave as Yujito and Samui bid a tearful farewell to an equally tearful Hisako. The three young ladies had grown quite close during their short stay in Kuwakai. As for the others, they bid an awkward farewell to Naruto, who remained rather impassive throughout the goodbyes. It wasn't until Hisako nudged him gently that he said something more than goodbye. Finally, a rather tense standoff between Naruto and A broke when a smirk appeared on Naruto's face, while a smile appeared on A's. The two shook hands, promising they'd be back, while Naruto promised they'd always have room for them. As the sun neared its highest point, the Kumo ninja left Kuwakai as Naruto watched and Hisako waved, normalcy returning to Kuwakai once more. Scene change, Konoha, Hokichi's tower, Hokichi's room, and that's the overview of the situation at hand. We're spread out thinner than I'd like, with the teams reordered to combat the current Akatsuki members we know about, Minato reported to the group gathered before him, Asuma, Shikamaru, Zabuza, and Haku. We'll head out to the fire temple, Minato, I need to see it for myself, Asuma said in an unusually serious and slightly heated tone, his mouth free of the cigarette that usually occupied it. Then you and Zabuza will be leading this mission. Confirm the status of the fire temple and report back, Minato said, and they all nodded, heading out of his office to pack before attending the meeting spot at the east gate. Scene change, Konoha, with Zabuza and Haku. Tou-san, do you think we'll be alright? Haku asked in an uneasy tone, and Zabuza turned to face his daughter with a bit of confusion. What do you mean, Haku? We'll be fine. We've got Asuma and his team covering our backs, but above all else, I've got my daughter to watch over mine, he said as he pulled her in for a hug, the young lady blushing deeply at the display. Tou-san, I'm serious. I have this uneasy feeling that something will go wrong, she whispered in a slightly scared tone, and Zabuza narrowed his eyes as he squeezed her gently. No matter what happens, I'll protect you, Haku. You, Anko, and Naruto are what I cherish most in life, he said, and she nodded her head, hugging him back briefly as they neared the gate. Once everyone was assembled, they headed east toward the temple. As they traveled, they passed the time with idle chatter. Most of the younger ninja wondered why a temple would be a target for such an organization, while the older shinobi considered several possible scenarios. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Kuwakai Hostel, Naruto's private room. In Naruto's room, he contemplated his next action. A frown marred his face as he faced a dilemma, weighing the options presented to him. With the newfound knowledge that such a well-protected and powerful establishment had been attacked in such close proximity to his home, Naruto debated whether to take action and eliminate the threat of possible future attacks or to let it slide and handle it if and when it happened. The first option had the immediate problem of being away from Hisako and leaving her alone again. The fact that A and his ninja had recently departed didn't help ease his conscience about her being alone for at least a week before he could return. While it would prove most effective by addressing the root of the problem, he wouldn't be able to explain precisely why he would be leaving to Hisako, and lying was something he never wanted to do. The second option seemed like a gamble. On one hand, they might get lucky and never encounter the Akatsuki, but on the other, it would undoubtedly place Hisako and their home in danger should they truly appear. While he didn't doubt his ability to destroy them once they entered his territory, he was more concerned about what Hisako would think once the truth about what he'd been hiding from her came to light. Every option has a negative impact when it comes to Hisako, he muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on the pen in his hand, the metal casing creaking slightly under the pressure the blonde exerted on it. As he was about to write down more plausible ideas, he paused as a very quiet creak sounded from behind his door. A small frown marred his face, and he opened it to reveal a startled Hisako. The silver-haired girl panicked at being discovered and was about to apologize when Naruto stopped her with a soft kiss to the head. Flushing a bit, she looked up at him with a small frown marring her face. I am sorry for eavesdropping, but I heard you say my name, and before I knew it, I was listening in on you, she said in a guilty and ashamed tone, but the blonde merely pulled her into a warm hug. It's fine, Hisako, I'm just at fault for talking about things that concern you without your input, he said, and she shook her head negatively. Naruto moved her into his room and prepared some tea and snacks for the two of them. Hisako, I need to tell you something important, Naruto said, breaking the ice. Hisako tensed but nodded as he let out an exhausted sigh. Hisako, A told me that there was an attack on a ninja monastery not too far from here, he said as she gasped, covering her mouth with her hands at the startling piece of information. Are they okay, she asked, the blonde's heart warming at the concern she held for others despite not knowing them. I'm not sure, Hisako, the report A gave me was based on a combination of speculation and eyewitness testimonies, he reported, and she nodded softly, a small frown marring her face as a larger one made its way onto Naruto's. I hope no one was hurt, she whispered softly, and Naruto winced as he moved to take her hands in his. I don't think that's the case, Hisako. The people who attacked it weren't just evil, they were powerful as well. That's why I'm worried about them coming here, he said, and she nodded, squeezing Naruto's hand tighter as a bit of fear crept into her heart. Seeing her in such a state immediately sent a torrent of magma-like rage boiling through his veins. Taking a few calming breaths, his anger simmered down as he reassured her that everything would be fine. Normally, his word alone would have been enough to reassure and ease her, but when she gave him a rather hesitant but happy smile, all thoughts flew out the window as he made his decision. Spending the next few minutes together, Hisako let a cute yawn escape her mouth as she decided a nap would help ease her frazzled nerves. Naruto tucked her in and gave her a kiss on the nose. She fell asleep with a serene smile on her face as he smiled. Exiting her room, his smile dropped immediately as his eyes sharpened and froze from a cool navy to an arctic azure. Creating a dozen Shindai Cage Bunshin, pumped with nearly quintuple the amount of Ryuuten chakra, he ensured they were durable enough to withstand the most punishing attacks in order to keep Hisako and their home safe while he was gone. Making his way to his room, he opened a panel that revealed a wall full of various scrolls, all marked with descriptions ranging from combat to medical to intelligence. But it was the black and crimson scroll in the center, protected by a specially crafted and reinforced seal, that he picked and sealed away. Quickly shedding his civilian clothes, he donned an outfit reminiscent of his youth as a shinobi. Form-fitting sleeveless body armor protected his torso, matching the black combat pants and boots that formed the base of his outfit. White bandages wound from his fingers to his elbow on his left arm, complemented by a black armguard on his right. Topping off his outfit was a midnight black scarf, tattered near the ends, that covered his mouth, and a cowl with a silver dragon-like decoration that covered his blonde locks. "Keep her safe at all costs," he said, his voice softer yet sterner. His clone nodded, heading to the kitchen to resume Naruto's regular duties. "Let's make this quick," he muttered frigidly, adjusting his scarf as he bolted from his position. Scene change, Land of Fire, Fire Temple. What? Asuma stammered, wide-eyed, staring at the ruins of his former home. How horrible!" Haku exclaimed, shocked by the destruction of the once beautiful temple. "Damn, come on. We need to see if anyone's still alive," Zabuza ordered, snapping Asuma out of his stupor as they led the way. Once inside, they noted fewer bodies than expected, despite the shattered Funtepeki. The reason soon became clear: many tombs had been erected for the deceased. As they surveyed the area, they found 2 survivors, whom Asuma questioned. After they supplied information about the attackers and their motives, Asuma asked a question he dreaded. "Where's Chiriku's body?" Bansai and Zenza grimaced, the younger man answering. "Unfortunately, his body is the only one we've yet to recover," Zenza stated. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, rechecking his information on the temple's monks. "Hey Asuma, we might not find his body if this is true," the bandaged man said as Asuma turned to him. "What did you find, Zabuza?" he asked. Zabuza flipped open his notebook, revealing a picture of Chiriku with a bounty listed beneath. "He's got a 30 million Ryo bounty. Looks like the Akatsuki are collecting it," he said. Asuma grimaced, and Shikamaru furrowed his brow, a thought striking him. "An exchange point. They must be taking his body with them," Shikamaru deduced. Asuma and Zabuza nodded. The bandaged man was still flipping through his notebook when Haku spoke up. "There are 5 in total, including the one closest to us," Haku reported. Asuma nodded, forming hand seals and summoning messenger hawks. After attaching notes explaining the situation, they dispatched the hawks to the 4 other locations before deciding to address the closest exchange point. As they were about to leave, Bansai stopped them, offering a prayer for their safety. Zabuza and Asuma smiled, agreeing, and allowed the monk to begin. Scene change, Naruto's location. The branches, unlucky enough to be his landing spot, were blown away by the force of his jump, but Naruto remained undeterred, accelerating his pace. Travel from Kuwakai to the Fire Temple typically took a week. Fortunately for the blonde, he was using a jutsu well known to many ninja, especially those in Kumo. Black and crimson lightning arced across his body, shrouded in a thick layer of Ryuuten chakra, similar to A's Raiten Shakuramoto. However, unlike A's jutsu, Naruto's was far more volatile. The potent yet corrosive nature of his chakra allowed him to achieve speeds that would have utterly shocked A and his father. "Almost there," he said coolly, narrowing an eye when he spotted a messenger hawk typically used by Konoha. Returning his attention forward, he pumped more chakra into his legs, causing the branch he was on to explode as he launched himself off. Just as he was about to continue directly towards the Fire Temple, a pair of dark chakra signatures caught his attention. He turned his head, a frown forming under his scarf. Cutting off his Ryuuten chakra, he let his chakra signature drop below that of a civilian. Once confident he wouldn't be detected by a sensor-type ninja, he proceeded at a much more sedate pace, intending to end the confrontation before they caught on. "Best to take it slow for now," he whispered, traversing the trees, which now showed no signs of destruction like those before them. Scene change, unknown location. Nero hummed, staring in the direction of 2 dark chakra signatures, though they were still many miles away. "There are some evil people over there," she said in the same deadpan tone, about to turn away. She froze, however, feeling a pull, and turned to face the direction once more. Unei-chan. She whispered longingly, her eyes sparkling, increasing her pace with more vigor than before. Scene change, Land of Fire Bounty Station, Hidden Room. From the outside, the bounty station in the Land of Fire appeared ordinary, taking custody of criminals who had evaded capture and paying their captors. Yet, hidden within the restroom, a different operation was underway. The black market trade was conducted in a hidden room behind the urinals, where criminals could turn in others without risk of prosecution. Currently, Kakuzu and Haiden were gathered there, exchanging Chiriku's body for the 30 million Ryo bounty. That's Chiriku all right, you've caught a big one this time, Kakuzu-san, Zanjiai said, checking the legitimacy of the monk's waist sash, confirming it was authentic. Yeah, Kakuzu replied tersely, taking the briefcase of Ryo and beginning to count the bills to ensure the correct amount. Hurry the hell up, Kakuzu, it reeks in here. Haiden said with a mix of anger and disgust, already tired of waiting. Quiet down, I need to count the money first, he said in an equally irritated tone, greedily ensuring every bill was neat and genuine. I can't tell if what I'm smelling is piss or that body, but it's seriously fucking gross. I'll be outside, Haiden declared after a few more seconds of silence, fed up with waiting. Looks like it's all here. I'm leaving then, Kakuzu said, collecting the briefcase and heading out. Zanjiai nodded, offering a brief wave. Hope to see you with another corpse soon, Kakuzu-san, he said. Kakuzu turned slightly to face him. Sorry to say, but we're in a bit of a bind. We're heading to Konoha now to look for Jinchuriki, Kakuzu replied. Zanjiai gave him a curious look, nodding before speaking again. I'll give you a bit of advice, Kakuzu-san. You should probably ditch that partner of yours. I can't say he looks all that interested in money, he said. Kakuzu merely scoffed, telling the man he was well aware of that fact. Scene change, Asuma and Zabuza's teen location. Dashing through the thicket of trees, Team 10 was surprised to see their mentor without his usual cigarette. Even in most crises, he usually had it at least unlit in his mouth, but seeing him without it at all surprised them. Asuma-sensei, what kind of relationship did you have with that Chirika guy anyway? Shikamaru asked, eliciting curious glances from the others. What's with this all of a sudden? He asked in a slightly mirthful tone, trying to ease the tension. You're not one to stop smoking for many reasons, Asuma-san, even while on a date with Kurane-san, Haku added, unintentionally jabbing at Asuma's pride. Zabuza smirked slightly before turning serious. You're one hell of a heavy smoker, Asuma. The fact you haven't lit a single cigarette in 2 days is a miracle in itself. The only times you do that is if something big's happened, Zabuza added. Asuma smirked at his friend, knowing his words were true. Quite observant, aren't you guys, he said in an easygoing tone, though Shikamaru and Zabuza saw through it. The last time you quit smoking for more than a day was when Naruto died, Shikamaru stated, causing Asuma, Zabuza, and Haku to stiffen considerably at the mention of the blonde. Chiriku and I both served as members of the 12 Shinobi Guardsmen. To put it simpler, we were like you and Koji, he explained. Shikamaru became somewhat somber, imagining his feelings if Koji had been in Chiriku's place. Thanks for all your concern, guys, but I didn't stop smoking because I'm upset. It's because these guys managed to take down Chiriku that I can't afford any distractions. And neither should any of you, Asuma said in an unusually serious tone. Zabuza immediately sharpened his mind, as did Haku, while Shikamaru had a small bead of sweat roll down his face. Scene change, Land of Fire Bounty Station, Hidden Room. He may have no interest in money, but there is one reason why he's the only person I can partner with, Kakuzu said. Zanjiai listened intently, curious how someone could be worth more than money in the masked man's eyes. Every one of my previous partners is dead. The second I have a problem with someone, I get furious and kill them. But him, I can't manage to kill him no matter how hard I try, Kakuzu replied as he exited the hidden room. Zanjiai's eyes widened at the startling information. Scene change, Land of Fire Bounty Station. Outside, Haiden sat on the steps of the bounty station, lamenting the time spent in the unsightly place. Sniffing his clothes, he retched slightly as they still reeked of unpleasant things. Erg. I spend 5 fucking minutes in that shithole and my clothes still reek, Haiden said irritably and angrily, grumbling loudly as he failed to notice the slight haze beginning to roll in. The fuck? Haiden quipped, looking around, confused by the sudden mist and frost on a sunny day. As he moved to stand, his eyes widened as he felt something restraining him. Steel slashed through the side of his neck and entered his chest. As quickly as the heavy haze of mist and frost appeared, it vanished. Zabuza and Haku stood beside him, Zabuza's kunai aligned with Haiden's neck, while Haku's was buried to the ring in his chest. One down, Zabuza said as Shikamaru and Asuma appeared from the mist, Shikamaru's shadow connected to Haiden's. That hurt, damn it. What the hell's your problem? Haiden shouted, startling the four as he glared at them with irritated, angry eyes. Impossible. Dad and I got his jugular and his heart. Haku shouted, beginning to twist the kunai. Haiden immediately cursed at her. Stop moving that thing around, you bitch. It fucking hurts, he shouted. Haku gritted her teeth. Zabuza responded with a brutal slash through his side where his liver lay. "Don't you fuckers get it, you can't kill me," he shouted. Zabuza gritted his teeth, driving his kunai up through Haydn's clavicle before severing his subclavian artery. Stunned he was still speaking, Haku and Zabuza put some distance between themselves and Haydn as the man smirked. About to launch another attack, this time with his Kubikaraibasho, Zabuza swung down in a heavy overhead strike. Haydn broke free from Shikamaru's cage main with seemingly extreme ease. Bringing his scythe up, it collided with Zabuza's blade in a brilliant shower of sparks as they ground against each other. "Damn it! Haku, get away from here," Zabuza ordered. His daughter looked stunned by his urgency, never having heard him sound so desperate. "Ha, really now? This means I need to go back into that shithole of a bounty station," Haydn said, pushing off Zabuza's blade and landing a fair distance away. "We're ninja from Konoha, we came to take out you Akatsuki bastards," Shikamaru said. Haydn glanced up at him, smirking slightly as he saw Shikamaru try to reconnect his shadow. "Haku, cover me. Asuma, keep a lookout for the other one," Zabuza shouted, rushing Haydn. The silver-haired man grinned with bloodlust, moving to engage the swordsman. About to move, a cloud of dust obscured Shikamaru's crouched position. Asuma cursed. Turning, he quickly sprinted towards the younger shinobi while Haku moved to assist her father. Enhancing his trench knives with chakra, he sharpened them to an extreme level, moving to slash at Kakuzu. To his shock, he saw his knives grinding against the masked man, who merely grunted in acknowledgement of the damage. Seeing his attack shrugged off so easily, he quickly moved to stand by Shikamaru, who was preparing to ensnare the man. Noticing they were regrouping, Zabuza blocked Haydn's scythe from landing on Haku, kicking it away. As Haydn pulled it back, Haku and Zabuza regrouped with Shikamaru and Asuma, as did Haydn and Kakuzu. "Humph. Right in the middle of things, the money comes running, looking for you, Haydn," Kakuzu said. Haydn merely smirked, spinning his scythe as Kakuzu stitched him up. "Damn it, just shut up and patch me up, Kakuzu," he shouted back. Black tendrils emerged from the masked man's hand, stitching the severed flesh back into place as the Konoha ninja watched in disgust and shock. "Ah, that's better. Now don't you come interfering, Kakuzu, these guys will be my offerings to Jashin-sama." "You just handle the money," Haydn said. Kakuzu merely tilted his head in agreement. "In that case, it's fine. Just don't let your guard down, or you'll die," Kakuzu said callously. Haydn smirked at the group, beginning to draw the symbol of Jashin with his blood. "Why are you telling me that shit? If they can kill me, then I want them to kill me." Impossible, isn't it?" he shouted in a mirthful and mocking tone, finishing the symbol of his lord on the ground. The Konoha ninja spent the past moments analyzing and trying to find a weakness between the two. Unfortunately, they found no exploitable opening. Asuma and Zabuza immediately saw that the more dangerous of the duo was Kakuzu, based on his aloofness and disinterest in them, except for their bounties. Meeting gazes, the two older shinobi nodded, moving in front of Haku and Shikamaru. As Haydn turned to face them, Asuma and Zabuza prepared themselves, barking orders to the younger ninja behind them. "Asuma will charge the guy in the circle, that's your chance to catch him with your jutsu. When you see an opening, take it and make sure he doesn't move." "I'll take the guy in the mask and buy you all some time," Zabuza said. Haku nodded, though confident in her father's orders, she didn't want to risk leaving him alone with Kakuzu. "That's too risky, it's not like either of you to be so reckless," Shikamaru said. Asuma and Zabuza tensed, Asuma turning to reprimand the young Nara. "Don't you get it? This is the best move we can make right now. These guys are leagues ahead of both Zabuza and myself. Alone, we might have had a chance, but together, we've got to take whatever we can get," Asuma retorted. Shikamaru flinched, never having seen his mentor so distraught. "Normally, we would proceed with caution and draw out the fight to learn everything about the enemy. But in this situation, we'll have to risk everything to survive. It's called breaking the enemy's defense. Sometimes we've got to play this move," Asuma explained. Zabuza smirked under his bandages. The two men prepared as Kakuzu raised an eyebrow at their reckless decision. Exploding forward, Asuma and Zabuza drew their weapons and channeled chakra into them, their blades glowing with enhanced cutting prowess. Asuma engaged Haydn, their clash exploding in sparks. Zabuza, however, was starting to sweat as Kakuzu blocked his blade swings with just his arms, sparks flying with every solid strike. "Your year's too early to be fighting me, brat," Kakuzu said, diverting Zabuza's blade with his right hand, snuffing it into the ground. He then cocked his hand into a fist and slammed it into Zabuza's chest with a brutal backhand. "Gah!" Zabuza shouted in agony, feeling his chest slightly decompress from the force of the blow. Gritting his teeth, he refused to let go of Kubikaraibasho and tightened his grip. Flowing with his body's momentum, he swung around, using his blade as an anchor, and drove a heavy kick into Kakuzu's body, only to wince, feeling like he'd kicked solid stone. Kakuzu didn't relent, grabbing Zabuza by the leg and about to slam him into the ground, but felt a rapid chill invade his body. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, he was forced to let go of Zabuza and focus on pumping chakra into his body to avoid being frozen from the inside out. Turning, he saw Haku with an absolutely enraged expression, her hand outstretched towards him. "I'll kill you," she said in a tone colder than ice, her eyes sharper than even Kubikaribasho as she pumped more chakra into her Jisarenhia, forcing Kakuzu to expend more chakra to stay warm. His eyes narrowing dangerously, he was about to forego the need to keep warm and attempt to end her life when he grimaced in pain. Turning, he saw that Zabuza had scored a clean cut on his back while his attention was focused on Haku. About to move, he was sent careening back when Zabuza swung his blade back around and slammed the flat of it against his abdomen. As Kakuzu reeled back, Zabuza removed the bandages covering his mouth to spit out a globule of blood while Haku moved to his side. With Asuma and Shikamaru, the young shinobi's eyes darted across the battlefield, trying to keep up with Asuma and Haiden. Ducking under a swing of Haiden's scythe, Asuma brought his arms close to his chest before rushing in to deliver a volley of swift jabs and crosses at the silver-haired man. Haiden merely shrugged off every blow, but was sent stumbling back when a heavy kick connected with his side. Grunting in pain, he saw Zabuza and Haku sprinting towards him and questioned why Kakuzu was toying with them instead of trying to kill them. Haiden was broken out of his thoughts by a brutal blow to the temple, courtesy of Asuma's foot. "Damn it, Kakuzu! Why the fuck haven't you killed them yet? Stop playing with them and hurry it up!" Haiden shouted as an explosion of dust behind Shikamaru caught the attention of the Konoha ninja. "Shit!" Asuma shouted, moving to engage the unearthed Kakuzu, leaving Haiden to Zabuza and Haku. With the exchange of opponents, the tide of battle shifted in favor of the Akatsuki members. Asuma was unable to pierce through Kakuzu's Doton Domu, as was Shikamaru with his Kage Nui. The masked man brushed off both attacks with little difficulty. Bringing his arm up to block another strike from Asuma, the masked man slammed his palm into Asuma's chest, the hollow sound of his chest decompressing filling the area. A silent shout of pain escaped his mouth along with the air in his chest. Asuma was saved by Shikamaru taking control of his body and rolling to the side as Kakuzu destroyed the earth he once stood on. "This is getting annoying," Kakuzu said, removing his fist from the small crater he created, glaring at the panting forms of Asuma and Shikamaru. "That's fucking cold, you bitch." Haiden shouted at Haku, who stood wide-eyed at his casual dismissal of her Jisarenhia, the man never showing signs of slowing down like Kakuzu did. "What part of can't kill me don't you fuckers get?" he shouted, only to be interrupted by a bone-shattering elbow from Zabuza, sending him reeling back. "Would you just shut the fuck up?" Zabuza shouted back, swinging Kubikaribasho down in an attempt to behead the mouthy shinobi beneath him. Haiden managed to stop the swing with the retractable spear hidden in his sleeve. Jumping back as Haiden swung at him with the unveiled spear, Zabuza cursed, glaring hard at the silver-haired man rising before him. Wincing and clutching his chest, he turned his body as Haiden lunged with his spear. But his eyes widened when he saw it was a feint to rush Haku. Panic setting in, he chased Haiden as Haku quickly brought her hands up in a seal. Just as Haiden pulled his arm back to stab her, she stepped backward into a very familiar mirror of ice. "The fuck?" Haiden shouted, piercing the mirror Haku had stepped into, his spear bouncing off it as he stared in confusion. "This will be your grave," she screamed, her voice echoing through the icy dome she'd created. Trapped within Haku's demonic mirror ice dome, Haiden was impaled by countless ice senbon. After an eternity, he collapsed, then fell face-first to the ground. Haku watched as her jutsu dissipated, the ice mirrors melting into vapor. She approached, certain he was dead. No one could survive such an onslaught. To her shock, Haiden snapped his head up with a savage grin and shoved her aside. Before her eyes, Zabuza's face was gashed by the spear as he wrapped an arm around Haku and leapt to Asuma and Shikamaru's position. "Damn, these guys just won't die," Zabuza gasped, Haku standing defiantly in front of him, fighting back tears of carelessness. "Yeah, no matter how many times Shikamaru and I try to cut and stab the masked one, he just brushes it off like it's nothing," Asuma reported, both he and Shikamaru catching their breath, exhausted from the intense chakra use. "Find anything that can be considered a weakness on them?" Zabuza asked, wiping blood from his cheek as his team shook their heads. "If pinpoint attacking won't work, let's try this then," Asuma declared, shedding his trench knives and forming hand seals. Haiden quickly rose and jumped back into his circle. "Fire style, ash pile burning," Asuma roared, exhaling a massive cloud of gunpowder that engulfed the area in front of him, just as Haiden reached his circle. Taking the spear that wounded Zabuza, Haiden licked the blood from its tip, transforming into a skeletal figure. The Konoha ninja were stunned but quickly moved behind Asuma as the dust cloud enveloped Haiden. Biting down, Asuma ignited the ash cloud, causing a massive explosion where Kakuzu and Haiden had stood. As the smoke cleared, they were shocked to see both still standing. "It hurts, eh? Doesn't it?" Haiden asked, confusing the Konoha ninja until a grunt of pain made them whip their heads around to a burned Zabuza. "You've been judged, he continued as Zabuza dropped Kubikaribasho, clutching his smoking right arm, grimacing in pain. What? Shikamaru stammered, trying to connect the strange occurrences. Zabuza's arm got burned too. Something to do with his jutsu? No, that can't be. Asuma thought, panic and confusion flooding him, unable to believe he'd harmed his friend. Dad, Haku cried, beginning to heal him. Zabuza gave her a thankful smile as she eased the pain in his arm. You're cursed now. But more importantly, I'm able to start my ritual. Now, let's savor the utmost pain together, Haiden shouted, pulling out another retractable spear as the Konoha ninja tensed. Don't tell me this is because of his jutsu. Shikamaru muttered, sweat evident on his face, unable to think clearly. Gah. The preparations are now set. Be ready, because you'll be in so much pain, he continued, drawing his scythe back with its wire. Zabuza narrowed his eyes and sprinted towards him, Kubikaraibasho in hand. Determined to end him, Zabuza channeled more chakra into his blade, coating Kubikaraibasho's edge in a deep blue glow. Ignoring Haku's shouts, he was almost in striking distance when Haiden extended his spear and impaled his own leg. The Konoha ninja watched in confusion and shock, which quickly turned to panic as Zabuza clutched his thigh and fell, dropping Kubikaraibasho. Aga! Zabuza grit through clenched teeth, feeling something pierce clean through his femur. Gah. Hurts, doesn't it? Not as much as your vitals, I bet. That's where you'll find the utmost pain. The pain present when someone dies permeates through my body. It goes beyond pain and turns to decadence, Haiden screamed in ecstasy. Zabuza gritted his teeth, applying more pressure to his leg. Dad, Haku cried, sprinting forward, trying to keep her composure and fight the urge to charge the skeletal man. Damn it! That jutsu of his. It linked Zabuza's body and his together. Asuma roared in anger, knowing engaging Haiden would only hurt his friend. Shit, then we can't inflict any physical damage to him. Shikamaru cursed in frustration, quickly shifting his jutsu from shadow sewing to shadow paralysis to restrain the man. Ha. What other pain do you wish to savor? Or, do you want me to end it now? Haiden asked the downed Zabuza. The swordsman met Haiden's ecstatic expression with a frigid glare as the silver-haired man moved to impale himself in the chest. The spear tip pierced his chest. He was about to cry out in euphoria but stopped mid-gasp, his body locking up. He scoffed, seeing Haku holding her arm out and Shikamaru's shadow finally connecting. The momentary chill from Haku's ice release self-healing gave Shikamaru just enough time to connect his shadow paralysis. Once captured, Haku immediately ceased her chakra flow. Asuma-san, how long until reinforcements arrive? Haku shouted, panicked. Asuma grimaced, estimating the time. We've got about 20 more minutes until backup, Haku. Just be ready to freeze him once he breaks from Shikamaru's jutsu. I'll move in to stop him. Asuma yelled, sprinting forward, praying they could hold out. As Asuma raced towards Haiden, he was intercepted by Kakuzu, but Haiden shouted, distracting his partner. Both shinobi jumped back, returning to a tense stalemate. Zabuza, still applying pressure to his leg, tried to shift position but gasped as the spear drove deeper into Haiden's chest. Slowly, Kakuzu and Haiden watched in surprise as Shikamaru began to sidestep, forcing Haiden to do the same due to shadow paralysis. I see, the jutsu of his is connected to that symbol he drew earlier. Please, Shikamaru-san, don't give up, Haku realized, calming slightly as she saw her comrade formulate a plan. Yeah, I'm gonna drag him out of that weird drawing, that curse will wear off once he's out of it, Shikamaru began. Haku's eyes widened in realization. That's right, that scythe of his isn't meant for outright murder, it's too unwieldy and ill-proportioned. It's meant to inflict wounds, minor or major, Haku said, surprising the other ninja. Exactly. If he can get just one wound, just one cut on his opponent, then he has a guaranteed way to kill them, Shikamaru continued. Haku nodded, narrowing her eyes as she remembered a crucial component of Haiden's jutsu. It's blood. As soon as he gets the blood of his opponent, he can lick it and start a link between them and himself once he gets inside that circle. After he cut Dad, that's why he ignored Asuma-san's jutsu and headed straight towards the center of the circle, Haku explained. Shikamaru smirked, nodding in agreement, as she filled him in on a key detail he was missing. Once he gets inside that circle, he completes that cursed jutsu of his, he finished. Haiden and Kakuzu looked on in shock at the two young ninjas' deductive prowess. You damn brats. After this, I'm gonna kill the two of you and splatter your insides all over the place, you hear me? Haiden shouted. Haku ignored him, encasing her arm in thick frost. Time to make sure it's worn off. Sorry about this, Zabuza, Asuma yelled, throwing shuriken at Haiden, slicing the man. The cuts failed to appear on Zabuza. There won't be an after, Shikamaru stated, switching shadow paralysis to shadow sewing, impaling Haiden's joints. Haiden felt completely frozen from the inside out by Haku's ice release, self-healing. This is my limit, I can't hold him anymore. Shikamaru said exhaustedly, his shadow wavering. Same here, this is the last time I'll be able to freeze him. Haku panted, fire in her eyes, gritting her teeth as the frost around her arm evaporated. You two did great, Zabuza said, appearing behind Haydn with Kubikaribasho drawn back, its edge glowing deep blue. Kakuzu, gimme a hand here. And move fast, damn it, Haydn shouted. Kakuzu scoffed, walking towards him as Zabuza effortlessly decapitated him. Didn't I tell you not to let your guard down? Kakuzu said in disgust, Haydn's reply being the sound of his head hitting the ground. As soon as his head hit the ground, Shikamaru dropped his arms, gasping for air, as did Haku. Both panted, trying to recover. Asuma moved to cover them as Zabuza and he flanked Kakuzu. Haydn's body collapsed. Kakuzu looked between the three before shaking his head in dismay. Finally, he turned to Haydn's corpse, confusing the Konoha ninja. If you wanted me to help, you should have asked earlier, he said unapologetically, no hint of helpfulness in his tone. You were late, you bastard. You did it on purpose, didn't you, you fucker? Haydn shouted, shocking everyone as his head spoke. You were the one who told me not to interfere from the start. Besides, do you think this is the right time to be yelling like that, he asked. Haydn merely scoffed, glaring at the masked man. Whatever. Just bring me my body, Kakuzu, Haydn yelled, only to be picked up by the hair by Kakuzu. Damn it, Kakuzu. My body. I said my body, he roared in anger as Kakuzu gave him a deadpan stare. Your head's lighter, was the reply as Kakuzu slung a briefcase over his right shoulder, swinging Haydn's head like a grocery bag. He's still alive. Haku said, utterly shocked, both stunned and disturbed. And no way. No one should be able to survive having their head removed. Shikamaru stammered, his mind unable to comprehend the reality. You bastard. Do you know how much fucking pain is in my neck right now? Look at it. This isn't just a regular cut, you asshole. It fucking hurts, dude. Cutting off my fucking head like that. Do you have any idea how much it fucking stings right now? Haydn screamed at Zabuza, who was speechless. Damn it, both Haku and Shikamaru are at their limits. Zabuza's wounded, but the fact he's immobilized one of them is an advantage. Now's our chance to retreat, Asuma thought, looking at Haku and Shikamaru's shaky forms, clearly unable to continue. You wish, Kakuzu said, slamming his fist into Asuma's stomach, sending him flying back before vanishing and reappearing to kick Zabuza in the side of the head. Ugh, the two men grunted on impact, Zabuza hitting the ground while Asuma was sent through the bounty station. Dad, Asuma-sensei, the younger ninjas' panicked cries rang out as they watched their mentors dispatched again. Then, to everyone's shock, Kakuzu placed Haydn's head on his body and began stitching it back on, just as he'd done with his wounds earlier. After a few seconds, Haydn's body tensed then relaxed, and he rotated his head slightly. Kakuzu lectured him for moving it too much and messing up the stitches. As they were about to re-engage, Asuma burst from the rubble and engaged the two, attempting to save Zabuza, only for Kakuzu to stop him using Earth-style Earth Spear again. Narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he surged more chakra into his trench knives, grinding them against Kakuzu's arms. The masked man narrowed his eyes as well, and one of his hands lashed out, tendrils attached, grabbing Asuma's throat. Grunting, Asuma slashed and severed the tendrils with relative ease, moving to help Zabuza, only to see Kakuzu's other arm had traveled through the ground and had Zabuza by the foot. The arm then coiled upwards before latching onto Zabuza's throat with an ironclad grip. Taking advantage of the unfolding battle, Zabuza tightened his grip on Kubikaribasho and swung at Haydn, who jumped back to avoid being bisected. Seeing the smirk on Haydn's face, Zabuza immediately leaned forward as Haydn's side sailed harmlessly overhead and embedded itself in the silver-haired man's abdomen. Once he saw the look of surprise on Haydn's face, he smirked before rising slightly. I won't fall for the same trick twice, he said in a pained tone, though his eyes widened as Haydn began laughing madly. Goo-ha, Zabuza cried out, clutching his abdomen. Haydn had managed to get back into his circle amidst the recent chaos. Damn! Asuma cursed, trying to free himself from the binding tendrils. Shikamaru rose to help, only for Kakuzu's previously severed arm to reconnect and latch onto his throat as well. Ugh! Shikamaru grunted, grabbing at the limb, trying to pry it off, but it squeezed harder. Her eyes wide with unparalleled fear and despair, Haku forced herself to stand, sprinting towards Zabuza to save him from imminent death. Zabuza coughed up blood, looking up to glare at Haydn's ecstatic expression as he raised the spear again. Finally, I get to taste the pain that will kill you, Haydn said joyously, a wide grin on his face as the others watched. Zabuza-sensei, stop, please, Haku screamed with all her soul, tears flowing like a broken dam as she pleaded with the silver-haired man to spare her father. He's finished, Kakuzu said with finality, turning his attention to his soon-to-be paycheck's execution. Raising his arm, Haydn grinned brilliantly, the spear glinting in the sunlight. Everyone watched with wide, despair-filled eyes as the spear descended in an arc towards his chest. As for Zabuza, he watched with resigned eyes, loosening his clenched fist. Then, the spear entered Haydn's chest, a shower of crimson spraying out. Stillness. Zabuza knelt, staring blankly into space, before blood began to seep from beneath his flak jacket, soon leaking from his mouth. Scene change, Konoha Mamakai household, living room. I wonder what I should make for Zabuza when he gets back. Maybe some yakitori for a good day's work, Anko said cheerfully, about to prep for her husband's return, only to freeze as her son cried out. Panic and fear filled her. She sprinted to her son's room with speed that would make Minato and jealous. Opening the door, she saw Naruto crying loudly. She embraced him warmly, comforting him. For a few more seconds, he continued to cry, unintelligibly, until Anko calmed him. Once he did, her heart broke at the despair and sadness in his eyes. Ruto-chan, it's okay. Mama's here, shh. Mama's here. She whispered, running her fingers through his hair. Naruto sniffled, starting to cry again. Pee papa. Papa, he wailed. Anko felt something cold settle in her heart at his words, holding him closer, trying to stave off the feeling. Shh. Papa is safe, Ruto-chan. Remember, Papa said he's invincible, remember, she asked, only making Naruto wail harder, burying his face deeper into Anko's chest. BB but T the SS scary man. T the S scary M man H heard Papa. P Papa's hurt, he wailed. Anko felt her own tears forming, shushing her son, kissing his head. Zabuza, please be safe. Please, she pleaded to her husband, oblivious to her streaming tears. Scene change, land of Fire Bounty Station. Silence dominated as Haiden stood before a frozen Zabuza, who was unmoving. Haiden then let out a euphoric moan of pleasure, relishing the feeling coursing through him. Oh, yeah, that hit the spot. He said exhilarated, his body shaking with untold pleasure. Slowly, Zabuza allowed a small, somber smile to appear on his face. Stiffly, he turned towards Haku. The young lady stumbled on the crater Kakuzu had created earlier, staring with wide, tear-filled eyes at his calm, peaceful face. Rivers of tears fell as she watched him give her one final smile. A smile filled with such love that it shattered her heart into a million pieces. As his world began to turn black, he saw a warm, comforting light in a very familiar shade of blonde hair as his somber smile thinned to a small upturn of the lips. Then, his eyes slowly drifted closed as he was allowed one last thought. Haku, Anko, Naruto, I'm sorry, he thought, falling forward almost in slow motion. Haku's eyes widened before closing, her face scrunched in a sob. Dad, ugh, where am I? Zabuza wondered, looking around at the seemingly empty field with only a small campfire. He blinked in confusion, then a solemn smile touched his face as he recalled recent events. As he neared the campfire, he saw someone sitting on a log beside it. Confused to find another person in what he assumed was Naraka, he approached, only to freeze at an incredibly familiar face he hadn't seen in years. She wore a simple gray haori, her right arm free, and a matching gray hakama, appearing ordinary from a distance. Her dark brown hair reached her lower back, and her bangs hid her eye color. However, her ordinary look vanished up close. A cross-shaped scar marred her right cheek, and an eye patch covered her left eye, with another vertical scar running from her temple past her covered eye to her jawline. She exhaled a puff of smoke from the pipe in her right hand, her neutral expression shifting to a small gasp of surprise before settling into an amused smile. It's CKNT-BB. Zabuza stammered, sweat beading on his forehead, desperately hoping the woman smoking before him wasn't who he thought. Oh, is that any way to greet me after all this time, Za-chan? She asked with equal amusement. Zabuza stiffened, his fears confirmed as her amused smile slowly turned into a small frown. KK Kazugakai-sensei, he shouted, trembling in fear before the woman. She took another drag from her pipe, then blew the smoke to the side. That's Ka-sama to you, you brat. Kazugakai roared, then hurled her pipe at the larger man with impossible speed and precision, striking Zabuza squarely on the forehead, making him squawk in surprise and pain. After a few seconds recovering from the forceful pipe, he sat before his mother, and an awkward silence fell. Unable to converse with the person he feared most in both life and the afterlife, he began to sweat and fidget, feeling her intimidating presence hadn't lessened since her death. After a few more minutes of silence, Kazugakai exhaled another puff of smoke, then stared down at Zabuza. You died pretty young, Za-chan. I expected to see you again when you were older, she said, making Zabuza flinch, his fearful expression replaced by a somber one. Kazugakai raised an eyebrow at his change. I shouldn't have, but I did, he said quietly. Kazugakai observed his body language, noting his deep self-loathing and guilt. You always were a sensitive brat, she said. Zabuza looked up at her with a mix of embarrassment and indignation before getting a fist to the head. Don't you look at me like that, you brat, she roared. Zabuza immediately apologized, bowing his head as Kazugakai sighed again. It's been quite some time since I've seen that look on your face, Za-chan. The last time was during Kiri's graduation examination all those years ago, Kazugakai said as Zabuza clenched his hands into fists, lowering his head, while a small, amused smile appeared on her face. Flashback, many years ago. Scene change, Kirigakure, examination grounds. Did you hear? Mamakai-sama died saving that kid of hers. Really? I heard she died from a disease she got from sleeping around. PSSH, it was probably because of that kid she died. How could someone so powerful have such a weak kid? The gathered genin chatted idly, unaware of the bloody events about to unfold. They stopped as a small figure slowly approached. Some tilted their heads in curiosity, then were stunned, which quickly turned to a mix of amusement and resentment. Approaching them was Zabuza Mamakai, the shameful son of one of their village's strongest. Well, if it isn't the little brat we were just talking about. Ah, is someone lost? Are we making you sad? As more genin ridiculed him, they failed to notice the tanto clenched tightly in his hand. Soon, nearly all the ninja prospects surrounded Zabuza, insulting both him and his mother. As the insults worsened, so did Zabuza's temper. He lowered his head, to the amusement and satisfaction of the gathered prospects. Then, in a manner his mother had ingrained in him, he lashed out, slashing open the throat of one of the older children. Die, he whispered in a dead tone, his eyes sharper and colder than any blade they'd ever seen. That day, the practice of eliminating the weak from the strong ceased in Kiri, all because of a child whose respect and loyalty to his mother's name made it so. That day, everyone who questioned Kazubakai Mamakai's only child learned he was not only a more efficient but also a more ruthless killer. On that day, all doubts about the Mamakai bloodline died, replaced once again with respect and fear. Flashback, end. Scene change, Naraka, campsite. To think the big, bad demon of the hidden mist went on a murderous rampage and slaughtered that graduating class all because those brats were badmouthing me, she said, ruffling Zabuza's hair gently, just as she had years ago. They deserved it. You died protecting us, and they had the balls to talk about you like that, he said softly but sharply. Kazubakai's smile softened as she stifled a laugh. I didn't die to protect them, you idiot, I died to protect you, she said softly. Zabuza's head snapped up, his eyes wide. What? But you said you didn't care what happened to me, that the only reason you saved me was because I happened to be in the same place as those other ninja, he exclaimed. She finally laughed, a beautiful, soft chuckle escaping her as Kazubakai wiped a tear from her eye. You really are a stupid brat, you know that? There's no mother who wouldn't die for her child, Zia-chan, the same applies to me, you know, she said, giving him a motherly smile unlike any he'd seen. Zabuza lowered his head, a small smile appearing on his face. So, tell me all about it, she said in a chipper tone. Zabuza tilted his head in confusion as her smile grew. Tell me about your family, you idiot. I want to hear all about my grandson and daughter-in-law, she said giddily. Zabuza choked on his spit, seeing the look in his mother's eyes. What do you want to know? He asked, embarrassed and nervous. Kazubakai laughed softly at her son's flustered state. Everything, we've got plenty of time after all, Kazubakai said softly. Zabuza's flustered expression softened considerably as he relaxed. Yeah, I guess we do, he chuckled softly, sighing as he began retelling his life story. He started from the beginning, the day after Kiri's bloodiest genin exam, and recounted his upbringing. Soon, laughter and soft tears filled the air as he described both the sad and happy moments he had lived. As the earlier tension and awkwardness melted away, they were replaced with a cozy, comforting warmth that the two had nearly forgotten. And finally, we had our little bundle of joy, our little Ruto, he said in a soft, proud, but subtly sad tone. Ruto, huh? I bet he's the most adorable thing in the world, just like his grandmother, Kazubakai said with a longing, soft tone. Zabuza confirmed her statement with a smile and nod. Yeah, I'm sure Haku, Anko, and Ruto would be ecstatic to know what kind of person their mother and grandmother is, he chuckled. Kazubakai laughed with him as they continued reliving his life. Finally, they reached the last chapter of Zabuza's life, his recent battle with Haiden and Kakuzu, and his subsequent death. As he told his tale, his sadness and regret shone through, his hands clenching into tight fists at the memory of his crying daughter. Lowering his head, he cursed and lamented leaving Haku, his friends, and students behind with a pair of seemingly invincible foes. But before he could sink deeper into regret and anguish, a comforting, warm hand rested on his head, ruffling his hair softly. Looking up, he saw his mother giving him a proud, somber smile unlike anything he'd ever seen. Zia-chan, it's fine. You did your best, and that's all anyone could have asked for. You're not invincible, no one is. What matters is that you died protecting the people you cherished, she said softly. Zabuza clenched his hands tighter upon hearing her response. But I left them. I left them alone to take on those monsters, I left them. I left my team behind and, above all else, I left Haku, Anko, and Ruto alone in the world, he shouted at himself, oblivious to the tears streaming down his face. Looking on with pity and sadness, Kazubakai said nothing, doing her best to ease the sorrow filling her son. A sorrow she, herself, knew all too well. After all, she had once been in his position years ago. As he released the sorrow in his heart, both Kazubakai and he were unaware of the small light dancing above them. Scene change, Hai no Kuni Bounty Station. Tou-san, wake up. Please wake up. Haku screamed hysterically from her fallen position, tears streaming down her face like a flooded river. Oh yeah, now that hit the spot. Haydn moaned in complete ecstasy, reveling in the euphoric feeling that filled his very being. In front of the ruined bounty station, the opposing ninja teams were finally at a stalemate. On one side, the Konoha ninja were in shock and disbelief at what had just occurred, Asuma and Haku staring in complete disbelief at the fallen corpse of their best friend and father. Shikamaru, on the other hand, could only stare in a mix of horror, shock, and guilt, blaming himself for failing to devise a strategy that could have saved his mentor. We'll get a nice amount from his bounty, Kakuzu said crassly, tightening his grip on the two shinobi in his grasp. Guh. Gah. The pained sounds of Asuma and Shikamaru echoed chillingly on the hushed battlefield. The two continued to struggle to free themselves from the man's seemingly ironclad grip. As their odds of surviving the encounter dropped faster than a stone thrown into a lake, they failed to notice the subtle change in the symbol of Jashin that Haydn was standing on. In place of the perfect, unmarred symbol, there was a nearly imperceptible scar in the earth that disturbed it, a scar that went unnoticed by the ninja present. Now, let's finish things up, Kakuzu said, about to crush the throats of the two shinobi in his grasp, only to be sent barreling backward from a vicious blow to the jaw. Looking on in stunned silence, they watched as Kakuzu released his grip on Shikamaru and Asuma as he collided with Haydn. The two sailed a few distances away, hitting the ground before rebounding into a shaky stance. As they all regained their wits, they turned to the source of the blow and promptly widened their eyes when they saw the cloaked figure standing in front of Shikamaru and Asuma. What? Asuma panted, staring up at his savior, unsettled by the lack of chakra he should have been emitting. The same could be said for Shikamaru, Haku, Haydn, and Kakuzu as they stared at his form. Clad completely in black, he had an ominous air about him as he stood impassively in front of the group of ninja. Then, he faded away and reappeared beside Zabuza's fallen form. Crouching down, he reached for his neck as Haku shouted obscenities at him, fearing what was to come, though none of her words seemed to reach the cloaked man. Good, looks like it made it in time, he's still hanging on. Naruto thought with relief, his panic and anger fading after feeling a faint but reassuring pulse from his old friend. Reaching for his wrist, he channeled a bit of chakra to the seal etched into it, and a small plume of smoke enveloped it. Quickly clearing, it revealed a small flask containing a snow-colored liquid. Gently flipping Zabuza over, he lifted his head before placing the flask to his lips. Then, he tilted the flask as its contents flowed down Zabuza's throat. A strange white glow emitted from the man as his body and soul slowly returned from the Shinigami's doorway. What? Haku whispered with a mix of disbelief and hope, seeing her father's chest slowly begin to rise and fall in a soft but regular and reassuring manner. That should take you out of the danger zone, Zabuza, Naruto whispered soft enough for only himself and Zabuza to catch, laying the man back onto the ground before rising to face the stunned Akatsuki members in front of him. Readying himself into a loose combat stance, Naruto suddenly blurred and reappeared beside Haydn, his leg cocked back. Spinning with a colossal amount of momentum, when his heel connected with Haydn's temple, the recently stitched limb was torn off with extreme ease. Following through with the excess force he had built up, he slammed his fist into Kakuzu's jaw, sending the man barreling away from his decapitated partner. What the fuck? Who the hell are you? Haydn shouted a few meters away from his crumpling body, fixating his eyes on the cloaked figure who had just attacked Kakuzu and himself. Haydn, don't do anything foolish. Kakuzu shouted as he emerged from the ground beside his partner's headless body, quickly grabbing it and dashing backward to where his head lay. The hell's the matter with you, Kakuzu? Sounds like you're actually afraid of that fucker over there, Haydn said in an attempt to rile up his partner, freezing when he caught the tension and sweat Kakuzu's body displayed. Holy shit, you're fucking with me, right? There's no way a chakraless bastard like him is any danger to us. Haydn shouted in indignation, switching to shouting in pain when his head was quickly and forcibly stitched back on. Quiet. It's in our best interest to retreat for now, we're at a disadvantage against him, Kakuzu said tersely, unconsciously clenching and unclenching his hand as he mulled over the best escape route. Finding no other alternative, Kakuzu resorted to sacrificing one of his hearts to buy enough time to escape. Shedding his cloak, he grunted as the stitches on his back opened up, a massed black mass of tendrils in the shape of a misshapen, beaked, bipedal creature appeared. As soon as it finished taking form, it let out a shrill cry before rushing down Naruto, allowing Kakuzu to grab Haydn and surge towards the cover of the forest. Clicking his teeth in irritation, Naruto refined his stance as the masked beast neared him. Charging a bit of Ryuuten chakra to his fist, a mixture of black and crimson lightning danced around his hand as he lashed out and connected his fist with the beast's mask. The sound of the mask shattering immediately filled the area upon impact, the beast going limp as Naruto released the minor amount of built-up chakra. Ryuuten Heizaru, Naruto whispered as the beast's mask shattered into powder, its head collapsing into its chest cavity before it rippled and ruptured in a violent explosion of black gore. As the quick and violent explosion of the masked beast subsided, Naruto stood impassive, considering his options on pursuing the two Akatsuki members. In the midst of his thoughts, however, he was broken from them when Haku let out a sudden cry upon reaching her father's fallen form. Turning, he saw her with her hands clasped tightly around her mouth to stifle the sobs that desperately wanted to escape, tears flowing freely as she watched his chest rise and fall in a steady rhythm. "Tou-san. Thank Kami-sama," she whispered in a pained but overjoyed manner, snapping her eyes shut to ease the flow of tears as she rested her head on his chest to hear the sound of his stable heartbeat. "Wo. How?" Shikamaru thought aloud, staring with wide eyes at the man he thought was murdered just moments ago, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and relief. "Haku, how is he?" Asuma shouted suddenly, breaking the strangely amiable and quiet atmosphere as Haku and Shikamaru jumped. "He's fine, Asuma-san. He's alive, he's alive." Haku joyously exclaimed, a brilliant smile on her face as she triple-checked that her father was truly out of the Shinigami's doorway. As the Konoha ninja fretted and celebrated their comrade's miraculous revival, they suddenly remembered the very man who both saved Zabuza and scared off the two Akatsuki members was still standing before them. Stiffly craning their heads to face him, they were instantly put on edge when they felt emptiness in place of the chakra he should have been emitting. When he shifted his head to face them, they were a bit shaken when they saw how cold and empty his eyes were, a frigid navy seemingly staring through their very souls. "Thank you," Haku timidly said with a mix of fear and gratefulness, breaking the tense silence that permeated the atmosphere between the two groups. Registering her words, Naruto inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement before turning to face the direction the two Akatsuki members had fled. Releasing a sigh, he considered pursuing them but opted against it, seeing as hunting them down would only leave Hisako alone longer than he had promised. His body losing its tension, he turned to leave only to be stopped when Haku stepped out in front of him, her hands held to her chest. Raising an eyebrow, he stood silent as he waited for her to speak. Thank you for saving my father," Haku said in a much more audible tone, the same gratitude and timidity present in her voice as she bowed as deeply as she could. "Yeah, whatever it was that you did, thanks." "I mean it," Asuma said with relief, a tired but grateful smile on his face as he directed it towards Naruto. "So, who exactly are you?" "I know for a fact you're not one of our ninja," Shikamaru said suspiciously, his eyes narrowed at the man before him with a mix of wariness and apprehension. Receiving silence in response to his question, Shikamaru was about to repeat the question once more but stopped when he heard the voices of their reinforcements. With the attention of the Konoha ninja gathered before him diverted, Naruto took the opportunity to sneak away from their sight and any further questions that would inevitably be asked. The Konoha ninja were relieved when they caught sight of Aoba, Izumo, and Katetsu heading towards them. Letting a sigh of relief escape their lips, they turned back to face the cloaked figure from before, only to see he had taken their momentary lapse in attention to escape. "Damn, he got away," Shikamaru muttered under his breath, just loud enough for the gathered ninja to catch, the others turning their attention towards him. "Hey, he can't be all that bad if he's taking out the Akatsuki too," Asuma said as the other squad of shinobi arrived, taking immediate action to tend to Zabuza's down form. Once Zabuza was stabilized, Asuma quickly reported what had occurred before Aoba's squad arrived. A bit stunned that there was someone even the Akatsuki were afraid of, they started discussing the terrifying yet eerily familiar feeling he emanated. In the midst of their conversation, they all froze before snapping their heads towards Zabuza's unconscious form when a low groan escaped his lips. Scene change, Nakara, campsite. Zabuza and Kazugakai spent what felt like years together, finally sharing the laughter, tears, and anger they'd suppressed during their lives. As Zabuza recounted Ruto's tantrum over a denied snack, he felt a strange pull at his core but ignored it to continue talking with his mother. "It's truly wonderful to talk with you like this again, Kaa-sama," Zabuza said, a soft, warm smile mirroring Kazugakai's. "I'm proud to be your son, Kaa-sama. The son of Kiri Shinkao Satsu, the woman who slew so many so quickly that battlefields ran crimson, the very same woman who died saving me. I couldn't be more thankful for such an amazing and strong mother," Zabuza continued. Kazugakai flushed, then laughed softly at his lavish praise. "Slow down, Zie-chan, no need to embarrass me," she laughed heartily, Zabuza joining her as they enjoyed each other's company. "I did all that knowing my idiotic son would one day surpass me and carry on that title. Looking at you now, I'm sure you'll become even stronger than me, as much as I hate to admit it," she confessed, adding a playful jab. Zabuza chuckled with a mix of pride and embarrassment. As their laughter faded, Zabuza noticed a white aura surrounding him, surprising both him and Kazugakai. Quickly recovering, Kazugakai smiled, a mix of somberness and joy, as Zabuza looked at her confused. Before he could speak, the aura shot upwards, and a warm pillar of light emanated from his core. "Guess it's still too soon for you to join me here, Zie-chan," she said, her tone somber but relieved, laughing softly as her son began to panic. "What's happening? Am I passing on to the next life?" he shouted, confused and panicked. "No, you idiot, you're not passing on," she yelled, then clocked him on the head, snapping him out of his panic. Damn it, that hurts, woman, he retorted angrily, though his anger quickly faded when Kazugakai raised a challenging eyebrow. Looks like it's not your time yet, Zha-chan. You still have a few things left to do before you'll be joining me, it seems, Kazugakai quipped, smiling and ruffling his hair as before. Ka-sama, he whispered, a swirl of shame, guilt, pride, anguish, relief, and somberness battling inside him at having to leave his mother alone again. Hey, don't worry about me, Zha-chan. Your Ka-sama wasn't known as Kiri Shinkao Satsu for being weak. I'll be fine, so go on. Your family's waiting for you, you know, she said proudly, her tone softening at the end. I'm glad I could talk and catch up with you, Zha-chan. And thank you, for both forgiving me and still considering me your mother. I guess now, I'll be able to move on too, she whispered, her happy yet somber tone accompanied by a small, brilliant smile that nearly brought him to tears. Soon, Zabuza was almost completely enveloped by the light. With teary, somber eyes, he watched his mother wave goodbye, willing himself not to cry. Closing his eyes, he bowed his head slightly, uttering his sincerest gratitude. But feeling a warm, nostalgic, and comforting sensation on his forehead, his eyes snapped open, tears finally falling freely as he saw Kazugakai softly kiss his forehead, just as she had years ago. Before he could speak, the pillar of light blinded him, reconnecting his body with his soul. As his soul returned, his eyes widened, then softly closed, catching his mother's final words. Take care, Zha-chan. Be sure to eat, sleep, shower, brush your teeth, and change your clothes. And promise me you'll take care of your family. Maybe now, I can finally see your father again. Scene change, Hai no Kuni Bounty Station. Ugh. Zabuza muttered, his eyes fluttering open, wincing as the sun's direct rays hit his sight. Aching all over, he grunted, bracing himself with an arm to push off the ground. Before he could even sit up, a relieved, sobbing Haku tackled him, burying her face into his. Perplexed by her tears, his fatherly instincts were about to kick in but stopped as he remembered what had just happened. His eyes softened, and he wrapped her in a comforting one-armed embrace, murmuring soothing words. Tou-san, I'm so glad, she murmured, a small, serene smile on her face, careful not to aggravate his wounds. You shouldn't even be waking up for at least a week, Zabuza Asuma said, crouching to check on his friend. About to speak, Zabuza paused mid-sentence, remembering what had happened and who he'd met in death. A somber smile touched his face as he closed his eyes, focusing on his daughter's embrace. After a few seconds, Haku released him to re-examine him. While she did so, Asuma briefed him on what had occurred. A bit unnerved that someone even the Akatsuki feared existed, he was grateful they had saved his life and protected his daughter and friends. Your wounds are all healed, Tou-san, they'll still open if you move too much, but as long as we take a few breaks, you'll be fine. Shikamaru-san and Asuma-san, you two aren't terribly injured either, but as I said, we should take a break now and then, Haku reported after patching up her squad shinobi, receiving thankful nods and smiles. Well then, let's head back and report to Minato-sama. After what we've seen and heard, he'll no doubt want to know about someone even the Akatsuki are afraid of, Aoba suggested, receiving positive, serious nods of agreement. With that, the Konoha ninja gathered what they could from the bounty station's ruins. Katetsu and Izumo took Zanjiai into custody. With their Akatsuki link detained, they began the trek back to Konoha. Scene change, Haiden and Kakuzu's location. After what felt like an eternity, Kakuzu finally stopped running when he felt the hairs on his neck relax slightly. Though still tense, he calmed himself once certain they weren't being pursued. Turning, he watched Haiden curse up a storm, careful not to tear the stitches connecting his head. Catching his gaze, Haiden hurled a string of curses at his partner, whom Kakuzu ignored, opting instead to focus on the man who had ambushed them. Freezing, Kakuzu turned only to see the very same man glowering before him. About to jump back, his eyes widened as he felt nothing happening to his body. Looking down, he stared in morbid shock as his legs were mid-jump while his torso was falling. About to shout in shock, his words froze in his throat as large amounts of black and crimson lightning danced around the man. Then, nothing, as a massive discharge of that horrid lightning surged towards him, consuming him in infinite darkness. Ziu, oi, Kakuzu, Haiden roared directly into his ear. Kakuzu flinched, finally registering his partner's presence. Oi, you deaf now too, Kakuzu, Haiden shouted at the contemplative man, his brow twitching with growing irritation. Taking another deep breath to unleash more curses at his partner, Haiden froze in fright. His eyes wide, he stiffly craned his head just enough to catch sight of light platinum-colored hair. Initial confusion morphed into raw, undiluted fear as her physical appearance drastically changed. Like a nightmare, the once beautiful young lady was briefly consumed by a thick shroud of black smoke-like aura. Once it faded, her skin and hair were paler and sicker than before, her blank crystalline blue eyes were now piercing, merciless crimson, her form shrouded by the same black aura, and she lightly exhaled small wisps of black smoke. Simply put, she looked like a demon in human flesh. Before he could alert Kakuzu to her presence, he erupted into a messy shower of blood and gore. His eyes widened as unparalleled pain ripped through him. He could only stare in stunned silence, seeing what caused his seemingly random detonation. It was the young lady, staring straight at him, her arm outstretched where he once stood. Revelation dawned as he pieced together what had just happened. Her punch, had connected with his chest, causing the subsequent explosion of gore. Dan! Haydn! Kakuzu shouted in irritation, snapping Haydn out of his stupor. What? What the fuck do you want now, Kakuzu? He shouted back with equal irritation, his partner silencing as his body tensed greatly. Opening his mouth to speak, he was immediately silenced, sent reeling back by a brutal blow to the jaw. Quickly regaining his footing, he snapped his eyes open and promptly widened them as he saw Kakuzu sailing past him. Turning his head to the direction he was sent flying from, he saw the same cloaked man from before. Cursing, he moved to grab his scythe only for his arm to shatter from the elbow down. Panicking, he lashed out with his good arm, extending the retractable spear hidden in his sleeve. Growing frustrated by his inability to land hits, Haydn's attacks decreased in quality and increased in quantity. Feeling his spear connect with something, Haydn's frustrated frown shifted to a mad grin as his attack pace intensified. Just one drop. One drop is all I need, you bastard. Haydn shouted maniacally, cackling loudly as more and more of his attacks landed on the cloaked man. However, his tirade was cut short when a brutal knife hand from the cloaked figure slammed into his throat, crushing his larynx and trachea. Spittle and blood spewed from his mouth, even more forced out when a knee crashed into his abdomen. Though accustomed to pain, the force of these blows was unlike anything he'd ever felt. Gritting his teeth, he felt bone shatter and splinter like the most fragile porcelain. Gah, he managed to gasp, his throat unable to properly articulate the pain coursing through his body. Katan Zukoku, Kakuzu announced as one of his masks opened its maw, a large torrent of flames surging towards the pair. Having used a similar combination with Haydn before, Kakuzu wasn't concerned with his partner's well-being, opting for a wide-range jutsu attack. Watching the flames consume everything in their path, he was floored when a large explosion of black and crimson lightning blew them away. Panic setting in, he jumped backward, releasing two more masks from his body, his Katan and Futon-natured masks. Damn it! Kakuzu cursed loudly in frustration, the thought of sacrificing two more hearts to escape causing the normally calm shinobi to lose his composure. The masks engaged his enemy as soon as they were released. Kakuzu quickly weighed the pros and cons of saving Haydn before deciding to abandon the silver-haired man, the cons far outweighing the pros in his mind. Having made his decision, Kakuzu's masks performed their usual, deadly collaboration ninjutsu, Katan Zukoku and Futon Ichugai. A hellish maelstrom of intense fire consumed the area where both Haydn and the cloaked figure were battling. That should buy me a few seconds, Kakuzu muttered under his breath, quickly vacating the scene as the greenery around him crackled and burned. Back in the burning landscape, Haydn could only stare in morbid shock as the figure before him stood impassively, the very fire his partner had honed into an unavoidable, deadly inferno dancing and licking at him. That same fire avoided the man as if he were something that would extinguish its very life, like a plague to be shunned at all costs. In that moment, standing while being burned alive, watched by the other man, unimpeded and unimpressed, Haydn felt true fear build in his chest for the first time in years. Unaffected by the devouring flames, Naruto looked between the two masked creatures that attacked him before moving to end them. Vanishing and reappearing in front of the beaked mask, he cocked his arm back before landing a heavy straight punch, shattering it like glass, then releasing a burst of chakra, causing its head to explode. As the beast's remains twitched and spasmed, he turned and lashed out with an electrified hand, driving it into the other beast's mask. Piercing the mask with extreme ease, he discharged the built-up lightning in a concussive explosion, causing the beast to rupture messily. Finished with the masked creatures, he turned his attention to Haydn, approaching him. What are you? He managed to wheeze through his crushed, burned, and utterly devastated throat, trying to find some semblance of normalcy despite the utterly unexplainable situation. His answer, however, was nothing but a sudden, vicious blow to the chest, obliterating bone, muscle, and organs monstrously and violently. The resulting force liquefied his body, splattering it grotesquely over the burning landscape. His head, safe from the devastating blow, he watched in morbid fascination as his entrails were strewn about before hitting the blazing ground. Wincing from the fall, he could only stare in fear as the cloaked figure stalked towards him. Get away! Demon! Monster! Haydn shouted at him, oblivious to the irony that he, himself, had been called the very same names throughout his life. Seeing his words were useless, Haydn closed his eyes, resorting to the most taboo jutsu in Jashinism. Biting cleanly through his tongue, he let it fill his mouth, closing his eyes in preparation for his final, most gruesome ritual. Soon, the sounds of the man before him grew louder as the distance shortened. Finally, his mouth filled to the brim with his own blood. Haydn channeled the remainder of his chakra to his mouth as his head began to glow with a sickly red light. Then, his mouth opened wider than humanly possible, and his eyes rolled into the back of his head. The strewn body parts, both solid and liquid, also began to glow with the same sickly red as his head, starting to recompile into a grotesque pile of flesh, blood, and bone. The mass of blood and gore moved on its own, reaching Hayden's head as Naruto halted his advance, both disgusted and intrigued by the unfolding events. As it reached his head, the mass attached itself with a sickening sound. Once connected, Hayden's mouth opened as his blood spilled out and pooled around him and his body's remains. Once the blood touched the ground, as if by some unknown force, it quickly spread around him in the symbol of Jashin. The color of the massive gore in Hayden's head changed to the same skeletal coloration he had during his ritual with Zabuza. Kinjujutsu Jashin Shishi, Hayden said with an otherworldly tone. Naruto tensed as an extremely ominous and vile presence emanated from the grotesque amalgamation of flesh before him. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Hayden suddenly cackled, the remnants of his body reforming into a gruesome, twisted form as he reattached his head sickeningly. Now, let the fun start once again, Hayden shouted, a crazed mix of euphoria and bloodlust, charging towards Naruto without his spear or scythe. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto observed Hayden moving with significantly more speed, precision, and fluidity than before, a byproduct of the strange, horrific ritual. Weaving aside to avoid an enhanced hand thrust, Naruto was somewhat surprised to see Hayden's fingernails had grown, now resembling claws. Ducking under another swipe aimed at his head, Naruto grabbed the offending limb by the wrist, then snapped it and its elbow joint. Wrenching the arm, Naruto turned and slammed Hayden brutally into the ground, then stomped on and shattered the shoulder joint of the arm he held. About to crush his skull, Naruto was forced to let go and jump back to avoid a swipe from Hayden's other arm. He was a bit disgusted that Hayden seemed able to rotate his arm a full 360 degrees without trouble. Ah ha ha ha, come on, let Lord Jashin savor your blood. Yours will no doubt be the best tasting blood he'll ever taste. Hayden shouted madly, increasing the speed of his flurry of blows on Naruto, his previous frustrations about not landing a hit seemingly gone. Ryuuten Garyosai, Naruto whispered, rising from his crouch with his arm cocked back. The charged uppercut connected cleanly with the silver-haired man's jaw, but to Naruto's shock, instead of tearing Hayden's head off as his jutsu had in the past, Hayden's head snapped back as if elastic. His neck bending almost completely around, it quickly snapped forward in a vicious headbutt that Naruto challenged. The two men's skulls connected with a hollow crunch, sending Hayden stumbling back from the brutal blow. Not relenting, Naruto narrowed his eyes, letting his chakra flow through his right arm again, encasing it in a layer of black and crimson lightning. Raiden, Naruto whispered before vanishing from Hayden's line of sight, reappearing behind him, arm cocked back to impale him. Driving his arm towards the man's chest, Naruto intended to end the grueling battle the instant his jutsu connected. However, those thoughts vanished when an arm made of congealed blood suddenly erupted from Hayden's back, latching around his wrist. Surprised, Naruto gritted his teeth before discharging the lightning dancing around his arm in a concussive, electrified shockwave, sending them both a fair distance from each other. Righting himself in the air, Naruto landed on his feet and watched as Hayden did nothing to save or right himself from the rather crippling blast his body had endured, opting to crash through trees and shrubbery alike. TCH, Naruto scoffed softly, a mix of irritation and agitation, having had enough of the immortal, annoying man. Gah, J. Jashin-sama. Please, just a bit more time, I promise I'll get you your sacrifice, Hayden pleaded, head turned skyward. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Hayden's body began to glow a sickly red once more. You've embarrassed me for the last time. I swear to Jashin-sama I will kill you. Hayden roared with renewed vigor and fury, charging unimpeded towards Naruto as the blonde let an irritated sigh escape his mouth. Ryuuten Gyukyuhan, Naruto said, striking the air with more Ryuuten chakra than he'd used with any other jutsu. The result was a large shockwave of black and crimson lightning surging towards the crazed man before him. Cursing, he lunged for his scythe, only for his arm to shatter from the elbow. Panicked, he thrust his good arm, extending the hidden retractable spear. Frustrated by missed strikes, Hayden's attacks grew frantic and less precise. Feeling his spear connect, his frown twisted into a mad grin as his assault intensified. Just one drop. One drop is all I need, you bastard. Hayden screamed maniacally, cackling as more hits landed on the cloaked figure. His rant was cut short by a brutal knife hand strike to his throat, crushing his larynx and trachea. Spitting blood and spittle, more erupted when a knee slammed into his abdomen. Though accustomed to pain, the force was unprecedented. Gritting his teeth, he felt bones shatter like fragile porcelain. Gah, he gasped, his throat unable to articulate the searing pain. Katan Zukoku. Kakuzu roared, a torrent of flames erupting from one of his masks towards the pair. Having used this combination with Hayden before, Kakuzu disregarded his partner's safety, opting for a wide-range jutsu. As flames consumed everything, he was stunned by a massive explosion of black and crimson lightning that blew them away. Panic setting in, he leaped back, releasing two more masks as fire and wind-natured ones. Damn it! Kakuzu cursed, the thought of sacrificing two more hearts eroding his usual composure. His masks immediately engaged the enemy. Kakuzu quickly weighed the pros and cons of saving Hayden, deciding the cons vastly outweighed the pros, and chose to abandon him. His masks executed their deadly collaboration ninjutsu, Katan Zukoku and Futon Etsugai, creating a hellish maelstrom of intense fire consuming the battlefield where Haiden and the cloaked figure fought. "That should buy me a few seconds," Kakuza muttered, swiftly leaving as the surrounding greenery crackled and burned. In the burning landscape, Haiden stared in shock as the figure stood impassively amidst the inferno. The fire, his partner's unavoidable killing tool, recoiled from the man as if he were a plague. In that moment, burning alive while the other man watched unimpeded and unimpressed, Haiden felt true fear for the first time in years. Unaffected by the devouring flames, Naruto surveyed the two masked creatures, then moved to finish them. Vanishing, he reappeared before the beaked mask, delivering a powerful straight punch that shattered it like glass, followed by a chakra burst that exploded its head. As the remains twitched, he turned, driving an electrified hand into the other beast's mask. It pierced with ease, and he discharged the stored lightning in a concussive explosion, rupturing the beast messily. Done with the masked creatures, he turned his attention to Haiden, advancing. What are you? Haiden wheezed through his crushed, burned, and devastated throat, seeking normalcy despite the inexplicable situation. His answer was a sudden, vicious blow to the chest, obliterating bone, muscle, and organs violently. The force liquefied his body, splattering it grotesquely across the burning landscape. His head, spared, watched in morbid fascination as his entrails scattered before hitting the blazing ground. Wincing from the fall, he stared in terror as the cloaked figure stalked towards him. Get away! Demon! Monster! Haiden screamed, oblivious to the irony of using names he himself had often been called. Seeing his words were useless, Haiden closed his eyes, resorting to Jashinism's most taboo jutsu. He bit clean through his tongue, letting blood fill his mouth, and closed his eyes, preparing for his final, gruesome ritual. The approaching footsteps of the man grew louder. Finally, mouthful of his own blood, Haiden channeled his remaining chakra, and his head began to glow with a sickly red light. Then, his mouth opened impossibly wide, and his eyes rolled back. His scattered body parts, solid and liquid, also began to glow the same sickly red, reassembling into a grotesque pile of flesh, blood, and bone. The mass of gore moved on its own, reaching Haiden's head as Naruto halted, disgusted yet intrigued by the unfolding events. As it reached his head, the mass attached with a sickening sound. Once connected, Haiden's mouth opened, blood spilling out and pooling around him and his remains. As the blood touched the ground, an unknown force spread it into the symbol of Jashin. The gore mass in Haiden's head shifted to the skeletal coloration he had during his ritual with Zabuza. Kinjujutsu Jashin Shishi, Haiden intoned with an otherworldly voice. Naruto tensed, feeling an extremely ominous and vile presence from the grotesque amalgamation. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Haiden cackled, his remnants reforming into a gruesome, twisted shape as his head reattached sickeningly. Now, let the fun start once again. Haiden roared, a crazed mix of euphoria and bloodlust, charging Naruto without spear or scythe. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto noted Haiden's enhanced speed, precision, and fluidity, a byproduct of the horrific ritual. Weaving to avoid a thrusting hand, Naruto was surprised to see Haiden's fingernails had grown, resembling claws. Ducking under another swipe aimed at his head, Naruto seized the offending limb by the wrist, snapping it and its elbow joint. Wrenching the arm, Naruto brutally slammed Haiden to the ground, then stomped on and shattered the shoulder joint of the arm he held. About to crush his skull, Naruto was forced to release him and jump back to avoid a swipe from Haiden's other arm, disgusted that Haiden could apparently rotate his arm a full 360 degrees. Ah ha ha ha, come on, let Lord Jashin savor your blood. Yours will no doubt be the best tasting blood he'll ever taste. Haiden screamed madly, increasing the speed of his furious blows on Naruto, his prior frustrations about not landing hits seemingly gone. Ryuuten Garyosai, Naruto whispered, rising from his crouch, arm cocked back. The charged uppercut connected cleanly with the silver-haired man's jaw. To Naruto's shock, instead of tearing Haiden's head off as his jutsu had in the past, Haiden's head snapped back elastically. His neck bent nearly all the way around, then snapped viciously forward in a headbutt that Naruto met. Their skulls connected with a hollow crunch, sending Haiden stumbling back from the brutal blow. Naruto, unrelenting, narrowed his eyes, letting chakra flow through his right arm, encasing it in black and crimson lightning. Raiden Raken, Naruto whispered before vanishing from Haiden's sight, reappearing behind him, arm cocked to impale him. Driving his arm towards Haiden's chest, Naruto intended to end the grueling battle instantly upon connection. However, those thoughts vanished when an arm of congealed blood erupted from Haiden's back, latching onto his wrist. Surprised, Naruto gritted his teeth, discharging the lightning around his arm in a concussive, electrified shockwave, sending them a fair distance apart. Righting himself in the air, Naruto landed on his feet, watching as Haiden did nothing to save himself from the crippling blast, instead crashing through trees and shrubbery. TCH, Naruto scoffed softly, a mix of irritation and agitation, having had enough of the immortal, annoying man. Ga, J. Jashin-sama. Please, just a bit more time, I promise I'll get you your sacrifice, Hayden pleaded, head turned skyward. Naruto raised an eyebrow as his body began to glow sickly red again. You've embarrassed me for the last time. I swear to Jashin-sama I will kill you. Hayden roared with renewed vigor and fury, charging unimpeded towards Naruto as the blonde let an irritated sigh escape. Ryuuten Gyukyuha, Naruto said, striking the air with more Ryuuten chakra than any previous jutsu, creating a large shockwave of black and crimson lightning surging towards the crazed man. Undeterred, Hayden rushed straight into it before freezing in his tracks. Then, unimaginable agony ripped through his entire being as he clutched his head as if it would rupture. Screaming at the top of his lungs, his voice distorted and gurgled as blood flowed from his mouth, ears, nose, and eyes. Then, like a nightmare, his body violently shook before rupturing in a brutal explosion of blood and gore. Naruto watched impassively as the man's remains scattered across the burning battleground. Once Hayden's remains were consumed by the flames, the still advancing shockwave ripped, then exploded violently and thunderously, blowing away the dancing flames. Finally, Naruto whispered to himself, shaking his head at the long, irritating battle. Turning, he walked away from the scarred, charred battleground, unaware of the burnt, horrifically scarred face of the man staring at his back. From the ground, Hayden watched with absolute hatred and madness as Naruto abandoned him like trash. Unable to voice his hatred due to his missing bottom jaw, he could only curse the blonde in his mind, praying to his god for another chance at redemption. Jashin-sama, please forgive me. I failed, even with your blessing, I failed. Please, give me another chance. I was so close to bringing him back. He thought and prayed, the life draining from his eyes before they rolled into the back of his head. Reaching its absolute limit, Hayden's soul finally gave out as the ritual concluded, his soul being the payment for the strength granted. His head glowing sickly red one last time, Hayden's lips curved slightly as he welcomed death's embrace, even more so as his god was taking his soul. His eyes closing for the final time, he saw a light in the outline of a large man standing before him, arm outstretched. Pops, Hayden thought, a tear rolling from his good eye. His eyes finally closed as the man before him gave a small smile. Sorry, Pops, I couldn't bring you back. Hayden lamented for the first and final time, a few more tears leaking from his eye as they closed. "S alright, Hayden, S alright. Come on, it's time for you to sleep now." A deep voice resonated from the man. Death finally claimed Hayden as his skin paled and his breathing stopped. That day, both immortals of the Akatsuki finally found death's embrace. Hayden's remains, found by a confused and slightly apprehensive Zetsu, offered no information or clues about what killed him or Kakuzu. Far away, Kakuzu's obliterated and nearly unrecognizable remains were scattered for almost a mile. When Zetsu reported his findings to Akatsuki headquarters, the other members were, to say the least, surprised. The deaths of their most resilient members prompted increased caution and a renewed focus on recruiting strong and resilient members. Time skip, a few hours later. Scene change, Naruto's location. Naruto sighed, mulling over the day's events. While he expected and was hunting the two Akatsuki members, he hadn't anticipated encountering his old Konoha friends. He cursed himself slightly, realizing the attack on the fire temple made Konoha's retaliation highly probable in hindsight. Shaking his head, he refocused on the task, whether engaging Hayden and pursuing Kakuzu was the right move. While taking all of them out now would no doubt be the best choice, I need to get back to Isako, he whispered, the thought of her worrying already gnawing at his heart. He turned to leave but froze, feeling an eerily familiar presence. His entire body tensed, instantly on edge as the presence honed in on him. Clenching his right hand, black and crimson lightning danced along his limb as the presence drew near. Then, nothing had vanished entirely, like a passing wind. Though it vanished, Naruto remained cautious. Scanning the immediate area with a sharp, critical eye, he found nothing out of place. Shaking his head, he confirmed the presence was indeed gone. Letting out a sigh, he turned, heading home with much greater vigilance than before. As he moved a good distance from the clearing, he narrowly missed a lock of light platinum hair dancing in the wind. Scene change, Naru's location. Gah! Kakuzu managed to gasp through his crushed throat, his vision flickering with black and white spots from numerous head blows. Lying on his back, Kakuzu weakly turned his head to see the person who had reduced him to such a pitiful, vulnerable state. Her body was enveloped in a purplish-black haze, her eyes a haunting red, softly breathing wisps of black smoke. Never in his life had he faced anything close to her level of power, ruthlessness, or eeriness. Something about the young lady approaching reeked of emptiness and danger, which was unnerving. What are you? Kakuzu wheezed as Nara stopped beside him, tilting her head at the question. I'm Naru, mummy man, she said impassively, lifting her foot before bringing it down on his head. The resulting stomp caused a minor tremor that shook the battleground. Kakuzu's head remained splattering over the area. Lifting her foot, Naru observed her handiwork for a moment before turning, failing to locate her beloved brother's direction. A slight downturn of her lips signaled her displeasure. She turned back to Kakuzu's body, extending her hand. "It's your fault," she whispered with unperceivable anger, white and black wind dancing wildly around her extended limb. As the volatile lightning mass reached its peak output, Nara discharged the collected chakra in a destructive burst of razor-sharp wind, shredding Kakuzu's remains beyond recognition. The torrent of wind ripped through everything in its path. Nara watched with an impassive expression as it easily tore through the forest before her. After a few seconds, she turned, trying to find an inkling of her brother's whereabouts, either oblivious or uncaring about the large-scale destruction she had just caused. "Unai-chan, where are you?" she whispered longingly, her eyes shining with hope as she headed east. Time skip, a few days later. Scene change, Kuwakai hostel entrance. Throughout the week, Hisako and Naruto's clone maintained their daily routines while the original was gone. Hisako continued to smile and welcome customers and friends. Naruto's clone performed his duties with consistent efficiency. Today was no different. Hisako bathed while the clone prepared to open shop. Mid-task, it tensed, sensing a nearly invisible presence. Charging Ryuuten chakra to its hand, it was about to strike but stopped and dispelled when the original Naruto appeared in its place. Finally home, he whispered in relief, quickly heading upstairs to change before resuming his daily routine. After a few minutes of washing up, he returned downstairs dressed in his usual attire just as Hisako finished her bath. Hearing her hum a happy, albeit slightly sleepy, tune, Naruto smiled, doing his best to stay out of her way. Turning back to the pots and pans, he began humming his own tune, filled with peace and contentment. Across from him, Hisako stiffened slightly when she heard him hum. Turning towards him, she tilted her head in confusion before a brilliant smile lit up her face. Discarding her towel, she sped to Naruto, colliding against his side in a tight, loving hug. A bit stunned, Naruto turned to her, a wider smile spreading across his face. Leaning down, he planted a warm, loving kiss on her forehead as she beamed and glowed with happiness and embarrassment. "A bit early for a hug like that, Donako," he teased, Hisako flushing slightly before nuzzling affectionately against him. "But you're back," she said happily, though her tone held a hint of anxiety and fear, causing the blonde she embraced to frown slightly. "What do you mean, Hisako? I've been here the whole time, haven't I?" Naruto asked assuredly, though a knot formed in his stomach about her likely answer. "You were here, Naruto, but you just weren't as warm as you are now," she said quietly, squeezing him a bit tighter. Naruto flinched internally. She had deduced it was his clones, not him. "Sorry about that, Hisako, my mind's been somewhere else. I heard one of the two people who attacked the fire temple was arrested while I was in town, and that just got me a bit worried about the other one," he said peculiarly, weaving a mix of lies and truths based on his clone's memories. "That's good to know. And well, I'm just glad that my Naruto is back," she said happily and lovingly, tiptoeing to kiss Naruto softly on the lips before pulling back with a serene smile. A bit stunned, he simply shook his head and smiled, then urged her to get ready for the day. She let out a cute squeak at her lack of attire and sped upstairs in embarrassment as Naruto chuckled softly. Turning back to the cooking food, a small smile touched his face at Hisako's thoughtfulness, and he inwardly chided himself for keeping her in the dark. Upstairs, Hisako quickly got ready, eager to spend as much time as possible with her Naruto. While the Naruto from earlier in the week had been caring and concerned, he lacked the warmth of her Naruto. A small smile formed on her face as she recalled his warmth, and she let out a content sigh before standing and slipping on her scarf. "When Naruto's ready to tell me, he'll tell me," she whispered to herself, understanding that her beloved was only protecting her by keeping her uninformed. Scene change, Konoha Hospital, General Treatment Ward, Checkup Room. "Incredible. Based on the report, you shouldn't even be alive, let alone able to check out, Zabuza-san," Rishi exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and awe, reviewing the man's medical report for the fourth time. "Same here, Rishi-san, but I'm alive and well, aren't I?" Zabuza said with a chuckle, still amused by the doctor's reaction despite having seen it 3 times. After returning to Konoha from the bounty station, Haku practically dragged her father to the hospital while ordering the others to report to the Hokage. They initially protested, feeling relatively fine, but immediately stopped when they saw their early frozen graves reflected in her eyes. After that, they hurried towards the tower while Haku pulled Zabuza to the hospital. To say Rishi and the other staff members were stunned by her initial analysis was an understatement. Once they read that report, Zabuza was rushed to the ICU for a thorough physical evaluation. They found nothing wrong with him, save for a few minor tears in previously affected muscles. After treatment and healing, he was given a clean bill of health and was ready for discharge, despite the horrendous injuries he'd sustained just days prior. "Well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you, Zabuza-san. The most significant injury I found was the stab wound in your chest, and even that was insignificant compared to what you've sustained before. Whoever that man was, the potion he used is unlike anything any of us doctors have seen. A sample of that could revolutionize medicine," Rishi commented as Zabuza nodded in agreement, knowing that man had saved him. "Thanks again, Rishi, I'll try to stay out of here for a bit." You're probably sick of seeing my face, ha ha ha. Zabuza chuckled, Rishi joining in as they headed out of the room. Nonsense, Zabuza-san. For someone as elderly as I am, I welcome the company. Rishi chuckled as he bid Zabuza farewell, feeling a bit of pity for the unsuspecting man when he saw a rather irate Anko tapping her foot in the waiting room. Once again, Zabuza was met with both anger and concern from his beloved wife as she berated him about Ruto waking up crying about him dying, seeing a black angel save him, and above all, another lady laughing and smiling with Zabuza. When Anko spoke those words, Zabuza paled considerably before bursting into laughter. A bit perplexed, Anko was about to hit him but stopped when Zabuza pressed his lips against hers in a soft but passionate kiss. The purple-haired beauty quickly relented when she felt him wrap his arms around her. Sorry about that, Anko, but I think I know who Ruto is talking about. About me dying, the Black Angel, and of course, the woman he saw, he said in a somber but happy tone, Anko's eyes gaining a curious and worried tint when she heard his tone. Sure thing, Zabuza. We should get going, Ruto is probably driving Naichan crazy right now, Anko said with a soft laugh, Zabuza sharing it as he knew Asuma would be the target of Kurene's frustrations later that night. Scene change, unknown Akatsuki base location, meeting chamber. So, both Kakuzu and Haiden kicked the bucket, huh? Kisame quipped callously, clearly indifferent to his fellow members' deaths. It appears so. From what Zetsu found, it was practically a one-sided battle in favor of their attackers. Pain explained to the remaining members, their numbers considerably reduced. If one were to glance around the room, they would see only a handful of Akatsuki members remaining, Pain, Konan, Kisame, Deidara, Zetsu, and an orange-masked man. Though only 6 in total, they seemed rather impassive to the information Zetsu presented. However, Konan's impassive face hid the panic and fear beginning to creep into her heart. To have an S-rank ninja dispatched by an entire team was one thing, but to have them fall to an opponent they couldn't even damage, that was another. Her thoughts were interrupted when Pain ended the meeting, ordering the remaining members to stay in the shadows for the time being. Konan, we need to recruit more members, he said in an impassive tone, but Konan knew he was panicking as much as she was. Nagato, is this what that feeling was trying to tell you? She asked him, using his real name, the face of his Devapath wincing slightly at the thought. Perhaps, Konan. Perhaps it was, he replied as they made their way to the back, intent on finding new members capable of standing against the unknown threat to their plan. Scene change, unknown location, battleground. Eat this. Homura roared, charging Tatsuko with her swords fully drawn, swinging in a downward arc at the sleepy-faced Blunet. Not good enough, Mura-chan. Tatsuko chirped, blocking the blades with her armor-clad arms, a metallic screech and subsequent explosion of sparks lighting up the evening sky. Facing each other in a barren wasteland, Homura Teizan and Tatsuko Iwadade sparred for the umpteenth time that week, preparing for upcoming events. Continuing to grind her katana into Tatsuko's gauntlets, Homura narrowed her eyes when she saw a tiny piece of her blade chip off from the relentless assault on her best friend. Jumping back, she sheathed her swords before orange and black fire began to dance around her. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her Ryuwatan chakra to her arms and legs, focusing on Tatsuko's still sleepy form. Karyuwatan, Karyuenbu. Homura roared as she surged towards Tatsuko, the ground behind her blown back and set ablaze by her flame-coated limbs. Lashing out with devastating force, she smirked when she saw Tatsuko's sleepy face twitch almost imperceptibly. Pulling her outstretched arm back, she tightened her form and slammed a flaming elbow into the Blunet's armor-clad arm once more, hearing a satisfying creak of metal. Smiling, Homura unleashed a hellish rain of flaming kicks, punches, knees, and elbows against her training partner, oblivious to the Blunet's own blue and black water. Spinning on the ball of her left foot, Homura was about to deliver a brutal flaming backhand to Tatsuko's head, only to widen her eyes when she saw the amount of Ryuwatan chakra collecting in Tatsuko's arm. Suiryuwatan, Karyuwakan. Tatsuko roared, slugging Homura's side with her fist, the raven-haired young lady's eyes widening to extreme proportions as she was launched a considerable distance away. The force of the blow sent Homura flying. She was about to impact a rocky outcrop but saved herself by righting mid-air and cushioning the impact with a quick plume of fire. When she finally hit the rock outcrop, there was a heavy tremor and subsequent cloud of dust and debris as Tatsuko quickly made her way over. When the Blunet arrived, she smiled with relief, seeing her best friend unharmed save for a nasty-looking bruise where she was struck. You okay, Mura-chan? Tatsuko asked with concern, Homura wincing as she touched the bruise only to smile brightly at Tatsuko. You know me, Tsuko-chan, we've been hit by harder stuff anyway. A bottle of life power and I should be fine. Homura reported as she took the hand Tatsuko offered, the two smiling at each other before heading back to their respective partners and teachers. From afar, however, another watched the entire exchange with a nasty scowl. Grinding his teeth hard enough to bite through the senbon in his mouth, he scoffed before spitting it out and heading away from the earlier scene of carnage. After a few minutes, he arrived at another barren wasteland as black and brown earth danced around his legs. His anger reaching its peak, he lifted his charged legs before stomping on the ground with thunderous force. Doryuuten Ryores Hein. He roared as the ground around him collapsed and crumpled wildly, the force of the stomp felt across the landscape by its inhabitants. TCH. They're acting like children getting ready for a contest when we should be getting ready to take control of the elemental nations. If that other guy were still around, he'd be a better partner than these damn lizards, Dehei Kato muttered under his breath, unaware of the now awoken dragon lying beneath him. It appears that you will no longer need to wait, human. Naruto Dano will no doubt encounter you in due time. They thought before sleep took them once more, Deihei's jutsu being nothing more than a gentle shaking of their body. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, Naruto's private room. As the sun's rays softly filtered into his room through the thin curtains covering the window, Naruto's eye fluttered open as he stifled the yawn that wanted to escape. Shifting his body slightly, a small smile appeared on his face as he felt a small weight on his chest. Looking down, he saw a peacefully sleeping Hisako idly snuggled into his chest. Laughing softly, he resisted the urge to let out a much more vocal laugh when he saw Hisako shift and pout cutely at his chest reverberating. Calming down, he wrapped an arm around her and pulled her closer as a demure but radiant smile slowly appeared on her face at the safe and comforting feeling she was experiencing. Letting his eye close once more, a content sigh escaped his mouth as he felt himself falling asleep again. But before he was fully lulled to sleep, he reluctantly forced himself to get up from his comfortable position and prepare for the day. Substituting himself with a pillow as usual, he stretched his slightly taut muscles as he headed towards the bathroom to get ready for the day ahead. Finishing up, he checked on Hisako once more, smiled, and gave her a soft kiss on the forehead before heading down to set up the shop for the day. Let's hope today's just a normal day, Naruto whispered to himself as he began prep work for the inevitable breakfast rush. After those words, the doors to his shop gently opened as familiar faces of a few regular customers arrived. Peering out from the kitchen, he greeted them with his usual small smile before they took their usual seats. Soon, the formerly quiet shop filled with chatter and laughter as the day progressed, the blonde working alone to fulfill patrons' orders. Scene change, Kanaha Uzumaki Namikaze residence. On the grounds of the Namikaze Uzumaki estate, sleepy chatter and laughter could be heard from within its walls. Gathered in the dining room, the smells of various dishes wafted around the house as the happily eating people discussed the events that had just transpired yesterday. It sounds unbelievable when you put it like that, Minato, Jiraiya quipped after swallowing a mouthful of food, eliciting a series of nods from around the table. I know, Jiraiya-jiji, if Haku-chan didn't tell me, I still wouldn't believe it. Mito added, recalling the memory her housemate had shared with her and their other housemates. But still, someone even the Akatsuki fears. I can't even imagine what kind of person they are, Orikimura said with an inquisitive face, a bit troubled by the rather unsettling information. I agree with Orikimuru. Anyone the Akatsuki finds a threat is undoubtedly bad news. We need to stay even more vigilant from now on, Tsunade said, voicing her opinion about the startling information, even more concerned for her godchildren's well-being. You three need to be even more careful from now on. If they were able to make the Akatsuki flee on sight, who knows what they're capable of. Kushina warned her children, her underlying message clearly driven into their hearts. Your mother is right about that. The fact that they were covered with a cloak only adds to their unknown factor since there were nearly zero defining features about them, Minato explained to his children, though Narumi grew a bit inquisitive at his last piece of information. What do you mean by nearly zero, Toyu-san, she asked, getting everyone else's attention too. Mentally face-palming at his minor slip-up, Minato was about to brush off her question but stopped when he caught sight of her slight pout. Sweat began to drop down the side of his head. He averted his gaze only to catch sight of Mito's own pout. Snapping his head forward, he nearly cackled in laughter when he caught sight of Menma's pout as well. Exchanging glances with everyone at the table, he relented as a sigh escaped his mouth. The only thing Zabuza and Asuma's team were able to make out about them was the color of their eyes and the nature of their chakra, he finally said as his family members leaned closer to hear more of what he was going to say, Minato's brow twitching a bit at their collective act. Haku-chan described their eyes as a frigid and empty navy blue, like he was seeing straight through her soul and more. As to the nature of his chakra, Asuma and Shikamaru described it as a vast sea of nothingness. Whoever it was, I doubt they're human given the description those three gave us, Minato reported as he took in the wide and slightly unsettled eyes of his family members, all of them slowly falling back into their seats as they digested the information. W.O. Just what kind of monster are they? Menma asked to no one in particular, his family just lowering their heads to run through their memories about anyone matching the description given to them. I don't know, Menma, but what I do know is this, whoever it was, they're a cold and ruthless ninja, Minato answered with his eyes narrowed, already on guard by the way his family was on edge. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, dining room. Naruto-chan, thank you so much for breakfast. It was delicious as usual, Toru said in a jovial tone as he praised the slightly smiling blonde before him. It's no trouble at all, Toru-san, your-san, thank you too for coming once again, Naruto said gratefully as he bowed his head, the elderly couple laughing as they bid him farewell. Naruto-kun, we're ready to order. A youthful and energetic voice all but shouted at him, the blonde stifling the sigh that wanted to escape as he made his way over to the owner of the voice. "What will you be having today, ladies?" he asked the group of youthful teenage girls, the group giggling with pink-tinted faces as they exchanged glances. "Well, are you on the menu today, Naruto-kun?" one of the more brazen girls asked, eliciting a round of giggles from her companions as they awaited his answer. "No, now could you all order something that's on the tangible menu?" he retorted curtly after repressing the sigh that desperately wished to escape, the girls swooning at his attempt to play hard to get. Just as his patience wore thin at their relentless flirting attempts, they finally relented and ordered a sweet sampler, incredibly popular among the shop's patrons. Jotting down their order, he excused himself before returning to the kitchen to prepare the current orders. Once in the security of his kitchen, he let that sigh escape his mouth as he shook his head at the girls' antics while he began prepping ingredients for the orders. As the day carried onward, the shop began to fill with even more life with the influx of customers. After a few minutes, the sound of delicate footsteps reached his ear. Naruto let a small smile cross his face as he visibly relaxed as the sound got closer and louder. Soon enough, the kitchen door squeaked open as a demurely smiling Hisako tiptoed her way towards the cooking blonde. When she reached him, she quickly wrapped her arms around his waist in a loving hug as she nuzzled against his back, flushing a bit when she felt his chest shake softly as a gentle laugh escaped his mouth. Quickly putting the finishing touches on the dish he was working on, Naruto turned to return the contents Silverette's hug as a surprised squeak left her mouth. "How did you sleep, Hisako?" Naruto asked in a gentle tone, the Silverette's heart melting when she heard his tone. "I slept great, Naruto. But you're still waking up without me," she chirped, though her last statement was said with a small pout, Naruto smiling softly as he moved to kiss her gently on the forehead. "You just look so content and peaceful when you're sleeping. No one in the world would wake someone like that just for work," Naruto replied as she flushed a deeper shade of red, hiding her face by burying it into the blonde's chest. "You're never fair," she muttered into his chest, blushing even deeper when she was subjected to his soft laughter once more. Breaking away from each other, reluctantly in Hisako's case, Naruto returned to tending to the dishes while Hisako put on her apron and secured her order pad. Skipping over to Naruto when he finished plating the items, she gave him a quick kiss before taking the tray and heading out to the dining room. Shaking his head with a smile on his face, Naruto watched with a smile as Hisako caused the shop's atmosphere to brighten 100-fold. Returning to the stove, he froze when that same sense of familiarity struck him again. Stiffly craning his neck, he narrowed his eye as he stared in the direction it came from. Before, he couldn't tell exactly what caused that sense of familiarity, but now that he was experiencing it for the second time, he could hazard a guess as to what he was feeling. Tightening his grip, he ignored the creak of the pan's handle as he contemplated his next course of action. "Ryuwatan," he muttered with a conflicted tone, knowing that the only other person besides him, that he knew of, who could harness it was Tatsuko. Tatsuko, the sudden memory of the blunnet causing a dull ache in the blonde's chest, he let a sigh escape his mouth as the memories of the time they spent together slowly came rushing back to him. A solemn smile appearing on his face, his thoughts of the blunnet began to drift from her to the others who had a place in his heart, his old friends and family. Family, the word was still a vague mystery to the blonde even after all the years he had spent with Hisako. While he knew that Hisako thought of him as family, perhaps even her husband, he didn't know if he could say the same about her. "A human shouldn't love a monster, after all," he whispered under his breath in a solemn tone, his eye closing softly in remembrance of all the atrocities he committed to protect the Silverette and their home. Letting another sigh escape his mouth, he shook his head to rid himself of those negative thoughts before refocusing on the tasks at hand. As he was idly sautéing the vegetables in the pan he was currently tending to, he turned back towards the window and furrowed his brow once more in concern at the Ryuwatan chakra he felt emanate from that direction. Closing his eye, he decided to let sleeping dogs lie, or in this case, sleeping dragons. Memories of sparring with a user of similar power in the past reminded him how powerful and brutal they were, a small grimace marring his face when he imagined them enraged. "Let's just hope Tatsuko, or whoever that Ryuwatan chakra belongs to, doesn't find their way here," he muttered under his breath. Scene change, Nizu no Kuni Masu no Sato. What is she? A terrified man shrieked before his head was severed, his headless body grasping at the air then collapsing. "Monster," another cried as his throat was crushed, blood gurgling from his mouth and his eyes rolling back. In the ransacked Masu no Sato, Nara stood impassively, observing bandits amidst their looting. Drawn by screams, she entered the normally peaceful village, finding it being plundered by missing nin and thugs. Bored, she turned to leave, but a bandit noticed her, attempting to capture her. He assumed she was an easy, beautiful target, but his lecherous thoughts turned to terror when Nara faced him. Black smoke emanated from her, corrupting her bewitching face, and her crimson eyes were soulless. He couldn't speak as she stalked towards him. Reaching him, Nara slowly wrapped her fingers around his throat, ignoring his silent pleas for mercy. As she crushed his throat, his eyes bulged before Nara ripped his head off, the broken vertebrae still attached to the bleeding, spasming extremity. Nara glanced at the severed head, then tossed it aside, kicking the corpse into the village center, eliciting terror and confusion from bandits and villagers. They froze as she turned towards them, her appearance silencing them as she approached. In the village center, Nara saw two men holding a girl younger than herself. Noting the crying girl's shredded clothes, she tilted her head, then moved towards them. With a brutal backhand, she forcibly removed the nearest man's head, her knuckles shattering his face on impact. This terrifying display of brutality scared everyone. Nara then tore off the other man's head, like her first victim. She hurled both swaying bodies with monstrous force into the main bandit group. The violent impact instantly killed several unlucky bandits. Nara observed that while terrified, some villagers seemed slightly relaxed. Blinking, Nara decided to eliminate the remaining bandits, motivated by the thought of her brother's approval. Her legs shrouded in black and white chakra, she blurred forward, a horrifying black and white draconian beast silhouette appearing behind her. Sendo Sangetsu, Nara whispered blankly after her first step, the ground collapsing behind her as she charged into the bandits. True to her jutsu's name, those caught in her charge were easily crushed, trampled, and broken. Reaching the group center, Nara grabbed those closest, then brutalized their bodies. She delivered a devastating palm strike to a kunoichi's face, the chilling crunch echoing, then shattered another's skull with a vicious backhand. Crouching low, she kicked out a bandit's legs, then latched onto the broken limb with an iron grip. She spun, using the pleading man as a weapon to bludgeon others, reducing their numbers to single digits. She then dropped the man's remains, now a deformed sack of flesh and bone. Ignoring their tears and pleas, Nara sauntered towards the last bandits, their desperate cries escalating. "I'm bored now," she droned, raising her hand, black and white wind dancing around it. The space around the cowering bandits shimmered as similar colored wind encircled them. Filled with panic and despair, they screamed for the mercy they had denied the villagers. A slightly irritated huff escaped Naru, the only sign of her annoyance. She slightly closed her hand, and the wind sphere solidified around them, silencing their screams. "At Tsutukai," Naru whispered, closing her hand. The wind sphere instantly solidified into a dense black and white sphere. The sphere then imploded, condensing to the size of a soccer ball. Channeling more Ryuatan chakra, it compressed further, to the size of a baseball. Confident no one could identify those trapped within, Naru opened her hand. The sphere rippled, then exploded outward in a violent burst of liquid gore and wind, painting the area crimson. Naru observed the aftermath, then headed towards her brother's last felt presence. Villagers huddled together, wide-eyed with terror at the horrific scene, trying in vain to escape the feeling of death. Only as Nara distanced herself did life seem to return, feeling free once she was out of sight. Shaky breaths escaped them. They didn't know whether to celebrate the terrifying blonde for saving them or hope she never returned. They did know that anything obstructing her objective would meet a grim end. "Unai-chan, where are you?" Nara whispered longingly, her eyes glinting with loneliness and yearning. Time skip, a few days later. Scene change, Konoha, Hokichi's office. "So, that's our proposal. What do you all think?" Narumi chirped, hands behind her back, smiling brightly as her family looked surprised. "Well, it seems like a good idea. We haven't had a vacation in a few years," Kushin quipped, considering her daughter's proposal. "I think it's a great idea. I'll need to report my leave and arrival to the council, but I don't think they'll mind me taking a few days off," Minato added, smiling excitedly at the prospect of family time. They reached a nearly unanimous agreement, with only Menma opposing, strictly because it would distract from his mission to win over Konoha's ice princess. Jiraiya and Minato eventually convinced him to join, promising personal training in their free time. With the vacation decided, only the destination remained. "I say we head to Kumo. We can visit the gardens, sea, and scenic landmarks, plus CA and his ninja," Minato suggested, pointing out ideal destinations in Kumo. The others considered his idea, then shook their heads. "I say we visit Yugakure. The hot springs there are legendary, not only for the beauty of the women, but also the quality of the water." Jiraiya nearly shouted with excitement, which quickly subsided when Tsunade punched the back of his head. "Quiet, pervert. No way I'm letting you walk into a village full of hot springs and expect you not to peep," she growled dangerously. The others nervously laughed. "That being said, we should head to Tanzakugai," Tsunade quickly added, Ryo signs spinning in her eyes. The others gave her another round of dry laughter at her poorly hidden intentions. "I, for one, will be content with any place, as long as it's not too rowdy," Orikimura quipped, sipping his tea, drawing blank looks. "I think I know just the place, you guys," Narumi suddenly exclaimed, jumping, startling them. She held a tourist guide. "The Kiwakai Hostel," she added with shining eyes. The others settled in, curious. "The Kiwakai Hostel?" Menma asked, having never heard of it. "It's got amazing reviews. People from all over the elemental nations, not just civilians. Apparently, every cage has stayed there at least one night, well, except you, Tioyu-san," Narumi explained, her tone flattening slightly at her father's exception. "The Kiwakai Hostel is a wonderful place. The atmosphere itself makes you feel at home while the care of the owners only adds to it. If you haven't heard of the Kuwakai hostel, where have you been living? Under a rock? The atmosphere is comforting, the food is extraordinary, and the owners are just wonderful. Not only is it a place that makes you feel at home, it's also a place that feels kinda magical. If you're in the area, stay there. If you're not, go there now. Mito recited reviews from the brochure's back page, growing more interested in the hostel and its owners. Wow, there are pretty much no negative reviews in the brochures. All of them only have positive things to say about it, how the food is so delicious it's like magic, the place makes you feel like you're right at home, and Mito began listing the pros, trailing off as she read one particular review. Mito-chan, what's wrong? Kushina asked, concerned by her daughter's sudden change in expression. It says. She trailed off, her eyes swirling, a thin line of drool escaping. Mito ne. Narumi and Menma hesitantly asked, frightened, having seen that look only once before. They have ramen that's supposedly out of this world. Mito whispered, her bangs overshadowing her eyes, a slightly terrifying grin appearing. We're going to the Kuwakai hostel, she ordered, rising to face her family, her eyes daring anyone to overrule her. Mito-chan, we haven't even decided as a family yet, Orikimura quipped, moving to gently tap his goddaughter's head, but froze as a chill ran up his spine. Orikaijiji, didn't you say you didn't care as long as it wasn't too loud? At the Kuwakai hostel, one of the owners makes it a point not to disturb other guests. Mito said passionately, staring down her godfather, making Orikimura's sweat drop. Well, we shouldn't dismiss the idea of going to such a nice-sounding place now, should we? Minato asked, wiping a tiny droplet of drool from his mouth, earning dry stares from his wife and mentors. Well, I'm fine with going there, it does sound nice, not to mention Teo no Kuni is extremely beautiful and relaxing. Kushina chirped, smiling brightly, turning expectantly to the others. Alright then, we'll be heading to the Kuwakai hostel in Teo no Kuni in a week. So, begin packing and don't forget anything important. Minato said after exchanging glances with everyone, smiling at the redheads who smiled back. Nodding in agreement, with the vacation destination secured, they all headed out of Minato's office as he started his leave paperwork. The others left the tower for their own destinations, intent on preparing for their upcoming vacation. Scene change, Kanaha, Narumi and Hineda's apartment. Ha, I'm home, Hina-chan. Narumi chirped, removing her sandals, hearing her roommate move to check on her. Ah, Umi-chan. How are you? Did your meeting go as planned? Hineda asked, smiling at her best friend, who returned it 100-fold. Yup. My family is heading to the Kuwakai hostel next week, Narumi said with barely controlled excitement. Hineda giggled at her tone. Narumi quickly went to her room for a change of clothes before showering, then joined Hineda in the living room to catch up. As usual, Narumi sided Kiba's unsubtle attempts to glean information about Hineda and their relationship. Shaking her head, Narumi went off on a tangent about dogs and heat, while Hineda wryly laughed at the comparison. The day they announced they were dating years ago still caused commotion when people saw them together. If the truth were known, the past commotion would undoubtedly repeat. I dunno, Hina-chan, I'm not too confident about keeping this facade up for much longer. I'm pretty sure everyone in my family already knows, well, besides Menma and I for obvious reasons, Narumi lamented, sighing. Hineda sighed too. I agree, Umi-chan. My family has also figured out our ruse, as embarrassing as it is, I think even Hanabi knows, Hineda quipped with flushed cheeks, the two young ladies sharing their mutual exasperation. When we come clean, there's gonna be a lot of headaches, won't there? Narumi asked her best friend. Hineda gave a wry smile, her head dropping. It couldn't last forever, Umi-chan, people were bound to figure out we said that to avoid the inevitable influx of suitors, Hineda said tiredly. Narumi shook her head, sighing. The two false lovers then proceeded to laze about their apartment, awaiting the inevitable day their secret would be revealed. Scene change, Kanaha, Mito's apartment. Inside Mito's apartment, she smelled something delicious, and a grin spread across her face. Quickly slipping off her sandals, she headed to the kitchen where Satsuki, Yakumo, and Haku were chatting while preparing lunch. Hearing the redhead enter, they all turned to her, sighing at the thin line of drool at her mouth. But soon, soft laughs escaped the youthful ladies at the now red-faced redhead's expense. Getting a plate, Mito plopped down beside Yakumo, and they began talking and gossiping about their day. Yeah, shot down another group today too, Satsuki quipped after swallowing her food, idly waving her chopsticks in irritation. Same here, Satsuki-chan. I wonder if they'll grow tired of asking us for dates, it's only getting worse as time goes on, Haku sighed out, the soft thunk of her head hitting the countertop making her housemates laugh wryly. Well, they'll be waiting a long time because I'm not marrying anyone anytime soon, Mito suddenly said with determination, earning laughter as they imagined her in Tsunede's place. Mid-laughter, Yakumo ceased quicker than the others, drawing their attention to her somber expression. Curious and worried, they quickly tried to make her reveal her inner turmoil. The brunette eventually gave in, an equally somber sigh escaping her. I've been scheduled for a number of marriage interviews by my parents, she said solemnly. Their eyes widened. You what? Why? I thought you weren't concerned with marriage, Yakumo. Satsuki all but shouted, Yakumo wincing at the betrayal and hurt in her best friend's tone. It wasn't my idea, it was my parents. They think it's time for me to move on, she whispered, an unsettling silence filling the room, their eyes gaining a solemn glint. Yours too, huh? Satsuki said with a bitter laugh, tears falling. I'm the heiress of my clan, Satsuki. There are only 3 of us, and that's why my parents want me to get married as soon as possible. To ensure my clan doesn't die out, Yakumo explained, receiving understanding yet torn looks from her friends. The brunette simply smiled, leaning towards them. It's fine, everyone, it really is. Maybe it is time to move on, she whispered, her voice almost breaking from sorrow and pain. Her friends moved to comfort her as a few stray tears fell. Hey, why don't you all come with me to the Kyuwakai hostel? It can be a final vacation, where we can finally let go of my Unai-chan, Mito said somberly, getting wide eyes from the others before they softly closed them and nodded. Seeing her friends agreed, they steeled themselves, deciding what they would do. Heading to their rooms after cleaning, they collapsed onto their beds, pouring out their hearts about what was to come. The day they thought would never arrive was approaching, but, despite their aching hearts, they knew the blonde they loved would have wanted them to move on. With their friends by their sides, perhaps they could move on, however painful and agonizing it sounded and would be. Scene change, Konoha, Menma's apartment. So, what happened? Suzuki asked Menma as the blonde entered the living room, grabbing Kiba and Shino's attention. Yo, Menma. So, what's the word on your vacation? Kiba asked boisterously. Menma grinned at the 3, who instantly knew the answer. So you're going on a vacation. After all that has happened, it seems like a good time to take some time off, Shino added. Menma smiled at him, the shaded teen nodding in appreciation. Yeah, I've got to start packing, we're leaving in a week but can't be too ready, you know, he said with barely controlled excitement, rushing into his room as the others sighed and shook their heads at his childishness. He's still the same, even after all these years, Suzuki muttered, sipping his tea. Kiba and Shino nodded in agreement. But hey, he's still our childish idiot blonde, Kiba quipped, and they shared a laugh. Their laughter was cut short by a crash from their housemate's room, and they moved to help. A few hours later, Kyuwakai Hostel, main dining room. Thanks again for coming, Naruto said politely, bowing to a group of blushing young ladies who were still trying to get dates with him. After they left, Naruto sighed softly and began cleaning another table. While he didn't mind the attention, he disliked the repeat offenders who thought he was playing hard to get. Shaking off the thought, he felt the odds were in his favor with only an hour until closing. As he wiped down a table, he froze, feeling a nearly imperceptible jolt of fear from Hisako, followed by the clatter of falling dishes. Grinding his teeth and clenching his fists in a futile attempt to calm himself, Naruto turned to face the source of Hisako's distress. Damn it! Are you deaf too? I ordered this rare. Rare, not medium rare, you blind bitch, a clearly drunken man slurred. Hisako flinched, clutching her serving tray. Well, are you gonna do something or just stand there like an idiot? He shouted drunkenly, and Hisako began to tremble. Other patrons in the dining hall watched with wide eyes, many narrowing in anger and moving to assist their favorite server. But before anyone could voice their disgust, a terrifying presence filled the room, freezing their words. They stiffly turned their heads, watching in fear as Naruto approached the unsuspecting man. I spend my hard-earned money here expecting a correct order, and this happens? I heard this place is supposed to be the best, but I guess not, huh? You and that blonde bastard you work with, if you two can't even get food right, how the hell are you even still in business? The man continued his rant, taking another breath, only for it to freeze in his lungs as he felt death behind him. Mechanically, he turned his head to face whatever was there, only for a hand to grip his face in a crushing hold. He tried to raise his hands, but froze when the presence of death intensified. His eyes widened in terror as he met Naruto's frightening navy gaze. The fear sobered him completely. He was about to speak, but the words caught in his throat as Naruto's chilling tone rang out. You are no longer welcomed here, he snarled, his hand trembling slightly with the desire to crush the man's skull. Tightening his grip, eliciting a stifled cry of pain, Naruto dragged the man by his face out of the dining hall. Despite the man's thrashing, Naruto's grip only tightened. Once out of sight, Naruto brought him outside and slammed him roughly into the shop wall. A pain groan escaped the man's throat as Naruto pulled back his arm and drove a fist into his abdomen, eyes bugging out and air knocked from his lungs. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you in the most painful way possible. Then I'll bring you back to life and do it all over again and again and again. Now get out of my sight, Naruto snarled, slamming the man's head into the wall once more before throwing him across the road. Not satisfied, Naruto forced himself to calm down before heading back inside. He saw the terrified faces of those who witnessed the scene. Grunting, he moved to Hisako, picked her up, and went into the kitchen. Setting her down, he gave her a soft kiss on the head after a reassuring hug. He then returned to clean up the mess and apologized to the remaining patrons, though they waved off his apologies, saying they would have done the same. Asking them to leave for the night, they all nodded understandingly and departed, Naruto having waived their dinner fees for the scene he caused. Quickly closing up, he headed to the kitchen only for the doors to open and a silver bullet to tackle him. Stunned, he was about to ask Hisako if she was alright but stopped when he heard her sniffling softly, her body shaking. His eyes softened considerably. He closed them, embracing the shaken silverette. Pressing his lips to her head, he gave her a gentle kiss and whispered soothing words into her ear. After a few minutes of comforting, Hisako finally fell asleep in his arms. Gently shifting, he picked her up and carried her upstairs to bed. He tucked her in, gave her a goodnight kiss, and felt relieved to see she wasn't as tense or stressed. Giving her one more kiss for sweet dreams, infused with comforting chakra, he closed her door and headed to his own room. An hour later, Hisako quietly slipped from her room into Naruto's, snuggling against him in his bed with a much more relaxed and happy smile on her face. A week later. Konoha, Eastern Gate. Is everyone ready? Minato asked the gathered group of vacationing ninja, a wide grin on his face at the prospect of a family vacation. Before him stood not only his family but also the Mamakai, Kurama, Hyuga, and Uchiha families, all smiling. After the Uzumaki Namikaze children announced their plans to their housemates, they immediately shared them with their families, who then requested a week of leave alongside the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Of course, such a large group of Konoha's most prominent figures leaving the village sparked concern from the council. After a few hours of negotiation, Minato convinced them that neither their group nor Konoha would suffer in their absence. Leaving his most trusted friends as temporary leaders, he managed to appease the council's worries about so many powerful ninja departing. Alright then, let's get going. I managed to get us all 2 weeks of leave. It'll take about 2 days to reach Teo no Kuni and 2 days back, so we'll have about 10 days of relaxation and fun. Let's go, Minato declared. They all cheered and quickly exited the village gates, watched by a wryly laughing Kotetsu and Izumo. They're all lucky to get 2 weeks off. What'd I do for that? Kotetsu lamented in a defeated tone. Izumo gave him a bland look and then knocked him on the head. With how much you sleep on duty, I'm surprised Minato-sama hasn't made you work extra to cover the time you've been sleeping. Izumo shouted at his partner, Kotetsu having the decency to laugh wryly at the truthful accusation. A day later. You know Kuni, western border, Neru's location. Was it this way? Neru asked herself quietly, glancing north when she felt a sudden pulse of her beloved brother's chakra. Trusting her instincts, she headed towards his last known location. Humming a recurring tune from her memories, Neru began to sing softly, attracting a multitude of wildlife like a scene from a maiden's dream. Closing her eyes as she felt the sun's rays, a slight upturn of her lips indicated her contentment as she continued. As she drew closer to her older brother's whereabouts, she paused, hearing amiable commotion ahead. Blinking, she was about to ignore it when she felt something vaguely similar to what she felt from her older brother. As she neared, the muffled voices became clearer. Neru grew more curious when she saw a large group happily chatting and traveling together. You still need to give me that recipe, Hikari, the older red-headed woman asked the older dark blue-haired woman. Neru became even more curious when she saw her pale, pupil-less eyes. I always forget, Kushina, I'll be sure to give it to you when we return home, the woman, now known to Neru as Hikari, said. The two giggled softly, continuing their light talk. Giving it to just Kushina wouldn't be fair, Hikari. The other moms, including myself, are dying to know what you put in it, the oldest raven-haired woman quipped. Hikari and Kushina giggled even louder as they turned to talk to her. You're definitely right about that, Mikato. No one beats Hikari when it comes to sweets, no one. Kushina praised the Hyuga, Hikari blushing slightly at the compliment. Continuing at a sedate pace behind them, Neru quickly picked up the names of the group, a few in particular catching her attention. Musing over the strange feeling of dull rivalry and vague familiarity, she didn't notice the group stop to rest, but not before sparing her a glance. After a few hours of continuous walking, the Konoha group stopped for a midday picnic. They were surprised they hadn't detected the person walking behind them, putting them on edge. Tensing for a fight, they spun around, only to freeze solid at the sight of who was trailing them, a perfect female version of the blonde who had passed 5 years ago, her physical features an almost exact match to Naruto's. Is something on my face? Neru asked blankly, tilting her head curiously at their gawking. Sorry for staring, young lady, it's just that you remind us of someone very important to us, Minato said, bowing his head, a bit embarrassed by his intense stare. Oh, okay, by then, Neru said in the same monotone, eliciting a surge of nostalgia from the Konoha ninja as it resembled Naruto's own tone years ago. Bowing slightly as she excused herself, Neru continued on her way, singing the same song. The Konoha ninja continued to stare at her back, many feeling a bit downtrodden by the uncanny resemblance. They shook their heads at the possibility of her being related to Naruto. After a few minutes of silence, mostly from those close to the blonde, they eventually started their lunch. However, the curious heads turned back towards the direction Naru had gone, sensing she was heading their way too. Naru, meanwhile, erased her feelings for the group from her heart, knowing they wouldn't help her find her brother. Turning to look behind her, Naru decided to increase her pace, as the group behind her was undoubtedly wary of her for unknown reasons. Channeling chakra to her legs, she blurred slightly, leaving behind an afterimage that faded a few seconds later. Leaving nothing but a minor disturbance of sand on the road, Naru sped east with unseen speed. Kuni, western border, Konoha group's location. Finishing their meal, the group decided a few extra minutes of rest would be best. Those not as close to the blonde watched with concern as a myriad of emotions crossed the faces of those who were. For them, the chance encounter with the enigmatic blonde only dampened their excited mood, bringing up unwanted memories. Who was she? Why did she remind me so much of Naruto? Minato asked aloud. Kushina reached over to softly hold his hand. It's not just you, Minato, I think everyone here feels the same, she told him, squeezing his hand lovingly. The others nodded softly. Well, whoever she was, she gives me the creeps, Suzuki said, shivering slightly, unsettled by the fresh memory of her tone and actions. Yeah, I second that. She was rather unsettling, to say the least, Itaki added, furrowing his brow, mostly because he hadn't detected her presence until she was right behind them. Something about her feels familiar though. It felt like I was with Naru and I. Narumi whispered longingly, her eyes reflecting her tone as she tried to find some connection. I feel the same, Umi-chan, something about her felt really familiar. Scarily so, Tsunade added, mulling over the idea of a clone, immediately discarding the crazed thought as only Hirako had the means to create one. A clone would be the most plausible idea, but only Hirako has the technology and drive to research something like that. However, there's no way he would allow an experiment to wander freely like she was, Orikimura theorized, confirming and destroying Tsunade's theory. The others nodded at his train of thought. Well, whoever she is, there's one thing that grabbed my attention, Jiraiya said in an unusually serious tone, getting everyone's attention. And what's that, Jiraiya-jiji? Menma asked his godfather, swallowing the lump in his throat when Jiraiya turned his serious gaze on him. She was a complete 10. Did you see those proportions? I need to find her again and figure out her BWH. There's no way I'll find someone with those measurements ever again, he shouted in a panicked and slightly lecherous tone, eliciting dry stares from everyone present. Mama, what's BWH mean? Ruto asked Anko. Everyone froze at the question before the mothers present turned to the white-haired man. Soon, the sounds of Jiraiya being punished for tainting the language of Anko and Zabuza's child filled the surrounding area. After a few minutes, and reluctant healing via Tsunade, they began the trek to the Kuwakai hostel once more, feeling much better after their encounter with Naru. As the sun began to set, bright smiles lit up their faces as they caught sight of the beautiful sunset over Teo no Kuni. A bit in awe of the dancing colors, they quickened their pace, still a few hours from their destination. Kuwakai hostel, dining room. Thank you for coming once again, Eri-san, Hisako said politely with a bow. The older woman laughed softly, bowing in return. It's always a treat to enjoy not only Naruto-kun's cooking but your company as well, Hisako-chan, Eri said regally. Hisako's cheeks flushed at the compliment as Eri simply laughed softly before bidding her farewell. Before I forget. Hisako-chan, you and Naruto-kun are heading to Irai no Sato for the summer festival, aren't you? She asked curiously. Hisako rose, smiling, and nodding in response. Yes we are, Eri-san. Hisako has been marking the days down on her calendar for the past few weeks, Naruto suddenly said with a mirthful tone. Hisako blushed a bit but smiled demurely and happily. Well, it's a shame the shop will be closed for a bit, but be sure to visit my family stall. I'll give you two a discount for all you've done for me and my family, Eri said happily. Naruto and Hisako smiled and thanked her for her generosity. Parting ways, Naruto and Hisako bowed once more in gratitude before closing their shop. Watching Hisako skip and dance with barely contained excitement and bliss, Naruto smiled wider as she hummed a joyful tune while cleaning. Shaking his head happily at her eagerness, Naruto sped up his cleaning to reach the festival before it got too crowded. With plenty of time, Hisako rushed to the baths to get ready while Naruto did the same at a more sedate pace, a small smile still on his face. Teo no Kuni, unknown camp. Aniki, if we're going to take over, now's the best chance. They're in the middle of a festival right now, a scarred man said to a much larger man, who contemplated a moment before nodding. If we secure a solid foothold in Teo no Kuni, we'll control the eastern coast. With rising product exports, we can limit imported goods to Shimo no Kuni, putting pressure on Kanki. Once their supplies dwindle, we can strike and reclaim our country. Irai no Sato sits right on the coast, taking that will accelerate our plan, the man said in a low tone. The others nodded in acknowledgement before one spoke up. Not to mention all the women we'll be able to collect. Just thinking about them makes me want to head right in there, a man shouted with a lecherous tone, immediately ending all conversations in the camp. A bit perplexed, he was about to question why the commotion died down, only to choke on a kunao embedded in his throat. His eyes wide, he stared in shock at the perpetrator, seeing it was the man he thought of as his boss. Struggling to speak, he was silenced when someone struck him on the back of the head, sending him sprawling. Managing to look up with betrayed eyes, he saw the cold glares of the others in the camp. I should have known better than to recruit those with questionable motives. Get this filth out of my camp, the man ordered in a frigid tone. A pair of disgusted kunoichi moved to drag his corpse away. Anyone caught attacking the innocent man, woman, or child will be killed immediately. We are not, nor will we be, another group of bandits that pillage, rape, and kill as we please. We are here for a cause, that cause being the liberation of Shimo no Kuni from the man who calls himself the daimyo. Kanki has grown greedy during this time of peace, and it's us who will be liberating and restoring our land to its former glory, he monologued as he rose. Those who were thinking of doing exactly that shivered as his icy gaze locked onto them. You are not to kill anyone, am I clear? You are to scare them into surrendering or fleeing and, only if someone tries to kill you, disable them by breaking a joint. I will not tolerate killing or molestation. If I even catch wind of you performing either act, I will personally kill you myself. We are not animals or barbarians who harm those not involved with our campaign. Am I understood? He demanded commandingly. The ninja gathered before him straightened their backs, a resounding yell of confirmation leaving their mouths. Good. Now, let our quest for Shimo no Kuni's rebirth begin. There will be no bloodshed until we return home, and the blood that will flow will only be Kanki's. Remember that. Now go, you have an hour to prepare, he ordered once more, receiving another round of confirmation from his troops before they headed to prepare for the invasion. Aniki, do you think we'll avoid any bloodshed? The shorter man asked. The larger man sighed, shaking his head. Of course not, Tonari, some of those fools will wish to show off their power to those who lack it. No doubt this will be a bloody crusade. I pray that Kami-sama forgive me for being a part of the loss of those who were innocent, the man said solemnly. Tonari grimaced, patting him on the back. You've done the best you can, Aniki. Once we reclaim Shimo no Kuni, it'll all be worth it, Tonari said. The man nodded stiffly, sighing before rising to his full height. Taosha-sama, squads 1 to 4 are ready for departure. The remaining squads are on standby as you've ordered, a commanding shinobi reported. Taosha nodded, calculating the manpower needed to subjugate a small village without major damage. Taosha softly ordered, squads 1 and 2, come with me. The rest of you, stay and regain your strength. No doubt you all need it after the encounter with that swordsman. The shinobi nodded and moved to relay his orders. Forgive me, people of Irai no Sato, but I need your village to advance my ambition. Your village will be in capable hands. Once we've liberated Shimo no Kuni, your village will be returned to you, I swear on my name. Taosha thought, offering a silent prayer and condolences to the villagers he was about to harm before his forces struck. Kuwakai Hostel, lobby. Naruto stood in the lobby, eyes closed, awaiting his date. Dressed in a simple black yukata, he was prepared for both comfort and action, his instincts warning of an ominous presence. He heard a sound, turned to the stairway, and a small smile touched his face as he saw Hisako in a snow-white yukata, a gold dragon etched protectively on it. With a bright smile, Hisako skipped to Naruto, who leaned down to kiss her forehead. You look excited, Hisako, Naruto said with a mirthful tone. Hisako flushed, her demure yet radiant smile exemplifying her excitement. I am, Naruto. We should hurry before it gets too crowded, she chirped eagerly, linking her arm with his as Naruto chuckled softly. Teo no Kuni, outskirts of Irai no Sato. Ah, look, a festival is going on. Narumi called out, seeing the lights shining from the village. Why not make a stop there? It seems like it'll be a great time. Jiraiya grinned, receiving dry looks from the others. Well, the Kuwakai hostel is right nearby, so it'll be a good place to let loose before we head there to rest, Minato said with a smile. The others quickly followed as they started toward the village. As they approached, their eyes widened, seeing a large number of shadows moving toward the village from the outskirts. Exchanging glances, they nodded and sped up, sprinting toward the village, hoping no one would be hurt during the festivities. Teo no Kuni, Irai no Sato. A few minutes from their destination, they were greeted by cheerful neighbors. With the sun about to set, they quickened their pace, excitement building. Reaching the gate of Irai no Sato, they were awestruck by the sights, sounds, and smells of the festival. Grinning, the men rushed to compete and impress their loved ones, while the women squealed, chased by their lovers. Ah, Naruto, I can hear the yo-yo Tsurai stand, Hisako said, barely containing her excitement. Naruto chuckled softly as she led him to the stall. Upon arrival, Hisako was about to pay, but the stall owner politely declined, explaining she had offered him a free meal at their hostel on a difficult day. Smiling and bowing in gratitude, Hisako focused her chakra and hummed a determined tune. she quickly targeted a vulnerable yo-yo and snagged her prize. A few children watched in awe, immediately wanting to win their own yo-yos. Hisako beamed as she showed Naruto her prize. "Look, Naruto, I won. I did it," she said proudly yet demurely. Naruto smiled and gently ruffled her hair, careful not to mess it up. "That was amazing, Hisako, you didn't even seem to be trying," the blonde replied, and she flushed further, fidgeting shyly under his praise as the children beside her grumbled about their bad luck. Smiling at each other, Hisako moved to help the children with the game. Eventually, her coaching worked, and they all won a yo-yo. Chuckling softly as the children hugged her, Hisako linked arms with Naruto again, and after bidding farewell to the stall owner, they set off to enjoy other stalls. However, Naruto's happy facade hid the tension he felt as the sky seemed to dim. Then, everything went dark as numerous smoke bombs caused confusion and panic within the village walls. Cursing under his breath as the crowd rushed, panic and confusion spreading, Naruto was about to secure Hisako in an embrace when he panicked himself as she was swept away by the throng. Gritting his teeth, he pursued her in the direction she was carried, growing more agitated as he couldn't push through the crowd. Disregarding his self-imposed rule, Naruto let his old skills surface, escaping the crowd and heading to the rooftops. Easily reaching the top, he scanned the area and his eyes widened when he saw a large group of ninja also on the roofs. "Damn them," Naruto muttered, his agitation reaching dangerous levels with the knowledge that these ninja had ruined Hisako's fun. Clenching his fists, he began channeling chakra to them but paused, noticing they weren't moving. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced down, seeing they weren't attacking civilians like most invasion parties. He ignored them, however, when he felt terror and despair fill Hisako, and his rage boiled over. A plume of smoke covered him, replacing his yukata with his combat gear and scarf. Securing them, he ensured his face was completely covered before vanishing in a flash of black and crimson. Teo no Kuni, Irai no Sato, Hisako's location. "Damn, we got quite the beauties, huh? What the boss doesn't know won't hurt him, right? We gotta hurry up, the sooner we get rid of them, the less chance we'll be found out." As the group of men and women decided who belonged to whom, they grabbed their captives and began relocating to a newly abandoned building. En route, they were stopped by a large group of ninja, both friendly and foreign, who surrounded them. Panic filled their bodies, and they held kunai to their captives' throats. Their eyes wide with fear, the captives cried out for help as the surrounding ninja tensed. Hisako managed to free herself from her captor's grip and cried out for the one person she knew would save her no matter the circumstance. "Naruto," she cried, tears streaming down her face, hoping and praying her beloved would appear and save her, however far-fetched it seemed. A bit stunned by her action, the captors were about to silence her when a devastating amount of killing intent froze their bodies and minds. The same was true for the surrounding ninja. The ex-comrades of the rogue ninja felt utter fear, while the Konoha ninja stiffened at the name the Silverette had cried out. Then, like a scene from a dream or nightmare, a cloaked man appeared in a flash of black and crimson. The eyes of those who knew exactly what that jutsu resembled widened with fear and confusion. Appearing in front of Hisako with his fist drawn back, Naruto lashed out, connecting his fist with the head of the woman holding her. Upon impact, her face caved in before splattering against the wall she stood in front of. Her body moved to grasp at the non-existent extremity. Naruto then grabbed Hisako in a secure and comforting embrace. Spinning on the ball of his foot, he shattered the spine and vertebrae of the remaining two captors as they released their hostages. Once they were down, he checked on the Silverette in his arms as she rose to meet his gaze, tears running down his face. "You came for me," she choked out in a whisper, a bright smile on her face as she buried it into his chest. "You called, right," he answered softly, holding her close as he turned to face the ninja around him with an even more disturbing amount of killing intent. While Naruto focused on ensuring no ninja present left alive, he failed to notice the petite figure staring down at him with wide eyes. While foraging for her dinner, Naro heard screams, and her curiosity took over. Heading into the village, she was about to repeat what she had done before but froze when she felt him. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes brightened. She sped toward the source of the presence and stopped when she caught sight of him. Even though he was garbed head to toe in black, a cloak obstructing all physical features, she knew it was him. "Unai-chan, I found you." Silence permeated the area as the gathered ninja openly gawked at the mysterious and terrifying newcomer. What stunned most was the Silverette, her face buried in his chest in a relieved and safe manner, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had killed the kunoichi holding her with a single blow. But for a few of those present, namely those from Konoha with strong attachments to the name Naruto, a much different emotion stirred within them. Many thoughts raced through their minds, most revolving around the seemingly impossible idea that they were looking at, and were in the presence of, the very same Naruto who had left them 5 years ago. "Hisako, keep your eyes closed and cover your ears, alright? I promise that everything will be fine," he whispered to the softly nodding Silverette in his arms, smiling gently as she immediately followed his orders, placing her hands over her ears. Once she did, Naruto's smile immediately vanished as he turned his arctic gaze to the ninja gathered in the immediate area. But when he saw the disbelieving faces of his old friends from Konoha, he stifled the curse that wanted to escape his lips. Having a rather good idea of why they were in Teo no Kuni, he pushed the thought aside, his primary objective at the moment being the complete and utter annihilation of the ninja who ruined everyone's, especially Hisako's, night. Summoning a customized smoke pellet from the seal on his wrist, he let it drop as a chakra-infused smoke blanketed the area. The custom smoke pellet Naruto had dropped was made of materials found only on Thousand Blade Mountain. Camellios, the Empress of Stealth, taught him everything about avoiding detection and blending the chakra-rich plants from the mountain into extremely potent concealment. The resulting smoke could even trick and blind the sight of the most visually powerful dragons, as he discovered through experimentation. The smoke within that pellet was particularly thick, those caught inside could barely see their own hands. Securing his grip on Hisako, he created a clone for the imminent massacre and sped away with Hisako back to the outskirts of the village. Once out of sight, he quickly changed his clothes back to what they were before engaging in saving the silverette. Glancing back, he suppressed a small frown as he ran through possible scenarios that would undoubtedly play out in the coming hours. Letting out a quiet sigh, he gently cupped Hisako's hands as he began to explain the situation to her. She gave him a slightly surprised look before it was replaced with an understanding smile. Smiling at her, he gave her a soft kiss on the forehead and thanked her. The silverette flushed slightly before reassuring him that she would always be there for him. Teo no Kuni, Irai no Sato, Village Center. The clone quickly transformed itself, revealing both eyes instead of the eye patch that would betray the original's identity. Then, it vanished, and the senses of the ninja present sprang to life, though they did nothing to save their owners as they were killed. Appearing behind the closest ninja, the clone lashed out, shattering their spine. The garbled scream of pain alerted those nearby of their comrade's demise. As their fear and panic increased, many prepared a jutsu despite orders given moments before. Taking a deep breath, they channeled chakra to their lungs, frantically searching the area for any sign of the concealed assassin. Futon Daitapa, they screamed, unleashing a powerful gust of wind, but their hopes fell as the smokescreen showed no signs of dissipating. When their most logical solution to clearing the smokescreen failed, they finally cracked. The distant sounds of their comrades screaming in agony before silence echoed through the empty village. Staring with wide eyes and trembling bodies, the invading ninja could only await the Shinigami lurking in the fog as they fell to darkness one by one. As the last ninja stood frozen with terror overriding their minds, they could only watch as he stepped toward them before a brief flash of agony and finally darkness took over. For the Konoha ninja, they huddled together, the men of the family protectively encircling their loved ones and friends. A distraught and unsettled Hayashi glared into the smokescreen with a furrowed brow, utterly baffled as to why he couldn't peer through the smoke with his Byakugan. The same was true for his brother and their family members. The Hayaga family was quite terrified by the situation. They were completely and utterly blind, a thought and possibility that had never crossed their minds. Hisashi, you're not able to see, are you? Hayashi asked his brother, who shook his head negatively, a grimace marring his face. No, it's like trying to look through a solid wall of chakra. This smoke is far too condensed and dense with chakra to be regular smoke. The same was true for the Uchiha family. Fugaku, Itachi, Mikato, Satsuki, and Suzuki were unable to pierce through or follow any movement or chakra in the smoke with their Sharingan. While they didn't have the piercing prowess of their fellow clan, they were proud of their eyes and the abilities they bestowed. What made them feel vulnerable wasn't that they couldn't see their opponent but rather the thought that an opponent had effectively tricked their eyes with such a simple tactic. Damn it, Naizen, Satsuki, are you two able to see anything? Suzuki asked his older siblings, the small frown marring the elder Uchiha's faces being all he needed for an answer. Nothing here, it's way too dense for me to catch sight of anything, Satsuki quipped, tightening her grip on her Wakaizashi, her eyes constantly darting around the smoky area. No, I'm not catching anything. Tio-san, Kaa-san, are you two seeing anything? Itachi asked his parents, whose eyes darted back and forth as a bead of sweat fell down the side of their faces. I'm not seeing anything, this isn't a regular smokescreen, Fugaku replied, tightening his grip on the kuno in his hand, his family doing the same as they felt isolated and cut off from the rest of the group. Tio-san, Kaa-chan, please stay behind me. Yakumo all but ordered her parents, her tanto clutched tightly in her right hand as she held the other in a half-seal. Don't worry about us, Yakumo. We're retired, but we were capable ninja back in our time, Murakumo replied, readying a set of seals for anything that was to come at his family, his wife mirroring the action with a set of her own seals. Your father is right, Yakumo. We're not as helpless as you believe, Yuriko added as she scanned the area around her family, grimacing slightly at her lack of success in sensing any bodies in the smoke. Standing protectively around the shaking form of their child and baby brother, the Mamakai family was ready to kill on sight as they scanned the area for any signs of a threat to their vulnerable family member. For them, lacking the visual powers of their companions, they were reasonably tense, though that was saying something. For Zabuza and Haku, two individuals skilled and trained to kill in the concealment of the mist, they were even more tense than the others as they watched the areas they were all too familiar with striking from. Anko, make sure you don't let go of Ruto. I was trained to kill in the mist, and I taught that to Haku. We've got a damn good idea where they'll strike, Zabuza told his wife. The purple-haired woman nodded, securing her hold on their son. Tio-san, I can't get a feeling as to where they'll attack from. It feels like they're going to strike from every possible angle, Haku said in a slightly frightened tone. Zabuza winced, knowing what she was feeling as he felt it too. Mama, Papa, Nei-chan. That's the black angel that saved Papa. Ruto exclaimed with shining eyes at his family. The Mamakai parents' eyes widened at the information. The Uzumaki Namikaze family had a much greater form of defense and a more threatening response due to the Kongo Fusa protruding from Mito, Narumi, and Kushina's backs. Their eyes narrowed to dangerous slits as they felt the ambient area around them using their chains. For the rest of their family, Kakashi had his Sharinan trained on the smokescreen. Minato had his Hiraishin Kunao at the ready, Menma had created a clone, Shizun was creating a chakra scalpel, and the Sunin with them were all ready. Mitone, Kaa-chan, can you two feel anything? Narumi asked nervously, receiving negative shakes of the head from the two. Nothing but buildings and stalls, and a few corpses, Mito replied with a grimace, terrified by the horrific damage done to the bodies. Keep a level head, girls, who knows when they'll try and flank us, Kushina replied coolly, her daughters quickly following her example as they sensed more of their environment. Sensei, what should we do? Kakashi asked his mentor. Minato furrowed his brow slightly as he ran through a series of possible scenarios, finding each lacking a reliable response due to the lack of information. Nothing, we stay together and minimize the possibility of any of us being picked off. We don't know what they're capable of, and frankly, that's the advantage they have over us, the blonde replied, receiving an affirmative nod from the silver-haired man. The group huddled closer as the area became eerily quiet. Minato-sama, Hayashi-san, Hisashi-san, Fugaku, do you see any signs of them? Zabuza called out from his family's position, receiving a negative reply from the other families. No, the smoke isn't thinning, it's getting thicker, Hayashi exclaimed, surprising the Konoha ninja. As the realization of the thickening smoke set in, the ninja regrouped, wary of the black-cloaked figure. They stumbled over the bodies of the invaders, disgusted by the horrific damage to both the corpses and the surroundings. Tsunade, Shizun, Haku, and Narumi were particularly disturbed, understanding the immense force required for such destruction. After a few minutes of cautious movement, they were within arm's reach, anticipating their enemy's attack. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Naruto and Hisako's location. After a quick run, Naruto stopped a short distance from a group of concerned villagers. He helped Hisako to her feet, despite her slight reluctance, and offered his arm. She smiled, took it, and they walked toward the group. Many villagers, who were regulars at their hostel, rushed to check on them, relieved to see them safe. Naruto and Hisako politely assured them they were fine. Naruto-kun, Hisako-chan, are you two all right? I'm so glad to see that you're both safe. You two had us so worried. We didn't know if you were safe or not. Many expressed their relief, and the pair thanked them with smiles. Some villagers watched as their homes became shrouded in thick smoke, their hearts sinking. They found comfort in their families being safe and sound, the fact that no one was injured or missing outweighing the loss of their homes and belongings. Naruto, please protect everyone, Hisako whispered to him, squeezing his hand. He returned the squeeze softly. Don't worry, Hisako, everything will be fine. I promise, he whispered back soothingly. She smiled and nodded. Everyone, we need to get away from here. We don't know if they'll pursue us, and we have injured people. The closest shelter is our hostel, let's go, Naruto calmly but firmly instructed. Many heads nodded, and they began helping their injured friends and neighbors toward the hostel. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Irai no Sato, village rooftop. Unii-chan, you're so cool. Nara whispered, her face alight with awe and more emotion than she'd shown all day. She frowned slightly watching the smoke spread, but a smile touched her lips when she heard the screams of the attacking ninja. Content to simply watch and listen to her beloved brother's display of skill, she hummed happily and sat down on the rooftop, swinging her feet cheerfully. She decided to wait until the screams died down before greeting him, ensuring all distractions were gone. After a few minutes, the screams of those hunted by her brother faded to silence, and Nara's smile widened. She leaned over and dropped to the ground below, unconcerned by the thick smoke. As she landed, Nara stood and looked around, surprised she couldn't sense her brother within the smoke, as she usually could. A small pout formed on her face. She entered her apex state, and her chakra surged. Jinrei, she whispered, channeling chakra to her hands and bringing them together. A sound like thunder ripped through the area. Not only did a clap of thunder echo, but a tremendously powerful gale of wind tore through the smokescreen like wet tissue paper. Both the Konoha ninja and Naruto's clone watched with wide eyes, unable to believe what they'd witnessed, the clone more so. Once the clone recovered from its initial shock at the smokescreen's dispersal, it was stunned to see Naru. The opposing blonde had all the signs of an apex and an uncanny resemblance to himself. Unii-chan. Naru said, barely audible, filled with delight. She quickly closed the distance to the blonde. Before anyone could blink, she was happily embracing the older blonde. A content sigh escaped her as she snuggled into his chest. The clone froze, feeling an astonishing mix of nostalgia and eeriness. Part of it felt as if the blonde embracing it was a long-lost, cherished friend or family member, while another part felt a strange sense of self, as if she were a part of him. But before it could get comfortable, the realization that she showed all the signs of being an apex snapped the clone out of its stupor. Quickly substituting itself with a piece of broken lumber, the clone narrowed its eyes at the confused, pouting blonde. Naru turned, her pout powerful enough to shatter mortal wills. The clone winced at her sad, disappointed look as she tilted her head cutely. "Unai-chan, why did you do that? Do you not like me anymore?" Naru asked in a cute, tearful tone. The clone grimaced as a dull yet sharp ache echoed through its heart. "I've got a sister," the clone thought, a vague memory of a blonde girl calling him brother surfacing. The lack of family memories was unsettling. His only recollections of his old home, Konoha, were of a select few: Ryohei, Zabuza, Anko, Haku, Satsuki, and Yakumo. While he knew his repressed memories were due to White's influence, something more was amiss if he couldn't recall those he once called family. Shaking its head, the clone shifted its gaze to the other ninja present. He saw the faces of his old friends, who still caused a dull ache in his heart knowing they truly didn't know he was alive. Zabuza, whom he'd recently saved, was a father figure. Anko doted on him like a mother. Haku, Satsuki, and Yakumo, the memories he shared with these now beautiful young women were bittersweet and caused him pain when he recalled their feelings for him. But everyone else, most of them anyway, evoked no reaction. The family huddled in the center stirred something within his heart, a mix of sorrow, bitterness, envy, and longing. Their faces and appearances emanated nostalgia, and his eyes softened, feeling a bit guilty at their fearful, tense expressions. Scanning the area again, he found no malicious intent lingering on the bodies of those he hunted. The blonde grew slightly self-conscious from the attention. Seeing no alternative, and overwhelmed by the blonde girl's tearful pout and the Konoha ninja's incredulous stares, the clone dispelled itself, leaving only a plume of smoke. Nara stared blankly at the empty space, her pout dropping to a slight frown. The glow in her eyes faded as she clenched her fists, searching for any trace of her brother. Her unhappiness was about to boil over when she heard someone speak. It's you." Narumi called out to the older blonde. Naru's slight head turn was her only acknowledgement. "What do you want?" Naru asked in a terse, slightly threatening tone. The group flinched at her dangerous voice. "Who are you and what do you know about that man?" Mito demanded, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. Naru mirrored the action, though on a much smaller scale. "That's none of your business," Naru replied coldly and dangerously, then turned and re-entered her apex state. Her senses heightened, she closed her eyes, trying to catch her brother's scent, focusing chakra to her nose for maximum efficiency. Sifting through various smells, she froze when one caught her attention. It was present on a few people, but one aspect ignited a quiet yet violent fire in Naru's heart. It was heavily intertwined with her brother's scent. "Another woman. Unai-chan has the smell of another woman on him," she whispered in a quiet, unsettling tone, her eyes darkening and pupils dilating. She turned and sped out of the village walls. The Konoha ninja watched with varied expressions, staring blankly at the space the strange blonde had occupied. She had moved with speed that would have made even Guy proud without his weights, immediately registering as a suspicious person. After a few seconds of silent gaping, the group snapped out of their stupor, trying to piece together what had just happened, starting with the terrifying black-cloaked man. Everything about him screamed death. The feeling of imminent death overrode their instincts. Lost in thought, they didn't notice the villagers returning to the ruined festival grounds, their eyes wide as they looked around. But instead of sadness, tears of joy fell as they thanked the stunned ninja. The cheers of gratitude startled them. They panicked, realizing the credit was misplaced. Before they could explain, they were whisked to the village center as stall owners salvaged what they could, some gratefully thanking Kami that their goods were untouched. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel. Inside the Kuwakai Hostel, Naruto and Hisako were busy tending to those needing medical attention and a place to stay. After leaving Irai no Sato, they directed the injured and displaced back to their home. With about 150 people displaced from their village, the two couldn't stand by when they had the space and equipment to help their friends and neighbors. However, not everyone left with them, some choosing to wait and see their home's fate. 80 people came with the duo, Naruto and Hisako taking the children separated from their parents and informing others of their location. Though there were no casualties from the sudden invasion, the chaos caused several injuries, ranging from sprains and cuts to stab wounds and concussions. The two hostel owners attended to their guests in contrasting ways. Hisako delicately cared for those needing a kind and calming friend, while Naruto forcibly treated those who just wanted the silverette's doting attention. They cycled between treating, cooking, cleaning, and checking on their guests, now patients, with an efficiency that would awe even experienced hospital staff. "Naruto, I need more bandages and antiseptic please," Hisako called out to him. The young man quickly fetched the supplies, then returned to console the crying children clinging to him. "It'll be fine, I promise. Your parents are all safe and sound, they'll be here in no time to pick you all up. If not, I'll take you to them myself when everyone is all taken care of, okay? Come on, why don't I make you all something for dinner?" Naruto told the tearful, sniffing children, eliciting blushes and nods. He led them to a large booth. "Hisako, I'm going to open up the wings. Once I'm done, could you start relocating everyone so they've got some space to themselves?" he asked. Hisako nodded, pausing to smile at him. "I will, Naruto, please be careful," she called out, receiving a small smile in return as he moved to create more space in their humble shop. From the outside, the Kyuwakai hostel appeared much smaller than its interior truly was. Each wing, already roomy and comfortable, had been modified by Naruto to expand, creating more space for large parties when needed. These hidden extensions, locked away when not in use, added generous square meters to the wings. The only drawback was their complex setup and breakdown, though the extra space was well worth it. Setting up the extra space wasn't just for accommodating guests, though that was part of the reason. After the clone's memories rushed back to him, he was stunned, even dumbfounded, why the younger blonde who embraced his clone felt like she belonged there. His clone shared his personality and instincts, though watered down for combat and surveillance. Since the clone was affected, he expected to be even more so when he met the blonde in person. With a sigh, he unlocked and began opening the west wing, grimacing as he sensed the blonde approaching. After finishing the other wings, he sighed again, feeling her presence just outside his home. But before he could respond, Hisako did. "Hello, I'm sorry, but we're not open right now. I know Sato was attacked, and we're taking care of those who were injured." Hisako apologized to the blank-faced blonde before her. Nero raised an eyebrow, observing the hostel's interior. Scanning everything with a critical eye, her gaze darkened further when it landed on a picture of a smiling Hisako and Naruto. The blonde's blood boiled like magma seeing her brother so happy holding the silverette. Shifting her eyes to the younger girl, who now looked slightly scared, Nero felt her anger rise and moved her hand toward Hisako's throat. But before she could even raise her arm, her wrist was instantly secured in an ironclad grip by an all-too-familiar blonde. Her eyes widened, and Nero's face flushed a cheerful red as she felt her older brother's hand on her wrist. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked in an arctic tone. Nero's blank face and blush faded into a slightly panicked expression as she registered his tone. "Oh, Ani-chan. Who is this G-girl and why are you together with her?" she asked in a completely submissive and timid tone, a startling contrast to her previous terse and dangerous voice. "Her name's Hisako, and she's a very important person to me. Now apologize," he said sternly. Nero shrank before the older blonde, bowing her head to the now blushing Hisako. I am sorry, Hisako-san." Nero stammered quietly. Hisako tilted her head slightly, surprised by the young lady's sudden change in demeanor. It's fine. What's your name?" she asked. Nero nodded as Naruto released her. I am Naru, Ani-chan Zimuto. And nice to meet you, Hisako-san," Nero said in a shaky tone, still feeling the lingering effects of Naruto's earlier tone. Hisako gave her an awkward smile. "Why you have a sister, Naruto?" Hisako asked him, hurt and shocked. Naruto sighed, shaking his head at the situation. "I just remembered right now as well, Hisako," he replied exhaustedly. Hisako and Nero both blinked in confusion. "Remember that I had amnesia when we first met?" he asked the silverette, whose mouth formed a small O of realization. Nero's eyes widened, and everything began to make sense to her. "I see. So she's Yorimuto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Nero-san. Your brother is a great man," Hisako said delightedly, bowing her head to the older girl, opting to omit the "my man" swirling in her mind. "Thank you for taking care of my Ani-chan, Hisako-san," Nero said gratefully, bowing her head with a slight upturn of her lips. The two beautiful young women rose, meeting each other with small but brilliant smiles that made the sun seem dull. Yet, beneath those smiles lay an emotion few men dared to challenge, jealousy and challenge from Nero and Hisako, respectively. But before the man they both loved, they set those feelings aside for the moment as he turned to address them. "Ani-chan, I missed you," Nero whimpered, taking a shaky step forward. His heart ached at her teary but relieved expression, and he gave her a tiny smile. "It's all right, I missed you too," he said softly. Nero's restraint finally broke, she slammed into her older brother's chest and snuggled deeply. Inhaling his faint but nostalgic scent, a beautiful, radiant smile lit up her face as she reveled in the feeling of his arms around her, a sense of complete security and warmth that had eluded her for what felt like forever. A content sigh escaped her lips. When Nero looked up from her favorite place in the world and saw her beloved brother's tiny but sincere smile, everything else vanished from her mind. She tiptoed to kiss him squarely and softly on the lips. The eyes and jaws of everyone present widened and dropped in complete shock. "What are you doing?" Naruto said sternly after breaking away from the younger blonde's kiss. Nero pouted slightly, only to narrow her eyes when Hisako collided with his chest. And Naruto. What are you doing? She cried frantically, keeping Naru from tainting her Naruto's lips by using her body as a barrier. Why you two can't be doing this? Why you siblings? That's just not right, she continued to lecture them, though mostly directed at Naruto, looking up at him with a heartbreaking, teary expression. But Oni-chan and I used to kiss like that all the time when we were little, Nara said with a confused tilt of her head. The shock on everyone's faces intensified at this astounding information. We have not. I have absolutely no memories of anything like that ever happening between us, Naruto replied, a bit of pink on his cheeks, his usual cool facade burned through by the crazy situation. But you said you had amnesia, Oni-chan. Or are you saying Naru's a liar? Naru's voice was dreadfully tearful, making Naruto wince as a tiny frown marred Hisako's face. Can we deal with this another time? We have more pressing matters to attend to. Hisako, could you please check if anyone needs anything? If they do, tell me so I can help. Naru, come with me. You need a shower and a change of clothes, Naruto told the two young ladies. Both nodded, though Hisako was reluctant to part with the blonde. Naruto, why don't I show your sister where the bath is? Hisako suggested. Naruto blinked before giving her a small smile and nod. Alright, but make sure to give her a set of my own clothes. I need to go shopping with her later for her own, he told the silverette. Hisako's smile faltered, the thought of Nara sniffing Naruto's clothes a bit too vivid and possible in her mind. Nodding with visible hesitation and trepidation, Hisako led Naru upstairs, but not before giving Naruto a kiss of her own. Everyone's eyes, including Naru's, widened again. Hisako hid her embarrassed smirk by looking down, but the feeling of triumph over the beautiful blonde trumped all else. Naru's eyes narrowed dangerously, suppressing a growl that desperately wanted to escape as she saw her rival assert her claim over her brother. Though eliminating the silverette was the fastest and most efficient way to reclaim her original position in her brother's heart, her brother would undoubtedly resent and despise her for even thinking such thoughts. Oni-chan is mine, I won't let you have him. Just because you two were together for a little bit, it doesn't matter because Oni-chan and I have been together for an even longer time. Oni-chan and I will be together in the end, so enjoy what little time you two have left, Hisako-san, she thought, shooting a challenging look at Hisako. The silverette seemed unaware of the stare, though it was quite the opposite. Just because Nara-san is Naruto's sister, she can't just come and take him away from me. We've been through so much together, and I want to go through so much more with him. I'm sorry, Nara-san, but Naruto is mine, and I'm his. That's how it's going to be until the end of time, Hisako thought with a determined expression, the auras of the two surging with the energy and emotions of maidens in love. Things aren't going to be easy, are they? The blonde muttered as he watched the two head upstairs, seeing a bit of lightning arcing between their eyes as they pouted at each other. A few minutes later, after a relaxing soak in Naruto and Hisako's private hot spring, Nara let out a content sigh as she snuggled into the shirt her brother had given her to wear. The past few minutes were like something out of a dream, escaping her prison, her journey to find her brother, meeting a magical creature in the form of the fish man from a few days ago, saving a village from disaster, and finally reuniting with her beloved brother. She even had an evil rival trying to steal her brother away, though she'd no doubt save her brother from those vile clutches in due time. Just you wait, Oni-chan, Naru is here to save you, she said in a determined, though deadpan, tone, her face blank, though a multitude of emotions danced in her eyes. I'll protect you, Naruto. I am sorry, but why your sister's love isn't as strong as mine? Hisako whispered to herself in a determined tone, curling her fists similarly as she headed downstairs to help her beloved with those who still needed medical assistance. Naruto had finished clearing up all misconceptions and assumptions about his relationship with his sister. After careful wordplay and underlying threats to those he knew had loose lips, the event had been smoothed over, though a reasonable amount of skepticism remained about the true nature of their relationship. But those thoughts were dismissed quickly when Naruto raised an eye in a challenging manner at those still giving him curious looks. Once peace settled inside his hostel, Naruto sighed contentedly, focusing on a more pressing issue, the appearance of his old friends from Konoha. No doubt they're in Teo no Kuni to stay here, he muttered exasperatedly, unaware of the concerned stares the two young ladies behind him were sending his way. Oni-chan, is everything alright? I didn't upset you, did I? Naru asked her brother, fidgeting and rubbing her toes into the ground like a child about to be scolded. Is everything alright, Naruto? Naru-san and I are getting along just fine if that's what's worrying you, Hisako reported to her beloved. Naru gave Hisako a slight smile at her attempt to salvage the situation. Oh, no. Don't worry, you two, how could two of the most important people to me do anything to upset me, he reassured them with a smile. Their faces and spirits brightened considerably at both his tone and smile. With their worries placated, he ushered them to an empty booth to relax as he finished checking on those inside their home. A bit reluctant at first, they were eventually swayed when he promised to spend time together with both of them. With even brighter smiles, they happily took a seat in a private booth, discussing the man they both loved most. As they slowly but surely started to bond, giggling as they shared stories of their most intimate and private moments with Naruto, they missed the slight twitches of said blonde's eyebrow when they ventured into more sensitive memories involving him. And what made it so funny was that Naruto was humming a song the entire time. They were screaming so loud that I thought there was a festival going on. Hisako giggled as Naruto mimicked the act. Naruto's brow twitched once more when Hisako recalled the time a group of women watched him working in the garden from afar. "Those two will be the death of me," he muttered, shaking his head. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to stop them, as the two were smiling much more brightly at each other, finding solace in having another person they could truly trust. A much happier and lighter atmosphere filled the Kuwakai hostel. Naruto turned and looked out the window, contemplating his next move. There were still people unaccounted for, having decided to stay behind or not being part of either group. What gripped him most were the softly smiling children chatting amongst themselves, whom the blonde had promised to bring to their parents safe and sound. But seeing as his old friends from Konoha were no doubt suspicious about his cloaked clone and were in the country to visit his hostel, there was no real way to avoid meeting with them other than erasing their memories or scaring them away, neither of which seemed like a tasteful choice since they were on their own vacation. "When we hit that bridge, it'll either burn down or be crossed," he said to himself softly, making one more round before helping his guests settle in for the night. Teo no Kuni, Irai no Sato, Village Center. Yahoo shouted, showing off his ninja skills to a group of swooning girls, flexing his muscles as he received various looks from his friends and family. "What an idiot," Tsunade muttered, willing herself not to send the man responsible to Kumo for corrupting her godson. "That's the way, Menma. Don't be afraid to let loose. Who knows what might happen, you might just get lucky," he shouted, only to be quieted by both Tsunade and Kushina, who shouted a multitude of insults at him and his pride, the damage causing the poor man to faint. "Ha ha ha. Well, it seems Jiraiya-sama is as lively as ever," Hisashi said with a wry laugh, the rest of his family following his example as the Uzumaki Namikaze family flushed in embarrassment. It's not like that. Jiraiya-jiji is just a perverted old idiot," Narumi shouted with a crimson face, making the white-haired man cough up blood at his goddaughter's description. "Exactly. If Jiraiya-jiji was as cool as Orokai-jiji, then it wouldn't be fun. Being a perverted old man is just how he is," Mito chimed in, as Jiraiya felt a part of his soul chip away from the damage of his goddaughter's words. Is that how you all see me? Do my beautiful, precious, kind goddaughters think that I'm just a perverted old man?" he shouted at them, only to receive dry looks from both of them as well as the other females of his family. "An imbecile will always be an imbecile," Orochimaru said with a shake of his head. Jiraiya's brow twitched with renewed vigor and anger as his old rival opened an old wound. "Fine then, you pale bastard, you're one. One-on-one, mano-a-mano, Jiraiya the gallant versus Orochimaru the crass." Jiraiya challenged his old rival. Orochimaru's brow twitched at the nickname he was slapped with. "Oh? And what are the stakes of this one-sided wager?" Orochimaru challenged his longtime rival. Jiraiya opted to ignore the jab as he smirked at the pale man. "Loser has to entertain one of the winner's wishes. In short, you do whatever the winner wants," he said as Orochimaru smirked at the white-haired man, the two securing their wager with a handshake. "Oh, when I win, you're going to come help me with my research," Jiraiya said with a mixed grin of perverseness and smugness. The pale visage of Orochimaru paled even more as he heard the penalty should he fail. "Oh, I need in on this. I've got 10,000 Ryo on Orochimaru," Tsunade shouted as the others gained a bit of interest in the wager at hand, many of them adding to the steadily growing Ryo pool. "I've got 1,000 on Orokai-jiji," Mito shouted as she gave her favorite godparent a brilliant smile, the man's confidence growing exponentially as Jiraiya's fell. Soon, the group fell into a festive mood, visiting the various stalls and attractions salvaged from the recently invaded village. Many were still in operation due to the ninja who quickly and efficiently disposed of the invading ninja. Though they had recently experienced a rather traumatic event, they recovered quite quickly, and their resolve and happiness were inspiring to the Konoha natives. While they considered themselves positive, they had nothing on the spirit of the villagers of this country. That being said, their stay in Irai no Sato was cut short when they remembered their number one destination in the country. "Honey, we've got to find them. They aren't at home. Where could they be?" a woman asked her husband, both distraught as they searched fruitlessly for their children. "Don't worry, Han, I'm sure they're safe. I know one person who wouldn't let anything happen to them. I think our best bet is to check with Naruto," he replied to his wife, whose eyes widened before closing a bit in relief. The two quickly headed out of the village with another group of now calm parents, catching the eye of the Konoha ninja not currently partaking in the festive activities. The name Naruto came up once again, and with it, the dull ache that resonated within their hearts. The man they were referring to seemed like he would be a perfect match to their own, though they knew it was an impossibility given the evidence of his death. A somber sigh escaping their lips, they tried to ease the recently reawakened pain by diving into the festivities present, though there were two people who couldn't just leave the strange occurrence alone, Mito and Narumi sneaking away with the group of parents to see if their little sister instincts were truly telling them the truth. Teo no Kuni Irai no Sato, village outskirts. Mito ne, what if we're wrong? He could just have the same name as Neru and II. Narumi whispered quietly, her heart aching at the name of her beloved brother as Mito mirrored the feeling in her own heart. We have to see for ourselves, Umi-chan, it just can't be a coincidence that he acts like our Nii-chan, can it? Mito responded as Narumi remained silent, though an inkling of hope danced in her heart at such a possibility being reality. Falling into an awkward silence, they could only wait until they arrived at the home of the Naruto in whom the villagers had placed their hopes. As they created more distance between themselves and Irai no Sato, they hoped their friends and family wouldn't notice their absence for a bit longer, though the possibility was very, very slim given the abilities of the people they called family. A sigh escaping their lips, they also knew that their father had marked their necklaces with the seal formula for his high Shin, a precaution in case something happened to them or if he needed to get to their position quickly. I really hope Tio-san doesn't appear out of nowhere like last time, Narumi muttered under her breath. Mito turned a bit red with embarrassment and anger at the memory. He's such a dummy. We were in the bathhouse with the other girls, it was our girls' night out for Kami's sake, Mito replied hotly. Narumi nodded in agreement at the utter mortification and embarrassment their father caused them when he thought they were missing from the village. A bit lost in their ramblings, they were surprised to see a quaint-looking building by the side of the road. From afar, it looked rather unassuming, but as the distance between them and the building closed, their eyes sparkled when they saw just how cute and beautiful it was up close. Engrossed with the exterior, they were left behind as the villagers hurried inside for any sign of their children. Luckily for them, they were all safe and sound, happily munching on a few light sweets prepared by the building's owners. After a few seconds of admiring the building, they exchanged glances before swallowing the lump in their throats and taking a brave set of steps towards the building. From within the Kuwakai hostel, both Naruto and Nara stopped what they were doing when they felt the all-too-familiar presence of Mito and Narumi, having memorized the rather strange mix of warm and vile chakra that made up their persons. Naruto narrowed his eyes, readying himself for an attack, while Nara felt sheer irritation bubble up when she remembered the chakra of the girl who questioned her about her beloved brother. Taking hold of her new best friend's hand, Nara told Hisako that there were a pair of bad people outside, causing a brief flash of panic and fear across the Silverette's face. Naru's visage darkened considerably when she saw the younger girl's state. It's alright, Hisako-san, I'll protect you, but we don't even need to worry because Uni-chan is here, and he's unbeatable, Nara reassured the Silverette. Hisako's worries shifted from being about herself to the well-being of her beloved. But what if they hurt Naruto, she asked her newfound best friend. Naru's expression darkened even more as she suppressed rage and the urge to kill at such a ludicrous thought. There's no one in the entire world that can hurt Uni-chan, so don't worry, okay? Naru replied as Hisako calmed down a tiny bit, though she was still apprehensive about letting the man she loved deal with everything that threatened the stability of their happiness in life. Naruto was a bit intrigued by the mix of warm and vile chakra dancing within the bodies of the two approaching his hostel. Picking up a broom and sweeping the entranceway, his memories fell back to the feel of the chakra the pair had. It reminded him of a certain mint-haired kunoichi he had saved a few years ago. Back then, she was a bit reluctant to tell him what she held inside her, but after a few days of bonding and a newfound crush the mint-haired young lady gained for the blonde, she finally told him what it was she held inside her. Flashback, a few years ago, unknown location, Forest Grove. Why you promise that you'll still be my friend even after I tell you what that chakra belongs to, right? Fu asked the blonde, offering her a cup of tea. She hesitantly took the cup once he nodded slightly. Just because you contain something evil doesn't make you evil. It's what you choose to do with your life that dictates who and what you are. From what I can tell, you're a lonely girl who just wants to make a few friends she can trust, Naruto replied as Fu's eyes widened a bit, an equal amount of moisture beginning to form in the corners of her eyes as she gave him a demure but bright smile. Thank you, Naruto-san. I've never had someone try to understand me before. They all think I'm the being that I have sealed inside of me, he replied softly, taking a sip of the tea and smiling a bit more when she felt it warm her entire body. That chakra, it belongs to Kome, she told the blonde. Naruto raised a brow when he heard the strange name. Kome, Naruto asked her. Fu flushed a bit, forgetting to give the blonde insight into who she was talking about. Kome she's the Nanabe, she said in all but a whisper, snapping her eyes shut as she awaited the inevitable sound of disgust from the blonde. Keeping her eyes shut, she waited and waited and waited, but when no gasp or shout of hate or disgust left her blonde companion's mouth, she peeked out from one eye and saw him giving her a puzzled look. Flushing when she saw his expression, Fu quickly waved her hands in front of her in an effort to clear up any misunderstandings she thought the blonde had conceived. But when he told her that he could care less about a demon being sealed inside of her, her rambling stopped as she looked at him with eyes full of disbelief and hope. Seeing her expression, Naruto couldn't help the tiny smirk that appeared on his face. Fu's face flushed a bit deeper when she saw it. Like I said, it doesn't matter what you've got inside of you. What does matter is what you decide to do with your life. You can choose to resent humanity and hope for everyone who hates you to die a horrible death, but you'd be exactly what they think of you. Being able to push past that hatred and break that preconceived notion of what people think of you is what separates you from being human and being the thing they think you are. You're a strong girl, phew, don't forget that. You're you, and no one should change that no matter what, Naruto told the mint-haired girl. Her eyes watered as her face began to scrunch up into a sob. Burying her face into his chest, Naruto could only repress the sigh that wanted to escape his mouth before he gently rubbed her back in an effort to calm her. Staying like that for a few seconds, he was about to check to see if she had woken, only for her to raise her head. The resulting mix of his head leaning down and hers rising was a quick kiss between the two. The blonde blinked a bit in surprise, brushing it off as an accident while Few made a much larger deal of it. What? That was my first kiss. You stole it, she shouted at him while jumping away, her face a brilliant crimson as Komei laughed wildly from within. Ah ha ha ha. Atta girl, Few-chan. You netted yourself a strong mate. Now show him why we're a pair of lucky sevens. Komei cheered from within Few's mind, the poor girl's face releasing an amazing amount of steam at the mental suggestions and images her friend was sending her. You alright? Naruto asked in a concerned manner. Few quickly panicked as she scrambled backwards. I am fine. Please. Just don't come any closer, she shouted from her newfound position behind a tree. Naruto gave her another puzzled look before he started laughing softly. Why are you laughing? You be big meanin'. Few shouted from her hidden position, opting to hide her face from view as she did her best to try and cool down the scarlet of her cheeks. Few-san, I have to say, you're truly interesting. I'm so glad you're my friend, Naruto declared, his smile widening, as a warm, fuzzy feeling pierced Few's heart, her eyes widening in surprise. Thank you, and Naruto-kun, for being my friend, and my first love, she stammered, her voice shaky with happiness, the last part a whispered confession barely audible. What was that last part? I didn't quite catch it, he asked, and Few, panicking, quickly waved her hands behind the tree. It was nothing at all. Aha, she quickly blurted to avoid his question, and Naruto blinked before joining her laughter. Soon, with gentle encouragement from both Naruto and Komei, she emerged from her tree's refuge and joined him by their makeshift campfire. Initially awkward, the atmosphere grew even more so when her stomach rumbled loudly, resembling a wolf's growl. Her face flushed again, and a string of excuses tumbled out, but Naruto softly chuckled, dismissing them. He told her a hungry girl was an attractive girl, instantly silencing her and deepening the blush on her cheeks. Silently, she watched him quickly prepare a simple dinner before they settled into a comfortable silence. However, like all stories, this one had to end, as Naruto had fulfilled a certain white-haired cage's request. So, you're leaving? Few asked sadly, idly kicking a rock as Naruto nodded. Yeah, I finished what I came here for, but I promise we'll meet again, Few, Naruto said with a small smile, which Few ignored, her gaze fixed on the ground. But I'll be all alone again, she murmured quietly, and Naruto's eyes softened before he pulled a piece of paper from his pouch. Here, it's where I live, don't hesitate to write, I'll definitely write back, and you're always welcome to visit, he said with a smile, and Few's cheeks colored as she timidly and gratefully accepted the paper as if it were a fragile treasure. You promise we'll always be friends, she asked again, and Naruto nodded, ruffling her hair. Yeah, I promise, and you promise me you'll stay out of trouble. I've heard about some of your antics, he said playfully, and Few blushed slightly in embarrassment at his scolding. I will. Just, please don't forget about me, okay? You're my most important friend, she asked once more, and Naruto chuckled softly, nodding his head. A smile finally graced her face, and Few tiptoed to give him a quick peck on the cheek before materializing Komei's wings and soaring away at breakneck speed. Naruto stood for a moment, confused by both the kiss and the sudden appearance of her insect-like wings, then simply shook his head with a small smile. Waving goodbye one last time, he began his journey home. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for being everything I wanted in a friend. Few whispered to herself, holding her right hand over her heart, a few tears leaking down her face as a blush colored her cheeks. Don't forget he's everything you want in a mate. Oh ho, what if he's lucky down there too? No wait. He's probably extra lucky, Few-chan. You lucky girl, Komei chimed in her mind, and Few's face exploded in crimson as she fainted, swirls in her eyes, imagining exactly what Komei was referring to. Flashback end. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, main entrance. Now or never, UMI-chan. Mito declared as she and Narumi steeled themselves before opening the hostel doors, their eyes widening at the sight of a blonde sweeping the entranceway. Can I help you? He asked calmly and cordially, his eyes quickly analyzing the two for any signs of hostility. Ni. Mito and Narumi chanted like a mantra, their eyes quickly overflowing with tears as they took in his all-too-familiar features. Come again, he asked them, watching in confusion as their faces scrunched into sobs while they clung to each other. Before he could utter another word, or they to him, a flash of yellow caught his attention. Narumi and Mito's vision, obscured by tears and closed eyes, prevented them from noticing their father's concerned and angered expression as he assumed the worst. Quickly scanning the area, he locked onto the only other person in the room, rage clouding his vision. Just what did you do to my daughters? I. He began fiercely, but soon Minato's eyes grew moist as he took in the blonde's handsome features. Everything about the young man before him reminded him of his firstborn child, his original platinum blonde hair now a darker shade with age, his lightly tanned skin richer from gardening, his navy blue eyes, once arctic and distrusting, still sharp but now curious. This was him, without a doubt in Minato's mind. This young man was the very same person his family and he had thought dead and buried back home in Konoha. Naruto. Minato whispered, his tone a mix of disbelief, uncertainty, and above all, hope. Right before his eyes, and his daughter's eyes, stood a young man who was the spitting image of what he dreamt his son would look like. His once pale platinum hair was now a deeper, sun-kissed blonde, a shade lighter than his own golden locks. His once lightly tanned complexion was now richer from working in the garden beside the hostel. And his stature, once a slightly above average tall boy, was now a very tall young man with a heavily athletic yet lithe build. But the most telling feature, the one that confirmed this was his son, was the eye patch covering his left eye, a permanent reminder of one of his greatest failures. There wasn't a hint of doubt in Minato's heart or mind, everything within him told him that the young man staring at him was his son, his child, the child he had betrayed and failed all those years ago. Standing before him and his daughters was his eldest child, standing before him was Naruto. Minato repeated, the hope and disbelief in his voice thick enough to move even the most cold-hearted individual to tears. Yes, can I help you with something? Naruto asked the strangely familiar man before him, noting that he brought his hand up to stifle a choked sob. It's really you. Minato said with a sob, tears now freely falling from his eyes as he absorbed every new detail about his son. It wasn't just Minato, Mito and Narumi had also managed to rein in their wildly dancing emotions enough to take in everything about their beloved older brother. Their faces flushed a deeper red as they saw how much more handsome he had become over the years. His once boyish and cute features had matured into a handsome visage while retaining a few of his younger traits. As the trio continued to stare at him, their bodies moved before they even registered it. The result was a collision of bodies with Naruto at the center, the group tumbling to the ground as Naru and Hisako quickly rushed to the source of the noise. Upon arriving, both froze, seeing the cause of the loud disturbance in the normally quiet hostel, their beloved blonde on the ground, three others tightly latched onto him, tears of happiness and whimpers of relief escaping them. Naruto, it's you. It's really you. Minato shouted in joy, happily embracing his eldest child, the overwhelming happiness eclipsing anything he'd felt since his apparent death. Naru and it's a miracle. It has to be a miracle. Narumi cried into his back, tightening her grip on him, oblivious to the strength she was exerting. Aniki. I am so happy. You. Unlike her usual cool and collected self, Mito openly sobbed like a child who had just seen her brother for the first time in years. While the trio unloaded their pent-up and newly unearthed emotions, they failed to notice Naruto blinking in confusion at their actions. Not only that, Naru and Hisako were both staring at the group with varying expressions and degrees of shock. Not only was Naruto being smothered by two attractive women, but, in Naru's case particularly, they were also addressing him with an intimacy usually reserved for family. After a few more seconds, their patience wore thin, and they marched up to the blonde, and, in Naru's case, forcibly removed him from the bawling group. What do you two think you're doing? Mito shouted at the pair, her eyes burning with unrestrained anger as she secured Naruto's arm in an ironclad grip. Please let go of Naruto. Hisako asked the trio politely yet firmly, hugging his arm to her chest as Mito's and Narumi's brows twitched at the sight. How about you two let go? He's our Nii-san. Narumi snarled at the duo, and Naru's eyes narrowed immediately as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's bicep. What do you mean you're Nii-san? He's my Unii-chan, Naru stated in a frigid tone, the Uzumaki Namikaze family member's eyes widening at the shocking information. What? We don't have another sister. Mito and Narumi shouted in unison, and Minato paled as terrifying and unwanted theories about Naru's possible origin flashed through his mind. That can't be possible. Kushina and I have been faithful to each other since we were children. Minato shouted more to himself, trying to reaffirm his and Kushina's feelings for each other, but the blank stares of his daughters wounded him more than he had anticipated. As the argument over the young man escalated, Naruto sighed exhaustedly before carefully freeing himself from the two groups' holds. Wincing slightly at the hurt looks from both sides, he settled for gently ruffling Naru and Hisako's heads, a reassuring smile on his face. The gestures of love and affection brightened their hearts, and they immediately settled down beside him, resisting the urge to snuggle into him despite the burning desire that filled their hearts. Turning to the Uzumaki Namikaze family, he took in their devastated and heartbroken faces and had to suppress a wince. Sighing, he turned to Hisako and Naru, asking them to prepare a tray of tea and snacks for the trio. Receiving a gentle nod from both, Hisako and Naru each gave him a peck on opposite cheeks before heading to the kitchen with a more delighted and energized aura. The blonde simply shook his head with a tiny smile while the trio before him gawked at the scene. "Come on, let's talk somewhere private," Naruto said calmly, motioning for the still stunned trio to follow him. They finally snapped out of their stupor when they saw him heading down a corridor. Arriving at a closed-off room, they watched Naruto unlock it before gesturing for them to enter. Still somewhat dazed, they entered in a trance-like manner, their minds still replaying the events of the past few minutes. While they were still dazed, Naruto created an undetectable soundproof barrier to keep unwanted information and outbursts from leaving the room. Upon entering, they were broken from their stupor by the beautiful interior design and calming atmosphere. Taking a seat on the cushions beside the center table, they nervously and impatiently awaited the blonde, who was helping Naru and Hisako bring in their tea and snacks. When they finally arrived, Naruto thanked them before asking them to leave, and the four sat in tense silence for a few seconds before Naruto broke it. "So, what's your connection to me?" he asked the trio across from him, his tone curious, and their eyes widened with confusion and heartbreak. What? Naru and it's us. It's your family. It's Tio-san, Mitone, and me," Narumi told him in a sure but shaky tone, her quivering voice causing Naruto to grimace slightly as a dull ache echoed through his heart. "I'm sorry, but I don't think we've met before. I'd certainly recall meeting the Yondaime Hokage and his children," Naruto told the three firmly, their eyes showing no hint of backing down from his claim. "Aniki, what are you talking about? We re your family, it's me. It's Mito. Don't you remember me?" Mito asked frantically, and Naruto winced at the desperation in her tone as tears freely fell. "I'm sorry, I truly am, but I think you've got me mistaken for someone else," Naruto said apologetically, his firm tone breaking Narumi's and Mito's hearts, while Minato could only stare at the floor. A solemn and stressed silence took hold once more, and Naruto idly drank his tea, awaiting the other man in the room to voice his claim. Minato took a deep breath, about to speak, when an enormous amount of noise sounded from outside the room. The three watched Naruto's eye narrow dangerously, feeling the cold hand of death brush past their necks as he rose to confront the source of the noise. But before he could take a step towards the door, it flew open as an angered Kushina stormed in, rage clouding her vision. A few minutes earlier, Kushina had noticed her husband and daughters had disappeared from the festival grounds. Her first instinct was that they were safe, but when she noticed Minato was also gone, her instincts flared to life. Grabbing the rest of her family, and informing her fellow vacationing family friends that they were going to look for their lost family members, she stormed towards the place where a smaller group of people were heading. The direction contained the chakra signatures of her missing family members, and she wasted no time dragging the rest of her family to them, a lecture prepared about leaving without alerting anyone. But when she stormed into the Kuwakai hostel, ignoring the panicking silver-eyed and blank-faced blonde, she marched to the room her daughters and husband were holed up in before roughly slamming the doors open. What she saw, or more specifically who she saw, immediately blew away and calmed the haze of rage that clouded her vision. At first, she felt confusion, which melted into disbelief. Her eyes watered almost immediately as she took in his features, his sun-kissed blonde hair, his lightly tanned complexion, his single navy blue eye. She knew as soon as she saw his face that this young man was her baby boy she had buried all those years ago. "Naruto!" She choked out, a sob full of relief and disbelief, immediately moving to embrace the blonde in a bone-crushing hug, sobbing into his chest. As Kushina sobbed into the chest of the confused and slightly unnerved blonde she was embracing, she failed to notice that the family members she had dragged along had finally entered the room with her. Kakashi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Menma's eyes widened at the sight. Shizune, Kakashi, and Menma's eyes started watering at the sight of the older blonde. "Naruto-kun?" Shizune asked hopefully, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she did her best not to voice the hope that the blonde before them was truly the same blonde she loved. "Naruto," Kakashi whispered quietly, his lone eye staring straight into the blonde's lone eye. "And I-san." Menma shouted with unrestrained joy and disbelief, a smile brighter than the sun on his face as he did his best not to shed tears at the sight of his older brother. "Get back," was all that left the mouths of the three Sunin as they forcibly and roughly separated Kushina and Naruto, shoving the blonde back as they shielded their family behind them. Impossible. What they were seeing with their own eyes was impossible. There was no way, no chance, that the young man they were seeing was the same boy they had failed and buried all those years ago. Tsunade had performed the autopsy and confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that the body she had forced herself to examine was her oldest godchild's. Orochimaru had run numerous tests and scenarios in case something even remotely similar happened and found there was no possible chance of such an event occurring. The prisoners he had talked to confirmed they had indeed killed his eldest godson. Jiraiya had combed through his spy network countless times for any information about a person matching his godson's description and came up empty. The same thought ran through the minds of the three as they narrowed their eyes at the confused man before them. "There's no way in hell that that's Naruto. I had my network search every nook and cranny for anyone who looked even close to Naruto. There's no way that he's my godson." Jiraiya shouted at his family, slightly hysterically, ignoring the flash of confusion and anger that passed through their faces. "Jiraiya's right, there's no possible way that's Naruto. I saw him, I performed the autopsy, I was the one who prepared him for his funeral, Tsunade said quietly, the slow-burning anger in her heart swallowed by the sorrow also filling it. They're right. There is no possible way that man is our Naruto. The possible odds of meeting someone who looks like him are astronomical, nearly impossible, but not unheard of, Orochimaru said as he took a defensive position before the others, wincing slightly as he himself saw his godson's face overlaid on the young man before him. Stunned by the aggressive way the three were denying their claim that the blonde before them was their Naruto, anger flooded the system of the group the Sunin were shielding. Gritting her teeth, Kushina marched up to the three before shoving her way past them. The sudden forceful shove knocked them slightly off balance, and they watched as Kushina stood protectively in front of the confused blonde, glaring at them with such intensity it could melt steel. A bit taken aback by her glare, the three found themselves speechless before regaining their wits. Kushina, are you going to defend some stranger just because he looks like Naruto? Jiraiya shouted at his honorary daughter, Kushina's solid stance quivering slightly before stealing once more. You don't get it, you all don't understand. It's not logic or anything that can be explained by words. I know that he's my baby boy. My instincts as a mother are screaming at me that he is. How do you explain that? Kushina shouted at the three, everyone in the vicinity flinching at the desperation and hope in her tone. Kushina. The name jolted through Naruto's mind, and he winced, a very faint memory of crimson and the smell of cherries echoing through his mind. Grimacing, he gripped his head as another faint memory emerged from the seemingly infinite darkness that gripped his past. His form hunching over slightly, he missed the horrified look that appeared on Kushina's face as she immediately sprinted to his side. Ignoring the shouts her older family members were directing towards her, she focused her heart and soul on tending to her oldest son and the pain he was experiencing. Flashback, many years ago. Scene change, Namikaze Uzumaki household, kitchen. Kaa-chan. Kaa-chan, come in the kitchen quick, a young blonde enthusiastically called out from within the room he was calling his mother to, and Kushina giggled softly as she headed towards her eldest's location. I'm coming, Naruto-chan, Kushina said with a giggle as she placed down the load of laundry she was carrying, a bit curious about what her oldest was up to when they were the only ones in the house at the moment. Entering the kitchen, Kushina's eyes widened before they started watering as she took in the irregular but endearing decorations that lined the walls. From drawings of a certain blonde and herself to pictures he had taken of the two of them, the room was lined with varying kinds of mementos and memories of some of the happiest moments she had spent with her oldest. A bit confused but no less touched, Kushina was about to smother Naruto in her patented bear hug but stopped when she smelled the faint aroma of something sweet, wax, and a flame. Her mind snapping from its momentary trip down memory lane, she focused on her oldest once more, her eyes widening before closing softly when she spotted the small cake with a single candle resting in it. Happy birthday, Kaa-chan, Naruto chirped, a faint blush and radiant smile on his face. Kushina, fighting back tears, returned his smile and pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. Oh, you. Is this why you pretended to be sick? So you could surprise me all by yourself, she asked. Naruto blushed, an embarrassed smile lighting up his face. Getting her answer, Kushina simply giggled before gently blowing out the candle's flame. Both of them smiled at each other. Kushina took a bite of Naruto's cake and nearly fell back, overwhelmed by the perfect blend of sweetness and savoriness, a taste that shamed her own baking. A mix of pride and damaged ego washed over her, but she pushed those thoughts aside. She smiled, leaned down, and kissed her oldest son's forehead. Naruto giggled happily, embracing his mother. Again, happy birthday, Kaa-chan. I love you, he quipped, a brilliant smile on his face. Kushina mirrored his smile, giggling happily. I love you too, Naruto-chan, she whispered, smothering his face with a relentless assault of kisses. Their laughter and giggles echoed happily throughout their home. However, those happy moments and memories would soon fade with time. Time skip, a year later. Kaa-chan? Kaa-chan, where are you? Naruto called out, searching the house for his mother. Apprehension grew as he found no trace of her. Over the past year, Naruto had noticed a strange trend with his family and friends. Weeks after his mother's birthday, his family began avoiding him as if he'd done something wrong. He initially thought they were angry about being excluded from his surprise party, but that idea was dispelled by terse responses from his younger siblings. Entering the kitchen, his heart shattered. Mementos and memories were scattered around the room, images of him crossed out with red marker, some more blatantly than others. His eyes widened, filling with tears, and he choked back a sob, clutching a ruined photo, a precious memory from the same day last year. The ruined image burned into his young heart as silent tears escaped. He tried to rationalize it as best a child could. I'm sorry, he whimpered, forcing himself to stand and head to his room, his heart breaking with every step away from the ruined scene. On that fateful day, the debt the Shinigami had imposed on the young blonde was collected. The sealing of a beast so powerful that even a god of death couldn't fully contain it came at the cost of the love of those he held dearest, a truly appalling debt of which the child was ignorant. On that fateful day, a young Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze felt worthless and unloved for the first time in his young life. Of course, that hardship and bitterness would only grow with him. Flashback end. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel Eastern Wing, soundproofed private room. Kushina. Naruto mused, a mix of nostalgia, heartache, bitterness, and faint warmth echoing from the recesses of his heart. Leaning against the wall for support in his pained state, Naruto didn't notice Kushina move toward him, tentatively checking for injuries. As his pain subsided, he saw her fear-stricken, panicked expression and finally uttered what had been on his mind since the wave of nostalgia washed over him. "Who are you?" he asked in a confused and longing tone. The fear and panic on Kushina's face instantly shifted to confusion, then a mix of concern and horror. What? Naru-chan, it's me. It's your Kaa-chan. Why you? You haven't forgotten about me, have you? She stammered, her eyes reflecting her tone as she fought to control her rampant emotions. Her panicked tone and desperate face were more than anything he'd seen. Naruto winced at her stricken reaction to his answer. Yet, something about her felt familiar, her crimson locks, violet eyes, her tone. Something about her brought a sense of both comfort and sadness to his heart. Shaking his head to clear it of unneeded emotions, he managed to stand, using the wall for support. Taking a calming breath, he pushed off the wall and stood tall before the assembled group, the three shielding the others tensed immensely. "I'll ask again, just who are all of you, and what's your connection to me?" he asked the Konoha ninja, a slight longing in his tone. Their eyes widened as he acknowledged a connection. "Naruto, it's us. It's your family, don't you remember us?" Kakashi called out. Naruto gave him an eerily familiar blank look before shaking his head. I don't have any memories of my past. I woke up a few years ago in a river, and that's as far back as my memories go," he told the group, mixing lies and truths. The Konoha ninja's eyes widened at the information. "Amnesia? You've got amnesia, Naru and I?" Narumi asked hopefully, praying his words were true, meaning his memories weren't lost. "Enough," Orochimaru shouted, a mix of irritation and anger. Everyone's head snapped to him as he glared harshly at Naruto. "It's impossible that our Naruto is alive. You've all heard it from Tsunade. She performed his autopsy and confirmed it was truly Naruto we buried that day. I'm sorry everyone, but that man isn't our Naruto. He was buried in Konoha years ago because of our mistakes," Orochimaru said in a heated tone, which gradually became somber and self-loathing. "Orochimaru is right, everyone. As hard as it is to accept, our Naruto is gone. While that man looks eerily like him, he's not him," Jiraiya added, the tension leaving his body. He seemed to age a few years before their eyes. "I'm sorry, but I can't accept that," Minato whispered, disappearing and reappearing in a flash of yellow beside Kushina and Naruto. His eyes shone with a determination and hope they hadn't seen in years. Kushina was right when she said it. "There are no words to describe the feeling we're experiencing right now, but I can assure you all of this is our Naruto. This young man is my son. I'm willing to bet my life on it," Minato said with equal determination. Naruto winced again as another wave of pain rattled his mind at the man's tone. The tension in the room peaked. Naruto, finally fed up with the faint traces of familiarity and nostalgia, let out an irritated sigh. The action caught everyone's attention. He glanced around, resisting the urge to comment on what exactly about each of them caused the sensations of nostalgia, and opted to reconsider the situation. No doubt the rest of their group would be on their way to the hostel, not to mention the number of guests still residing there from the abrupt invasion attempt. "Could you all please keep it quiet? I'm not exactly in the best of moods right now, and we have a lot of injured people who need rest," Naruto told them in an exhausted tone. The group blinked in surprise when he addressed them, then nodded slowly in understanding. "If you don't mind, could you all contact your friends and have them come here? Filling out all the paperwork at once would be much easier than doing it in a fractured manner," he asked. The group blinked again before slowly nodding and doing as he asked, and Minato vanished in another flash of yellow. With that done, Naruto gave them one last glance before offering a tiny smile and moving out of the room to the kitchen. Noting their euphoric and shining expressions at the small but reassuring gesture, he took a few calming breaths to steady his heart and mind as he ran through another set of possible scenarios. Before he finished, two missiles collided with him. Naru and Hisako snuggled into him, and he felt his tension and fatigue dissipate. Smiling softly, he gently embraced them as they snuggled deeper into his chest. "It's fine, you two, everything's alright," he reported, giving them a reassuring squeeze to ease their rattled hearts. The two nodded in acknowledgement. "Come on, why don't the two of you get some sleep? I can take care of things from here on out, so you don't need to worry," he asked. They predictably shook their heads. Naruto sighed a bit but smiled gently, shaking his head at their actions. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Minato's position. It can't be possible, can it? No, I need to make sure." Minato whispered to himself, mentally preparing for what he was about to do. Creating a few clones, he sent them back to Konoha for a disturbing mission. Since the young man he had just met was his son with an aged appearance, he had to be 100% certain that the man he assumed and hoped to be his son truly was who he thought he was. To confirm this, Minato had steeled himself to open his son's grave. If the body wasn't there, then there was a chance, a possibility, that what he was hoping and praying to be true would in fact be reality. Kami-sama, please let this be true. He prayed as he flashed to his family's location, his resolve both stealing and wavering as he ran through various scenarios in his head. Time skip, a few minutes later. Scene change, Kyuwakai Hostel, Eastern Wing, soundproofed private room. Arriving with the rest of the Kanaha group in front of the Kyuwakai Hostel, Minato ignored the awed and astounded looks his friends and their families gave the building, focusing instead on who was still inside. Quickly ushering them inside, he received strange looks from the others, who found his behavior rather hurried and happier than usual. About to ask, their mouths slammed shut and their eyes widened comically when an extremely familiar blonde entered from the same doorway they did. Naruto. Zabuza shouted in complete shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he took in the aged appearance of the boy, now a young man, he thought of as a son. No way, how is that possible? Anko asked no one in particular, the shock of seeing someone they had all seen buried affecting them in myriad ways. Is this your entire group? I'm guessing you'll all want to stay the night, right? Naruto asked Minato. The older blonde flinched before inclining his head softly. We're a bit packed because of what happened with the nearby village. I hope this room is comfortable enough for you all, Naruto told them apologetically, causing the Uzumaki Namikaze family to flinch a bit at his heartfelt tone. Why yeah, this is fine, he replied in a shaky tone, a bit stunned by how hospitable the blonde was as a host. Alright then, I'll get some bedding for all of you. Dinner is already over, but I can prepare you all something if you're feeling hungry, Naruto offered politely, receiving minor negative shakes of the head in return. Seeing their bewildered expressions, he couldn't blame them for their lack of enthusiasm. After all, for many of them, they were looking at what was essentially the walking and talking dead. Looking at the faces of his old friends up close, he felt his gaze soften and his heart ache at their stricken and disbelieving expressions. His gaze met Haku's, and he was a bit taken aback by how beautiful she had become over the past few years. While he had seen her a while back, he was more focused on dealing with Kakuzu and Haiden to observe her for more than a second. Now that he was observing her up close, he was a bit taken aback by her sheer beauty. Quickly shifting his gaze before she or Zabuza caught him staring, he scanned the faces of his old friends and found that not only Haku, but Satsuki and Yakumo had also grown in beauty. When he glanced at Zabuza and Anko, he was surprised to see matching rings on their hands and a curious-eyed child nestled in Anko's arms. However, that surprise melted into happiness and blessings for the two. They were a rather fitting and cute couple. Then I'll leave you be for now. If you require anything else, please don't be shy, he said, bowing his head cordially. The restraint on a few of those in the room finally shattered as they all but attacked him. In a rapid surge of movement, Satsuki, Haku, and Yakumo practically tackled the blonde once he turned his back on them. A noise of surprise left his mouth at the sudden impact, and the blonde and the three young ladies clinging to his back fell to the ground ungracefully. A bit irked by the sudden tackle, he turned and was about to reprimand the culprits, only for the words to die in his throat. The three young ladies clinging to him had pearl-like tears falling from their eyes as they did their best to avoid appearing weak in front of the blonde, though the small, sporadic shakes of their bodies spoke volumes about what they were truly feeling. Hey, are you alright? He asked in a soft, gentle tone, wincing a bit at how weak he sounded, though he felt the feelings of the three latched onto him were much more important than his petty pride. Are we alright? Are we alright? You idiot! Satsuki shouted, moving to slug the blonde on the jaw, though it ended up as a rather impactful slap. All this time we thought you had died. Why you're the absolute worst. Yakumo shouted at him, slapping him as well. Both of his cheeks now sported matching red slap marks as the other men in the room winced. You're not getting out of this without feeling the pain we all felt from the past 5 years, Naruto-kun, Haku told him in a frigid tone, her eyes as sharp and cold as the eye she used. But that facade shattered like the finest pane of glass when Haku leaned forward and claimed the lips of the man she loved. While the jaws and eyes of everyone else in the room dropped and widened, Haku ignored them, savoring the feeling of the same lips that took her first kiss. The impossibility of seeing one who was considered dead was thrown out of Haku's mind as soon as she locked eyes with the blonde she was kissing. While he was able to fool everyone else, even herself to a minor degree, there were some things a man just couldn't hide from a woman. The softness and nostalgia lurking in his gaze was one of those tiny things he wasn't able to hide from Haku's eyes. I'm never letting go of you ever again, Baka, she whispered after parting from their brief kiss. The strangled sounds escaping from the mouths of the others in the room were all that could be heard. What? What? Why you tramp, Satsuki screamed, forcibly prying Naruto away from Haku's thieving arms and into her own. She instantly turned crimson with rage and jealousy as she stammered a reply to her friend's bold act. Why you can't just kiss someone out of nowhere? Why you were supposed to slap him like Yakumo and I did? That's just cheating. You just made Yakumo and I look like we hate him or something, she continued, a deepening blush on her face. Haku blinked, then a rather haughty smirk slowly spread across her face. Oh? I didn't tell you two to slap my Naruto-kun, now did I, Satsuki? that was all on your ends. I, for one, just wanted to let him know that he still held my heart, Haku said in an innocent tone, though the smugness underneath could be heard in spades. Why you? Yakumo stammered out, her face crimson, unable to properly articulate the words that raged in her mind at her friend's betrayal. But Yakumo's thoughts about Haku being a thieving cat were quickly overshadowed by the same thoughts from her best friend when Satsuki gave Naruto a demure but no less loving kiss of her own. The Uchiha moaned softly, feeling warmth and security unlike anything she had experienced in the past. If the jaws of the others present were on the ground, they were now falling into the earth as they witnessed not one, but two of Konoha's ice princesses in a row. That notion was once again shattered when Yakumo forcibly pried Satsuki away and gently planted her lips on the blonde, a shiver running down her spine from the jolt of pleasure that resulted from the contact. As Yakumo was about to deepen the kiss she was sharing with Naruto, she was pried off by her embarrassed and angry best friends. The three of them quickly fell into a nostalgic scene of three maidens in love fighting for the man they loved. They were ignorant of the incredulous stares of their family. Yakumo's parents had large smiles on their faces as they chuckled about their daughter's love. Zabuza and Anko had knowing and happy smiles on their faces as they watched Haku glow with happiness and radiance that she had lost years ago. The Uchiha family just stared in complete and utter shock at their daughter's rather bold and out-of-character action. Itake, Hyugaku, and Suzuki's brows twitched with barely controlled restraint as they watched her shower Naruto with love and affection. However, the familiar scene of romantic comedy came to an end when Naruto finally snapped out of his stupor and shook his head in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. While he was somewhat happy they still felt so strongly about him, he forcibly crushed that feeling, remembering what he had done, or rather, not done. Since he made zero effort to contact them or ease their guilt and worries about his apparent death, he had no right to be loved by them as much as he was. Taking advantage of their bickering, he slipped out from under them before standing a safe distance away. The action caught the attention of the three and their families, who narrowed their eyes at him. He winced a bit at the danger and challenge present in their gaze. Oh, and where do you think you're going, Naruto-kun? Haku asked in a syrupy sweet, sing-song tone. Many of the men in the room cringed at the danger her tone presented for the blonde. I've got to ask the three of you something, the blonde said in a serious tone. The mood of the room dropped as the three young ladies stiffened immensely before nodding slowly. Do you three kiss anyone named Naruto? Or am I just an exception? He asked the three. The young ladies quickly flinched, just as he imagined they would. What are you talking about, you idiot? Do you really think I wouldn't recognize the person I love? I mean, the person I've spent a lot of time with, Satsuki told the blonde, many either smiling knowingly or frowning at her slip of the tongue. She's right, Naruto-kun. Do you think we're the kind of ladies who would happily kiss anyone with your name? Yakumo asked in a slightly offended tone, though there was a hint of something Naruto picked up on but was unable to identify. Naruto internally grimaced at their unyielding certainty, hesitant about his next move, as his old friends offered no leniency despite not being sure he was the same person they'd buried years ago. He was about to speak but paused when the three Sunin stepped between him and the group. He narrowed his eye at their narrowed expressions, ready for anything they might try. No matter what anyone else says, there's just no way you're Naruto, Jiraiya stated sternly, his eyes reflecting it, though a hint of hope lay beneath. The only possible explanations I have are one of two things: either it involves Hirako and the possibility of cloning, or, I'd rather not think about the other, happening to someone I should have been watching over, or Akimura said solemnly, wincing as he considered the kinjutsu involving his godson. Even if by some miracle or calamity you happen to have the same physical makeup and DNA as our Naruto, you wouldn't be him. Can you truly be someone we knew when you have none of their memories? Tsunade said tersely. The others perked up at her statement, mulling over the question. Their thoughts were broken when the door opened, and Hisako and Naru entered with a small snack tray. Surprised by the tense atmosphere, they quickly brushed it aside as their instincts as women kicked in. Narrowing their eyes, they went to Naruto and snuggled tightly against him. Their actions caused the eyes of other young ladies who also held affections for him to narrow dangerously. They were about to speak but stopped when Naruto did. Well, I'm telling you I'm not the same Naruto you're all talking about. Who I am and who I used to be are two completely different people. I'm sorry, but I can hardly remember any of you, he said in an exhausted tone, instantly cursing his idiotic slip of the tongue. Panic set in, and he was about to speak but froze when he saw the disbelieving yet reassured looks from his old Konoha friends. Tears welled up in the eyes of those who had been skeptical. He sighed exhaustedly, shaking his head bitterly at his major mistake. His two new family members looked at him with concern, then turned to the Konoha ninja, glaring at them all. Even the soft-spoken and well-mannered Hisako gave an unsettling glare, making many of them feel something emanate from her. Let's go, Naruto. I can set up their sleeping arrangements, you go get some sleep, Hisako said softly and lovingly, leaning her head against his chest, causing many of the girls to flinch with wide eyes at her intimate interaction with the blonde. Hisako-san is right, Aniai-chan. We can finish things up, then we'll come to bed, Nara said comfortingly, squeezing his arm reassuringly as she nuzzled against it, increasing the distress on the others' faces. The situation took a steep turn for the worse. Naruto could only curse himself for possibly the biggest mistake of his life. Exhaustion, stress, and panic had caused the slip-up, and Naruto accepted he wasn't going to get out of the situation. He sighed again, steeling himself for the oncoming storm of questioning, tackles, hugs, kisses, attacks, and whatever else they had in store. His thoughts and posture were read by the young ladies closest to him. Both Naru and Hisako adopted protective and rather threatening positions while still embracing him. The Konoha ninja felt the pressure emanating from the two. The hazy manifestations of two disturbing creatures appearing behind them deterred all attempts at apprehending the blonde. This is Naruto, Naru, and my home. This is our home, and we're a family. I won't let anyone take my Naruto away from me and Naru, even if they really are his old friends, Hisako thought with determination, a faint silver glow hidden behind her bandaged eyes. This is my new home. Hisako and Unai-chan are my new family. I won't let these people break my family apart, Naru thought with vicious intent, her pupils dilating as she slowly began to exude killing intent at the group. What gives you two the right to stop us from being with our son? Kushina shouted angrily, her eyes glowing a similar color to her hair. Oh Unai-chan. Naruto Nii is my Nii-chan. Not yours, you imitation Imuto knockoff. Mito shouted at Naru in blind rage, Naru's eyes darkening even more as her killing intent doubled the instant those words left the redhead's mouth. She's right. He's our brother, not yours, you fake. Narumi added angrily, snarling at Naru along with her elder sister, as Naru's mouth twitched slightly downward. Let go of him, you floozies. He's not yours. Haku shouted with a mix of anger and jealousy, the rage in her voice reflected in her eyes. Oh, and you think he's yours? He's not yours either, Haku. Satsuki shouted at her best friend, Haku turning her burning glare into an icy one when it locked onto the Uchiha. Fighting like two girls over a stuffed toy, no wonder Naruto-kun would never see either of you as someone to take care of, Yakumo quipped as an offhand insult to the two. Both of them turned to snarl at her as she looked away. You two brats. Let go of my future son-in-law. Anko and Zabuza shouted in tandem, Ruto laughing loudly at the energy filling the room. SS son-in-law? You've never brought that up with us, Zabuza. Minato told the man, Zabuza wincing as he felt Fugaku and Murakumo's gazes fall on him. Your son-in-law? Surely Naruto-kun would be more fit as a son to my family, Zabuza, Fugaku said knowingly, nearly everyone's eyes widening as they heard him approve of someone marrying his beloved daughter. I disagree, Naruto-kun and my daughter would make a far more attractive couple, Murakumo quipped, nodding in agreement, and everyone's stares intensified as the stakes rose. What? Why is Nii-sen so popular with all the ladies? Menma asked loudly to no one in particular, in complete disbelief that his older brother was such a ladies' man despite his behavior. I'm not sure I can find the correct words to use, Hayashi said confusedly, his family mirroring his state of mind given they weren't particularly close with the blonde, even before his death. Naruto-san is alive. Hanabi whispered softly, her cheeks coloring slightly as she admitted to herself that he looked a bit different than what she imagined in her dreams. It's a miracle. I am not dreaming or anything, right? Kakashi asked himself, unveiling his Sharingan to ensure it wasn't a genjutsu or trickery. Naruto-kun, I'm so glad, Shizune whispered to herself in relief, wiping away tears as she giggled happily at the scene playing out. Soon, more squabbles rose among the people gathered, as they slowly became comfortable and accepted that it was indeed their Naruto standing before them. The Sannin, however, remained skeptical, their wary gazes betraying their doubt. Naruto, the blonde in question, was doing all he could to restrain the irritation bubbling to the surface, only the silverette clinging to him truly helped. Taking another deep breath, he released it before finally deciding to speak his mind. Enough! Naruto said in an extremely irritated tone, catching everyone's attention. They stiffened and snapped to face him. That's quite enough bickering and slander. You can continue this tomorrow, but for now, get ready for bed, Naruto all but ordered, and everyone quickly stiffened before nodding in confirmation. Shaking his head, Naruto moved to the closet on the side of the room and opened it. Inside, it contained a large number of rolls, blankets, pillows, and futons for the guests. With the help of a smiling Hisako and Naru, the three quickly set up the room for the Konoha ninja in 3 minutes. Giving his helpers a small smile of gratitude, Naruto gave the ninja one last warning look before leaving the room. As he left, Hisako quickly followed, but not before giving her guests a tense bow and smile. Naru followed suit with only a small bow. As the trio left them alone, the Konoha ninja finally broke from their stupor as the realization of what had just happened hit them. I still don't think that man is our Naruto, Jiraiya said quietly. The others turned to face him with varying expressions. This is rather peculiar. Faking one's death is one thing, but faking one's own death and fooling the likes of Tsunade? It's just surreal. I'm not sure what to believe, Orikimura muttered, trying to find a logical and reasonable answer for how his godson could have staged his death. I need sake. None of this is making any sense to me, Tsunade muttered exhaustedly, still trying to wrap her mind around what had just been revealed. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. I know it seems impossible, but I know for a fact that young man is my Naruto, my son, Minato said confidently but solemnly. The others turned to face him at his declaration. How are you so sure, Minato-kun? Orochimaru asked inquisitively. Everyone grew curious and tense when they saw him grimace. I checked Naruto's grave on our property. He started, then trailed off, many eyes widening at the horrible and rather rushed reasoning for desecrating the grave of someone so close. You did what? Kushina asked quietly, her body trembling and feeling numb from her husband's words. What did you find? If it was in vain. Tsunade trailed off sternly, Minato's expression quickly shifting from solemn to serious at her question. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No smell, no remains, nothing, he reported as their eyes widened even more, particularly the medical ninja, who knew that even after years of decomposition, some residue should remain. Impossible. Then that's really. The three Sunin trailed off, their eyes widening as they turned towards the direction the blonde had left with the two young ladies. Yes, now I'm 100% certain. That's our Naruto, Minato said joyously, flashing them a brilliant smile unlike anything they had seen in years. Unknown location, Research Command Center. H. Hiroko-sama. WEVE done it. A subject has managed to remain sane after being exposed to that liquid, an eager scientist reported to the silver-haired man before a large monitor. A sinister smile crept over Hiroko's face as he stared at the statistics and readings on the screen. Oh, is that so? What are the results of the subject's physical and mental evaluations? Hiroko asked the scientist, who quickly pulled up charts and graphs on the monitor for the bandaged man. From previous experiments and situations, being under the influence of that liquid increases the infected subject's physical attributes to heights we've only dreamed of. The mental states of the subjects, however, they are, at best, suffering in the most horrific manner imaginable, they reported professionally, though a bit of guilt and pity could be heard beneath. Interesting. Pull up the live feed. I want to see the condition of the subject, Hiroko ordered as the younger man nodded, quickly hitting a button that brought up a video of a purple-shrouded man. Unknown location, experimentation area. Gah, make it stop. The pain. Make it stop. The man roared as discolored bones suddenly protruded from his body. He was covered in familiar black markings, clutching his head in agony. Still clutching his head, feeling it would split at any moment, the pale man stumbled about the testing chamber, trying to ease the agony coursing through his body. Banging his head against the wall in a futile attempt to divert the internal and external pain, the man only caused his pain to multiply as the protruding bones corroded and changed. Moaning and groaning in agony, he fell against the wall before sinking down, unable to stand the agony any longer. Please, H. Hiroko-sama, make the pain stop, he pleaded in an agonized and desperate tone, moving his hands from clutching his head to holding his chest as the pain echoed from his core. Unknown location, Research Command Center. It appears that Kaimimaro-kun is the only subject that survived being exposed and infected. The others, myself included, believe it has something to do with either having a Kekii Genkai or being marked with your seal, Hiroko-sama, the man reported as Hiroko nodded, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he contemplated the possible uses for this new discovery. I want you all to confirm this. If you can prove to me, without fail, that those with my seal or with a Kekii Genkai are able to resist being destroyed by that virus, I want to harness that power for myself, Hiroko stated as the scientist's eyes widened. My lord. That's far too dangerous, he said as Hiroko simply shook his head in amusement, clearly underestimating what he was dealing with. Do not worry. I will not succumb to some infection, Hiroko stated with absolute conviction, a power-hungry grin on his face as he contemplated the uses for his eventual new power. Alright, I'm sorry for my disrespect, the man apologized, bowing deeply. Hiroko shook his head as he moved out of the room. In the meantime, set Kimimaro out to hunt for the Akatsuki. They've become far too powerful to ignore now, Hiroko ordered as the man nodded, moving to relay the orders to the guards beside Kaimimaro's testing chamber. Once I have this virus under my command, nothing will stand in my way, Hiroko muttered sinisterly as he headed into his private chamber, already planning for the future. Tower of God, peak. It appears that the time for action has come. What will you do, Naruto-kun? Whose side will you fight for, and what is it that you will fight for? Even I cannot see that in the future. White asked himself, gazing into the distance, a bit interested in what the blonde he had met a short while ago was going to be involved in. Grand Desert, Mirage Oasis. TCH. I'm bored, Daihei muttered in disgust, observing the barren area around him, his mood worsening as he found nothing of interest other than the occasional Delex, Cephalos, and Cephadrome swimming about. If you are so uninterested, why not do something about it rather than complain? A deep voice sounded from below the dark-haired teen. Daihei nearly snarled, taking in the irritated tone of his partner. Being the seat of the dark-haired teen, the hulking dragon below him simply shook his head at the teen's tone. Covered in an extremely dense, stone-like armored shell, shielding his body from all physical damage, he matched it with his large size, towering over the smaller piscine wyverns swimming about. Its body is mainly blood red with cream-colored tips on all its spines. It has a flat face with broad teeth, despite a carnivorous diet. Upon its back is a large, cannon-like structure from which large quantities of sand can be expelled. Its overall body structure is highly reminiscent of other flightless wyverns such as Akantor and Yukonlos. He was a cousin of the two, being the cannon rock wyvern or less commonly known sand god, Otobateresu. So why was such a peace-loving and indolent dragon paired with such a partner? His pairing with the hot-headed and rather arrogant brunette was a decision his guardian had asked of the elders. His request was that Dehei be partnered with a dragon that would help mellow out his bull-headed and conceited younger sibling. However, it seemed it was for naught, as the young man was still rather prideful and haughty, especially when conversing with the beings he was training with. "Quiet, you oversized lizard," Dehei growled irritably, and Revius simply sighed at the teen's heated response. "Such arrogance. When you are actually able to cause me to feel something more than an itch, I advise that you watch your tongue." Human Otobateresu sighed tiredly, a yawn escaping his mouth as the ground shook lightly. "TCH, I'll show you. I'll show all of you," Dehei muttered darkly. Otobateresu raised a brow at his change, though he instinctively knew the teen on top of him would be a danger in the future. "White, Gendo. I don't know what the two of you see in this impudent child. All I can sense from his person is hate and anger. Should he stray from the path you two have laid out for him, I will crush him immediately," Otobateresu thought as he let his eyes close, another sigh escaping his mouth as Dehei continued to brood on top of him. "Where is that blonde bastard? He'd be a better challenge than these lizards." Dehei thought bitterly, his scowl deepening as he tried to find something to pass the time until the meeting he and the other humans were called to. Volcanic wasteland, magma end. Homura shouted, slashing the air with the swords in her hand. The air shimmered, then split in three along with the magma, rock, and lava in its path. Quite nice, but I highly doubt you will be able to accomplish White's will before that other human female, child, a regal and feminine voice said scrutinizingly. Homura clicked her tongue in minor irritation at the appraisal of her skills. "You think so, Lunastra? I thought I'd be a bit ahead of Suko-chan by now." "Guess not," she sighed, taking a seat on a small outcrop of solidified magma, propping her arms up for the words about to leave her partner's mouth. Lunastra, known as the Empress of Flame and Overseer of the Ancients, was a regal and elegant dragon, clad in deep blue scales that shielded her body from nearly all forms of damage. Almost mammalian in appearance, she was regarded as one of the most volatile and short-tempered elders, many likening it to her feline appearance. However, the most distinguishing trait about her body was also the most enigmatic, the crown that lay atop her head. A mystery to many, it seemed to serve some unknown purpose, many thinking it was the source of her flames and power. "That blue-haired human does have the edge against you if the two of you were to engage head-to-head, however, she lacks the grace you have been naturally gifted. While she is no doubt graceful herself, you are much more fluid in your movements, an ironic notion considering her natural element is water," Lunastra said with a minor chuckle, the magma around the area bubbling violently as the ground shook from her laughter. "I know, it's really ironic. But I'm kinda nervous, Lunastra. I love Suko-chan like a sister, but I can't help but feel like she's hiding something from me," Homura said quietly and slightly conflictedly. Lunastra sighed softly at the statement. "There's nothing worth mulling over. If it were truly important, she'd have told you by now," Lunastra confidently stated. Homura's face brightened, and she stood up. "You're right, Lunastra. I'm just being paranoid, haha. Come on, let's go a few rounds." Homura's blades ignited, the flames seemingly melting the air around them. "Oh, in the mood for sparring now? Don't disappoint me," Lunastra roared, shaking the entire area. Magma pools bubbled over, and lava erupted from the ground. Scene change, Eternal Ocean, Mirage Island. "Hiya," Tatsuko chirped, lashing out with her fist. She smiled contentedly as a clean scar cut through the endless sea. "Oh, you've improved, child, quite a feat considering your rather slothful nature," a regal, deep, and feminine voice said, mildly amused. A pout appeared on the brunette's face when she heard the dragon's words. "Mao, you're so mean, Sadius. I've been training hard to keep my spot as number one," Tatsuko said, sounding hurt. Sadius chuckled in response, the golden dragon's laughter shaking the entire ocean, causing rough waves and water to overtake the area. Sadius, the Empress Ocean Dragon, had taken Tatsuko under her wing to further her training in water, her strongest element. Sadius boasted a lustrous golden body with a brown underbelly. Her most striking and hated feature was a pronounced mane covering her throat and chest. Luminous organs dotted her underside, making her both beautiful and formidable. Her two golden horns were said to have the power to cleave the ocean, heaven, and earth in two if she wished. Initially, Sadius was surprised the brunette wanted to partner and train with her, as the tales of her and her predecessors were more reality than myth. This surprise quickly turned to annoyance when she realized she'd have to genuinely work with a human, knowing they were fragile creatures, weaker than even the lowest bird wyvern. Still, after a few months of coaxing and bridging the distance, they finally partnered up and got along much better, bonding over their shared weakened visual prowess. much like Tatsuko had with Murajanesu. Ha ha ha, of course, Tatsuko-chan, if my partner wasn't at the pinnacle of power, what would that say about myself, the Golden Dragon asked. Tatsuko giggled, knowing that while she was close with her best friend, she was miles ahead of the other human. Homura and I are tied for the top, so it'll be a tough battle, but I'm not worried about the weakling Otabataresu-san was forced to partner with, Tatsuko chirped. Sadius nodded, aware that the others pitted the slothful dragon for being partnered with a rather irritating creature, even by human standards. What if your mate were still among us? How do you think you'd fare against him? The Golden Dragon asked. Tatsuko's cheerful mood plummeted faster than crashing waves, replaced by a solemn smile. I know for a fact that if Naruto were still around, no one would even be close to how strong he'd be. He'd be at the pinnacle of speed, power, and intellect, not to mention cuteness and handsomeness, Tatsuko admitted with a wistful smile. Her partner shook her head good-naturedly at her pensive demeanor. I, too, would like to see where your mate would have stood if he were still here. A human who captured White's interest? That's a notion none would have imagined, Sadius said, interested. Tatsuko nodded in agreement, letting out a soft sigh. Well, that's enough being sad, Sadius. Let's get back to becoming the strongest. Tatsuko cheered, her mood much more motivated and energized. Sadius smirked at her partner's change of heart. Well, let's not keep you waiting, my partner, she said dangerously, and the waters around the island instantly became overrun with an obscene number of tsunamis and whirlpools. Scene change, Tower of God, peak. Things will certainly be interesting when their trial comes. I hope young Naruto is prepared for the arrival of 3 dragons, one will no doubt be wrathful concerning his alleged death. I pray for your good health, young Naruto, White said mirthfully, the heavens and earth shaking immensely with each reverberation of his chest. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, Eastern Wing, private dining room. The Konoha ninja were gathered in a side room off their large main room, sitting in awkward silence, awaiting the blonde's arrival. After he had forcibly put them to sleep the night before, they had all endured a sleepless night filled with anxiety and restlessness, anticipating morning and another chance to speak with him. The idea of sneaking out initially appealed to them, but as the first few attempted to leave, they froze, quickly returning to their beds when an inhuman amount of killing intent and pressure washed over them. Now, they anxiously awaited the breakfast the silver-haired girl had mentioned. The thought of apprehending and interrogating the silverette briefly crossed their minds when she first entered, but it quickly vanished as they remembered what Naruto had done to the person who took her hostage the day before, and to the rest of that group. The chilling sensation of the Shinigami's fingertips brushing the back of their necks at the thought banished the idea. They were brought back to the present when the silverette and the blonde from last night entered the dining room. I'm sorry for the wait, I hope everything is to your liking. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to ring this bell, Hisako said politely, gesturing to the bell in the center of the table. Come on, Hisako-san, Unai-chan is waiting for us back in the kitchen, Nara said impatiently. Hisako stiffened slightly, a small downturn appearing on her lips. Nara-san, while I understand you dislike them, Naruto would tell you to still treat them with the respect you should show all our guests, Hisako told the blonde beside her, a hint of disapproval in her tone. Naru's eyes widened, her words striking her heart. I am sorry. Naru whispered, bowing her head towards the Konoha ninja. They stiffly nodded in return as the pair exited the room. So, what do we do now? Menma asked once the pair left. Everyone's faces flashed with a myriad of emotions as they contemplated their next move. What do we do? We go and take back Naruto Nii from those 2 seductresses, Mito said heatedly, her eyes burning with envy and determination as she fought the urge to rush out alone. I agree with Mito-ne. There's no telling what those 2 have done to Naruto Nii, Narumi said in a panicked tone, her face burning with jealousy and anger as she fought down vivid images that flashed through her mind. Girls, calm down. I'm not sure what to do. I'm still not 100% convinced he's our Naruto, Tsunade admitted, a slight conflict in her tone. The others nodded slightly at her well-deserved reservations. Well, I know it's him, Baa-chan. My little sister instincts have never been wrong before, why would they be now? Narumi told the elder blonde. The others, except Mito, wryly chuckled at her rather odd statement. I know for a fact it's my Naruto-kun, a maiden's heart is never wrong, Haku said confidently but also slightly haughtily, a matching smirk on her face as she happily sipped the tea they were given. Wait a damn second, you're Naruto-kun? Who died and made you queen? Satsuki asked the Hayatan user heatedly, her eyes, along with Yakumo's, Narumi's, and Mito's, narrowing at the bold statement. Nothing that isn't true, so no need to get all worked up, Satsuki Haku replied in an equally haughty tone. Many shivered slightly as a subtle frosty haze began to dance around her. Don't let her get to you, Satsuki, only a lady with little to no confidence would stoop so low to feel better about herself, Yakumo quipped snidely. Haku's brow twitched with anger and irritation at the jab. Amidst their squabbling, their families soon joined in, filling the room with laughter and energy, making everyone much more comfortable and lively. Soon, the insults and snide remarks between Satsuki, Haku, and Yakumo became less sharp and more playful, and they began laughing with each other. "So, your son is alive, Minato. It's still quite shocking after everything that's happened," Hyugaku said with interest. The other fathers nodded, settling among themselves for a few early morning drinks. "I, for one, don't care how or why. I'm just glad the brat is alive and kicking. I'm gonna give him hell the next time I see his face, being alive all that time but never once sending a sign," Zabuza declared heatedly. The other fathers laughed heartily at his statement as he downed the rest of his light's sake. "I feel the same way, Zabuza. I'm just glad my son is back. Maybe this time, I'll be able to act more like a father," Minato said quietly. The other men patted him on the back in reassurance. "Don't fret, Minato, you've done the best you could considering the circumstances. This is a blessing, no doubt," Hisashi said reassuringly. The blonde smiled at the comment. "I agree, this is no doubt a blessing from Kami-sama herself," Hayashi quipped knowingly, and the others chuckled at the sureness in his voice. "Well, let's cross that bridge when it rises once more. If my Yakumo is confident that he is her man, then that's quite good enough for me," Murakumo said confidently and easily. The others smiled at his relaxed outlook and settled into it as well. The mothers, meanwhile, were animatedly chatting, trying to discern the next step for their group. Haruka and Hikari, Hisashi's and Hayashi's wives respectively, laughed softly at Hanabi's pink face as they teased her about her crush on the blonde, which had been reignited by his presence. Anko, Mikato, and Yuroko laughed as they watched their daughters playfully tease each other. Anko occasionally cooed at her son, Ruto, who giggled happily at the attention. Kushina was quietly scheming a way to snatch her son away from the two young ladies acting like he belonged to them. Suzuki and Itaki were plotting ways to test their sister's crush to ensure he was indeed the one for her. The others Hinata and Hanabi were trying to calm down Narumi and Mito, who were doing all they could to restrain their desire to burst from the room and rescue their older brother. Menma was busy trying to figure out how or why his brother was so popular with women, with Kakashi and his godfather doing their best to explain that some people were born luckier than others when it came to ladies. Tsunade was finally beginning to accept the idea that it was indeed her godson, teasing a blushing and mortified Shizen that he was finally of legal age for the two of them to enjoy some time together. Orochimaru idly sipped his tea, running another set of scenarios through his mind, still finding no possible way his godson could have faked his own death. Overall, the room's atmosphere significantly improved from that morning and the night before. The liveliness and mood were much lighter, though the Konoha ninja remained unaware of the impending danger. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, kitchen. "I'm going to head over and see if there's any lasting damage from the attack. They'll probably need some help with reconstruction and a few other things. I want the two of you to stay here and ensure everyone's taken care of." "All right," Naruto told the two young ladies before him. Naru and Hisako nodded sadly but understandingly. "Don't worry, I'll be back by nighttime at the latest, alright? And remember, if you need me, just call, and I'll be there," he reassured the two girls, giving them a soft kiss on their foreheads, which made their faces light up brightly. "Be safe, Naruto, please don't do anything dangerous," Hisako murmured, burying her face into his chest, snuggling against him lovingly as she gave him a tender squeeze. "I know you won't be in danger, Unai-chan, but still be careful, okay?" Naru whispered softly as she hugged him lovingly, nuzzling against his back, doing her best to ignore the silverette also embracing him. Reassuring them once more, he gave them one more kiss on the forehead before leaving the kitchen to prepare for his upcoming trip. Scene change, Thousand Blade Mountain, Chamber of the Elders. Gathered before the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, Tatsuko, Homura, and Deihei were doing everything in their power to appear strong, though the subtle shaking of their bodies spoke volumes of their inner feelings. White settled down before them, letting out a soft breath that caused the entire mountain to shake. The three humans before him trembled under the pressure and power of his actions. "I thank you three for coming on time. You know why you are gathered here, correct?" White asked the three. Their heads stiffly nodded, their voices failing to form coherent words. "It is time for your examination. Strength, speed, intellect, instinct, these traits and many more separate an elder from the rest, and in turn, their partners. As their partners, you will all be tested to see if you are equal to them. Though I know it is impossible to stand as their equal, as you are all merely human, so you will be tested on human terms," White began. They nodded slowly in understanding, knowing they would be utterly destroyed in a one-on-one fight with their partners. "Your tests will take place in the elemental nations. Your first will involve a peculiar event taking place in the next few hours. A human will attempt and succeed in reviving a demon from its seal. This event will no doubt disrupt the balance of power, and while I find dealing with most humans rather troublesome, the demon was once one of our brethren. Morio was once one of us, though he was much more arrogant and power-hungry than even the most prideful elder, though he was among the weakest of our kind. Eventually, his lust and greed for power exceeded reason, and he invaded the elemental nations as a show of his power. Thought of as a demon, his power seemingly born from the hearts of those who envied and lusted for power, wealth, and fame, he took sides with those who desired it at the price of their life once they acquired what they desired. Of course, seeing as he was one of the weakest dragons to have survived to maturity, a human managed to defeat and seal his soul and body away. While simple in nature, your task is to eliminate both Morio and those who are acting for his benefit, and a warning, his army of stone does have the capability to harm you should you release them from their shells, their bodies hidden beneath strengthened by his chakra, White explained. The three stood up and bowed deeply to him, thanking him for the warning as they set off to prepare for the upcoming task. Now that all the pieces are aligning, what will you do when you meet your mate once again, young Naruto? White asked himself, chuckling softly. The mountain once again shook deeply as he awaited the inevitable confrontation. Hours later. Unknown location, Morio's spirit seal. A fair-skinned man stood before a large stone door. Long black hair framed his face. His light 10 eyes had black pupils. A facial goatee completed his look. He wore a gray attire, a black trench coat, and sleek combat shoes. An aura of darkness shrouded him as he examined the door. Morio, the man called out. He performed an odd gesture with his arm, twisting it before holding it towards the door. Yashiro no Fun Kai. Min, Shin, Gan, Repio, Shozen, Mika, Dan, Raku, Sho. Dark chakras surged from his hand towards the door. The ceiling tags burned away. Cracks spread over the stone. Seconds later, the stone shattered. A surge of dark energy escaped the exposed doorway. A purplish-black, otherworldly plane opened before the man. He stood his ground, waiting. The volatile energy waves slowly diminished to minor ebbs and flows. When the pulses slowed, the man straightened his back. He waited for what came next. It's been a while. Have I returned to this world? An otherworldly voice asked from the dark plane. The man quickly knelt before the door. Morio-sama, it's been quite some time, he said respectfully, bowing his head. And you are? Morio asked curiously. The man raised his head. Have you forgotten, Morio-sama? It is I, Yomi. My clan of ninja once used your power to create the ghost army, Yomi replied, curt and respectful. He bowed his head again. Why have you summoned me? Morio asked. Yomi nodded, raising his head once more. The stars have aligned again. Now is the time for us to join hands once more. We will create a 1,000-year kingdom. Where is my physical self? With only my soul, the wind will scatter me like falling leaves, Morio questioned Yomi. The man quickly relayed past events. With that, Morio-sama, please use my body as a vessel, Yomi said, opening his coat. He made an incision on his abdomen. Morio shot from the seal into his body. The demon's force carried him into the air, several meters away. Yomi quickly stitched the opening on his abdomen. He chuckled darkly. The area rumbled. Stone cocoons around the seal began shaking. The aged stone broke, revealing stone warriors beneath. Their eyes glowed with renewed life. They slowly advanced out of the cave. Yomi exited where he entered, addressing the group of 4 waiting. We must head to the shrine in Oenai no Kuni, Morio told Yomi through their new link. Not only my body is sealed there, but also the priestess of Oenai no Kuni. Only she has the power to free me. Yomi nodded, seeing his ninja awaiting him. The rite has been completed, Yomi explained to the ninja. They nodded, leaving the blazing, ruined temple ground behind. As they left, a dying temple guard woke. He managed to summon a messenger hawk. Attaching a message, he shakily placed a bloody scrawling into its leg holster. The bird took off. Watching with hopeful but despairing eyes, he offered a quiet prayer. His eyes grew heavier. He slumped to the ground, embraced by the Shinigami. Yomi and the ninja accompanying him met the stone warriors of the ghost army. Yomi set up a temporary base camp. He turned to address the ninja. Head immediately to Oenai no Kuni, Yomi instructed the 4 ninja. There, kill the priestess who passes on the Yashiro no Fun. The pink-haired man answered, raising his head. Take this with you. You are the only one who can manipulate them, Yomi said, holding out his arm. Strange, purplish, snake-like creatures slithered from his sleeves into the pink-haired man's body. Go, Yomi ordered. They vanished, leaving him. He clutched his twitching hand. And hurry, Yomi muttered. A light purple haze began to shroud his hand. He grimaced, seeing a scale-like pattern forming. Oenai no Kuni priestess compound outer area. Nii-san, hurry it up, the masked shinobi demanded, impatiently tapping his foot. He glanced between the compound and his brother. No need to feel rushed, we've got time, the pink-haired man said. The same snake-like creatures protruded from his body. 3 creatures left his body. They moved quickly to the 3 ninja. They burrowed into the back of their necks. The 3 stiffened as a jolt of pain and energy surged through them. They twitched. Their pupils dilated, and their iris color changed. Their eyes blacked out, and their appearance changed considerably. Their skin darkened. Differing markings appeared on their faces and bodies. Their teeth sharpened. A heavy, light purple shroud of vile chakra covered them. They all enjoyed the thick surge of power. The pink-haired man approached them. Our chakra natures are as discussed. Now let's go and do it, he said. They quickly moved towards the compound, their smiles chilling and excited. Oh, and I know Kuni, priestess compound, Shin's sleeping quarters. Shin gasped. Her bell chimed. Her eyes opened, dilating before drastically changing shape. A purple pattern took them over. Flashes of images flooded her eyes and mind. She saw disturbing scenes appear and fade. They focused on key characters. She saw a horrid, black and purple mass with dragon-headed tendrils. Shin felt her breath hitch. She saw someone she hadn't seen in years. Her surprise worsened. She saw what happened to him next. Her eyes widened and watered at the full vision. Flash forward a few hours in the future. Morio's seal inner sealing chamber. Damn it, Naruto cursed under his breath. He took a calming breath to ease his frayed nerves. He shifted his weight off his right side. He glared at the monstrosity before him. Did you really think you had the power to defeat me, human? I may have been among the weakest of my kind, but I was still a dragon, Morio roared. He moved his tendrils to attack the blonde. Naruto narrowed his eye, evading and crushing the heads that targeted him. TCH, you're getting annoying, Naruto said, irritated. Morio's ire skyrocketed. His form pulsed. A bright purple glow emanated from his center. Slowly, the light overtook the room. Naruto closed his eye to avoid blindness. When the light faded, he opened his eye. The mass of obscene tendrils was replaced with a reptilian creature. It reminded him of a flying wyvern, but emaciated. He quickly fell into a guarded stance. Naruto's eye widened when the creature appeared beside him. He moved to guard with his arm, but a purple-shrouded claw pierced his chest. Foolish human, didn't training with those muscle-bound fools teach you anything about hunting? Speed and power, precision and accuracy, small and large, didn't it occur to you that shrinking my size will increase my speed while maintaining a high amount of power? Morio lectured. Naruto continued to glare, his eye sparking electric blue. Morio glared back. Die. Morio roared in anger. A purple burst of chakra pulsed from the blonde. Naruto's eye widened. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shen, get away. He wheezed, turning to face her. His once powerful, commanding, yet kind gaze faded. Shin's eyes watered at his visage. Naruto, she screamed. Her tears flowed like a broken dam. She could only sit and watch the man she cherished die. Flash forward, end. Oh, and I know Kuni, priestess compound, Shin's sleeping quarters. Naruto. She whimpered, devastated. Her tears fell. She realized the severity of her vision. Shinsama, we've got to evacuate. Intruders have attacked the compound, a soldier reported. She quickly rose from her head. Her heart hammered as she heard her guardsman's screams. Oh, and I know Kuni, priestess compound, inner area. Quickly, tighten the guard around Shinsama's sleeping quarters, a soldier called out. He moved to help fend off the ninja. Many comrades followed, screams echoing around them. But as Shin rose from her bed, her chamber doors opened inward. Her guardsmen rushed inside to evacuate her. As they entered, invading ninja ambushed them, busting through the ceiling. Many guardsmen fell victim to a rain of kunao and shuriken. They quickly locked onto Shin's startled form. They sent a hail of kunao her way. Suzuki thwarted their murder attempt. He shielded her body with his, wincing as he crumpled. Taraho, please, protect Shinsama. He managed before hitting the floor. Taraho's eyes widened. He tightened his grip on his sword, moving before Shin. The life of that priestess is ours, the pink-haired man said, laughing. Taraho tensed. Shin's eyes widened, remembering a long-ago gift. Reaching into her kimono, Shin pulled out a small trinket. It was given years ago. A seemingly commonplace charm, simple in appearance, a small, black-painted wooden coin with a crimson dragon engraving. Holding onto it like a lifeline, Shin closed her eyes. She prayed for the words of its giver to come true. The ninja, seeing her close her eyes in acceptance, grinned sinisterly. They rushed forward, ignorant of the tiny sparks of black and crimson lightning arcing off the coin. Naruto, please save me. Shin prayed, tightening her hold on the coin. She pinned all her hopes on his promise. Time to die, the pink-haired man shouted, finishing off Taraho. The guardsman's eyes widened, then closed in shame at his failure. Shin-sama, run. He wheezed. He was roughly shoved aside. The man slowly advanced upon the blonde priestess. She began shaking slightly. Teo no Kuni, Irai no Sato, damaged square. Whew, looks like that's the last of the rubble, Naruto sighed, wiping his brow. Girls and women openly blushed, admiring his physique. Naruto had been helping clear rubble and repair Irai no Sato. His help was greatly appreciated by the older men, who struggled with heavier objects. He stopped by the lumber pile, dropping off splintered remains of a crushed stall. He smiled at the men and boys organizing usable wood from scrap. Looking around, a slightly larger smile graced his face. Reconstruction and relief efforts proceeded much more smoothly than predicted. He was thankful for the luck villagers and himself were granted. Turning, he checked more damaged areas. He was pleased to see them nearly rebuilt. Everyone's combined efforts accelerated reconstruction. It wasn't just community effort, though it contributed greatly. It was the villagers' persistence and drive to restore their home. Seeing that passion, Naruto couldn't help but smile at his neighbors' and friends' efforts. A content sigh left his mouth. He was about to head home but froze. He felt a presence he hadn't felt in years. Conflicted, he weighed his options. Then he felt another, extremely similar, yet vile presence. He quickly headed out of the village. Naruto created a clone to head home. He decided to confront the chakra sources. His body sparked with black and crimson lightning. He vanished in a flash of black and crimson. Oni no Kuni priestess compound, Shen's sleeping quarters. The pink-haired man was inches from Shen. His partners and he froze. Another presence made itself known in the room. Before he could create distance or scan, a brutal fist connected with his face. The blow, while not fatal, rendered him unconscious and incapacitated. His comrades looked on in confusion and shock. The blonde-haired man who delivered the blow cast them a frigid, sharp look. They felt something equally frigid brush against their necks. Something emanated from his person. "Shin, are you all right?" Naruto asked the still-shaking priestess. Her eyes snapped open. She stiffly turned to face him. "And Naruto?" she asked, as if he were an illusion. His gentle smile was all she needed to be reassured. It was indeed the same blonde from years ago. What? Who the hell is this guy?" the masked man shouted, confused. He cradled his limp, unconscious older brother. "We need to get out of here, there's something not right about this guy," the blue-haired man ordered. They sprang from their positions. Fear invaded their hearts when Naruto fixed a predatory gaze on them. As they exited the building, Naruto watched them for a few seconds. He then returned his attention to the carnage around him. His eyes softened seeing the bodies of men who desperately tried to protect Shin. He closed it, silently offering a prayer for their heroic actions. Finished with his prayer and gracing the deceased, he turned. A tearful Shin tackled him. Taken aback, he was about to ask about the situation. He opted to remain silent when her soft, broken sobs reached his ears. A solemn look filled his eyes. He simply held her closer as she buried her face into his chest, pouring out her sorrows and guilt. Time skip, a few minutes later. Kyuukai Hostel, main lobby. Within the Kyuukai Hostel's main lobby, Konoha Ninja began to relax more. They settled into their temporary residence. Admiring the comfortable, warm atmosphere, they were stunned. Naruto entered the establishment with a serious expression. Seeing it was late, they figured it concerned the village and restoration efforts. They overheard his reason for being out late from other patrons. They debated whether to talk to him, given his mood. He didn't give them a chance. He entered the kitchen, where Hisako and Nara resided. Growing more curious about his secretive behavior, they exchanged glances. Jiraiya and Orochimaru summoned a toad and snake. Both were excellent at surveillance. The two animals nodded to each other. The snake headed towards the door. It set a vocal link via chakra with the toad, acting as a receiver. "Hisako, Naru, something urgent has come up and I need to check it out. I know it's a bit sudden, but I'll only be gone a few days at the most and it's important that I go see what's happening over there. Will the two of you be alright?" Really? Alright. But please be careful Naruto, I know you can handle anything but still, I worry about you. Okay Unai-chan, we'll take care of the house while you go. I know you're unbeatable but like Hisako said, please be careful. Listening in, the group grew more interested. The blonde said it was urgent. For some, the sound of lips meeting skin made their blood boil with anger and jealousy. Naruto exiting the room, the summons quickly returned home. The Konoha ninja resumed mundane activities to avoid drawing attention. When he left the hostel, their curiosity finally boiled over. They exchanged looks. "I've marked him with my seal. We'll teleport to his location in a few hours," Minato stated. They all nodded. All were nervous about what the blonde was involved in. Thousand Blade Mountain, Eternal Forest Clearing. "You ready Suko-chan?" Homura asked the sleepy brunette. She checked her blades were secured. Tatsuko let out an equally sleepy yawn. I'm still sleepy Mura-chan and that demon will be weak. Why do all of us have to go?" Tatsuko asked with a sleepy pout. Homura's brow twitched at her best friend's casual dismissal. "Remember what White told us after that meeting, that demon has two possible forms. The first is that weak, spiritual form that will crush in a few seconds. The second is if it manages to have its body released. That's when we'll have to get a bit serious," Homura repeated. Tatsuko sighed in defeat, nodding sadly. Homura resisted bopping her on the head. "Tisk, such a waste of time," Daihei muttered disgustedly. He checked his bow. He frowned, thinking about the mundane task. "Well, let's get this over with." You all ready? Homura asked, assuming leadership. Daihei's brow twitched. He was told to hold his tongue by his partner or something would happen. Yeah, whatever, Daihei muttered. He folded his bow and placed it on his back. He checked his quiver and coatings before nodding. Aha! Let's get this done and go back to bed. Tatsuko cheered. She lightly pounded her gauntlets together. A resounding shockwave radiated from her. Homura and Daihei's eyes widened at her unintentional display of power. With equipment prepped, they exchanged glances. They nodded and headed towards the portal. As they left, White watched with mirth in his eyes. A small, wistful smile graced his maw. He turned and headed back to his domain. The stunned looks on the three faces would no doubt be a sight to see. It is all up to you now, young Naruto, White said. He took off with the grace and gentleness befitting a god. The earth and heaven quivered as he cut through the skies. Oni no Kuni, priestess compound, Shin's sleeping quarters. The pink-haired man was inches from grabbing Shin. His partners and he froze. Another presence made itself known in the room. But before he could create some distance or scan the room for any sign of the intruder, he was sent careening back. A fist connected with his face brutally. While not strong enough to kill, the blow rendered him unconscious. His comrades looked on in confusion and shock. The blonde-haired man who delivered the blow cast them a frigid, sharp look. They felt something equally frigid brush against the nape of their necks. Something emanated from his person. Shin, are you all right? Naruto asked the still shaking priestess. Her eyes snapped wide open. She stiffly turned to face him. And Naruto, she asked as if he was an illusion. The gentle smile gracing his face was all she needed. It reassured her it was indeed the blonde from years ago. What? Who the hell is this guy? The masked man shouted in confusion. He cradled his limp, unconscious older brother. We need to get out of here, there's something not right about this guy, the blue-haired man ordered. They sprang from their positions. Fear invaded their hearts when Naruto fixed a predatory gaze on them. Suiki Hachiki, the dragon roared, unleashing a volley of large, caustic spears of tainted Ryuuten chakra. The blonde quickly dodged, making sharp turns as the spears impacted his path, his eye narrowing at the gruesome effects of the tainted chakra. It corroded, melted, and decayed everything it touched, an amplified effect of regular Ryuuten chakra, which normally took seconds to infect and destroy. The spears left behind bubbling pools of tainted chakra and slag that continued to devour the earth. TCH. This is getting annoying, Naruto muttered irritably, evading a spear and tensing as his shoulder burned from a graze. Just one touch is all I need, human, one lingering second or lapse in your concentration, Gilkuza goaded, but Naruto paused, seeing what was happening to the dragon. Gilkuza froze, body creaking and searing with agony, eyes wide as flesh fell from his face. He realized his body was decaying faster than expected, having failed to absorb the blonde priestess watching the battle. Panic set in, he was about to charge her but was sent flying by Naruto's Ryuuten charged heel to his chest. Grah! Gilkuza coughed, putrefying blood seeping from his maw, as Naruto unleashed a flurry of blows. Before he could finish Gilkuza, a heavy rumbling echoed from outside the chamber. Naruto stopped his assault, Gilkuza wheezed, and they turned toward the sound, feeling Ryuuten chakra emanating from it. Naruto was about to ignore it but froze, smelling an extremely nostalgic scent, a clean river with a hint of fresh fruit, and an underlying smell of nature and forest. Suddenly, a chamber wall caved in, creating a cloud of dirt and dust. The scent grew clearer and stronger as sweat ran down Naruto's head. He stiffly craned his head, eyes widening at a very, very familiar head of blue hair. But it was her expression that triggered his self-preservation instincts, her once sleepy, adorable, happy look replaced by a promise of agony. Turning to the rotting dragon, she held out her hands, trapping the beast in an enormous water sphere. Gilkuza panicked, trying to break free, but the sphere rapidly condensed, crushing his failing body. Naruto watched, tense, as she slowly turned her brilliant emerald green eyes, as frigid as the waters her partner ruled, from Gilkuza to him. Tatsuko, he whispered, confused and nostalgic. The Blunet's frown deepened, and another bead of sweat ran down Naruto's face. Naruto, Tatsuko whispered, her soft but unsettling tone accompanied by her hands slowly closing, as Gilkuza growled, fighting harder against the crushing pressure. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, Konoha Ninja's private room. We've gotta go now everyone. Whoever that chakra belongs to can't be any good, and I've got a pretty good feeling Naruto is involved. Minato announced, pulling out his kunao. His friends and family gathered as he and his clones prepped his jutsu. Hiraishin Dure, they called out, a ceiling pattern appearing below them before they warped to Naruto's location. Scene change, Numa no Kuni, shrine of Morio's physical body. Arriving in a dimly lit cavern, the Konoha ninja froze as immense pressure fell upon them. Their eyes widened at the oppressive weight, barely turning their heads to see its source, Naruto, an impossibly beautiful yet frightening young lady, and a decaying monster trapped in a large water sphere. What happened next made their jaws drop in shock, awe, and horror. We'll talk about this later, Naruto, Tatsuko whispered eerily calmly, holding out her hand. Naruto sighed, moving beside her and placing his hand above hers. I'm expecting that you remember what to do, right? She asked in an equally scary calm tone. Naruto sighed again, gathering his Ryuuten chakra and mixing it with hers. Ranryuuten Ranryujin Ranzan, the two said, drawing the violently sparking and bubbling chakra sphere behind them before bringing it forward towards the freshly released and panting Gilkuza. The resulting jutsu was destruction incarnate, an enormous beam of blue chakra sparking with crimson and navy, which Gilkuza, stunned, could only watch as it consumed him. A blinding light forced everyone to close their eyes as the sound of heaven and earth shattering echoed madly. The mountain crumbled around them, making them believe the world was ending. Deihei and Homura, arriving at the mountain's foot, their eyes wide and jaws dropped, saw a huge beam of concentrated chakra rip through the mountain and continue into the heavens. Then the light in the chamber died down, the sound calming to the clatter of rubble. The group gaped at the devastation. The monster was missing everything from its belly up, collapsing into a decomposing heap. Returning their attention to the pair, they continued to gawk at their intimate gaze, which could spark love even in those who had lost it. Tatsuko, Naruto began softly, but found no words as her expression remained unchanged. Baka, she whispered before forcibly but gently kissing him, a surge of electricity ripping through their bodies, and Tatsuko's expression softened considerably. You're in big trouble, Naruto, Tatsuko said in a sleepy but sing-songy tone. Naruto blinked before softly laughing, his laughter growing more vocal as Tatsuko nuzzled him. Ha ha ha, he laughed heartily, pulling Tatsuko in as she embraced him fondly, lovingly, and slightly scared, her peaceful expression slowly returning as she squeezed him softly and lovingly. You foo. Tatsuko giggled, tears of utter joy falling as she snuggled deeply into her mate's chest, breathing in his scent. What was all that left the others' mouths as they watched, myriad expressions on their faces, many blank or stricken. Numa no Kuni, shrine of Morio's physical body. You foo. Tatsuko giggled, nuzzling deeply into the blonde's chest, sighing contently as she inhaled his nostalgic and comforting scent. I missed you, Naruto. I knew you couldn't have died, I just knew it, she mumbled softly, squeezing him tighter. Naruto said nothing, choosing to hold her closer. I'm sorry, Tatsuko. I don't know what to say, Naruto replied softly, giving her a reassuring squeeze, the brunette shivering a bit as his breath tickled her ear. Lost in their own world, the two were oblivious to the incredulous stares from the others in the chamber. Everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open in shock, having never seen the blonde so carefree and open. For others, it was more that the blonde they held affections for was acting so lovingly, the scene like a kunai piercing their hearts. But now I have you back. My Naruto is back, Tatsuko exclaimed with utmost joy and relief, unlike her earlier chilling tone. Easy there, Tatsuko, I'm real. There's no need to hug me so tight, Naruto laughed softly, swept up in her energy and emotion, surprised by how much stronger she'd become. What's going on here? Homura asked as she and Deihei entered through the newly formed hole in the mountain, their eyes widening at Tatsuko's euphoric expression and her snuggling with an unknown blonde. Mura-chan, Tatsuko exclaimed, peering momentarily from the blonde's chest, a brilliantly sleepy smile on her face at her companion's arrival. Who's that, Suko-chan? Homura asked curiously, a bit taken aback by how handsome the blonde was. This is my Naruto, Tatsuko chirped lovingly, nuzzling deeper into his chest, a dreamy and radiant smile on her face as Homura realized. No way, but didn't White completely obliterate him? Deihei asked, almost shouted, his form trembling at the obscene display of power he'd witnessed. Guess you'll want to know why, huh? Naruto asked quietly and softly, realizing the two newcomers knew about his disappearance, guilt and regret in his tone. I'll tell you all back at my home, but first I need to get Shin back home safely, he said equally softly, addressing the dragons and ninja. Sure, Minato answered, nodding softly, a growing feeling settling in his stomach as he set up his Hiraishin Dare again. Soon, the Konoha ninja were shrouded in lightning and teleported back to the Kyuwakai hostel. For the four remaining in Gilkuza's chamber ruins, Naruto gave the dragons his home's location, though Tatsuko insisted on staying with him until he finished his business in Oenai no Kuni. Getting approval from her companions, the trio of Tatsuko, Naruto, and Shin returned her to the safety and care of another select group indebted to her family. Scene change, Oenai no Kuni, Nisa no Sato. So, this is goodbye again, huh? Shin asked sadly, fidgeting, noticing the guarded look on the terrifying brunette beside him. Seems like it for now, Shin, but if you ever need something from me, you know how to reach me, Naruto told the platinum-haired priestess, a small smile and blush marring her face as she remembered she did have something to ask. Okay, Naruto, I will. And thank you, for everything, Shin said softly and gratefully, tiptoeing to give him a soft, quick kiss on the lips before speeding into her new home. Watching with sharp, narrow eyes, Tatsuko did everything to appear unaffected by the bold action. Yet, the soft pops of her clenching knuckles betrayed her true feelings. A soft huff left her mouth as the priestess retreated into the temple's safety. Tatsuko reasserted her claim by linking arms with Naruto and snuggling deeply into him. Naruto flinched, then quickly shifted, drawing her closer for a more comfortable position. A giggle escaped her mouth at his action, and Tatsuko let out a content sigh, nuzzling deeper into his shoulder. Alright, well, let's get going, Tatsuko. The faster we can get back to my home, the faster I can clear everything up, Naruto explained, a small pout appearing on her face when she heard his emphasis on getting back. Naruto, do you really want to go home that badly? Do you not want to take some time to catch up? Tatsuko asked needily, giving him her best pout. Yes, we do, Tatsuko. The faster I can explain what happened to me, the less any more misunderstandings will occur, Naruto explained. Tatsuko pouted more, opting to snuggle into his shoulder. Seeing he wouldn't be detaching the blunnet anytime soon, Naruto sighed with a soft smile. Wrapping his right arm around her waist, causing her to shiver in delight, Naruto focused on the seal outside his home. Black and crimson lightning sparked around him, then Tatsuko, and they vanished in a flash. Scene change, Kuwakai hostel outside entrance. Arriving in another flash of black and crimson, Naruto gently held a very nauseous and disoriented Tatsuko as she tried to steady herself after her first instantaneous teleportation. After a few seconds, she regained her bearings, blinking before her eyes sparkled at the beautiful and quaint building before her. This is where you live, Naruto? It's so cute. Tatsuko chirped in awe, shaking excitedly like a child, admiring the detailed architecture. Come on Tatsuko, let's get this over with, Naruto said, nudging her slightly. She followed, linking arms with him. Scene change, Kuwakai hostel, main entranceway. Inside the hostel, the pair met a mix of stares. Naruto's eyes softened, unlike anything the Konoha ninja or even Tatsuko had seen, when he locked onto Hisako's slightly trembling form. Gently releasing himself from Tatsuko's embrace, which flattened the blunet's smile into a thin line, he moved towards Hisako, who intercepted and embraced him. Hey, I'm alright, Hisako. Didn't I tell you I would be? He reassured the slightly shaking Silverette, panicking a bit at her tiny trembles. Hisako, what's wrong? Did something happen? Naruto asked, his tone much more concerned and urgent. The others stiffened, feeling something inhumanly frigid brush against their necks. No, I was just worried. But I'm glad that you're back and not hurt, Naruto, Hisako replied, lifting her face to smile at the blonde she loved, her heart and soul warming at his reciprocal smile. Seeing it wasn't something or someone causing her anxiety, Naruto gestured for everyone in the room to follow him to a more secure and private one. With no small amount of trepidation, mostly due to Naru and Hisako securely latched onto his arms, they followed him towards the back of the hostel after he closed the shop. Scene change, Kuwakai hostel, private conference room. Gathered in the largest conference room, usually for storage, Naruto sat between Hisako and Naru. The cloned blonde's cerulean eyes never left Tatsuko's draconian emerald ones. While not outwardly visible, likely due to the adored person seated nearby, agitation and aggression marred their persons. Their hair stood on end, both clenched and unclenched their hands, scanning each other for weakness or faults. Finding nothing to exploit, they opted to shelve their ire and listen to Naruto. Alright, let's get this over with, he sighed tiredly and slightly irritably. Many leaned forward, waiting for his tale. Looking back, the first memory I have after my amnesia is about waking up in a river. Naruto began, retelling his life story after being implanted with the soul I entrusted to him by White. Scene change, Kirigakur, unknown lakeside. Are we there yet, Deidara-senpai? Toby asked his blonde companion, whose brow throbbed with irritation for the umpteenth time. We'll get there when we get there. How many times have you asked me that? Deidara shouted. Toby had the decency to rub the back of his head sheepishly at the truthful statement. Sorry, but I was just wondering when we'd find the sandby. It's been a long time since we left the base. Toby complained. Deidara resisted detonating him, reminding himself of his task. Tisk, just keep calm, Deidara. Don't let this guy mess up your cool, just keep it cool, he thought like a mantra, taking calming breaths. Deidara-senpai. Senpai. Toby called out, panicked and flustered. Deidara's patience broke, he turned to shout. What? If you even think about asking me if we're there yet or not, I'll blow you and your lame orange mask back to the hideout before finding your smoldering and smoking corpse and using it to bait the waters of whatever kami-forsaken lake this Biju is hiding in. Deidara ranted. Toby shrank back, shaking, pointing a finger at Deidara. What? Don't tell me I hurt your feelings, by kami. Deidara shouted to the heavens, oblivious to the rain without clouds. Senpai. Be behind you, Toby stammered terrified. Deidara sighed exasperatedly, turning to humor him. Fine. Just what as Deidara stopped midword, staring at the maw of the very beast they sought. The sandby exhaled, coating them both in mucus and water. Of course, Deidara muttered, head dropping. The sandbai roared, and Toby and he quickly moved back to avoid its foot flattening them. "Let's go, Toby, try not to die," Deidara shouted, creating a clay bird, mounting it, and charging the sandbai. Toby remained panicked until Deidara was a fair distance away. Toby hummed, visibly calming, his mask's eye socket shining with 3 Tomo dancing within a crimson eye. Seeing Deidara was out of sight, Toby kept his Sharingan activated and moved to engage the sandbai, intending to capture it quickly to avoid his eye being discovered. Scene change, unknown forest, open clearing. Damn, who would have thought that bandaged brat would have something like him in his control, Kisame thought tensely, staring at Kaimamaro's agonized groaning form. On his way to find signs of the Nibi, where his Sutan affinity would be an advantage, Kisame was intercepted by Kimimaro. The pale-skinned man had been released with a mission to eliminate remaining Akatsuki members, offered a cure by Hiriko for his agonizing virus if he succeeded. His once pale, healthy complexion was now sickening gray with black and purple patches. His eyes were pink and bloodshot, shrouded in a sickly purple aura. "GGUH. Please forgive me, but I must eliminate you," Kimimaro uttered softly, speeding towards Kisame with a caution-inducing swiftness. Quickly bringing up Samehada, Kisame grunted, feeling the weight and power of Kaimamaro's blow. Shifting his blade, he raised a brow, seeing bones protruding from Kaimamaro's forearm. The attacking bones weren't white, discolored like his skin, and dripping with a strange blackish viscous liquid. From how it corroded, withered, and killed Flora, Kisame knew he didn't want any of it on him. "A Kagaya, huh? Like you've got any chance of that, even with your Kekkei Genkai, you've got a long way to go to kill me," Kisame shouted intrigued, pushing the man back before delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen. The force sent Kimimaro a fair distance back, but he barely registered it, the pain from the virus much more agonizing. Clutching his head, he groaned louder as Kisame remained guarded a fair distance back, a bit perturbed by what was happening with the man. Pushing curiosity aside, he surged forward, Samehada trailing dangerously. Stopping just short of the agonized man, Kisame transferred his built momentum into his blade's swing. Samehada sliced through the air, connecting with Kimimaro horrifyingly brutally, shredding and rending the infected flesh before Kisame followed through with a rotation, shouting as he sent the man flying with a spray of flesh and blood. Watching Kimimaro sail through the air and land in a bleeding, frayed heap, Kisame trusted his instincts screaming at him to remain on guard. They proved true when an eruption of bone protruded from beneath him. Acting quickly, he escaped being impaled, though his brow twitched slightly when a shard grazed his leg. Quickly, the twitch turned into a grimace as agony ripped through his limb. Feeling unprecedented pain, Kisame barely shifted his head, avoiding his head being skewered by Kaimamaro's bone-clad arm. Kisame muttered to himself, "GUH, that stuff has to be the nastiest poison I've dealt with," as he readied Samehada. He slammed its pommel into Kaimamaro's chest, who coughed out blackened blood. "GGUH." Kimimaro groaned, unsheathing bones from his abdomen. Kisame quickly raised Samehada, shielding his arm from the volley of tainted bone. A powerful kick from Kimimaro connected with Kisame's blade, knocking him off balance. Kimimaro seemed unaffected as the solace of his sandals and foot shredded upon leaving Samehada's edge. Regaining his balance, Kisame's eyes widened as Kimimaro descended with 2 bone swords. He quickly raised Samehada, blocking the initial 2 slashes. Grunting at their power, Kisame was forced onto the defensive as Kimimaro continued with a volley of stabs, grazing, and stabbing him a few times. "Yimugura no mai," Kimimaro whispered, impaling Kisame's shoulder, ripping his bone sword out the side before striking him again in the thigh. Capitalizing on Kisame's brief lapse in concentration as pain crossed his face, Kimimaro swiftly dashed behind him. Concentrating a great deal of chakra to the front of his body, he uncrossed his arms, shifted forward, and expelled a large amount of bone, impaling Kisame from behind. Kisame's face twisted in agony, a silent scream etched on it, but it quickly faltered as the impaled man erupted in a splash of water. Kimimaro looked on with agonized irritation. "That was a nice combo there, too bad all of your moves are as easy to read as an academy student's textbook," Kisame called out, appearing behind Kimimaro. Kimimaro was unable to turn as another wave of agony rippled through his body. "Samehada Shobaku," Kisame roared, slashing and shredding Kaimamaro's back, sending him staggering forward as Kisame quickly followed. Delivering increasingly horrific slashes, each unleashing a sharpened torrent of water that added to the damage on Kimimaro, Kisame finished his assault with a heavy downward slam of his blade, causing a pillar of water to erupt from the ground. The pillar sent Kimimaro skywards. Kisame followed, quickly molding, wrapping, and spiraling Sutan chakra around his blade. A fair distance above the ground, Kisame held his arm and Samehada back as a narrow drill of water formed, using the blade as a medium. "Sutan, Swizzen," Kisame shouted, driving the water drill into the back of the airborne Kimimaro. The screech of Kaimamaro's back being shredded resounded in the clearing. After a few seconds of drilling into Kaimamaro's back, gravity took hold as the two fell and collided with the ground. Upon impact, the water from the drill dispersed, sending another heavy shock of water that drove Kimimaro deeper into the ground. Creating some distance from the motionless man, Kisame never felt the tension leave his body. His caution proved true when another outcrop of bone erupted from beneath him. "Jiga, I'm sorry, but I need you to die," Kimimaro snarled, pulling himself out of the crater. Kisame's caution skyrocketed when he saw Kimimoro's drastically changed appearance. Kimimoro's appearance was very similar to a dinosaur or other reptilian creature, with dark gray skin, dark black eye sclera, yellow eye irises, 6 large bone spines protruding from his back, a long bone-spiked tail, and 2 dark black curved markings under his eyes, 1 under each eye and 2 as elongated eyebrows, 1 above each eye. He still retained his sickly and corrupted appearance from the virus's influence. "So you've still got a trick up your sleeve, huh?" Kisame said in a cool tone, easing the tension and mitigating the slow pain from the poisoned blows he received earlier. Crouching low, Kimimaro formed a large bone lance before charging towards a surprised Kisame. For Kisame, Kimimaro was moving much slower than before. However, from first-hand experience, he knew that the slower someone or something moved, the more it hurt if they managed to connect. Readying himself, he quickly brought up Samehada as Kimimoro's lance collided with him. Kisame's eyes widened at the force behind the charge. Gritting his teeth, Kisame did his best to hold his ground as Kimimaro continued to push against him. The collision and subsequent struggle for dominance slowly began to shift in Kimimoro's favor as Kisame felt himself slide backward from the continuous pushing force. Kimimaro gained confidence, letting loose a distorted roar while applying more force to his charge. Feeling his footing start to give, Kisame was confused as to why Samehada wasn't absorbing as much chakra as it should have been. When he looked at his blade, he saw the answer. In place of its normal healthy blue scales, Samehada's scales were discolored and chipped. Bits of its scales were missing, and many more were brittle as glass. Kisame's eyes widened when he saw the blade's condition, and his lapse in concentration opened a window of opportunity that Kimimaro fully exploited. Applying a bit more force at an angle, Kimimaro managed to throw Kisame off balance just enough to get another step closer. "This ends now. Nejire Hana," Kimimaro shouted, driving his bone lance into Kisame's abdomen. The bone making up the lance began to spin, shifting into a drill. The bone drill ground into his stomach. Kisame's eyes widened even more as Kimimaro unleashed a heavy burst of bone that sent him flying backward. As he watched Kisame sail back, land, and remain still, Kimimaro slowly let his guard down when a pool of crimson began to amass around Kisame. Releasing a sigh, Kimimoro's bone lance crumbled as his body slackened. However, he quickly fell into a harsh coughing fit as the agony of the virus surged through him once more. In the midst of his coughing fit, he froze when he felt the presence of death intensify behind him. His body snapped around, but he was unable to react when a heavy blade of water tore into his body, sending him recoiling back with blackened blood spraying through the air. "Suten Mizukire," Kisame grunted in a pained manner, clutching his abdomen as he spun Samehada before impaling it in the ground as a crutch to support himself. "How?" Kimimaro uttered softly, feeling the sting of the air on his exposed lungs as he stifled crying out in agony. "Ha! They don't call me the tailless Biju for nothing," Kisame replied, spitting out a globule of blood and taking a deep breath as he stood to his full height once more. "That was a good fight. It's a shame that I gotta cut you down though, would love to have another in the future," Kisame lamented with a sigh, heaving Samehada over his shoulder as he stalked towards Kimimaro. Kimimoro's head softly rested on the ground, and he let his eyes drift closed, welcoming the embrace of death. His previous loyalty to Hiriko shattered when he was subjected to an experiment that even the bandaged man described as inhumane. A small smile crossed his face as Kisame stopped before him. Raising Samehada, Kisame took in Kimimoro's peaceful and eased expression before a somber smile crossed his face as well. As he held Samehada at its peak, he brought it down swiftly, enhancing its cutting edge with added Suten chakra. As it fell, the sounds in the area stilled, and nothing but a soft and quick squelch echoed mournfully throughout the clearing. Finished with the brief but tough battle, Kisame let out a sigh as he moved to bury Kimimoro's body, offering his respects for a battle well fought. "Well, let's get going," Kisame sighed out, slinging Samehada over his shoulder once more, stretching his stiff muscles as he headed back towards his objective. Time skip, a few hours later. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, private conference room, and that's where we're at right now. I've still got a number of holes in my memories, holes that I just can't seem to fill. So while, biologically, I'm the same Naruto that you all know, I'm not him in a mental sense, Naruto explained to the gathered group, their eyes wide and filled with moisture at his revelation. Retelling his story of losing his memories, omitting what had happened with White and the other dragons, he simultaneously cemented and destroyed their perceptions of him. It was him, the very same young man they had lost all those years ago, but at the same time, it wasn't him, as he said. Could he still be their Naruto if he had no memory of them? While some felt utterly defeated, a select few saw it as another obstacle to overcome to cement a place in his heart and by his side. "Even if you say that, you're still Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," my eldest son Minato said in a soft and understanding tone, looking at Naruto with his own cerulean eyes filled with warmth and love. "Your father is right, Naruto-chan. Even if you don't have those memories, we still have them. We can make new memories, and hopefully, you'll get your old memories back, Kushina added, moving to hold Minato's hand, feeling her husband endow her with extra strength as he squeezed hers softly. Naru and we're still your family. No matter what happens, we'll always be family, Narumi quipped, moving to hold his hand. The action caused a nearly imperceptible twitch from Naru as she did her best to restrain her desire to shatter the offending appendage. Narumi is right, Aniki. We'll always love you. This is just another thing we've got to overcome as a family, Mito chimed in, moving to take hold of his other hand, though it was stopped short by an utterly irate Naru. Let go of my Unai-chan, she whispered in a tone that promised death, a sickly black aura of negative chakra starting to leak from her. Everyone's eyes widened at seeing such dark and negative chakra. They were more stunned when she roughly removed the offending appendages from Naruto. Once she finished, she secured a place directly on his lap, causing an uproar from within the room. Ignoring those present, though Nara felt extremely guilty when she saw the saddened look on Hisako's face, she secured her claim on Naruto by leaning into his shoulder. Get off of him. Haku, Satsuki, Yakumo, Mito, and Narumi all shouted in unison, their eyes and tone filled with utter hatred and jealousy, all directed at the blonde on the lap of their object of affection. No, was all Nara replied in a crass tone as she did something that finally caused the scales of the dragon sitting beside her to rustle. Leaning up slightly, Nara softly pecked her older brother on the lips as a collective gasp and shout of utter indignation resounded from within the room. Nara shivered in pleasure as Naruto reeled his head back from the sudden contact. He was about to reprimand the younger blonde, only for the brunette sitting beside them to do it for him. Tatsuko just barely tolerated watching the young blonde interact with her mate. After all, they were just siblings in the end. Even when Nero asserted her claim of her mate, Tatsuko didn't mind it, relating it to a younger sister not wanting another woman to have her older brother. But, when she saw Nero lean upwards before stealing the lips of her mate, lips that belonged to her and her alone, Tatsuko's patience snapped like the bones of those who stood in her way. Lashing out, Tatsuko grabbed the front of Nero's shirt, yanking her until they were face to face. Nero's blank face stared directly into Tatsuko's disapproving one. They stared each other down as a strange air began to overpower and suffocate the room. Seeing the all too familiar signs of a pair of dragons getting ready, Homura and Deihei quickly readied themselves to evacuate. Naruto quickly ordered everyone else out of the room, creating a clone to escort and protect Hisako. Turning back to face the two, he saw they had already shown the telltale signs of starting an arena. An arena is an extremely rare and natural phenomenon consisting of an untouchable vortex that forms in the general area of battle when two prominent predators, namely elders, meet and battle each other, such as the historic and terrifying battle between White, formerly Fatalis, and his older brother the original White. It forms in the heavens before spreading to the earth and is caused by an anomaly, which shakes the very space where these predators stand in battle. Even other elders will not get near it, the danger of being caught up within the arena being far too risky for those uninvolved. The formation of an arena is not limited to just dragons, as humans of immense power, such as those recognized as elders themselves, are capable of forming an arena. Another element that makes an arena so dangerous is its nature to take on attributes of its creators, an example being the catastrophic maelstrom of electricity and flame that formed during the cataclysmic clash between White and his older brother all those years ago. With the five gathered inside the room at the moment, sharp blades of wind and droplets of water began to form and dance around the room eerily. Tatsuko and Nara's facial expressions now matched those of a pair of dragons sizing up and challenging each other. Their bangs began to overshadow their eyes as the two slowly rose, the shorter blonde staring up at the taller brunette with no less challenge than she was receiving. Then, as if decided by a silent agreement between the two, they charged each other, Tatsuko's eyes sparking with an emerald glow while Nara was quickly shrouded with the signs of entering her apex state. Damn! Kekai Raiwu Haikairyu Gakai, Naruto shouted as he slammed his palm on the floor. The entire room shimmered and shone before a bright glow enveloped the quintet inside. Scene change, Fields of Natural Calamity, Flatlands. Appearing in an area aptly named the Fields of Natural Calamity, known simply as the Highland, the mountains and towering cliffs were largely unexplored by the four who had visited the area. At the summit, there is a deteriorating forest with weathered rocks, below is an endless sea of clouds. Waterfalls are plentiful in the area. The deepest part of the highland is a cave characterized by huge stone pillars. The elders simply refer to this area as the high ground, although it is still shrouded in mystery to the four who knew about the terrain. The area Naruto had teleported the five of them to was referred to as the flatlands due to the relatively flat ground that expanded for quite a distance, dotted with thick trees. A few hundred meters away lay a large crevice in the earth, connecting the flatlands with the rest of the field. With the five dragons gathered on said grounds, four of them were a bit shaky upon arrival, having never experienced instant teleportation like what had just happened. After a few seconds, they quickly regained their bearings as Nero and Tatsuko immediately moved to clash, both intent on making the other submit and admit they were truly suited as the mate of the one they both held affections for. Stopping in the center of the field, they collided fists as they fought for dominance. "Oh, you're a lot stronger than you look, whelp," Tatsuko taunted in a haughty tone. Neru's eyes darkened slightly when she caught the brunette's tone. "Big talk for someone who Oni-chan forgot about," Neru bit out in a frigid tone. The jeer seemed to greatly affect Tatsuko, as all traces of surprise vanished from her face, replaced by utter contempt. "Suiryuutan Karyuukan," Tatsuko said with a tone promising only agony and death. Her free hand was quickly shrouded in dense water before she slugged the opposing blonde square in the abdomen. Neru's eyes widened at the force of the augmented punch. She grit her teeth, taking the full brunt of the attack. Tatsuko's already narrow eyes became narrower at the sight. As the excess momentum and force of the blow began to dissipate, Neru charged her hand with an enormous amount of Ryuutan chakra as a visible shroud of white and black wind began to dance erratically around the limb. As a high-pitched keening ripped through the area, Tatsuko winced, her heightened sense of hearing causing immense discomfort and pain. Neru took full liberty of her minuscule slip in concentration. Forming a claw with the charged limb, Neru brought it back before taking a heavy swipe at the brunette. "Ryusu Senkyuha," she said in a tone as cold and empty as a vacuum, swiping across Tatsuko's abdomen. The brunette's eyes gained a look of confusion before widening in realization. About to create as much distance between herself and the blonde, Tatsuko was far slower than the invisible blades of wind as they connected with and shredded her abdomen. The brunette's eyes opened a bit wider as a silent cry of pain left her mouth at the immense agony she was feeling. The resulting action of Tatsuko jumping back coupled with the momentum that Neru's jutsu carried sent the brunette careening backward until she collided with a tree. As a confused and stunned Daihei and Homura looked on, Naruto's eye narrowed in anger as he unconsciously opened and closed his hand. "Damn it! I need to stop her," Homura shouted, moving to stop the fierce battle raging before her. However, her attempt was stopped by the brunette standing beside her. "Are you crazy? We'll get ripped apart by those two," Daihei told the raven-haired beauty in a tone filled with anxiety and dread. Homura grimaced, seeing it would be a daunting task to rein in two warring dragons, let alone two females fighting for a mate. "Then what should we do? If we let those two fight, who knows what'll happen?" Homura countered as Daihei winced at the thought. No doubt the elders would hold them responsible for any lingering damage to such a material-rich area. While Homura and Daihei were contemplating an excuse for the destruction of the highland, Naruto watched the battle with a critical eye, memorizing the nature of the attacks exchanged between the two warring young ladies. "Tisk, you're better than I thought," Tatsuko muttered begrudgingly, holding her bleeding abdomen and grimacing slightly as she felt the 5 thin but deep lacerations. "Suiryuutan Chien Munia," Tatsuko breathed out as a light blue mist emanated from her palm. The grimace of pain on her face was replaced with a much more eased expression as she finished healing herself. Once she finished, her head snapped up before she vanished and reappeared before a surprised Naru. Cocking her hand back, she let an enormous amount of Ryuutan chakra flow into it before she slugged the blonde square in the face, sending her careening a fair distance in the opposite direction. Not relenting, Tatsuko took a deep inhale of air as she channeled more chakra into her chest. Once the amount of chakra gathered into her chest reached its peak, she released it. "Karyuukan," Tatsuko roared as she unleashed a hellish beam of concentrated Ryuutan chakra. The beam vaporized everything in its path as it raced toward a stunned Naru. "What?" was all that left Homura and Daihei's mouths. The two had never seen Tatsuko utilize such a dangerous and devastating jutsu during their time training together. As Naru stood still, seemingly paralyzed by the encroaching beam of destruction, she let more of her Ryuutan chakra surge as she grit her teeth in anger and frustration. She was being shown up by her newest love rival in front of her beloved older brother, after all. As her anger began to peak, more and more dangerous-looking wind began to arc and dance around her. Finally, it plateaued as she drew her arm back and settled into a stance with her hand in a claw. "Galbaku Senpyaga," Naru finally roared with hate and anger, throwing her arm forward before a destructive fang of condensed Ryuutan chakra surged towards the oncoming beam of destruction. "Kekai Ryu Kumiatan," Naruto called out as he flung one of his most treasured items to use as a medium for setting. As the two jutsu struck the mirror, a piercing shriek echoed as they were displaced and redirected. This sound wasn't from the jutsu themselves but from the immense strain on Naruto's blade. A brief flash followed as the jutsu were absorbed and fired into the distance. What happened next stunned the quintet. Tatsuko's jutsu consumed a mountain in a brilliant chakra sphere, leaving a circular scar, while Naru's jutsu tore through a cliff like a giant drill. Just as they prepared to attack again, an overwhelming surge of killing intent froze them, forcing them to mechanically turn towards its source. The sight of a seething Naruto immediately stalled their clashing maiden circuits. Unable to ask what caused his foul mood, they quickly learned when a metallic clink eerily echoed through the clearing. Stiffly turning, they blanched upon seeing his sword, used to redirect their jutsu, utterly ruined. "My Basuda Soto, Ryuuhei's sword," he whispered, mechanically moving to pick up the ruined blade. The area's temperature plummeted as bits of the blade chipped off before it shattered completely. Naruto remained silent, staring at the remnants of his blade, just the hilt, pommel, and a tiny shard. Beginning to panic at his silence, Homura and Deihei joined them, slowly huddling together. Before they could react, rumbling calls announced the arrival of great Jagai, drawn by the commotion. Great Jagai are recognized by their frill, lavender scales with crimson and tangerine overlays on the frills and abdomen, and fur on their necks and along their backs. Their muzzles are thinner and more wrinkled than other bird wyverns. Their tails have blunt, distinct barbs, used for tail whip attacks. Great Jagai are mid-food chain predators, hunting animals often larger than themselves. Their prey includes Aptonoth, Kelbai, Renoplus, Delex, fish, Gigai, Slagtoth, Mufa, and occasionally stray young flying and bird wyverns. They also prey on the eggs of other animals, including larger predators. Due to its high nutritional value for larger predators, great Jagai tend to avoid them as they are easily killed. Well, what do we have here? Humans, the largest, most scarred great Jagai sneered, clearly believing them to be like the humans his ancestors described. They certainly look as tasty as the texts say they were, the second largest quipped, drooling, already fantasizing about their taste. The first one to hunt them down is the strongest, the smallest called out, charging the quintet. Their hunger and excitement overrode their survival instincts, muffling their instincts' screams to escape. As the oldest and strongest, the first great Jagai reached Naruto first, being closest to the trio. Lunging for a bite, its head was brutally slammed to the ground. The chilling sound of its muzzle crushing echoed, and Naruto pulled his arm back before slugging the bird wyvern's head dead center, a crunch sounding out as it twitched and spasmed sporadically. This brutal, unexpected act froze the other two advancing bird wyverns. They could only stare before fearfully stepping back as Naruto turned to face them. Before them, the physical manifestation of his killing intent, a monstrous black and crimson reptilian being overshadowing the heavens, sneered, then opened its maw to consume them. As it approached, their higher cognitive functions ceased, and a wave of corrosive Ryuuden chakra passed through them as the beast devoured them. After dispatching the first great Jagai, Naruto turned to the other two, who had stopped their advance. With such a treasure ruined, though he blamed himself for using it as a jutsu medium, he needed an outlet for his rage, and the great Jagai were perfect. While he killed the first with his bare hands, he opted to send a Gyukyuha their way to avoid close combat, feeling somewhat better as he watched them corrode and waste away after trying to hunt him. Sighing, he turned to scold the two young ladies partly responsible for his foul mood. He was perplexed by their terrified expressions, especially Naru's, who was usually blank-faced. Curious, he was about to turn when he felt a horrendous amount of killing intent directed solely at him. Eyes wide, he turned and promptly paled, seeing three very enraged elders: Muraginesu, Duragayurosu, Chameleos, Tigrex, Devilto, Shigeru, and White. His form trembled under their gazes, and he swallowed, preparing to evade whatever was coming. Unfortunately for the blonde, the three enraged dragons were far more prepared. "You imbecile," they roared, blowing away the surrounding area and sending Naruto and the other humans flying. Before he could right himself in the air, Chamele's tongue sent him careening to the ground. Gritting his teeth as immense pain tore through his body, he softened his landing by rolling. As he rose, he stopped in a kneeling position, met by their enraged glares, Tigrex and Devilto's faces shrouded in black and crimson haze, while Chamele's body had a thick mist of toxic air. "You will answer for this travesty, Naruto," Chamele hissed, her normally sultry tone replaced by its opposite, her purple hue changing to dark crimson with her rage. "If I find your answer unsatisfactory, you will remember the agony of our first meeting," Tigrex snarled, more burning crimson veins appearing on his body as time passed, his claws gouging the earth. "Do tell us, Naruto, how are you still alive?" Yo asked in a remarkably calm tone, a stark and unsettling contrast to his usual boastful and jovial demeanor. Remaining silent, Naruto raced through possible answers, though each caused at least one elder present to erupt in unprecedented rage. "Allow me to explain," White said with a tone commanding respect. The three enraged dragons begrudgingly quieted, remaining focused on the blonde. "This will be quite a tale, so please, let us change to a much more comfortable location," Shigeru added, spreading his wings and noting Naru's shining eyes as she gazed at him. With that, the group headed towards Eternal Forest, intent on arriving quickly as the blonde had years of explaining to do. Scene change: Kuwakai Hostel, main entranceway, private room. "Naruto," Hisako whispered, clutching the red scarf around her neck. The clone with her battled internally about granting the Silverette's wish to see the original blonde. "Let's go then, Hisako," the clone said firmly. Hisako's worried expression softened slightly as the clone gently held her before a sealing array formed beneath them. "Kekai Ryu Haikairia Gakai," the clone called out as they were bound by a light glow, disappearing when it faded. Scene change: Eternal Forest, large clearing. Arriving swiftly in the largest clearing in Eternal Forest, the group settled as White gazed at those present. The elders who knew Naruto still snarled. Naruto was held by a terrified Naru and unsettled Tatsuko, Homura and Deihei shook, staying far from the blonde, while other dragons watched with interest. Before he could begin, a tiny glow caught everyone's attention. More surprised, the group saw Hisako appear on Naruto's lap with a squeak. Huh, she asked no one in particular, drawing the dragon's attention. She jumped in surprise before burying her face in her beloved's chest upon seeing their gazes. Well, now this is interesting. White chuckled, feeling an all too familiar sensation emanating from the terrified Silverette clinging to the blonde, who was trying to comfort her to Naru and Tatsuko's ire. Damn it, we lost him again. Zabuza cursed aloud, resisting the urge to turn something over, no doubt inviting the wrath of the rather frightening blonde he was complaining about. Wait, Minato-sama. Didn't you have him marked? He suddenly called out to the panicking Uzumaki Namikaze family, making them realize. Ah, he's right, Tou-san. Quick! We need to save Naru and II from those seductresses. Narumi cried urgently, and a terrifying thought instantly spurred Mito into action. Umi-chan is right. What if they're doing horrible or impure things to Aniki right now? Mito cried hysterically, many wryly chuckling at her overactive imagination. They're right, Minato, quickly. Kushina uttered, restraining herself from tackling her husband. Minato rapidly created clones, arranging them into their previous formation. Minato, I've got a horrible feeling about this, Fugaku and Hayashi quipped simultaneously, drawing everyone's attention to their concern. What makes you say that? Zabuza asked curiously, the two wincing and exchanging glances. Our instincts were screaming that Naruto is dangerous. I don't think you felt it because you're so close to him, but for us, something about him is almost feral feeling, they said conflictedly, widening everyone's eyes at the fact that he made two seasoned shinobi feel something akin to fear. Well, we'll have to find out exactly what that is then. Let's go! Minato announced as another ceiling formation appeared beneath them, the room glowing before they vanished. Scene change, eternal forest, large clearing. It's alright, Hisako. I'm right here, Naruto reassured the terribly shaking Silverette in his arms. Hisako said nothing, opting to remain pressed as tightly as possible to Naruto's chest. Are you quite finished comforting that human? Camille hissed agitatedly. Hisako trembled a bit more as Naruto did his best to comfort her. TCH. Enough of this. Speak, Naruto. Tigrex snarled, his voice making the poor Silverette in the blonde's arms tremble even more terrified. I agree. I had assumed you had chosen Tatsuko as your mate, not a weak, fragile, and handicapped human like her, Hyo added as Tatsuko beamed at the dragon's words. Hisako clutched Naruto tighter, a bit of moisture seeping into his shirt. If you don't fix your tone, I'll show you all how I felt during our time training together all those years ago, Naruto threatened in a cold but savage tone, his eye burning with a calm but erratic rage reflected by the three before him. Is that a threat, Naruto? Tigrex growled back savagely. Naruto locked eyes with him, a spark of black and crimson dancing around his person. No, it would be a threat if I was anything like I was years ago. With how I am now, it's a promise, he retorted, his eye flashing with a dangerous azure glow that made the three dragons smirk. HNN. So you still live. I don't know how to feel about this, Tigrex quipped, shaking his head, a part of his heart aching but feeling much lighter than before. All these years and not once did you attempt to contact us, Camille added in a slightly hurt tone, huffing a bit of toxic gas that corroded the earth and flora it touched. I still am curious as to how you survived White's execution. No being, dragon or otherwise, should have been able to survive such an attack, Ho asked contemplatively. White glanced at the three relieved but confused elders gathered with them. Allow me to explain how young Naruto is still among us, for it was my doing, White announced, turning to the space behind Naruto and the other humans, seeing another group appear in a flash of yellow. Ha! Where are W-Menma asked, only to freeze along with the rest of the gathered party as an oppressive amount of pressure forced them to their knees, then flat against the ground. Who are they? Yo asked in a barely controlled tone of rage, bits of black and crimson haze beginning to cloud his face as it did with Tigrex's. The group stammered, their minds and wills stalled, only their most primal instincts screaming to run as far and fast as possible. For the Konoha ninja, they were in a place that promised only death. Their instincts screamed, demanded, pleaded with them to escape by any means possible, knowing it wouldn't be a pretty end. To make matters worse, it was just the disgusted gazes that blared such panicked and intense signals. They couldn't even begin to fathom what a direct assault, or predatory intent, from the monsters gathered around them could do. It appears that we've uninvited guests, White said calmly, though the power in his voice alone caused a few humans to fall unconscious. Lifting a finger, White gently brought it down as a pillar of white consumed the gathered ninja. Their eyes widened in a mix of fear, confusion, and panic. They could do nothing as they fell into a sea of endless white. Soon, that was replaced with darkness as they fell unconscious. As they settled into an unconscious heap on the ground, White reassured the blonde and Silverette that they were merely asleep. With the attention of the dragons and the humans they accepted, Hisako being an exception, returned to White, he began to spin the tale of what occurred on that fateful day all those years ago. Time skip an hour later. That is young Naruto's tale. As for the reasoning behind giving him a second chance at a new life, that is something I can tell no one. I do hope you all understand now, White finished, glancing around with a bit of mirth in his ancient eyes at the sight of Naruto being smothered by the teary-eyed group of human dragons. Damn bro, you had it rough, Daihei quipped tearfully, wiping a stray tear, feeling much more respect for the blonde as he patted his shoulder. Oh Ani-chan. Naru whimpered, snuggling deeply into his shoulder, trying to be as civil as possible given the two other rival females were doing the same. Naruto. I wish I could have been there for you, Tatsuko whispered, hugging her mate tighter, doing her best to ignore the others attached to him. I'm sorry that you had such a hard life, none of us here had it as bad as that, Homura added, embracing him in a friendly manner, though she felt the beginnings of her more primal instincts of creating new life arising from feeling his body. Hisako opted to remain silent, snuggling deeper into his chest, holding back her tears as she squeezed him tighter. Hey, it's all right. That was in the past, this is the present, he explained as they slowly separated from him, and he stood to face the dragons. Hisako remained latched onto him, to Tatsuko's ire. I'm sorry for deceiving you all these years. I know this isn't any way to ask for your forgiveness, but this is all I can do, Naruto said apologetically and sincerely, bowing his head. The dragons he had angered stared at him for any signs of further deception before sighing. I'm far too glad that my favorite human is alive to be angry with him, Camille quipped, staring at the blonde with renewed affection and relief. Naruto raised his head, staring back with familiar warmth in his eyes as she huffed and turned away teasingly pouting. I apologize for my rash assumption, Naruto. Please forgive me as well, Ko said with an exhausted but relieved sigh, bowing sincerely. Naruto quickly motioned for him to stop. Tisk, whatever, I could care less that you're alive, Tigrex spit out callously, though his badly hidden smirk and tail twitches spoke volumes about his true feelings. Well, now that things are settled, why not celebrate the return of young Naruto? I'm sure that there are quite a number of you who wish to reconnect and meet this child, White asked knowingly. Many agreed, wishing to know more about a human White himself had blessed. Falling into a festive mood, the smaller dragons callously moved the unconscious Konoha ninja into a disheveled heap off to the side. Once finished, the clearing quickly became a grounds for socialization. Naruto did his best to shield an unusually quiet Hisako from the snouts and muzzles trying to sniff the blonde. Growing more concerned about Hisako's despondency, Naruto was about to take her away when an unsettling amount of pressure washed over the entire clearing. Every head snapped, or calmly panned in White's case, towards the source of the pressure, their bodies instantly filled with tension as 5 distinct figures began to appear. The 5 dragons seen were Crimson, Myogaluna, Desufero, Alatrian, and Garabadeira, known as the Guardians due to their immense power. They looked at the tense blonde with a myriad of emotions, primarily confusion and curiosity, or pure antipathy in Crimson's case. Approaching the blonde, he quickly guessed why they stared that way. After all, he had deceived many of their brethren for years before suddenly reappearing. Stopping before him, Naruto swallowed, their combined presence nearly matching White's. The fact that they stared down at him alone amplified that feeling. He focused his entire being on remaining strong, squeezing a horribly trembling Hisako. Humph, so, you are Naruto. I am Crimson, the emblem of calamity. Crimson quipped mirthfully, his eyes clearly not matching his tone, shining with disgust and hatred. Crimson appeared as he did years ago to Naruto, a hulking, monstrous dragon seemingly holding such hatred and darkness that, if he wished, he could consume heaven and earth. Pleased to meet your acquaintance, young Naruto. I am Myogaluna, the forbidden dragon of light and overseer of the stars, Myo said regally, introducing himself. Naruto inclined his head slightly as Myo looked down at him cordially. Myogaluna was a dragon both beautiful and powerful, a silver-gray body brilliantly contrasted by numerous outcroppings of crystalline, diamond-like scales covering his hide. The same diamond-like scales adorned his elbows, knees, shoulders, and wing edges, enhancing his powerful and beautiful appearance. Each scale is said to hold the power of a star. Should he desire, Myogaluna can unleash that power to drown the world in eternal light. Greetings young one, I am Desufero. My title, Frozen Seraphim. A pleasure, Desufero greeted regally yet courteously, bowing his head to the blonde. Desufero was a distinct-looking dragon with brilliant crimson and glistening silver scales covering his lower and upper body respectively. Spikes covered his hide and wing edges, and a silver horn protruded from his snout, enhancing his intimidating appearance. Desufero can control both fire and ice simultaneously. This combination creates the powerful element known to dragons as Frozen Seraphim, which also gives him his title. He uses his horn to control cold air and fire produced by his body, consequently, the ice and fire elements constantly conflict. Desufero's scales are unique, the red are scorching hot, while the white are frigid. Desufero must maintain a constant balance of ice and fire, or, like his ancestors, he will fall victim to the volatile and naturally opposing elements he wields, the most prevalent cause of death for those before him being loss of control over ice. Alatrian, the glittering black dragon said in a quiet but respectful tone, a small incline of his head being his only greeting. Known as the glittering black dragon for his primary hide color, Alatrian controls dragon, fire, thunder, and ice elements, and is said to be elementally unstable. The large horns atop his head are feared not just as physical weapons, but for their important role in his multi-elemental power. They glitter brightly whenever he changes from Fire Dragon to Ice Thunder mode or uses certain attacks. Alatrian's sheer wing size and natural agility make him an adept flyer, able to attack prey from the air with incredible speed. Ancient humans believed Alatrian possessed godlike powers to overpower stronger beings, some even thinking he was a god or demon transformed into an elder dragon, due to his multi-elemental adaptation. Garaba Daera, the Gold Dust Dragon. A pleasure to meet your acquaintance, child, Garaba said respectfully, giving an equally respectful bow, then rising as Naruto stiffened, everyone's attention now on him. Garaba Daera's body is dazzling gold and covered in crystals. Originally silver. White politely but firmly stated, "This isn't the time or place to question our guest. Let's enjoy the festivities. We can talk with young Naruto after we've had our fill of entertainment." His omnipotent presence made his calm tone feel more like a command. A unanimous roar shook the earth, and the festivities resumed. Curious individuals swarmed Naruto, only to be quickly displaced by those who knew him and sought to reunite. The initial tension broke awkwardly when Yoho bluntly asked Naruto if he was mating with Hisako, sending the three young women who adored Naruto into panic. Hisako, turning crimson like a Desufero scales, buried her face in Naruto's chest as steam poured from her ears. Tatsuko and Naru indignantly denied the claim. Tatsuko declared Naruto hers alone, while Naru insisted her Unai-chan had promised to marry her when they were little. Their rants halted as they glared at each other, their chakra spiking. Before another spat, Naruto separated them, stating with embarrassment and irritation that he and Hisako weren't physically involved at the moment. This, however, was misinterpreted by Tatsuko and Naru, and Hisako's mind filled with vivid implications. The humorous misunderstanding entertained the dragons, though one, Crimson, watched without mirth. "Unai-chan isn't your mate. Unai-chan is going to be Naru's," Nara stated confidently, clutching Naruto's right arm. I don't think so, whelp. Naruto and I are destined to be together, I'm sure even White would agree. Tatsuko chirped, snuggling into Naruto's left arm, causing Naru's eyes to spark crimson as she partially entered her apex state. Hisako, panicking slightly, chose silence between the two titans among women, burying her face in her beloved blonde's back. Crimson watched with utter disgust. Such petty displays from a human blessed by his elder brother were disgraceful. His gaze met Naruto's, and an eerie, ominous feeling filled the area. Many noticed and moved away as the hulking Crimson Dragon approached Naruto. The human group, especially Hisako, was terrified, having never experienced such an overwhelming sensation. "You are absolutely appalling, human. And you three, you all just accept his return as if he was simply hibernating," Crimson said callously, scoffing and incinerating nearby trees. Naruto and the others remained silent, their titan jaws speaking volumes about their inner feelings. "To think you are the one my elder brother blessed, wasting your life on trivial activities when you should be repaying your debt to him. It's utterly inexcusable," Crimson spat, the air shimmering and temperature rising. "Have you no honor? No shame? To be crippled and bested by a human, then given a second chance at a pathetic life by my elder brother, only to shamefully reappear at sickening," Crimson continued, as Naruto's anger and shame mounted, his tightening grip on Hisako causing her to feel something new. "Do us all a favor, human. Never show your pitiful excuse for an existence here again. I don't care that you have supporters or that I'll oppose my elder brother's will, I will uphold our partner's legacy. Not once has a partner of my brethren been bested by a lowly human. You are a disgrace to your partner, those who nurtured you, and all who came before. I truly pity Ryohei for taking such a weak and reprehensible creature under his wing," Crimson sneered cruelly, Naruto's anger consumed by shame and guilt at the mention of the one who practically raised him. Crimson ended his tirade with a pitiless smirk, which grew into a nasty sneer, then a savage grin at Naruto's expression. A spiteful, humorless laugh escaped the dragon as he continued ridiculing the young man. Many onlookers felt pity. White and the other elders remained silent, as aiding Naruto would wound his pride and confirm Crimson's words. "You, human, are disgusting, weak, pathetic, cruel, and a fraud. Have you told the human clutching you any of this? Your past? Of course not. What advantage would that gain you? You, who takes but does not give back. You, who have shamed your predecessors and my kind. You, who should not even be breathing before me." Crimson finished in a darker tone, many flinching at his barely restrained intent to strike Naruto down. "Take that be back." A soft voice spoke from below the Crimson Dragon, causing everyone to freeze and sweat as the temperature instantly skyrocketed. "Did I hear you correctly, human? You have the audacity to issue me an order?" Crimson said in a low, dangerous tone, the ground beneath him already smoldering ash. "Take it be back, what you said about Naruto." Hisako demanded firmly but politely, looking up at the dragon. "Hisako." Naruto gently but firmly reprimanded her, not wanting her to further anger the volatile dragon. "And no, what right does he have to say those things about Yu?" she asked the blonde she loved. Naruto grimaced, contemplating his answer. He doesn't have a right to say those things. Hisako told Naruto shakily but resolutely, returning her gaze to the now smoking dragon. Why, you had better take those things about Naruto back. He's nothing like you described. My Naruto is sweet, kind, caring, loving, and the strongest person I know. I know he has his secrets, but they're his, and no one has to make him tell anyone. So take back what you said about him. Why, you big bully. Hisako shouted with an anger Naruto had never heard from her. Everyone's jaws dropped at the insult. They quickly cleared the area as the temperature became unbearable. Medic dragons carrying off unconscious Konoha ninja, Tatsuko, Deihei, and Homura were snatched by their partners before they could protest, carried off at breakneck speed. Naru hid behind Naruto, fear gripping her. Naruto's eyes and jaw were wide with shock and awe. His kind Hisako had just insulted someone for the first time, and that person could incinerate the world. Hisako, defiant, glared at the enraged dragon, her anger and adrenaline overriding her terror. In the skies, the other guardians watched with curious expressions. Alatrian smirked with amusement. Below, White watched with mirth and interest, sensing something forgotten. In his omnipotent vision, he saw a faint, hazy silver aura around Hisako, but his mirth vanished as his brother inhaled sharply. Insolent creature. Crimson snarled, unleashing a hellish torrent of flames at the stunned humans, missing the flash of interest and surprise in his elder brother's eyes. As the literal sea of flames neared, Hisako whimpered, burying her face in Naruto's chest. Naru did the same, hiding in her brother's back, awaiting the inferno. For Naruto, time slowed, then stopped. His survival instincts screamed to abandon the two, but his protective instincts for those he cherished brutally silenced them. Then, a primal pulse echoed from beneath his eye patch. His exposed eye widened as an unsettling yet comforting glow emanated from the covered organ. Awaken, young one. The time has come for you to return and become whole once more. Do not fear, we will protect you from the darkness that dwells within. Now go. Two omnipotent yet kind voices echoed in Naruto's mind. He slowly reached for the fabric. Naruto ripped off his eye patch. Something pulsed from his closed eye, then he opened it. The wrath of an enraged thunder god blossomed. A column of black and crimson lightning split the approaching sea of flames, causing even the mighty Crimson to flinch. As the inferno and lightning dissipated, Crimson's eyes widened. He stared into his own crimson orbs, but saw a crimson orb eerily resembling his elder brother's. He stared at a Naruto who had finally regained what he lost years ago. Standing before Crimson was a dragon who had awoken from a deep slumber. I remember, he whispered as even more intense lightning surged. Crimson became intrigued by the power output, comparable to a young elder. That eye. How did you come to possess such an eye? Crimson asked with genuine curiosity. Naruto's crimson eye dangerously narrowed. White gifted it to me, right before my memories were sealed, Naruto responded coolly, his chakra and presence still rising. Crimson cracked a savage smile. Interesting. It appears all hesitation has faded from your body, human, Crimson quipped, his rage simmering as he lowered himself to lock eyes with the blonde. So what now? You've humiliated and insulted me in front of those I cherish, are you going to take my life as well? Naruto asked the Crimson Dragon. Crimson blinked, then a wider smirk appeared. You've gained quite a bit of bravado after unsheathing that eye, haven't you? Crimson stated amusedly, making Naruto's brow twitch. For now, no. I will not take your life. And furthermore, Crimson moved to be face to snout with Naruto, making Naru and Hisako tremble at his bemused expression. I apologize for my words. Seeing the being who caused sorrow to my brethren overrode my sense of honor. I ask for your forgiveness, young Naruto, my words were empty and untrue. Crimson apologized sincerely, bowing his head. Naruto blinked, then waved it off. It's fine, really. I understand completely, Crimson. I would have felt the same had a similar scenario happened to me, Naruto quickly said as Crimson rose. The dragon and blonde shared a small smile as White watched with relief from across the field. I was rash in my choice of words, young Naruto. From what my elder brother has told, you were not only injured physically but emotionally and mentally. Adding to that battle fatigue, it's understandable that you were bested by a human, considering the sizable gap in strength and experience. As the head of the Guardians and White's younger brother, I bestow upon you the title of Dragon once more, Crimson told the blonde, whose eyes widened. His tension eased as he received penance, and a cheer resonated. And again, I ask for your forgiveness, young dragon, Crimson asked once more, bowing his head in sincerity. It's fine, Crimson, really it is. Like I said, I understand where your anger came from. As long as you are willing to forgive me as well, Naruto told the Crimson Dragon. Crimson raised his head, smirking good-naturedly, then nodded in acceptance. Excuse me. Hisako called from Naruto's chest, catching Crimson's attention. He glanced at her as she trembled. What is it, human? Crimson asked stoically, a contrast to his recent polite tone with Naruto. I'm sorry for calling you a bully. Hisako whispered guiltily. Crimson recoiled at her sincerity. Ha ha ha. To apologize when I insinuated the affair, you truly have a kind and gentle heart, human. Do not worry, as long as you also accept my apology, I accept yours, Crimson said mirthfully after a light chuckle. Hisako's face brightened considerably, and she snuggled back into Naruto's chest as he laughed softly. With the minor dispute settled, the dragons returned, and Crimson and Naruto conversed amiably. Naruto finally spoke, quietly chatting with Hisako about what had happened. The festive mood returned, though less energetic. Hours passed, and Naruto, Hisako, Naru, and the unconscious Konoha ninja prepared to leave for home. Just as they were about to depart, an irritated Tatsuko promptly pinned Naruto down. Where do you think you're going, Naruto? The brunette asked dangerously calmly. Naruto blinked, then sighed. I've gotta head back home, Tatsuko. My family needs to know what happened to me. I promise I'll be back. I've got a lot of catching up to do if I want to compete with the three of you, Naruto replied surely. Tatsuko pouted, then leaned in and kissed him. Naru bristled with fury and jealousy, while Hisako's heart broke. Naru quickly rose to pry the thieving brunette off her beloved brother, but Naruto gently separated himself from Tatsuko. Tatsuko pouted at the loss of warmth and electricity, but was eased when Naruto gave her a quick peck on the nose. This act shattered Hisako's heart, as he had only done that for her before. I promise, all right? You remember how I am with promises, right? He asked mirthfully but kindly. The brunette's heart swelled at the smile he reserved for her. Fine, but I'm going to come visit you, okay? Tatsuko pouted cutely and teasingly. Naruto smiled softly, and she returned it tenfold. He gently positioned the unconscious Konoha ninja and began setting up the sealing array. Naruto was curious and slightly hurt to see Hisako detach herself, standing silently beside Naru. This normally wouldn't bother him, but his usually serene and smiling silverette acting so distant caused a shard of pain. Suppressing a fretful sigh, he quietly focused on the array as Naru watched him with betrayed and hurt eyes. Tatsuko hid a cruel, victorious smirk. She skipped happily to Naruto, wrapping her arms around him and snuggling in, the stiffening of the two behind them confirming their distress. From afar, the dragons watched with varied expressions. Some found Tatsuko's easy breakdown of her rivals while amusing. Others found the act callous but effective, seeing Hisako openly distressed. A few saw it as vindictive and superfluous dominance, especially from Tatsuko, whom they assumed Naruto still held as his world. However, they all agreed Tatsuko was dominant in Naruto's heart, based on what they witnessed. Finally finished with the sealing array, Naruto smiled as he motioned for Naru and Hisako to join him, but his smile faltered, then faded, at their silence. He wordlessly waved goodbye to those gathered, who returned the gesture. Glancing back to check on everyone, he winced seeing Naru and Hisako with their backs turned. Turning forward, his sorrow was evident to the more perceptive dragons, many narrowing their eyes dangerously at the two who caused their friend such an expression. Kekai Ryu Haikairio Gakai, the blonde whispered softly. The area beneath them glowed, then they vanished in a flash of black and crimson. That was quite unlike you, Crimson. Leaving such a matter with so little punishment, White quipped, glancing at his younger brother. Crimson flashed him a savage grin, turning his gaze back to the portal. That child has been blessed, not only by you but our eldest brother as well. Fate has never shown such favor to a single being before, so why should I challenge it? I let my anger and rage cloud my judgment again when I berated that human, a persistent curse it seems. The path fate has placed him on will always have our backing. And as much as I detest the thought that he was bested by a lowly human, if what you told me about what resided in his mind then is true, then it wasn't his own weakness that caused his defeat, but his. Though, he will still need to answer for causing some of our brethren such sorrow, Crimson explained, his tone humorous near the end. His explanation brought a small smirk to White's maw. And to you three, I ask for your forgiveness as well. My mind was clouded with rage, Crimson told the other three elders, who merely waved off his apologies, used to his outbursts. It's quite all right, Crimson. We've all grown accustomed to your frequent bouts of rage, Camille quipped teasingly. The other elders smirked, and Crimson's face deepened to a richer red. Farewell, young Naruto. I can only hope you'll master that you may need it if the future unfolds as I've foreseen, White mused, a small smile gracing his lips as he remained fixed on the spot where the blonde had stood. He then thanked and dismissed the attending dragons. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, main entrance. Naruto sighed contentedly as he entered his home, greeted by the comforting, familiar scent of his restaurant. He turned, about to ask the two young ladies to help set up the ninja's room again, but stopped when he saw them already heading upstairs. His partially open mouth thinned into a self-loathing line as he heard their room doors softly close. Closing his eyes for a few seconds to calm his wounded heart, he refocused on the unconscious ninja before him. He created a few clones to carry them to their room, ensuring their comfort before heading to his private reflection space. A human shouldn't fall in love with a monster, after all, the thought chimed solemnly in the blonde's mind as he exited his home. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, Hisako's private room. Hisako moved silently about her room, her soft footsteps the only sound. For the Silverette, the past few hours had been nothing but blows to her heart. Witnessing her beloved blonde being smothered with Tatsuko's affection, overshadowing what she had shown him, was one of the most painful and agonizing experiences she'd ever endured. Reaching her bed, she collapsed face first into a pillow, clutching it tighter. Never had Hisako felt such anguish, never in her darkest nightmares had she imagined someone would hold a higher, more sacred place in Naruto's heart than herself. The floodgates of her heart finally broke, and Hisako began to sob softly into the pillow. Nothing was as painful or heart-wrenching as the smile Naruto shared with Tatsuko. The happiness and joy radiating from both of them felt like a dagger to the Silverette's heart. She wanted to doubt it, to believe it was just old friends reconnecting, but the way Tatsuko so openly flaunted their closeness only shattered that thought. Soon enough, Hisako cried herself to sleep, her last lingering thoughts drifting to an old memory etched into her heart and soul, a memory of a much happier, brighter time with Naruto. Naruto! She whimpered inaudibly, burying her face deeper into her pillow, her body's small trembles a product of her heart's turmoil, not the cold. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, Naru's private room. Naru was silent as she slowly walked to her bed, freshly made just hours prior by the very person she was thinking about. Heartbreak and betrayal consumed Naru's heart, a result of witnessing the interaction between her older brother and the conniving Tatsuko. Just thinking of the blunnet made the blonde's blood boil like lava, her anger and disgust manifesting as eerie black wisps of wind dancing around her. But slowly, the wind of her anger faded, replaced by a desolate heartache. Her head lowered, her form slumped as she began to tremble softly. Her lips quivered gently, and Naru closed her eyes as a few forlorn tears escaped. Slowly, her silent grieving became more audible as soft sniffles and hiccups began to emerge. The blonde finally let the blank facade decorating her face fall as the full impact of what she witnessed at Thousand Blade Mountain hit her. Her brother loved Tatsuko for more than he loved Hisako or herself. Having done everything in her power to determine if Tatsuko's feelings for her older brother were true, her heart shattered when she saw how happy he was interacting with Tatsuko. Their shared kisses, loving gazes, and how they just clicked were all daggers to her heart. Slowly lying down, Naru hugged a pillow to her chest before softly burying her face into it. Soon enough, her heart's sorrows finally exceeded its capacity, resulting in a steady flow of tears quickly absorbed by the soft cushion. Unai-chan. Naru whimpered, her body shuddering slightly, the sadness filling her, slowly pulling the blonde into a mournful slumber. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, Konoha Ninja's private room. Was the collective sound from the ninja who suddenly awoke from their forced slumber. Quickly recalling what had happened, they leaped up, searching for any signs of the monsters that had surrounded them moments before. However, seeing themselves dressed in sleepwear, resting in the comfortable bedding Naruto had prepared, and feeling more refreshed than they had since their vacation began, they started to believe their encounter with the unconscious-inducing monsters was just a dream, a very, very real and horrific dream. Relaxing a bit, they were about to agree on that sentiment when their room door slid open. They immediately dismissed that idea upon seeing Naruto staring at them with no small amount of trepidation in both his eyes. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through their minds as they slowly processed what they were witnessing. "NN Naru-chan." Kushina stammered, gawking at her eldest son's two opposing colored eyes, the otherworldly crimson complementing the somber navy. "I'm sorry for everything," the blonde in question uttered softly and apologetically, bowing as deeply as possible as the others in the room looked on in a mix of confusion and surprise. What? What are you sorry for, Naru and I?" Narumi asked with equal confusion, voicing the question on everyone else's tongues. I remember everything. Who I am, who you are, what happened over the past few years. I remember all of it," Naruto replied, maintaining his bow as everyone's eyes lit up at the startling revelation. What was the unanimous shout from the Konoha ninja, their eyes nearly bugging out as they finally processed what he had said. "Why, you remember?" Zabuza shouted, restraining the urge to rush up and shake the blonde to confirm his truthfulness. Really?" Haku all but squealed, moving to skip towards her beloved blonde, only for her wrists to be restrained by Yakumo and Satsuki. "Where do you think you're going, huh?" Satsuki asked coolly, her eyes narrowed in a challenging manner as Haku returned the gaze. "Do you think you're the only one who's happy, Haku?" Yakumo asked in an equally cool tone, lightning sparking between the trio's gazes. "Wait, so we're just supposed to believe you magically regained your memories?" Jiraiya asked rather callously, drawing everyone's attention as Naruto rose to meet his gaze. When the young blonde's eyes locked with his, Jiraiya stifled a shudder of primal fear as an ethereal glow emanated from Naruto's crimson eye. But when he refocused, he saw it, faint inklings of familiarity within the deep pools of his navy blue eye. A choked sound escaped his mouth, mirrored by Tsunade as she moved to discern his truthfulness. When the medic saw a faint shine of recognition in her godson's navy eye, she discarded all doubt, doing something no one expected. Tsunade ran up and all but suffocated Naruto within the confines of her chest with a backbreaking hug. What was all that escaped the mouths of those looking at the scene with blank eyes, though Jiraiya was nearly green with envy. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Tsunade whispered softly and guiltily, the blonde blinking in confusion within his pillowy prison. "For what, Tsunade?" Naruto asked his godmother, the older blonde wincing at the lack of warmth in his voice. "For not believing you earlier. I should have trusted my heart instead of relying on instincts as a kunoichi. After all, it's something that can't be explained by logic," Tsunade explained to the blonde, giving him a tighter squeeze, which caused a few envious onlookers to twitch with jealousy. After a few more seconds of embracing, Tsunade parted with Naruto as the others finally moved to confront the blonde, aiming to cement the notion that he truly had regained his memories. Starting with relatively simple and easily known facts, they moved to more personal topics, trying to find any flaw in Naruto's memory. For a few, it became a competitive scenario to see if the blonde knew more about them than about the others. As the competitive atmosphere grew, so did the room's lightheartedness. The doubt and hesitation plaguing their hearts faded as they found comfort and contentment in the knowledge that their Naruto had indeed returned. "Things are gonna get troublesome," the blonde thought, or rather lamented, as his body became a medium for a tug-of-war game between his sisters and the young ladies who held affection for him. Time skip, a few hours later. Scene change, Kuwakai hostel kitchen. Once the boisterous activities in the Konoha ninja's room finally subsided with the onset of sleep, Naruto's duty was to ensure his guests were comfortable before attending to his other neglected tasks, time having been consumed by the Konoha ninja. Quickly finishing all remaining duties, namely cleaning and ensuring his home and store looked presentable for the day ahead, Naruto moved to the kitchen to prepare something for the two disquieted young ladies upstairs. That was exhausting, Naruto muttered tellingly, idly working on the small snack tray on the counter, intent on spending time with the silverette and younger blonde who seemed to avoid him since returning home. That notion that both Naru and Hisako were avoiding him caused a twinge of sorrow to cross both the blonde's heart and face. His eyes glinting with a mix of solemnness and self-loathing mirth, he simply closed them before quietly continuing his preparation. After a few more minutes of cutting, placing, and arranging, he removed the excess ingredients from the dish before observing it. An arrangement of small, cutely shaped tamarizushi, resembling bunnies and kittens due to Naruto's artistic arrangement, was accompanied by small onigiri shaped like penguins. Smiling at the dish's artistic and adorable appearance, Naruto gently placed the two sets of dishes on a waiting tray before pouring 3 cups of kukacha tea and setting them on the same tray. Satisfied that he had everything he thought they would like, he picked up the tray and headed upstairs, hoping to spend some time with the two. Scene change, Kuwakai hostel, private upstairs living area. Arriving in the private upstairs area of his home, Naruto saw that the doors to Naru and Hisako's rooms were shut, unlike their usual open state. A hint of sadness glinted in his eyes, quickly masked by his usual light-hearted happiness they had grown accustomed to seeing, before he gently moved to knock on their doors. "Hisako, Naru. I've got some snacks and tea, if you'd like to have some with me," he offered and asked gently, awaiting a response from either of them. He was met with a rather saddening and solemn silence. As seconds turned to minutes, Naruto let a sad but understanding smile cross his face as he softly stepped back from their doors. Stifling the sad sigh that wanted to escape, he gently placed the tray on the small table between their room doors as he took his own cup of tea. "I see, I'm sorry for disturbing the two of you. The snacks and tea are on the table if you happen to change your minds. I'll clean it up later," Naruto told them softly, the same sad smile on his face as he turned and headed downstairs, softly humming a rather somber tune. As his footsteps and humming faded to silence, the doors to the two rooms softly opened. The teary-eyed pair of young ladies emerged, doing everything in their power not to break down and start sobbing. Their already broken hearts shattered further when they heard how solemn and self-loathing the man they adored sounded when he spoke to them. Naru lowered her head, her body shaking softly with tiny trembles, and shakily took her cup of tea before taking a small sip. Hisako followed suit with equally shaky hands, also sipping the soft, sweet-smelling tea Naruto had made for them. However, when the sweet-smelling tea touched their tongues, they only felt their sadness and guilt intensify. "It's salty," they whimpered softly as a few more tears trailed down their faces, their heads dropping in equal sadness as they tried to rein in their emotions. "A walk sounds nice right now," Naruto whispered as he finished writing a note addressed to the two young ladies upstairs, placing it on one of the kitchen tables before heading out of his home and into the night. Scene change, unknown location, inner chamber. "As things stand, we are far behind. Due to extenuating circumstances, we will begin moving at a much more accelerated pace. The Nibi, Nanabi, Haxabi, and Kuwabai, we will be actively on the move for them as of this moment as a collective unit. Prepare to head out, we will need to capture them by the end of this month, or else things will fall further behind," Pain explained to the remaining Akatsuki members, who nodded in understanding as they began to fan out. "Nagato, do you think we'll be able to capture them with the members we have left?" Konan asked the orange-haired man, prompting a small thinning of his mouth. I'm not sure, Konan. 5 weeks is a very minimal amount of time, but this will be our greatest opportunity due to the annual Cages Summit. During that time, the Jinchuriki will no doubt be accompanying their respective cage. We will strike them while they are on the move. While dealing with a cage is a rather disheartening sentiment, it will be our greatest opportunity for capture, Pain explained to Konan, who nodded softly in acceptance. With that, the 2 remaining Akatsuki members exited the room and headed in the direction their associates had gone. At that moment, the hunt for the remaining Jinchuriki escalated a move that would shake the foundations of the elemental nations as both civilian and ninja knew it. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Naruto's location. Naruto murmured, taking a long glance towards the south, feeling a bit of uncertainty gnawing at his mind. Something's coming, Naruto quipped in a soft but sharp tone, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sensation. Ha ha ha. A voice not heard in years chuckled darkly within Naruto's mind, the blonde oblivious to its abrupt and soft awakening. The time is near. It thought with equal darkness, its dark laughter softly fading into silence as Naruto continued his walk, a bit more alert than before. Time skip, an hour later. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, unknown location. Better get back, it's time to clear things up with everyone, Naruto whispered in a soft but strangely acquiescent tone, standing from the log that overlooked a small lake. The area was a small but quaint clearing that had become his habitual spot for reflection. Stifling a sigh, the blonde looked up towards the waxing moon, unable to help but feel a touch of sorrow for what was to come. During his time alone, Naruto had revisited his newly acquired memories, managing a self-deprecating smile. The bonds he had nurtured, reaffirmed, and fiercely protected, those were the very ones he was about to sever upon his return home. Alright, it's time, he said softly, turning and heading back home, where tears and heartbreak awaited. Time skip, 10 minutes later. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, main entranceway. Where have you been? Kushina shouted worriedly, rushing to embrace Naruto as he entered through the front door, the blonde sighing slightly at her overreactive action. Please let me go, Kushina. I have something very important to discuss with all of you, he said seriously, causing fear and anxiety to ripple through the others, a strong apprehension beginning to fill their hearts. Come, we'll talk over some tea, Naruto added, moving to prepare tea and snacks for the impending discussion, while the others slowly shuffled back into their room, mulling over what they were about to discuss. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, private room. After a few minutes, the Konoha ninja were greeted by Naruto entering the room with a tray of tea and an assortment of snacks. Gently setting down the tray, he served tea to everyone before taking a seat at the end of the large table in the room center. Glancing around, he could feel the palpable apprehension in the air. Releasing a soft sigh, which caused the ninja present to stiffen, he raised his head and stared directly at them before speaking. What I wanted to talk to you about is my relationship with all of you, Naruto began, and they felt the ice in their stomachs grow, swallowing the lumps in their throats as they awaited his words. I wanted to tell all of you at once, so there won't be any more misunderstandings between us. The Naruto you all knew, who I was 5 years ago, that Naruto is long gone, the blonde stated with utter finality, his eyes sharper and sterner than the most well-crafted blade. Once those words left his mouth, there was only unending silence in the room. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock and horror, unable to properly articulate the whirlpool of emotions boiling inside them. The knowledge that their blonde was still alive had elevated their spirits to unheard-of levels, but his declaration that he didn't hold the same feelings for them shattered their hearts and spirits. What about us? Haku asked in a hushed tone, the sound of her heart shattering almost causing Zabuza to decapitate the blonde responsible. The time we spent together, it doesn't mean anything. Satsuki asked in more of a whisper than anything, her brothers and father Sharinan flaring to life upon seeing her defeated visage. I should have known. Yakumo whispered in a shattered tone, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as her father's gaze sharpened to a dangerous level. However, that's not to say the new me can't get along with and reconnect with all of you. I'm Naruto, it's a pleasure to meet with all of you once again, Naruto said after his heart-wrenching statement, a small but genuine smile on his face as the Konoha ninja's eyes shined with renewed hope. Why you mean that, Naruto-kun? Haku whispered, staring at him with misty eyes filled with hope and affection, a look reflected in the eyes of everyone else who held some form of affection for the blonde. I do. I'm sincerely sorry that I lied and deceived you all for these past 5 years, Naruto said solemnly, bowing his head in penance. The Konoha ninja quickly moved to wave him off, feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed by the stoic blonde's uncharacteristic action. Well, it's getting late. I'll leave you all for the night. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know, alright? Naruto said, giving them another small, reassuring smile, which caused a few of the maidens' faces in the room to flush at his handsome expression. W8. Naruto can't you sleep with us tonight? Mito asked hopefully, Narumi instantly standing at attention and agreeing with the statement. Mito-ne is right. You should sleep with us tonight, Naruto, she added, pouting demandingly. Naruto simply shook his head with a tiny smile. Sorry, but I don't think it's appropriate for the ladies in the room to be sharing it with a stranger, Naruto said with a slightly mirthful tone, which caused a wave of protest and pouts to emerge throughout the room. Good night, he finally said lightheartedly as he exited the room, heading towards the kitchen, contemplating his next move. Watching him leave their room brought a touch of sadness to the Konoha ninjas' hearts. However, for a few of them, namely his family, they felt the weight of their past failures slightly lift. Reluctantly, they eventually headed to bed, contemplating a plan to bridge the gap the blonde had reopened for them. They were unaware, though, of the events about to unfold in the coming hours, with the entire ninja world unprepared for what was to happen. Kuwakai Hostel Kitchen. Sitting in silence at the private table reserved for Hisako, himself, and recently Naruto let out a soft sigh. He gazed out the window, idly sipping tea he had prepared. The past few hours had been a whirlwind of emotion and confusion, more so for him than anyone, he'd admit. While he knew of what had happened with his family and friends when he was younger, the neglect and indifference they showed him for 5 years being a painful memory, he forced himself to look past it due to the words of the silverette sleeping overhead. Hisako had always told him to see the good in people, to not let their pasts determine their future if possible. While she, herself, knew that some people were inherently evil and twisted, she believed others weren't innately that dark. Though he didn't fully agree with her optimistic ideal, he did believe in second chances. White had given someone like him a second chance, so why wouldn't he offer others the same? Seeing his friends and family from Konoha again was an opportunity to mend things and perhaps allow them to move on with their lives. Guh. He suddenly grimaced, clutching the left side of his chest. An all too familiar pain echoed through him, and sweat began to form on his face. It's getting worse, Naruto muttered, releasing a few multicolored pills from a seal on his wrist. He downed them, then took a gulp of his tea. Grimacing as another wave of pain echoed through his body, Naruto steadied himself as the world faded in and out of black. Gritting his teeth as it began to shift and tilt, he moved the hand clutching his chest to clutch his head. Letting out a shaky sigh as the pain started to lessen and fade, he took a deep breath as it finally ended, wiping away the remnants of sweat marring his person. Letting his eyes close, Naruto rested his head against his arms on the table, once again trying to find any signs of why he was experiencing such debilitating waves of pain. It's got to be the dragon virus, he whispered softly, with a hint of pain, as a faint throbbing agony resurfaced and his breathing softened. The dragon virus is the active result of using Ryuuten chakra, a curse that befalls those with access to the volatile chakra. It's less a virus and more a controlled poisoning or curse for those afflicted. The partners of the very creatures it's named after eventually fall victim to its grip. Unlike Shigeru's virus, the dragon virus doesn't corrupt or overtake its incubates, instead, it debilitates and weakens those afflicted, an ironic situation given that those afflicted are among the most powerful of their kind. Another defining trait of the dragon virus is the loss of motor skills in those infected. The finer physical control of those afflicted deteriorates until it degrades completely. The most startling contrast between the two viruses, however, is that those infected with Shigeru's virus are not bound to death, though a life of eternal agony might be a more torturous sentence. Being afflicted with the dragon virus is a death sentence once infected. The host's lifespan is unpredictable due to how the virus incubates, growing with extended use of Ryuuten chakra. And unlike Shigeru's virus, there is no cure or overcoming the dragon virus. Death is the only release its host awaits. As he slowly drifted to sleep, his mind and body focused on mitigating the pain that was starting to rise through his body once more. Along with the effects of the dragonfell and nullberry pills he took, Naruto was entirely ignorant of the stricken and horrified young ladies standing in the kitchen doorway. Their hands clasped to their mouths to stifle the cries of horror and worry they desperately wanted to voice. They opted to stop them as the one they loved more than life itself was resting and recovering from a wave of torment and agony. Tears began to well in Naruto's eyes, while they freely fell from Hisako's. They shakily made their way over to the sleeping blonde, doing their best not to wake him. As Naruto sat at the center of the 3 chairs around the table, Naru and Hisako flanked him on both sides before wrapping their arms around his and snuggling into him to stave off the pain that still showed on his face despite his best efforts. A bit distressed that they weren't doing much to help him, Hisako and Naru froze before teary smiles appeared on their faces when they caught sight of a small but content smile appearing on his face, replacing the anguished line from earlier. Naruto, Hisako whispered in a frightened tone, her bottom lip trembling as she held him a bit tighter, a very real fear of losing the one she cherished creeping into her heart. Ani-chan, Naru whispered in an equally scared tone, nuzzling affectionately against his arm as she tried to stave off the foreign feeling known as fear that began to enter her heart. After a few minutes, the 2 young ladies attached to the blonde fell asleep as well. Naruto, who had woken up a few minutes earlier, couldn't help but smile when he saw them sleeping while snuggling into him. Gently shifting them, he picked them both up before heading to their rooms. Placing them in their respective beds and tucking them in, he gave them both a kiss on the forehead infused with a bit of comforting chakra, causing a larger smile to spread across their faces. Seeing that they were content for the moment, Naruto headed to his room before getting ready for bed himself. Time skip a few hours later. Kuwakai Hostel, Hisako's private room. After waking up, Naruto began his day by cleaning the sheets in the private rooms of his home and hostel. Starting with his own room, he drifted from room to room, collecting the sheets and linens before tossing them down the laundry chute. A bit hesitant to enter Hisako's room, Naruto mustered the courage when he remembered that the Silverette and Nero had snuggled with him the night before. To his surprise, when he entered, he saw her sitting up with a sad expression on her face before she turned towards him. Pulling the chair from her desk to her bedside, Naruto took a seat, awaiting the Silverette to say what was on her mind. "Naruto," Hisako said in a self-loathing tone, her head bowed, fidgeting as she felt the blonde's gaze on her. "Yes, Hisako?" he answered softly. The Silverette did her best not to grimace as she remembered how she had treated him the day before. I am sorry. For yesterday," she whispered, fidgeting a bit more, shaking slightly in fear when she saw Naruto move towards her. "I didn't mean to ignore you and treat you like that, but I was jealous and angry that girl was so close to you and you were so close to her. I love you so much," she whispered in a loving but solemn tone as a bit of wetness started to seep into the bandages covering her eyes. Flinching when she felt him cup her chin, Hisako braced herself for a flick or some form of impact. However, when he lifted her chin, Hisako's eyes widened before nearly bugging out when he planted a soft but loving kiss on her own lips. Turning more crimson than the scales of an elder of the same name, and steaming more than the vegetables they served, Hisako felt as though her entire being was beginning to float away to heaven. Unable to utter a word, only a few strangled gasps and sounds leaving her mouth, Hisako had her breath stolen away even more when Naruto leaned in for a much longer and fuller kiss. The Silverette's toes curled a bit as she reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck and deepened the kiss herself. Wow, Hisako whispered breathlessly as she finally pulled away to break for air after what seemed like a lifetime, panting a bit with a crimson-lit face that would have made crimson scales look pale in comparison. NGH. Naruto sounded with a tinge of red on his cheeks, turning away as he cursed himself for getting too caught up in the moment with the Silverette. Seeing her beloved blonde act so uncharacteristically bashful and affectionate, Hisako couldn't hold back anymore as she started to openly giggle at his behavior. Her giggling caused him to flush a bit deeper. Naruto was beginning to think that regaining the use of his left eye also opened up more of his heart to those around him, but he was broken from that thought when Hisako wrapped her arms around his neck once more before pulling him in for another loving kiss. A bit stunned at her bold action, Naruto was about to break the kiss before it got any more intense, but Hisako beat him to it, climbing into his lap from her bed as she broke away. Panicking a bit when his normally affectionate but reserved Silverette started to act like a predator stalking her prey, the prey in this situation being himself, he stiffened when Hisako moved her arms from their position around his neck. He began to panic even more when he felt her sliding them down his chest until she wrapped them around the small of his back. It wasn't until she started nibbling on his neck that Naruto gently but forcibly removed her from his person, holding her by the shoulders while staring at her with wide eyes and a crimson face. Hisako! Naruto cried out in a horribly embarrassed tone, his face reddening as Hisako stopped her nibbling. "I don't want to lose you, Naruto," Hisako whispered in a shaky and frightened tone, squeezing the blonde tighter as her bandages began to dampen with the tears she was beginning to shed. His embarrassment evaporated at her tone and the way she was shaking slightly. Naruto returned her embrace, pulling her closer. Her arms moved back up to wrap around his upper back. Hisako sniffled as she buried her face deeper into the crook of his neck. Sitting in an amiable but somber embrace, they slowly parted as Naruto smiled down at the shy-faced Silverette. Leaning down, Naruto captured her lips once more in a quick but filling kiss as Hisako flinched a bit before returning it tenfold. "You know that you're the most important person to me. There's no one that will ever take your place in my heart, nor am I going to go anywhere anytime soon," Naruto whispered to her lovingly once he parted from her. Hisako returned his smile with a loving one of her own as she rested against his shoulder once more. After a few seconds, Naruto lifted the Silverette from her rather comfortable position before placing her back on her bed. Pouting a bit at the loss of her newfound favorite place to sit, Naruto's lap, Hisako received a kiss on the nose to erase and replace her pout with a demure but radiant smile. Seeing her smiling once more eased and healed Naruto's heart. The blonde gave her one last smile before heading over to the other blonde who had entered his heart just a few days earlier. Kuwakai Hostel, Naru's private room. Knocking once on the younger blonde's door, Naruto waited a few seconds before entering. Opening the door slightly, he saw the blonde he was looking for sitting on her bed, shrouded in a blank but disheartened aura. His eyes softened at the sight. Naruto entered the room before closing the door behind him. Seeing that Naru was giving him the cold shoulder, at least that's what he assumed she was doing, he made his way over, pulling along the chair that sat at her desk. Setting the chair down in front of her, Naruto took a seat as he stared at her with a mix of concern and guilt. "Naru, would it be alright for us to talk for a bit?" Naruto asked softly and gently. The other blonde on the bed slackened a bit at the question before shaking her head in the negative. "What do you want to talk about, Unai-chan? You have that blue hair," Naru whispered in an equally soft tone, though the mention of Tatsuko was spat out in a loathsome tone. Naru, Tatsuko is. She's a very important person to me, just like Hisako and yourself. It's hard to explain, but trust me when I say that we aren't together like that. As much as she acts like we are, and as much as I didn't do anything to deny that sentiment, we aren't together, I promise you that, Naruto told the sulking blonde firmly. Naru clenched her hands tighter as the seed of doubt planted in her heart began to sprout into something larger. But that sapling was cut down before it could grow any larger when Naruto wrapped her hands with his. The younger blonde flinched as her eyes widened at the act. Looking up, Naru quickly felt her pulse quicken along with her heart as she made eye contact with her brother. Smiling at her, Naruto squeezed her hands equally softly as Naru's face began to steam a bit in a mix of embarrassment and happiness. Spending a few seconds with their hands intertwined, Naruto eventually coaxed Naru out of her shell as a smile finally graced her face. Naru, can I be honest with you? Can you promise me that you won't be upset at what I'm going to tell you? Naruto asked the younger blonde. Naru flinched a bit in fear and apprehension before nodding anxiously. Naru, you're not really my younger sister, you know that, don't you? He asked, and her eyes widened in response. The hands holding his tightened to a near painful level as terror and disbelief invaded every fiber of her being. W what? B but, don't you remember the P promises that we made together? T that we were going to get married when we grew up? Naru asked in a desperate and hair-trending tone. Naruto's eyes softened as he moved to embrace her fully. Stiffening, Naru tried to break away from the blonde as Naruto simply tightened his hold on her. Feeling him hold her a bit tighter, Naru started struggling a bit harder before she finally lowered her face into Naruto's shoulder as the sorrow that filled her heart finally broke free. Returning his embrace, Naru poured out the sadness as she cried into his shoulder. The older blonde's eyes softened at the scene, and he leaned down, pressing his lips against her head as a way to ease the suffering her heart was experiencing. After a few minutes of letting Naru cry, she had finally released the pent-up sorrow that filled her heart, sniffling as she raised her head to return the gaze that Naruto was giving her. Thank you, ONI dash, she whispered, cutting herself off at the mention of him as her brother. Her sadness returned as Naruto gave her a reassuring squeeze. It's fine, Naru, just call me by my name, alright? Naruto told her reassuringly. Naru nodded a bit at his request. So, Naru, I have a few questions for you. Can you answer them for me? He asked in a soft but serious tone. The younger blonde shook a bit at the way he sounded but nodded nonetheless. But, see, can I have a reward after we finish? She asked the older blonde. Naruto blinked a bit in surprise before nodding at the request. What I want to know is this, where did you come from? I should have cleared this up when we first met, but things were complicated if you remember, Naruto asked her curiously. Naru blinked at the question before mulling it over for a bit. I don't remember a lot, but it was a cold, dark place. When I woke up, I was inside of a building that was underground, but when the monsters escaped, the people inside abandoned everything. I broke out of the glass tube that I was inside before I left to find you, Naru explained simply. Naruto's curiosity turned into a burning desire to know who had created the younger blonde sitting across from him. I have some papers from that place, if you want them. Naru offered timidly, a bit terrified of the dark glint in his eyes. That would be great, thanks Naru, Naruto responded in a much gentler tone, a small smile on his face as Naru's fears vanished as quickly as they came. Getting up, Naru made her way to the large bag she had brought with her when she first arrived. Opening it, she went through its contents before pulling out a few manila folders and bound documents, double-checking that she had secured everything she had managed to recover from the lab. Heading back to Naruto, she handed them to him timidly, the older blonde smiling in gratitude for the documents. Thanks, Naru, let me take these to my room. When I come back, let's go make you that reward, Naruto told the younger blonde as he moved to stand, freezing instantly when she claimed his lap as a seat. It's okay, my reward is right here, Naru said in a bland but strangely seductive tone, wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck as sweat began to build on the older blonde's face. And Naru, remember what we just talked about? Naruto tried to say sternly, his words coming out much more bashful due to the situation he found himself in. That you're not my Unii-chan, she said in a depressed tone, her grip loosening around his neck as Naruto relaxed at the action. But that means that we can get married and have babies without caring about what anyone else says now, Naru quipped as she re-established her ironclad hold around his neck, her eyes glinting dangerously with a predatory shine that Naruto didn't find too comforting. Then, like a snake striking at a mouse, Naru closed the distance between herself and Naruto before entering her apex state. Once he saw the telltale signs of her augmented state, Naruto immediately moved to escape, only for Naru to lock lips with him. His eyes widened, and he was about to pry her off only for Naru to pull back with a small frown on her face. Her eyes downcast, she slowly lost her grip around his neck as she exited her apex state. Naruto quickly lost his stunned expression as a worried one replaced it. Where do I belong? She asked in a soft and shaky tone, her eyes gaining a solemn and hair-trending gleam as she began to contemplate what exactly she was. I'm not your little sister, I don't have a family, and I have no memories that are real. What am I? She continued as she rose to face him directly. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw tears falling freely from her eyes. I'm a nobody, a shadow. Should I even be alive if I have nothing that's mine? She finished with a tone of finality. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he held her by the shoulders. Don't you ever say that again. Understand, he said in a rather serious and stern tone. Naruto flinched a bit in a mix of surprise and fear as she took in the rather terrifying glint in his eyes. You said that you don't have anything, that you don't belong anywhere. Well, you're wrong, dead wrong, he said in an equally serious tone. Naruto's eyes widened as she listened to what he was telling her. You may not be my little sister, you may not have any true memories to call your own, but you don't need any of those things to have a reason to live, he added as he pulled her towards him before embracing her. Naruto's eyes widened even more when she felt his warmth envelop her. Don't you go on saying such horrible things, Naru. You say that you don't have a family, but what about Hisako and myself? Even though we met 3 days ago, don't you agree? We're a family now, Naru. Hisako, yourself, and I, he said with soft finality. Naru shakily nodded, her tears soaking his shirt. But, what if you go away, she asked, her voice frightened and shaky, clutching him tighter as he hugged her back. Like I told Hisako, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. So don't worry, alright, he gently reassured her. Naru nodded softly, squeezing him in return. After a few minutes in a close embrace, Naru pulled away from the blonde, a small, serene smile on her face. Brushing away the last of her tears, Naruto set her back on her bed and stood up. Smiling down at her, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. A maelstrom of warmth and security flooded her, and Naru fidgeted, trying not to look silly with such a blissful smile. Seeing her in brighter spirits brought a smile to Naruto's face. He gently patted her head and left her room. Hopefully, that'll clear some things up, he whispered to himself, heading towards the foyer. A pink tint spread across his face as he recalled how strangely seductive Naru and Hisako had seemed earlier. Shaking his head to clear it of the impure thoughts concerning the 2 young ladies in his care, Naruto sighed. He bit back a grimace as his baser instincts began to emerge, instincts he truly didn't want to see surface, especially if Naru and Hisako were the subject of his attention. Lost in thought, Naruto paused, feeling apprehension nip at his instincts. Turning towards Tetsu no Kuni, he narrowed his eyes, sensing a premonition of danger emanating from the land. Shaking his head, he returned to finish the chores left unattended due to his bonding with Naru and Hisako. Scene change, Tetsu no Kuni, main council room. A threat that will involve all 5 of the elemental countries? Am I reading this correctly, Adano? Mifune asked the bulky cage across the communication line. Confirmed his question, and the general furrowed his brow. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I got this from a reputable and trustworthy person, someone who just saved one of my most trusted ninja from the very people we're talking about, A replied, explaining Yujito's abduction to the general. Mifune's expression darkened as he digested the information. I'll send a message out to the other cage informing them of the summit's new date. While I don't particularly like meddling in the affairs of the elemental countries, this seems rather dire, Mifune said, agreeing to A's request to expedite the yearly meeting between the villages. The Raikage let out a relieved and thankful sigh. Thanks again, Mifune Dano, A expressed thankfully. Mifune cracked a small smirk despite the dire situation. The thanks falls to you and your informant, A Dano. I will be seeing you in a few days. Until then, I wish you safe travel, Mifune said. A returned the sentiment, and the general cut the communication, turning to address his samurai. Please get the preparations ready for the summit. We've got an urgent situation that must be addressed before it can begin to start growing, he ordered. His samurai bowed and left to fulfill their orders. Mifune turned to prepare his own summons. Mifune prepared his summons to quickly deliver messages to the cage of the remaining 4 villages. As he summoned his swiftest, he failed to notice a part of the ceiling ripple before stilling. The general's thoughts were preoccupied with concisely wording A's information. Zetsu, the plant-like man, picked up the conversation and parts of his message, smiling before he faded to relay what he had learned to his group. Time skip, an hour later. Scene change, Iwegakure no Sato, Suchikage's tower, main office. Gi-san, you're not sleeping again, are you? An irate young woman asked, knocking on her grandfather's office door. Her patience thinner than a silk strand, she moved to open it. Oi, Gi-san, she shouted at her happily napping grandfather, her brow twitching with even more irritation. Oh, Kuratsuki? Is there something you needed? Oniki asked his granddaughter in a rather terse tone. Kuratsuka's brow twitched even more at his tone. Oh, you know. Just finishing the reports you asked me to compile an hour ago, she shouted at him. He simply shook his head, prompting her to tighten her grip on the documents she held. Such disrespect. I don't remember training such a hard-headed and foul-mouthed Kunoichi. Oniki sighed, floating towards his granddaughter, taking the folder from her, and moving back to his seat. Amidst this, their instincts quickly told them something was coming. Turning to the center of the room, they readied themselves, only for their guarded stances to slacken when they saw a familiar, armor-clad rabbit. Equipped in lightweight samurai-like armor, they knew exactly who it was a summon for. "Greetings, Oniki Dano, Kuratsuka Dano. I've a message from Mifune-sama for you," the rabbit summon said, head bowed, holding out a scroll for the elderly Cage. "No doubt it's got to do with the summit," Oniki muttered, taking the scroll. He quickly scanned it, his brow furrowing further, piquing his granddaughter's interest. "Humph, as much as I despise working with those young fools, this is certainly troublesome. Tell Mifune that IWA will be there," Oniki told the rabbit summon. The small mammal nodded before returning to relay the information. "Ji-san? What are we doing?" Kuratsuki asked her grandfather curiously, a bit interested why he was acting more irate than usual. "We've got a large problem at hand, not only us but the other 4 countries as well. Head home, prepare enough supplies for 2 weeks' worth of traveling," he ordered. She let out an irritated but interested confirmation, heading back to her apartment to prepare for the imminent trip. Scene change, Tsunagakur, Kazekige's building, main office. "So, they're after the other Jinchuriki as well," Gaara said softly, rereading the scroll handed to him by the rabbit messenger. His siblings grimaced, remembering how close they were to losing him to the Akatsuki. "Tell Mifune-san that Suna will be there. I can only hope that we can stop them before any others fall victim," Gaara said, handing the messenger a small carrot from the serving dish on his desk. He received a thankful smile before the rabbit returned to relay his reply. "Gaara, are you sure that's a good idea? What if something happens?" Kankuro asked his younger brother. Gaara shook his head affirmatively, moving behind his desk. "This isn't just about Suna, it's about the other countries as well. Please, prepare for a 2-week-long journey," he told his siblings. Tomari and Kankuro nodded, heading out of his office. Scene change, Kirigakur, Mizukige's tower, main office. So we're advancing the schedule of the annual summit, are we?" a kind and gentle-voiced, auburn-haired young woman asked, reading over the scroll presented to her by the rabbit summon. "Correct, Maidano." Mifune-sama was urgent in his request for an accelerated audience with the 5 Cage, the summon reported to her. May furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating her smartest choice of action. "Well, Mifune-sama doesn't have to worry. Kiri will be more than glad to attend, after all, this concerns all of us rather greatly," May replied, smiling at the summon. The rabbit's cheeks tinted a bit at her beauty before it dismissed itself to return with her confirmation. "May-sama, do you think it's wise to attend such an event? After all, Yagura-sama has just recently passed," Ao asked in a slightly worried tone. May smiled slightly, shaking her head affirmatively. "It isn't just about Kiri at this point, the entirety of the elemental countries is at stake should the Akatsuki rise to an even greater amount of power," she said. Ao nodded in response, heading out to prepare for the journey to Tetsu no Kuni. Scene change, Kumagakur, Rakige's tower, A's office. "Alright, let's get ready to head out. The faster we can convince the other Cage that we're facing a very real threat, the faster we can plan a counterattack," A said, arranging the documents Naruto had prepared for him. His closest ninja moved to help him prepare for the journey. "Wait a minute, bro, why don't we ask that one-eyed blonde for help? No doubt he'd be a real help in taking these guys out," Killer B asked. The others in the room turned curious, as the blonde had already helped Kumo in the past. It's not that simple, B-sama," C said anxiously, pulling together some notes they collected from Yujito. His comrades grew more curious at his tone. "C is right. Naruto. He's not the kind of guy you want to ask for something as dangerous as this," Darui added, resisting the urge to shiver at the blonde's killing intent imprinted on his psyche. I sighed, finishing gathering his documents. "There's only one person who can make Naruto do anything, should they ask. That person is Hisako-chan, and Hisako-chan alone. No one else on this earth has that much power over that man, and that's exactly the reason he won't be willing to help. There are only 2 reasons that Naruto will get involved in this. 1, either Hisako-chan asks him to or if it endangers her. And 2, Hisako-chan gets harmed because of the Akatsuki. From what I've seen of him, if option 2 should happen, Kami help us all," I explained in a grave and slightly shaky tone. The others shivered a bit when they heard how he explained the blonde. "Why, you can't be serious, right? He's just an overprotective guy for his girl, right?" Karui asked her comrades, trying to dispel the atmosphere surrounding the blonde. However, all she got was a grimace from those who had spent time with him. "I have the feeling that, should Hisako-san actually be harmed by someone intent on hurting her, whomever they are, everything that they hold dear and anything that is even remotely connected to them will suffer a fate worse than death," she explained in a frightened tone, a deep chill settling into the bodies of the others in the office at his words. Anyway, let's just finish getting ready for the road," Yujito said, attempting to rid the room of the feeling of death lingering within it. It seemed to work as they slowly but surely moved to gather their supplies. Scene change, Kuwakai Hostel, dining room. Gathered in the Kuwakai Hostel's main dining room, the Konoha ninja enjoyed lunch prepared by the blonde they had recently reconnected with. All the families ate together at a large, section table, close enough to exchange conversation and dishes as they savored the company of friends and family. Kushina, Minato said, holding out a piece of tuna from his tataki plate. His wife flushed a bit before demurely taking the piece in her mouth. It's amazing, Minato. Here, she exclaimed before offering a piece of her prized fried prawn to her husband. Minato happily took it as they exchanged loving smiles. Mito sounded out contentedly as she happily slurped up the seo ramen before her, shivering in pleasure as the holy taste of noodles, broth, and toppings danced on her palate. Wow, this really is good, Narumi quipped, eating her kaizendan with a speed that made few of her family and friends a bit green, though the radiant and euphoric expression on her face more than made up for it. Oh man, this is the best kushiage that I've ever had, Menma all but shouted, happily munching on the fried treats before him, nearly eating the skewer itself at the speed he was eating. I need to be careful, Kakashi muttered under his breath, trying to eat as discreetly as possible. The tasty array of food before him caused him to lose a bit of focus on keeping his mask on. This is so delicious. Why can't I cook like this? Shizen muttered in a slightly defeated tone as she happily devoured the unaginokabayaki the blonde had prepared for her, though her thoughts quickly drifted back to the eel captivating her taste buds before falling into deeper defeat. I wouldn't mind having this every day for the rest of my life, Jiraiya said contentedly as he enjoyed his ikaridan, drawing a few intrigued looks from those around him who had never seen such a content expression on his face. This is the greatest nizakana I've ever had. The mirin adds just the right amount of sweetness and doesn't overpower the sake. The sake is what makes it so perfect, however, a mild and perfect hint of acidity and sweetness. The junmeishu is definitely the star of this dish, Orochimaru expressed in a heavenly and content manner, drawing a few unnerved looks at his out-of-character behavior. Calm down, Orochimaru. Sure, the nizakana is great and the junmeishu is amazing and this kazujiru is just the greatest, I could eat this forever, Tsunade exclaimed, quickly downing the soup before her, sharing her teammates' radiant expressions as she savored the taste dancing on her tongue. Having ordered two separate dishes they were enjoying, the adults of the Hayaga family happily chatted, discussing the taste of the hot pot they had ordered. Their children were astonished that the same blonde they thought was just a shinobi could cook with such proficiency. Oh my! Isn't this just delectable, Hayashi? Hikari asked her husband. Hayashi gave her a small smile, agreeing with her sentiment. It is, though it still pales in comparison to the sukiyaki that you prepare, he said, complimenting his wife. Her pale cheeks flushed a bit as she beamed a radiant smile at him. While I admit that this is very tasty, it does taste a bit lacking in something, Haruka's love, Hisashi added, his wife's cheeks darkening with both embarrassment and affection. She playfully tapped her husband on the arm at his comment. Please, Hisashi. You're embarrassing me, she said in an embarrassed but happy tone, getting a smile from her beloved as they shared the hot pot the adults of the Hayaga family ordered. Oni-san, Niji Naizen, it's quite good, isn't it? Hanabi chirped as they shared the smaller but no less delicious plate of itsukuri. The various types of fish they were enjoying each provided a new splash of flavor on their palates. I agree, Hanabi-sama. These are among the finest pieces of sashimi that I've had. I'm quite honored actually to be able to savor them, Niji said, a smile that was slowly becoming much more common gracing his features, enjoying a piece of freshly sliced amberjack. This tastes even better than the sashimi that Haki-san prepared for us when we were in Kiri a year ago, Hinata said in a quiet but surprised tone as she finished a slice of yellowtail, a bit astounded that the enigmatic blonde could prepare fish even better than a seasoned fisherman and chef. Enjoying a large pot of oden, the Kurama family sighed contentedly as the flavorful and savory taste of the oden sang in their mouths. Murakumo and Yuroko exchanged bites, while Yakumo did her best not to look embarrassed by their rather intimate actions. My, this may very well be the finest pot of oden that I've ever had. Don't you agree, Murakumo? Yuroko asked her husband delightedly as she happily finished another piece of konnyaku. Her husband shook his head, moving to wipe a bit of broth off her cheek. It is very delicious, but it still lacks that love that you use to flavor your cooking, he told her lovingly. The woman flushed deeply, giving him a quick peck on the cheek. Why? Yakumo muttered in a mortified tone, doing her best not to watch her parents enjoying such a romantic moment, choosing instead to focus on the boiled eggs that had stolen her taste buds. With the Uchiha family, they happily shared an order of yakiniku at a specialized table the blonde owner had prepared for them. Seated around a table with two thin but sturdy metal grills at its center, they took turns cooking and enjoying the thin slices of vegetables, beef, and pork plated between them. Mikato and Fugaku shared loving smiles, feeding each other in a rather uncharacteristic manner, mostly on Fugaku's end. However, the Uchiha children's innate competitive nature soon surfaced as they raced to both outcook and outeat their siblings. You fu. Now why can't you pamper me more like this at home, Fugaku? Mikato half teased and half asked her husband, blushing a bit before taking the piece of beef he had finished cooking for her into her mouth. Humph, that would only serve to dampen my standing among our comrades back home. Though, my standing may not be so important if I can continue to see such a radiant expression on your face should I do so, Fubaka said in a rather terse tone, though it softened considerably as he gave his wife a gentle and loving smile, causing Mikato to flush even deeper. TCH. Get your own damn meat to cook, Suzuki shouted at his older siblings, his Sharingan on full display, desperately fighting to gain control of the grill as he fought for the precious pieces of beef and pork he was trying to crisp. And let you burn everything that we're sharing to a freaking crisp? Yeah right, Satsuki barked back, taking another piece of slowly burning pork from her twin side of the grill, her own Sharingan shining with both joy and challenge as Suzuki leveled a heated glare at her. Foolish little siblings, you're not even worth out eating, Itaka said in a cool and slightly condescending tone, closing his eyes. This drew glares from both of his younger siblings, only for their eyes to widen in horror when they saw that he had already taken the remaining pieces of meat that were on the grill. Finally, with the Mamakai family, they had ordered their family favorite of yakitori and kushiyaki. A happily munching Ruto was being fed by a widely grinning Zabuza, while Anko was giving advice to a blushing Haku about winning back the favor of the blonde who had prepared their dishes. It's pretty good, huh, Ruto? Zabuza asked his son as the purple-headed 3-year-old nodded in agreement, enjoying the moment he had with his father feeding him. Aha! It's super yummy, the 3-year-old chirped as he finished another stick of kushiyaki, his father laughing heartily as he moved to compete against him. ND, when you're sure that he's out, just sneak into his bed and ensure that he takes responsibility and marries into our family, Anko suggested to her daughter in a rather serious manner. Haku blushed horribly at the extreme method of capturing her beloved's heart suggested by her mother. Kaa-san. That's far too vulgar and direct. What would Naruto-kun think of me if I did that? Haku all but shouted at her mother as she dropped the stick of yakitori she was holding, burning a deep crimson as Anko started laughing good-naturedly at her. As they all enjoyed the comfortable and amiable atmosphere, they were broken from their peaceful lunch when a plume of smoke appeared near the Uzumaki Namikaze family's table. Curious, they awaited the summon from the smoke, only to blink in surprise when they saw an armor-clad rabbit. Minato, however, knew exactly who the rabbit belonged to. The rabbit glanced around, a bit overwhelmed by the delicious aroma of various vegetables, but it was broken from its stupor when Minato approached it. Ah, greetings, Minato Dano. Mifune-sama has requested that we move the summit to the next coming days, the summon reported. Minato was visibly startled by the request, only growing more angered when he read the reports the rabbit gave him. They're beginning to get more aggressive, are they? Tell Mifune-san that I'll be there. This is no time to be enjoying such pleasantries, Minato told the rabbit. It nodded before returning to relay the information to its summoner. Minato sighed, moving to address his family and friends. Everyone, it appears that something urgent has come up. I'm afraid that I'll be leaving our little vacation a bit earlier than anticipated. Akatsuki main base. That's set to happen in 2 weeks, Zetsu reported to the group, with pain silently considering the potential outcomes. We only need the Nibi, Haxabi, and Kuwabai. Their presence at the upcoming summit, amidst the tense village relations, provides our best opportunity to strike, he announced, receiving varied reactions due to the inherent risk. Kisame, wearing a serious expression, interjected, with our current numbers, we'll be cut down before we can cut them down. 6 of us against 5 Cage might seem fair, but we'll also face their ninja, a statement that earned nods of agreement. Of course, that's true. We'll need to proceed with both caution and urgency. Let's move out, Pain ordered, as 6 more bodies identical to his own materialized beside him, surprising and then emboldening the other Akatsuki members. Konan observed, Nagato, even with your extra bodies, this will be a difficult fight. There's a high chance we'll suffer greatly, if we even make it out alive, to which Pain softly nodded, turning to leave. That's a risk I'm willing to take, Konan, he replied as he exited, with Konan following closely. Project Tsuki no Mi will need to begin sooner than expected, Toby whispered from the shadows, his Sharingan glowing red before he warped away. Scene change, unknown location, open chamber. Toby, previously in a large, empty chamber, now stood in a smaller one, nodding towards a seat-like structure as he reported his findings. The plan is progressing a bit slower than anticipated. The cage have the remaining Jinchuriki under strict guard due to a leak in our movements, Toby explained to a shadowed individual, who made a soft sound and turned to face him. It appears we'll have to use our trump card. I foresaw this and prepared a suitable vessel for such an occurrence, the shadowed man stated, gesturing to a younger man whose blank eyes made Toby raise an eyebrow. Is that? Toby began hesitantly, as the shadowed man smirked, confirming the young man Hirako experimented with, whom he called Kabuto, an orphan who showed extraordinary recovery speed even before he was tampered with. Toby nodded, understanding the implication. You're going to use him as a vessel, I presume, he inquired, growing more curious when the shadowed man shook his head. I have no need to. Given the enhanced recovery prowess granted to him by that man, I believe he'll make a fine pawn to bolster our forces in the coming war, the man clarified, causing Toby's eyes to widen in realization. Edo Tensei, Toby murmured, as a smirk spread across the shadowed man's face, mirrored by Tobi's expression beneath his mask. That does raise a question. It's a flawed jutsu. The Nidaime never perfected it, or rather, refused to. Its two major flaws remain: reincarnated souls are nowhere near as powerful as they were alive, and he could only control so many at a time. Have you found a way to counter those effects? Tobi asked the elder Uchiha, Madara, who simply smirked knowingly as the masked man nodded. Then, having Nagato revive you with his outer path is still part of the plan, Madara? Tobi asked, as Madara smirked, his aged face emerging from the shadows as he looked towards the land of iron. In due time, Obito. In due time, Madara quipped, motioning for Kabuto to begin performing the necessary Edo Tensei seals, his Rinnegan glinting ominously. Scene change: unknown location, Hirako's main base. Lord Hirako. Our scouts near the border report the cage converging in the land of iron, a masked ninja announced to the bandaged Hirako, who turned with intrigue. The land of iron. They must be gathering for the summit, no doubt, Hirako whispered, his voice deeper than usual, as he turned back to the ninja, stroking his chin. While I care little about their discussions, I am rather curious about what could expedite the annual meeting, which was scheduled for next year, Hirako quipped, gazing towards the land of iron, a chilling smirk crossing his face as he faced his ninja. Perhaps I'll pay them all a little visit, he said in a disturbingly playful tone, making the kneeling ninja shiver as he responded. But Lord Hirako, they'll undoubtedly attack you on sight. It wasn't just the cage, but 2 to 3 of their most elite guards accompanying them, he pleaded, only to stiffen as Hirako's gaze fell upon him. Such things are of no concern to me, I'm merely interested in testing this new body. As it's rather new, this will be an opportune moment to see the full extent of my power. Perhaps this will also be a perfect testing ground for them, Hirako told the man, laughter erupting from his mouth, causing the man to pale as he mechanically turned to face the wing where they were held. Scene change: Kuwakai hostel kitchen. Something's coming. Naruto whispered seriously, feeling his friends' and family's chakra signatures vanish from his sensing range, an eerie sensation giving way to his flaring instincts. The cage's summit. Given recent events, it's undoubtedly about the Akatsuki. The question is, why do I feel something even more disastrous is about to happen? The blonde thought, his brow furrowed, an overwhelming sense of dread consuming the faint eeriness within him. Because, my host, I've finally awakened, a horrific, dark voice whispered through his mind, causing Naruto's head to snap up, his eyes widening in terror and panic as a pain he hadn't felt in years resurfaced. Unlike the searing pain he remembered, this felt as though an entire part of his being was being ripped away. Falling to his knees, he clutched the area on his shoulder where the erased seal once lay. Then, like a nightmare, a black, tar-like substance began tearing free from the area, and Naruto finally vocalized the agony tearing through his mind, body, and psyche. The pain intensified as the substance made physical contact with his nearby hand, seemingly made of liquid, solidified Ryuuten chakra. Gwa! Naruto cried out, yanking his hand away and clenching it slightly, his scream alerting the 2 young ladies upstairs, whose hurried footsteps echoed through the hostel. Naruto! Hisako cried out in a frightened tone as she neared the kitchen, something innately primal welling up within her as she reached the doors. Unii-chan! Naru called out, disregarding their earlier conversation, as something deep inside warned her of whatever was in the kitchen. Get away! Leave now! Naruto shouted from inside the kitchen, his voice a nightmarish blend of his own and the escaping darker personality. Hearing such a terrifying tone from their beloved, Hisako and Naru froze, then trembled with fear, but swallowed it and stormed into the kitchen when Naruto let out another cry of pain, freezing instantly at a sight that would forever haunt their nightmares. Standing beside their crouched beloved was a monstrosity, easily 10 feet taller, making the floor and ceiling creak under its strain. It appeared to be made of a black, tar-like substance, its terrifying shape a slime-like creature slowly settling into a miniature dragon. Bearing a strikingly, almost heretically, resemblance to White, the black substance began to shape and mold itself into a being that even White's might couldn't defeat with certainty. A long, slender neck anchored a beak-like, snouted head to a sleek yet powerful body like White's, it slowly deviated from the mighty elder's form when 2 skeletal-like wings sprouted from its back, having 4 spike-like protrusions with no connective membrane for flight. Finally, jagged spikes began to jut from the dragon's edges and spines, consolidating to its chest, which remained open like a ravine in the pure white of its scales. As its transformation settled, the substance hardened into scales that even the sharpest fang or claw couldn't pierce, a deep amethyst core forming and resting in the center of its chest. It appears I was a bit premature in my awakening, the dragon quipped in a slightly sleepy tone, destroying the entire kitchen and exposing it to the afternoon light with a simple spread of its wings. My thanks, my host, you've proven quite useful. I apologize for the disorder I've caused you. I tend to become quite unpleasant and horrid when I'm feeble and famished, it quipped to the nearly comatose blonde at its feet, in a strangely remorseful manner. Naruto weakly craned his head to glare at the dragon. What are you? He asked in a frail, waning tone, the dragon's eyes glinting with a disconcerting light as it gazed at him. To give my name to a mere human? You truly are an eccentric one. But as thanks for the chakra and life you've given me, I suppose it will be ample compensation for one such as you to know. You may call me Black said lazily and sleepily, Naruto narrowing his eyes at the contradictory name the dragon bore. I believe I've entertained your questions long enough, if I may be so bold to say. Farewell, human, and do not worry, allow me to end the life of suffering I've caused for you, Black said in the same slightly remorseful tone as he raised his claw, gleaming with an otherworldly sharpness, before letting it descend. Unei-chan, Nara shouted, entering her apex state and appearing below the lazily falling claw, charging her right leg with immense Ryuuten chakra. Spinning on the ball of her foot, Nara slammed the shin of her right leg against the edge of the claw, a gasp of pain escaping her throat. Even clad in a thick shroud of Ryuuten chakra, Black's claw sliced through it like the thinnest silk. Despite the pain tearing through her, the blonde gritted her teeth, letting more chakra surge through her leg as she pushed against the claw, biting back tears as it sliced deeper into her tibia despite her best efforts to shield and augment the limb. Snapping her eyes shut, Nara focused on mitigating the pain arcing through her leg and protecting the weakly struggling blonde below her. As the claw forced itself halfway through her tibia, she snapped her eyes back open before letting loose a roar of both anger and agony as she sent the claw reeling back, immediately screaming in utter anguish as Black's claw split the bone clean down the middle. Fresh blood, marrow, bone, and gore sprayed across the remnants of the room. Nara clutched the ruined limb, sobbing and whimpering, doing her best to avoid agitating the gruesome wound. How interesting. It appears I've not had enough nourishment, Black said with a slightly disappointed tone as he withdrew his claw, studying it before glancing at the two downed blondes riding beneath him. Seeing that there wasn't much left for him to do, realizing he wasn't at his peak, and having already soiled himself with such a creature's blood, Black let out a sleepy sigh, glancing at Hisako's trembling, horrified form before focusing on her with intrigue. Spreading his seemingly vestigial wing bones when he finished, Hisako and Naruto watched with morbid fascination as he seemed confident in his ability to fly. Black shot the trio of humans one last lethargic gaze, studying them all once more before taking off to the heavens, the force of his takeoff scattering them and the remainder of their home across the area. Hisako remained relatively unharmed due to seemingly divine intervention, but the same wasn't true for Naru, and especially not for Naruto. The two blondes bore the brunt of the pressure and force due to their close proximity to the dragon. Naru's impact was softened by the motionless blonde on top of her, Naruto having used the remnants of the energy Black didn't siphon to shield her from his takeoff. Naruto. Naru. Hisako whispered, shakily making her way towards the motionless blondes, each step causing her legs to buckle more than the last. When she reached them, the silverette dropped to her knees, tears freely streaming down her face scrunched up as she began to sob at the tragedy that befell her family. Naru's already horrific wound was exacerbated by the bone being completely split in two, connected only by the flesh and skin of her leg. Naruto had shards of wood and metal embedded in his back from shielding the younger blonde from surging debris, his skin dangerously pale and his body much colder than usual. The commotion of their home and shop being destroyed, along with her cries, attracted their friends' and neighbors' attention. The other residents of their community couldn't believe their eyes at the sight before them, the broken and bleeding forms of Naruto and Naru, along with a sobbing Hisako. Quickly moving to save the same neighbors who had helped them countless times, they rushed the trio to the nearest clinic belonging to another neighbor. On that day, the Kyuwakai hostel closed its doors for the final time. As the owners of the Kyuwakai were rushed to their neighbor's clinic, the cage of the elemental countries also began to move. All of them gathered their finest ninja, preparing for the 2-week trek to the same destination. Unbeknownst to them, the same was true for the surviving Akatsuki members, the rogue ninja congregating as they bolstered their ranks with recruitment candidates, incentivizing them with guarantees of fulfilling their requests upon a successful raid. However, one Akatsuki member was meeting with someone who had intimate knowledge of what was to come. Scene change, Tower of God, peak. It appears he's free. White said calmly, straightening his form, the apocalyptic lightning storm ravaging his domain reflecting his inner turmoil. No doubt young Naruto has suffered dearly due to Black's folly, White whispered guiltily as he rose and spread his wings, obliterating the castle he called home along with the surrounding landscape. Taking flight, White altered the remainder of his domain, reducing it to a barren wasteland with sporadic arcs of his signature white and crimson lightning dancing about. In the air, White allowed more of his inner turmoil to show as a literal lightning storm formed around him, other creatures in the area steering clear of his flight path. His destination was obvious, to convene another meeting of the elders to discuss Black's re-emergence. Time skip, 4 days later. Scene change, Teo no Kuni Fushimi Family Clinic, recovery room. Naru uttered as she awoke from her 4-day coma, wincing as the mid-morning sun's rays assaulted her eyes through the thin curtains. Blinking groggily, her mental functions rebooted before snapping into action as she remembered the tragedy that befell her and her new family just days prior. Quickly scanning the room, her heart sank to depths even lower than Yomi as she took in the heartbreaking scene before her. Lying almost motionless, his chest barely rising with each breath, her beloved older brother looked as if he was about to pass through the Shinigami's doorway at any second. The medical ventilator attached to him to supplement his shallow breathing only strengthened the image of his fragile current state. Panic setting in, Nara stumbled to get out of bed, only for her own eyes to widen as she felt a considerable discomfort in her right leg. Pulling her sheets back, she could only stare at the bulky cast covering her leg. Growing quiet and settling down, Naru clutched the sheets of her bed tightly as she bit back the urge to cry, remembering her failed attempt to protect her older brother. While some might have said she was successful in her objective, she thought otherwise. If she had been successful, she wouldn't be in such a crippled state, and her brother surely wouldn't be at the Shinigami's door as he was. However, her small bout of self-loathing was interrupted when the room door opened, Hisako walking in before freezing at the sight of Nara sitting upright. Faster than she could perceive, Nara blinked in surprise as Hisako hugged her as if her life depended on it. A bit taken aback by the normally timid Silverette's action, she stopped her questioning thoughts when she felt Hisako shake slightly. Nara's eyes softened as a warmth very similar yet very different from the warmth Naruto gave her when they touched filled her. Nara returned the Silverette's embrace as they remained together for a few minutes. I was so scared, Naru. Hisako whimpered, squeezing the blonde a bit tighter. Nara returned it, though it came out a bit awkward with her sitting position. What happened to us? The blonde asked the Silverette in a confused and frightened manner, Hisako shivering a bit as she recalled what had happened to them after Black spared them. I am just glad that the two of you are safe, Hisako whispered, squeezing Naru a bit tighter, the blonde's eyes softening once again as she returned the hug. Is Unai-chan okay? Naru asked, addressing the elephant in the room, Hisako's embrace tightening as a tremble Naru felt to her core pass through her. Io-san and Ijo-san said that they did all they could for him, that the rest is up to him. She whimpered as fresh tears streamed down her face, Naru's eyes widening as she stiffly turned to face the bed he was resting in. Oh, Unai-chan is still in danger, Naru whispered in a grave tone, her eyes wide and filled with fright at the seemingly incredulous thought. However, that train of thought, along with the fear and dread that filled the two young ladies' hearts, vanished when a soft sound escaped the unconscious blonde's mouth. Quickly rushing over, hobbling in Naru's case, the two of them flanked the blonde as they waited with bated breath to see if he would wake. Their hopes were dashed, however, when he slipped back to sleep, though they were glad to see that he was still fighting to stay with them. Naru! Hisako called out to the blonde, who was seated in silence beside her, turning to face the Silverette with a still sullen expression. The blonde answered in a slightly despondent tone, Hisako gently taking hold of her hand as the blonde savored the warmth emanating from the Silverette. Want to help Naruto? She asked. Naru's sullen expression instantly brightened, her eyes widening as she tightened her grip on Hisako's hand. Those people from earlier, the ones who called Naruto family, I heard them mention someone named Tsunade, Hisako explained. Naru tilted her head, confused by the Silverette's words. Tsunade? Why is she important? Naru asked inquisitively, though the idea of seeking help from the group who claimed her Unai-chan as family filled her with a bit of disgust. From what I've heard, she's a legendary healer, the Silverette replied. A spark of hope appeared in Naru's eyes, and she snapped her head to look at the sleeping blonde beside them. Then, she can help Unai-chan, Naru whispered softly, hopefully. The hand holding hers gently squeezed in response. I hope so, Naru. So, will you help me find her? Hisako asked. Naru's eyes gleamed with determination, and she nodded as Hisako smiled gently. Then let's go. If I heard them correctly, they were headed to Tetsu no Kuni for something urgent. Hopefully, they'll help us once we explain Naruto's situation, Hisako said, hopeful. A small wince crossed Naru's face, and the Silverette understood what she was thinking. Don't worry, Naru. I won't let them take Naruto away from us, no matter what, she whispered with absolute certainty, pulling the blonde into a gentle embrace. Naru's eyes widened before softly closing, savoring the warmth. Aha, I won't let anyone do that either, Hisako. I promise, Naru promised warmly and softly, returning Hisako's embrace. A small but radiant smile graced the Silverette's face at the vow. After a few more precious seconds, Naru and Hisako parted, both with small smiles. Hesitant at first, remembering Naru's nearly severed leg, Hisako was reassured by the blonde that she wouldn't overexert herself during the journey. As they prepared to leave, Hisako having requested a wheelchair for Naru, they paused, glancing back at Naruto. Frowning, Naru and Hisako approached him, each placing a gentle, hopeful kiss on his forehead, infusing it with as much love and hope as they could. We'll be back, Naruto. Please be safe, Hisako whispered lovingly as she pulled away, resisting the urge to cry when he remained silent. I'll keep Hisako and myself safe, Unai-chan, I promise. You promise to be safe too, okay? Naru added softly, squeezing his hand gently, trembling slightly when he remained still. Seeing he wouldn't wake soon, the two young ladies bid him a tearful but hopeful goodbye, setting out for Tetsu no Kuni in search of the woman who might awaken him. Bidding farewell and thanking the Fushimi family for all their help, the two young ladies were unable to be dissuaded from their potentially dangerous journey despite their neighbors' combined efforts. Though they wavered slightly at the thought of Naruto waking while they were gone, Hisako and Naru steeled themselves, resolving to face any punishment the blonde might have in store for them. After gathering supplies, courtesy of a few store-owning neighbors, they began their westward trek, unaware they were about to be caught in a situation that would reveal a much darker and crueler side of the one they loved. The extent of Black's damage is horrendous. To think such a gluttonous brute was once part of me, a nostalgic voice grumbled from the core of Naruto's mind, echoed by a grunt of agreement from another entity within the blonde. You needn't tell me. The damage, corruption, and decay he caused within this child. Reconstructing what Black destroyed and took will take time. Let's ensure that when he awakens, he has a much larger portion of our power at his disposal. He'll undoubtedly need it in the coming future, another voice grunted, equally irritated. The two entities combined their efforts to repair the damage left by the elder who once resided with them, simultaneously strengthening the blonde. Time skip, a week later. Scene change, Tetsu no Kuni, Cage's summit main meeting chamber. Entering the large interior chamber, the 5 Kage from each country reconvened for another summit. The last meeting, 4 years prior, had discussed the same topic. Tensions between the villages, though less severe than before, were still present and only heightened upon their first meeting in 3 years. For a certain auburn-haired Kage, her eyes widened as she spotted someone she thought long dead, whose rumors had faded. His features were exactly as she remembered, a few more scars and chiseled lines showing he had indeed aged since their last encounter. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she found herself staring. He had become much more handsome and mature than the short-tempered young man she remembered. It was her old teammate and friend, Zabuza Mamakai. Mama Kai, May asked in a hushed, nostalgic tone, staring at the man. Her guards gawked, realizing it was indeed the legendary demon of the hidden mist. Terumi? What the hell are you doing here? Zabuza asked, surprised to see the auburn-haired woman. May blinked, then narrowed her eyes as she noticed a glint of gold on his ring finger. What? She muttered in a frigid, terrifying tone. Tension immediately rose in the room as Zabuza blinked in confusion at her glare directed at him and his wedding ring. What? Is something wrong? He asked nervously, growing more anxious as she huffed in anger and headed to her seat. TCH, haven't even started and Konoha's already mucking things up. Oniki spat irritably, drawing ire from Konoha, Suna, and Kumo. Enough, Mifune shouted as the tension peaked, quelling the volatile situation and calling for everyone to take their seats. Now, you all know why we've gathered. Once again, the threat of the Akatsuki has resurfaced. Adano called this conference, so I'll give him the floor, Mifune began, gesturing to the bulky man. Nodded appreciatively, arranging the documents he'd received from Naruto. Thank you, Mifune Dano. Now, I know we've covered the Akatsuki threat many times, but I assure you, this time is different. Let me start with some key information. A began, handing out copies of Naruto's notes, starting the discussion with the disappearances of the other Jinchuriki. Scene change, border of Tetsu no Kuni and Ta no Kuni. We're here, Naro Hisako said, a bit winded, staring at the familiar outline of the Sanro Mountain formation. Naro looked at her worriedly, reaching for a bottle of water for the silverette. Hisako, please don't push yourself. Unai-chan wouldn't be happy if he saw you like this, Nara said softly, handing Hisako the water bottle. The silverette stiffened slightly before gently taking the bottle with a soft thank you. I know, but I just want to get help for Naruto and you as quickly as possible, she said softly. Naru looked at her with gentle understanding, moving to hold her hand. We're almost there, right? The blonde asked comfortingly. Hisako smiled and nodded. Half an hour more and we'll be within Tetsu no Kuni's capital. Hopefully, Mifune Dano will know if that Tsunade person is staying there, Hisako explained, wheeling Naro towards the border. She squeaked in surprise as a group of samurai appeared before them. Halt! What business do you have in Tetsu no Kuni? One of the samurai asked, hand resting on his sword hilt. Naru's eyes narrowed while Hisako trembled. Weary L looking for someone who might be in Tetsu no Kuni, a woman named Tsunade, Hisako told the man shakily. Her tone and tension agitated Nara further in her seat. I'm sorry young ladies, but I have to ask you to turn around. An important event is going on, and I can't have any suspicious individuals entering, he said sternly. The others behind him moved to stand beside their leader. Hisako shrank back, while Naru openly growled. Let us through. We're not evil, we just want to find this person so she can heal my Unai-chan. Nara snarled at the samurai, causing them to draw their swords. Hisako trembled at the action. If you keep scaring Hisako, I'll make you regret it, the blonde said frigidly, causing a few samurai before Hisako and her to shiver slightly. Leave now. If you don't, we won't hesitate to cut you down, the samurai leader ordered, equally frigidly. His tone in drawing his sword broke the last strand of Naru's patience. Senkyuha, Naru roared, drawing her right hand back before swiping it towards the samurai. Dull blades of wind sent them rocketing aside in unconscious heaps. Naru huffed at them. Luckily for you, Unai-chan told me not to seriously hurt people who don't attack us first, she huffed again before quickly telling Hisako to wheel them towards the Sanro Mountain formation. The silverette acted quickly, though still trembling from what had just occurred. Hopefully they'll understand once we explain the situation to Mifune Dano, Hisako said shakily. Naru winced, feeling guilty she'd caused Hisako even more worry. Scene change, Teo no Kuni Fushimi Family Clinic, Recovery Room. It's time for you to awaken, child. We've done everything in our power to return what Black had taken from you, a calm voice echoed from Naruto's mind. The blonde grimaced briefly at the words. That it is. Now is not the time for rest, a series of events are about to take place in the coming hours, a sterner but equally calm voice added. Naruto's grimace deepened, and he began to toss in his bed at their warning. Come young Naruto, awaken. The 2 young humans under your care will be in harm's way should you choose to continue slumbering. Rise, young elder, and return order to a world that will soon fall into disarray, their combined voices echoed, much louder and more powerful. Naruto finally snapped his eyes open, his pupils quickly dilating and shifting to their draconian appearance. Hisako. Naru, don't tell me. Naruto whispered, shooting straight up, ignoring the pain that surged through his body. While the 2 dragons slumbering within Naruto had repaired the damage Black caused to his spiritual self, they had neglected his physical injuries. Though mentally and spiritually healed, he wasn't fully recovered physically. The pain when he moved was a telltale sign. Ignoring the pain, he snapped his eyes shut to trace the chakra signatures of the 2 people dearest to him. Rage, concern, irritation, and fear gripped his heart as he felt a large number of foul chakra signatures closing in on their location. Panicking, he tried to jump to their location, but his heart sank when he sensed none of the seals he'd placed on them. That thing, Black, damaged the seals I placed on them, he whispered, quickly tearing off the IVs attached to his arm, ensuring he was at least wearing something before turning towards the door. I swear to White if anything happens to those 2, he shouted, running out of the room, startling Io and Ijo who were about to check on the supposedly slumbering blonde. You idiots, he muttered, a mix of irritation, anger, disappointment, concern, and above all else, love, in his tone. Wiping away sudden tears with a rough brush of his hand, Naruto quickly reached the ruins of his home. His eyes widened at the sight, but he quickly shook his head to clear it of any unneeded thoughts, focusing on finding his belongings. Finally locating the closet holding his scrolls, he shattered it, grabbing the hidden scrolls. Opening his medical supplies scroll, he swiftly downed a vial of life powder. Feeling his aches and pains vanish, he quickly donned his combat gear before casting a burning gaze in the direction of Tetsuno Kuni. Renewed energy filling him, he gritted his teeth and focused his chakra to his legs, bolting westward. Once out of range of his friends and neighbors, he began channeling Ryuatan chakra to his legs, his speed nearly quintupling. A sonic boom erupted from his speed, reducing everything the shockwave touched to splinters and rubble. Naruto was entirely ignorant and apathetic to the damage he'd caused to his new home country. Time skip, an hour later. Scene change, Tetsuno Kuni, Cage's summit main meeting chamber. And that's the gist of what I've obtained from my informant, A explained seriously, finishing his presentation of the information. A myriad of expressions crossed the faces of those present. This is all great, Reikage Dano, but where did you get this information? I've never seen such a thorough breakdown of their movements and activities, Mifune asked inquisitively. I drew everyone's attention, sweating slightly, knowing the consequences of incurring Naruto's wrath. My informant is a rather tentative person. Disclosing their identity would cause trouble not only for them but also for myself, A said somewhat anxiously, drawing curious gazes from the other cage, especially when his guards breathed a sigh of relief at his words. And we're just supposed to trust that this information is correct? Oniki asked rather irritably, drawing nods from the more cautious attendees. I know this is startling information to believe outright, but let me ask you all this, have you noticed that only 5 Jinchuriki remain? A asked, their eyes narrowing as they realized his point. The Akatsuki have nearly successfully abducted all of the Jinchuriki, the remaining ones are in Kumo and Konoha. I'm not sure how many Biju they'll need to achieve their goal, but if my information is correct, they only need a minor piece of all of them. What that goal is, not even my informant knows. That's why I'm proposing we end the problem at its source, stopping them before their plan comes to fruition, A explained. The heads of the others bowed, mulling over what they'd heard. Seconds ticked into minutes as grimaces marred their faces. If what A is saying is true, then we have no other option but to engage the Akatsuki head-on before they can do any more damage. We've seen the lengths they're willing to go to complete their objectives, Minato said, stealing his resolve and offering his opinion as the other cage considered it. I agree with Minato-san and A-san on this matter. Because of them, Suna sustained massive damage, not to mention the loss of many of my ninjas' lives. I know firsthand that they are ruthless when pursuing a Jinchuriki. I requested aid from the other cage numerous times but was met with apathy from all besides A-san and Minato-san, Gaara began, the knowledge that Chikaku had been ripped from him lending weight to his statement. But seeing as the Akatsuki have captured 6 of the 9 Jinchuriki, I believe it's far too late for aid. Action will be our only chance to ensure they don't succeed in what they're planning, Gaara continued. The others contemplated the young cage's words, though Oniki merely scoffed at the redhead's statement. Humph. If a country had its Jinchuriki captured, it has no business giving other countries orders. It's a complete embarrassment. You should have tried to recover it yourselves. Once stolen, you expect help from another country? It's utterly pathetic, Oniki spat, drawing icy stares from the other cage. His guard tensed as the tension increased. Appearance? Honor? We don't have time in this age for such outdated ideals, Gaara quipped as Oniki leveled a pointed stare at him, a small frown marring his face as he straightened his appearance. Just because the Biju have been stolen, is there a reason to be afraid? No matter how powerful the Akatsuki members are, it takes time, knowledge, and skill to even attempt to control the power they hold, Mei said curiously, raising a valid point that had yet to be addressed. The others in the room pondered the thought. Those who host the Biju need time to grow together with the beasts, and even then, control is difficult. It's not a concept they'll achieve in even years. Isn't that right, Kaze Cage? Oniki added, returning his gaze to Gaara, the redhead understanding the elderly cage's stare. Continuing on the topic of the Akatsuki, it's no secret that they've been previously hired by the cage present and from the past, A said tersely, with sharp eyes. Oniki simply scoffed at the truthful accusation while Gaara grew curious. Hired? What do you mean by that? The redhead asked, garnering the attention of the others. Oniki looked at him sharply, while A simply stared. It's no secret that the previous Kaze Cage used the Akatsuki for their own wars, no doubt your village elders would know, A said calmly, taking a sip of the tea he'd been given. Gaara's eyes widened slightly at the startling information. Military villages are a drain on a country's resources. What if war were to break out during this time of relative peace? Most would lose the war due to a lack of military power as the great countries move from military expansion to disarmament. One way of dealing with that was to use a mercenary force, Oniki explained to the young cage as Gaara's brow furrowed. It takes time and resources for a village to build an adequate military force themselves, but the Akatsuki were professionals. They always had good results and could be hired for relatively little compared to others of the same vein, Oniki continued. The others in the room narrowed their eyes at him, opting to ignore them as he finished his explanation. Though, amongst us all, Kirigakur is the most secretive. Your diplomatic relations with other countries are nearly non-existent, not to mention the rumors that the Akatsuki were formed within its borders, A said calmly, addressing Mei. The auburn-haired woman's expression fell slightly at the claim. To tell you the truth, there were some suspicions that my predecessor, the fourth Mizukage Yagura, was being manipulated by someone. I didn't want to believe such speculations, so I chose to push it aside, not admitting to myself that it could have been the Akatsuki, Mei admitted. A few of those in the room widened their eyes at the startling piece of information. Everyone, while I know this isn't a place for speculation, I have a piece of information that might be true, Minato said gravely, drawing the attention of those present. They were apprehensive to see the normally amiable cage so grim. According to a number of sources I have access to, it appears that the leader of the Akatsuki is Uchiha Madara, he said with a grimace. The tension in the room was replaced with shock at his words. What? I thought he'd been dead for years. I knew he was strong, almost beyond comprehension, but to think he was an actual monster, Oniki said quietly and slightly nervously at the thought of the man being alive, knowing firsthand what he was capable of. As a neutral country, I must say, the Akatsuki's leader truly grasped the current climate, like reading an open scroll. They exploited global stability, suspicions, and tensions to expand their influence. At this pace, even the land of iron risks absorption. Yet, there's always a silver lining. Even in these peaceful times, seeing the five cage assembled like this is rare. As Lord A suggested 2 weeks ago, I propose forming a 5-village alliance until the Akatsuki threat is neutralized. What are your thoughts? Mifune calmly asked, the surprised cage turning to the Reikage, who casually sipped his tea. Well, I don't think that's a terrible idea, Mei calmly stated, setting her teacup down and subtly glaring at the curtain concealing her former teammate. I think it's a great idea. We're in a state of emergency, banding together won't just help us through this, it might also strengthen ties between our villages and countries, Minato said hopefully, eliciting slight smiles from A, Mifune, and Gaara. You know my answer, I suggested this, after all, A responded, finishing his tea, determination shining in his eyes as Oniki pondered the idea. The question remains unanswered, who will command this alliance's army? Oniki tersely asked, the other cage stiffening, having not considered that far ahead. If I may, I believe either Lord Minato or Lord A would be most suitable. Leading effectively requires both emotion and power, and someone embodying both would undoubtedly lead this army well, Mifune suggested, drawing the cage's attention, as he scanned their faces for hostility. I mean no offense, these are my honest thoughts as an outsider to the 5 countries. Lord Gaara, you are young. While you possess emotion and likely power, you lack the experience leadership instills. If what I've seen between you and Lord Oniki extends to other countries, they will refuse to follow if their leaders don't recognize you as their equal. Some might even find calling you Kaze Cage difficult, Mifune told the redhead, Gaara nodding in understanding, finding the samurai's words truthful. Similarly, Lord Oniki, many will disparage your advanced age and views on war. As Lord Gaara mentioned, you're too rigid in your old ways of fighting. I've also heard of your back problems. However, it's your history with the Akatsuki that ultimately makes me distrust you most, Mifune continued, Oniki merely grunting, acknowledging the samurai's truthful statements. Lady May, many believe Kirigakure is the Akatsuki's base. If the Mizukage led, the risk of information leaks and spies would undoubtedly rise. While I have no reason to distrust you, I also lack sufficient reason to trust you, he said, turning to the auburn-haired woman, May nodding at his logic. This brings me to why I propose Lord A or Lord Minato for this alliance's army leadership. As we're still in the dark about the Akatsuki's plans, we cannot let them capture the remaining tailed beasts. The 8 tails and 2 tails are under Kumigakure's care, and the 9 tails in Konohagakure's. They are responsible for their safety. Their success so far has earned my confidence in their leadership. However, both Lord A and Lord Minato are prone to emotional outbursts concerning their Jinchuriki, which detracts from what I seek in a leader, Mifune explained, finally addressing the 2 remaining Kage, A and Minato nodding, slightly emotional about their ninja. Now, are there any objections to appointing Lord Minato or Lord A? If not, I'd like the rest of you and your companions to discuss this amongst yourselves. Reaching a consensus is vital, Mifune asked, ceding the floor to the Kage, who turned to consult their ninja on the best course of action. Time skip, 20 minutes later. Have we all reached a consensus? Mifune asked, receiving nods from the Kage, ceding the floor as Minato rose to speak. Yes, Mifune-san. Konoha votes in favor. Minato began, only for everyone in the room to instantly become guarded as a column of white spikes erupted from the ground, White Zetsu appearing before the stunned ninja and samurai. Hello. White Zetsu chirped in a sing-song tone, despite the situation, as the Kage's guards took defensive positions. Akatsuki, Minato shouted in confusion, tightening his grip on his signature kunao and narrowing his eyes at the man. So it would appear, Oniki muttered, his gaze fixed on the plant-like man, seemingly unfazed by his entrance. There are many party crashers. The question is, how many and where? White Zetsu said confusingly, the ninja and samurai growing more tense as they sensed what the plant-like man referred to. Come now. Let's discover who else is crashing this party, he continued bafflingly, finally snapping A's patience as he instantly grabbed the man's neck. What? Who, and why are you here? Bellowed at the man, White Zetsu sweating slightly at the immense speed he'd just witnessed. TCH. Quickly, assume a guarded stance. Who knows who or what's coming? A yell to the other Kage, snapping the plant-like man's neck, dropping him, then exiting the room with C. and Darui. Good grief, he's still the unruly child I remember, Oniki sneered, shaking his head, drawing ire from others in the room for his nonchalance. Kakashi, Zabuza. Follow A and his ninja, we all need to be ready if it's as dire as it seems. Minato ordered, the 2 nodding with steely expressions, drawing their weapons as Kiri's ninja narrowed their eyes at their former swordsman. Ao, Kojuro. Let's head out too, keep an eye on Mamakai, May ordered frigidly, the 2 men shivering slightly, disliking the glint in her eyes. Okasuke, Yurikaku, order everyone to watch vigilantly for suspicious individuals and prepare for battle, Mifune instructed his guards, who confirmed his orders and moved to relay them to their comrades. Scene change, Land of Iron, Kage's summit main meeting chamber entrance. Ga! Guh! Ga! The sounds of clashing metal echoed from both inside and outside the meeting chamber. As A and Minato entered the combat zone, their eyes widened at a tall, bandaged man cutting down their samurai allies. Breaking from his stupor, Minato felt unprecedented rage erupt at the sight of Hiriko. A bitter memory, a reminder of his greatest failures, spurred his anger, and he moved to attack, while A stood momentarily stunned by his uncharacteristic action. Hiriko! Minato roared, throwing kunao at the man, who stiffened, then turned with a chilling smile. Well, if it isn't Minato Namikaze, he sneered, vanishing in a silver flash with his particle style, invisibility, Minato narrowing his eyes, following in a gold flash with his flying thunder god. Kakashi, Zabuza. Tend to the injured, get them out of here. Minato ordered, dodging a horizontal swipe of Hiriko's bandages, narrowing his eyes at Hiriko's newfound sharpness compared to their last fight. See, Darui. Stay behind and help the injured. A call to his men, activating his lightning release chakra mode, following Minato to join the assault against Hiriko. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This isn't exactly a fair fight, Hiriko jeered, shooting them a haughty sneer, A and Minato narrowing their eyes, breaking off from the man to create distance. Now, why don't we make this truly interesting, he shouted chillingly, raising his hand into a half-ram seal, a sudden chakra pulse filling the area with dread. Already on guard, Minato, A, and the others fighting Hiriko watched in horror as figures slowly lumbered into the area. Numbering around 30, human in appearance but indescribably monstrous, moaning in agony with distorted voices, their discolored, nauseating purple skin marked them as nothing but monsters in looks, sound, and action. Then, they stopped a few meters from the closest allied forces, groaning in agony, clutching their heads. Go, Hiriko ordered, releasing another chakra pulse, the virus-infected humans roaring, charging the allied ninja and samurai. Charging the allied force, the infected humans closed the distance terrifyingly fast, their speed even shocking Minato and A. Quickly regaining composure, the two Kage moved to attack, only for their instincts to scream at them to avoid direct contact. Clicking their teeth in irritation, they bolted aside, then watched in horror as Hiriko's experiments ravaged their allies. Gah! A samurai cried out, his arm ripped from its socket, quickly silenced as his attacker's hand buried itself in his chest. Do they not feel pain? Another samurai shouted, hacking off his attacker's arms. Stunned, they still tried to tear his throat out with their mouths despite their lost limbs. Just what are we up against? Another samurai yelled, slicing open his opponent, sweating as they charged him with organs spilling from their now open abdomen. Seeing the damage Hiriko's experiments could inflict and withstand, Minato and A quickly diverted their attention, their allies noticing and recovering the injured while they had the chance. Narrowing their eyes, Minato threw another volley of kunao, then used hit-and-run tactics, effectively targeting their ligaments and tendons. I increased his lightning release chakra mode's power, moving to the second level, his hair spikier, his lightning aura denser, unleashing single, debilitating strikes on those Minato crippled. With their guards, Kakashi and Zabuza took turns cutting down those targeting the injured and helping them to medical teams on the right. Darui and C similarly aided their Konoha comrades, tending to the injured and engaging those who approached from the left. TCH, these guys definitely aren't human anymore, Zabuza and Darui quipped simultaneously, both turning to bisect a pair of experiments trying to flank them. That's an understatement, Kakashi and C added in unison, successfully retrieving another pair of wounded samurai for medical attention, Kakashi turning to drive his lightning blade into an experiment's chest while C beheaded another. Preoccupied with the experiments, Zabuza and Darui cursed as they were flanked by the pair they just cut down. However, they were reduced to organic slag when corrosive, mud-like substance was spat on them. Breathing a sigh of relief, Zabuza's died in his throat as he saw an angry Mei glaring at him. Turning between himself, Darui, and the experiment pinned by his executioner's blade, he turned back to Mei, her expression darkening as he pointed to himself. Huffing, she turned, firing a high-pressure water jet that bifurcated an experiment approaching Ao and Kojuro as they helped C and Kakashi secure the wounded. Turning pale at her increased strength over the years, Zabuza refocused on the flailing experiment he'd pinned as Darui split its head in two. Returning the favor, he bisected another attempting to flank Darui, who spun and removed its head to prevent another sneak attack. Together, the three parties reduced Hiriko's experiments from 30 to 12. As Konoha and Kumagakure ninja regrouped with their samurai allies, Hiriko recalled his experiments, a small frown marring his face. Clicking his teeth, he was about to send another chakra pulse when footsteps and squeaking wheels caught everyone's attention. Huh? Hisako sounded confused and scared, seeing and smelling what was before her, shaking horribly as realization dawned. Hisako. Stay behind me, Nara said calmly but anxiously, clenching her fists, seeing the face of the one who'd left her in the lab. Oh, what a surprise. To think you actually survived, Hiriko said, surprised, looking with curious eyes at the clone he thought perished in his main research lab's detonation. Why you? Minato, Kakashi, and Zabuza shouted, staring wide-eyed at the two young ladies, their eyes widening further upon hearing their connection to Hiriko. Hisako-chan, get out of here, now. A, C, and Darui shouted with unbridled fear and concern for the silver-haired girl and her blonde companion, their fears escalating as a frightening smirk crossed Hiriko's face. Seeing such an evil and chilling aura from Hiriko, Hisako quickly turned Nero and herself around, sprinting from the room as fast as her legs could carry her. A and his ninja, their eyes widening at their movement, bolted to protect the two as Hiriko waved his hands, a segment of his bandages shooting towards them, the Kumagakure ninja and others in the room watching. Gritting his teeth, A forced himself past his fastest, intercepting the sharpened cloth strand, grunting as he caught it with his hand. But his eyes widened when another sharpened cloth strand sailed past him, hidden in the original shadow. Hisako-chan, to your right. A shouted desperately, the silver-haired girl turning with a start at his voice, everyone's eyes widening as she faced the bulky Kage, sheer terror etched on her face. Kai-a-a. Hisako cried out in pain as the sharpened cloth piece slashed her cheek, crimson spilling into the air, onto Naru, and the floor, Hisako instinctively covering the cut. Silence. The silence permeated the room, almost palpable, until Hiriko's laughter shattered it, the bandaged man cackling like no other, sneering at the whimpering silver-haired girl clutching her stinging wound. However, he stopped when he noticed a lack of retaliation, a frown marring his face at the lack of response to his actions. From what he could tell, the civilian who entered the room seemed to hold a special place in the Raikage's heart. Seeing him frozen confused the white-haired man, his satisfaction tainted by the lack of emotion he'd hoped to see from the bulky Kage. This disappointment, however, turned to contempt, then glee, as he prepared to elicit a far more serious reaction from the larger man. Kami-sama, help us all. A whispered, his hands falling to his sides, his eyes wide as complete and utter resignation filled his heart at what was to come. The same was true for C and Darui, both having long turned pale when they saw the second piece of cloth near the silver-haired girl. Like they had prayed to Kami for their own safety for what was to come. The Kumagakure ninja's reaction intrigued not only Hiriko but the others in the room, somewhat unnerved that the normally calm and laid-back ninja were acting as if they'd seen the Shinigami's death list. The girls, Hiriko ordered, sending another chakra pulse, his experiments roaring, charging the two without noticing their instincts screaming at them to stop. Simultaneously, the samurai Nero had knocked unconscious earlier entered the room, intent on ending the blonde for her sudden attack. As they stepped in, katana half-drawn, intending to strike down the wide-eyed blonde sitting before them, they froze, catching sight of the charging monstrosities. As the closest experiment neared Hisako, its hand extended to grab her, a blur intercepted it as a hand found itself on the corrupted woman's face. Before anyone could speak, the woman's head was reduced to blood and gore as Naruto crushed it with impunity. Never before had Naruto felt such anger. Never before had he imagined anyone would be imprudent, asinine, audacious enough to wound Hisako. But right before his eyes, he had seen someone actually draw Hisako's blood. Someone caused her to bleed, and worst of all, he allowed it to happen. Throughout his life, his list of failures had grown astoundingly. But this, seeing the one who depended on him, smiled for him, loved him, placed him on an undeserved pedestal, get injured while within arm's reach, this finally topped the defeat and humiliation he suffered at the hands of the same man who drew the silver-haired girl's blood, the girl he'd promised to protect from all harm. The decree he'd made years ago, the same decree he abandoned when he found solace and light in Hisako's life, surged to the forefront of his mind. Naruto was going to kill Hiriko. He was going to erase that miserable excuse for an existence from the world. He was going to ensure everything related to the man vanished into oblivion, wiped from the face of the earth. He was going to kill him and his followers in the most inhumane, abhorrent, and atrocious way possible. And he was going to enjoy every single moment of it. Instinct, starvation. Flashback, 5 years ago. Scene change, Thousand Blade Mountain, ancestral tomb. Naruto, what do you know of instinct? Devilto asked the young blonde, who lay in a bloody, bruised heap at his feet. The blonde coughed up some blood before weakly looking up at the towering dragon. Instinct? Isn't it what drives everything at a basic level? It's an innate, usually fixed pattern of behavior in response to stimuli, like fear or hunger, Naruto answered, regretting his textbook reply as Ho gazed down with slight irritation. Such a human and shameful answer to something that distinguishes elders from others, Ho muttered, his words sending a cold sweat down the quivering blonde's face. Instinct, Naruto, is far more than humans assume. Tell me, what separates those who become elders from those who do not? Ho asked, leering down as Naruto gulped, unable to answer the seemingly simple question. The answer lies in the difference in their instincts, specifically, how finely they've honed them. Most beings have nearly identical forms and abilities, save for minor physiological differences. Yet, so few rise to become an elder. This is because of their instincts, Ho continued as Naruto managed to sit up, wincing from the pain echoing through his broken body. For identical beings to grow stronger and refine the instincts needed to become an elder, they must seek not only within themselves but also in the wild. They must hunt, be hunted, and face death without regret or fear of becoming prey. They possess a thirst for the hunt, living to tear, shred, and rend their prey. Within all of us lies the instinct to kill and hunt. But most don't bother to sharpen it to an edge that allows them to face any situation without needing to focus or think of their prey or rivals, allowing them to act without thought. Naruto, you lack the pure, base instincts of hunting and being hunted. You fight like a human, using your mind to strategize and defeat enemies step by step. You try to defeat your enemies with human logic, a creature that long ago lost the basic instincts to hunt effectively using just its senses. A human hunts with tools, while a dragon hunts with only its claws. An elder needs no claws, an elder can simply will its instincts to hunt for it, Ho explained as Naruto furrowed his brow, trying to grasp Ho's concept of instinct. The dragon sighed tiredly as Naruto stiffened, noticing the change in Ho's body language. I think it will be easier if I show you, rather than explain. However, I warn you, Naruto, hunting purely by instinct takes a heavy toll, far more on humans than dragons, Ho cautioned the blonde with the most serious gaze he had ever seen from the brute wyvern. Naruto gulped, nodding hesitantly but surely. I won't get stronger if I don't try, Ho, he said, shaky but determined. Ho's gaze never wavered as he nodded in response to the blonde's wish. Very well, then allow me to show you how an elder hunts, Ho said ominously. An eerie and terrifying pressure overwhelmed Naruto, making him instantly want to run as far as possible from Ho. This is what earned me the title of elder, my instinct being the most commanding in what you will encounter. Please be prepared, Naruto, for this may be the most heinous experience of your life. Hano, Kiga. Ho said in a dangerous tone as Naruto completely stiffened. The blonde's senses faded as he slowly turned to look at his good arm. Flashback, end. Scene change, Tetsu no Kuni, Kage's summit main meeting chamber entrance. Hano, Kiga. As Naruto uttered these words, the area around him slowly began to shift. Tossing aside the gory remnants of the corrupted woman's head who had tried to grab Hisako, Naruto slowly stalked toward the man responsible for harming his treasure. The creatures he had created instinctively stepped back as he approached, but, as they were halfway to retreating, they froze. The pain, agony, and anger they felt, their hatred for the man who transformed them, were forgotten. A much more severe need consumed them. Those within Naruto's range felt immense hunger invade their minds and bodies, a need that overshadowed all other thoughts within their damaged psyches. Then, ghastly, they began tearing into their own bodies to sate the sudden hunger consuming them. Biting, tearing, and swallowing mouthfuls of their own arm, hand, and finger flesh, they greedily gorged themselves as unaffected observers watched in morbid fascination. However, that fascination soon turned to terror as their own hunger began to rise, a chilling emptiness enveloping their bodies and slowly growing stronger the closer the blonde got to them. "Gah!" a man shouted from the back as his comrade suddenly bit into his arm. The perpetrator's eyes widened with horror and confusion before he forced himself to release the man. "What's happening?" a woman shrieked in panic, clutching her head, drool and saliva dribbling from her mouth as she desperately tried to control the mounting feeling of starvation within her. In a panic, the ninja and samurai battling the corrupted humans quickly tried to distance themselves to avoid succumbing to the horrifying state their allies and enemies had fallen into. Yet, even with distance, the hunger building within them didn't cease. Instead, it slowly intensified as Naruto's instinct expanded its area of influence. Many began to bite their arms, hands, or fingers, but had enough distance to prevent themselves from applying enough pressure to tear the flesh in their mouths. "Get out of my way!" Naruto spat out insufferably at the panicking ninja and samurai, his gaze fixed solely on the bandaged man watching the events with fascination. Startled by his tone, the cage and their guards were a bit bristled, having been unaffected by anything other than the chilling sensation of death at their necks. That thought faded when they saw A and his ninja flee as if the Shinigami were on their heels. They followed suit, albeit reluctantly. "If you want to live, get as far away from that man as possible," A shouted, turning tail and running towards the exit. C and Darui followed his example as the other cage watched in confusion. "Kami-sama, please let Hisako-chan be alright," A said with concern, turning to stare at the two girls behind Naruto, wincing, knowing whatever would happen to Hiriko would be a fate worse than death. "Don't do anything rash, Naruto-kun," Mei said worriedly, watching the man steadily approach Hiriko. The pain of his words still ached in her heart from their encounter years ago. "TCH, cowards," Oniki muttered under his breath, calmly making his way out of the room, though he glanced at the same man who had prepared him the most delicious and warm meal of his long life. "Naruto-kun," Kuratsuki whispered with heavy worry, the young woman having been enamored by the man's hospitality and enchanting smile when she had visited his hostel with her grandfather years ago. Only Minato, Zabuza, and Kakashi hesitated slightly, not fully aware of the blonde's ability. That changed, however, when they saw Naruto tear apart the nearest corrupted human like a beast or demon, literally ripping the man in two without batting an eye. Confused and horrified to witness such an act without remorse, they then lost it when Minato suddenly bit into his arm. His eyes wide with hunger, panic, and confusion, he managed to regain enough self-control to avoid biting a chunk out of his limb. "Minato-sama," Zabuza shouted in a panicked tone after witnessing the gruesome scene, quickly moving to secure Minato in a headlock to prevent him from continuing. Thanks, Zabuza. Minato said gratefully but fearfully, trying to suppress the growing hunger in his body. Zabuza released him, turning to look at his son with worry filling his eyes. Minato wasn't the only affected one, as Kakashi forcibly held his mask to his face, his exposed eye bloodshot and beginning to fill with hunger. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a kunao and drove it into his hand. The sudden burst of pain was enough to break him out of the hungered state that was slowly creeping back. Twisting the kunao, he drove it back in before turning to Zabuza, who stared with similarly bloodshot eyes at Minato's exposed neck. "Zabuza, quickly, release Minato-sensei and inflict some kind of shock to yourself," Kakashi shouted at the man, who mirrored Kakashi's earlier action, stabbing himself in the palm to ward off the immense hunger beginning to cloud his mind. "We need to move, Kakashi." "Minato-sama," he called out to the other two men with a pained tone. Kakashi nodded, and they vacated the area with no small amount of trepidation in their hearts. "Damn it, we can't do a single thing," Kakashi cursed, gritting his teeth and turning to face the young man he had abandoned time and again, self-loathing etched onto his face. "Naruto, is this the true extent of your power?" Minato asked himself, a slightly frightened tone, unwilling and unable to grasp that his eldest had such a horrific and morbid power. "So, what is this instinct you're rambling on about?" Hiriko asked the blonde crassly, clearly unaffected by what he had witnessed happen to Minato and his ninja. "An insect should know its place," Naruto told the man in a tone that made him shiver slightly. Hiriko's relaxed posture instantly stiffened as he began to feel something he thought he had rid himself of years ago. "Insect, you say? Kahihihi, that's quite the bravado. Do you think you can defeat me?" "If I recall, this happened in the Pa." Hiriko sneered at the blonde before being silenced by a feeling that froze him. The bandaged man took a hesitant step back when he saw a horrific being appear behind the blonde. A mix of confusion and anxiety filled his eyes. He cursed under his breath as he vanished with his Jinten Muisho. Appearing beside the blonde, he hardened his body with his Koton Mukankaka before striking Naruto with brutal force on the back of the head. But to the bandaged man's horror, he visibly grimaced, feeling the bones of his hand creak and crack from the blow's force. The thought that the blonde's body was harder than steel nearly made him drop his guard. He cursed before repeating the process of fleeing and striking. The tactic proved useless, as Hiriko couldn't penetrate Naruto's defenses, the blood flowing from his hands and feet proving it was a futile effort. When Naruto noticed Hiriko had stopped attacking, he turned to face him as the man quickly vanished again. A bit glad that Naruto couldn't perceive his speed, he was about to remain on the defense until he felt the presence of death behind him. Promptly vanishing once more, Hiriko became a bit more frantic as the sense of death behind him intensified with each step he took. Finally, it vanished altogether, and he paused momentarily. The second his lapse in concentration fell along with his guard, he felt as though an entire building had slammed into his back. "Grow!" he shouted as blood spewed from his mouth, staining the bandages covering it a deep crimson as he rolled across the room's floor. Weakly propping himself up with his forearm, he tried to move but froze when he couldn't feel anything below his upper body. Shakily glancing back, he stared wide-eyed as a pool of deep crimson began to form around his lower body. Freezing, he instantly knew what had happened. The instant that blow connected, he had lost the lower part of his spine, the gaping hole now part of his body proved it. As he processed what had happened, next came the pain. The man banged his head against the ground, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists tight enough to draw blood, trying to numb the pain in his lower back. In his suffering, he heard footsteps approaching. He weakly and fearfully craned his head to face the blonde towering above him. Before he could speak, Naruto kicked him in the face, the sound of bone and cartilage breaking filling the room as he skidded across the ground and crashed into the wall. "Ugh!" Hiriko groaned in agony, blood freely flowing from his shattered nose and damaged mouth as his eyes faded in and out of focus. "I would have let you live, if you had just kept that pathetic face hidden away in the hole you call a home," Naruto said in a frigid tone, grabbing the man by the head and raising him to eye level. "But you had to step outside your territory and harm the person who saved me from the darkness I was living in. Someone no creature should ever harm, especially not an insect like you," he snarled before tightening his grip on the man's head, savagely yanking it upwards and slamming it into the wall with extreme brutality. Releasing his grip, Naruto watched the man's head hit the ground before he lay motionless in a pool of his own blood. Naruto was about to let the man end his own life but stopped, pausing halfway from intensifying his instinct when he remembered what had caused his rage. Creating a clone to escort the treasure the worm beneath him had damaged, Naruto glared hatefully at him before standing. "Take them out of here. Kill anyone who even speaks to you," Naruto ordered the clone, which moved to carry out its task, gently picking up the pair of quiet and terrified girls before leaving the room. With Hisako and Naru's safety secured, Naruto moved to exterminate the remaining corrupted humans infesting the area, as the motionless man beneath him posed no danger. Heading toward a trio who were now nothing but hunger incarnate, desperately trying to devour each other, Naruto grabbed the head of the woman greedily feasting on a dying man's innards. He raised and drove it into the head of the man eating beside her. The result was a messy eruption of blood and gore, coating the blonde and the adjacent area, reminiscent of slamming two eggs together. The act done, he turned his attention to the last of the trio, who was busily consuming the brain matter and eyes of the recently deceased pair of humans, ignorant of the monster beside her. Slovenly and noisily chewing on the fresh pairs of eyes that rolled to her feet, she soon joined the two who gave her the eyes when Naruto splattered her head across the grounds with a swipe of his hands, his fist returning without a speck of blood as he continued toward the rest of the corrupted humans. The outcome of the remaining encounters with the final experiments ended in the exact same manner. Naruto picked them off as they continued to feast upon and consume the splattered remains of their fellow experiments. Naruto finished the last experiment just as they had finished biting off and swallowing what remained of their hands. Grabbing the woman by the head, he crushed it like the first of the experiments he had exterminated, impassive to the blood and gore that painted his visage. As for Hiriko, he was jolted from his darkness when saliva began to dribble from his mouth alongside the oozing blood. The hunger ripping through his body caused him to wake in a chaotic fashion. Pain ripped through his body as he shot up into a semi-crawling position. The hunger he was drowning in began to overpower his sense of pain, allowing him to push his body into a misshapen sitting position. Desperately, he fought to control the desire beginning to rip through his psyche, though Hiriko lost the battle against his instincts to feed. Using his good arm, he ripped the bandages covering his bloody mouth before tearing into the arm with reckless abandon, ripping the bandages covering the limb with what remained of his teeth before gorging himself on his flesh. His eyes wide with horror, agony, confusion, disgust, and a complex mix of many other emotions, he fell victim to his hunger as Naruto turned to face him. Finished with taking care of the maggots infesting the area, Naruto fixed his gaze on the worm who was vomiting what he had just greedily consumed. Having regained enough sanity to do so, Hiriko's face was covered in a mix of blood, gore, and bile as he muttered unintelligibly before continuing to feast on the remains of his arm and experiments as his hunger finally devoured all traces of sanity that remained in the man. Grabbing a handful of brain matter and bile-covered flesh with a hand lacking half of its middle finger and all of its ring finger, he bit into it before noisily chewing on it with a mouth of missing and broken teeth. Swallowing the mouthful of gore, he continued to gorge himself on what remained of his arm, biting into and tearing off a mouthful of his bicep. When he noticed the blonde, the hunger present in his eyes a moment ago momentarily faded to terror and panic when he caught sight of the blood and gore-stained man. However, it was only for a moment before he returned to his arm, breaking his ulna before messily sucking up the freshly exposed bone marrow. Such a revolting creature, Naruto muttered detestably, shifting his body before lashing out and grabbing the man by the face. You don't know the half of what I'm going to do to you, you insect. The way you're gorging yourself on your own flesh and the flesh of those maggots you created, that's only the beginning, Naruto snarled at him before driving his head into the ground. A crater formed from the impact as Hiriko could only choke on the marrow and bone in his throat. Bringing his head back up, Naruto repeated the process of slamming Hiriko's head into the ground, each time with much more force than before. As bits of flesh, blood, and bone splattered onto him from the repeated action, Naruto's anger only intensified the more he continued to slam Hiriko's face into the ground. His rage finally bubbling over, lightning began to arc up and down his arm before Naruto finally discharged it upon slamming Hiriko's face into the ground once more. Raiden Jinrei, he growled as Hiriko's head impacted the ground. The roar and flash of thunder and lightning consumed the area as he pulled up the charred man by the head again. Raiden Jinrei, he snarled before driving Hiriko into the ground once more, a much heavier and denser explosion of lightning surging through the area as Hiriko's body twitched sporadically within the crater that resulted from the jutsu the blonde had just subjected him to. Raiden Jinrei, Naruto finally roared as he drew the man's head much further back. Lightning encompassed his entire arm and danced around the adjacent area as its crackle and roar pierced through the silence. Slamming Hiriko's head back into the ground with enough force to crush a mountain, the building began rocking from the impact of Naruto's action and the quake of his jutsu. The entire meeting chamber was ruined as the lightning devoured everything. When the light that enveloped the room began to fade, arcs of electricity could be seen dancing along the floor, walls, and ceiling. The effect of Naruto's jutsu extended far past the current room. The entire building had been supercharged with lightning, dangerous arcs dancing ominously on its form from outside and within. However, for the blonde who caused this, his entire focus was on the barely breathing man smoldering beneath him. The only reason Hiriko had survived such an inhuman and merciless assault was due to the combined efforts of his Koton, Mukinkaku and Naruto regulating his strength to prolong the man's torture. Unable to utter anything but a pained wheeze or pitiful wail, Hiriko made a number of pathetic sounds as Naruto glared scornfully at his attempt to speak. Still don't know your place, do you? He snarled, rage contorting his face. His fist clenched then drove into the man's chest with enough force to shatter Agravaeus's carapace. Blood immediately spewed from the charred man's mouth. Naruto was relentless, striking Hiriko's chest repeatedly, completely apathetic as the light of consciousness left Hiriko's eyes. He paused, placing a hand to his wrist before summoning a vial of snow-white liquid and forcing the tonic down Hiriko's throat. After a few seconds, Hiriko's blank eyes snapped back to life. He thrashed and flailed, horrific gurgling sounds emanating from him as unimaginable agony ripped through his body. The liquid Naruto had forced him to ingest was a failed vial of life powder. As a botched sample, it healed internal and external wounds incompletely and randomly, with each wound either over or under healed. This resulted in tissue deformations, warping the internal and external structure of the unfortunate being who consumed it. Bone bonded directly to muscle, bone to skin, even bone to internal organs. The irregular and terrible healing ultimately crippled any creature unintelligent or unfortunate enough to take the liquid. Their internal organs, limbs, and tissue became warped, functioning in a heavily crippled or hypersensitive state, barely performing their intended functions. In some cases, organs would function in reverse, livers and kidneys releasing filtered toxins back into the bloodstream, gallbladders releasing bile to break down the body's fat and muscle, or nerves becoming horrifically hypersensitive. Ultimately, consuming a failed vial of life powder meant a life of warped disability, a crippled and agony-laden existence. TCH. Stop your struggling, you worm. Naruto snarled, slugging Hiriko square in the face. The sound of bone creaking and cartilage breaking again filled the still sparking area as the man's movements became more erratic due to his newfound hypersensitive nerves. Pulling his arm back, Naruto repeatedly struck Hiriko's face until his movements became sedated. The blonde finished with a heavier blow, the sound of Hiriko's skull cracking filling the hall. Growling under his breath for not regulating his strength, Naruto summoned another vial of botched life powder and forced it down the man's throat again. The result was the same. Hiriko's ruined face healed somewhat, but his facial bones warped and fused irregularly, making his appearance akin to a gravely deformed no mask. Hi oi, fiya he weeth. Hiriko garbled incomprehensibly, the gibberish irritating Naruto to no end as he slugged the man in the mouth. The crunch of shattered teeth and broken lower jaw sounded. Naruto pulled back before shattering Hiriko's sternum with equal brutality. Blood and broken teeth spewed from Hiriko's mouth again from the force of the blow. Even with the torture he subjected the pathetically writhing man to, Naruto felt no satisfaction. Growling at his lack of success in venting his anger, black and crimson chakra began to arc off his body. A few sparks danced onto Hiriko, who instantly began flailing with renewed vigor as the chakra's corruption spread over his body. "Worms like you have only one use," Naruto growled, grabbing Hiriko by the face before they vanished in a flash of black and crimson, leaving a smoldering, charred crater. Scene change, clamorous ridge, nest hole. Appearing in a sudden flash of black and crimson, Naruto and the broken form of Hiriko were immediately beset by two large, black shadows. In the darkness of the cave, Hiriko's crippled eyes could see nothing. Eternal darkness was all he perceived. Naruto applied a small amount of Ryuuten chakra to his eyes to see the shadows dancing above them. The sound of two heavy objects landing alerted Hiriko, and he finally saw what had landed beside him, a glowing purple pattern, a beacon in the cave's darkness. While Naruto was indifferent, Hiriko's damaged eyes widened as he finally made out their forms. One was a large, red wyvern with flabby, rubbery hide. Many of its blood vessels and veins were visible through its pale skin. Its tail had a specialized orifice allowing it to bond to the ground during electrical attacks and cling to the cave ceiling. Its mouth featured rows upon rows of sharp teeth, its head seemingly nothing but mouth. This flying wyvern was known as Red Hizu, or simply Hizu, the charging wyvern. The other was wide and flat, unlike the bulky Hizu with its large fat reserves. Unlike Hizu, it had no visible veins. Its top skin was gray-white, its underside dark red. Its most distinguishing feature was the glowing purple heat receptor tipping its head and rear, organs it used to seek prey in its dark domain. This flying wyvern was known as Giganox, the creeping venom, whom Naruto had trained with years ago. "Oh, what do we have here? Naru-chan." Giganox cooed in a strange amalgamation of charming feminine and heavily masculine tones, dropping from the ceiling beside the blonde before extending its neck to nuzzle him. "Quite the surprise to see my most beloved human, no?" Giganox told the blonde affectionately, happily rubbing its face against Naruto's despite the flailing Hiriko beneath them. "This is indeed quite the sight. To think you were just a hatchling a few years ago," Hizu added in the same strangely masculine and feminine tone, landing beside them and also extending its neck to nuzzle the blonde. "I'm afraid we'll have to catch up later, Giganox, Hizu. I want the two of you to make this worm experience what it means to anger a dragon," Naruto asked them in a barely controlled tone of anger. The two instantly grew curious, having never seen the blonde so enraged. "If it is for my most beloved Naru-chan, I will do anything," Giganox cooed, slamming its foreleg onto Hiriko. More blood spewed from the man's mouth as the ground caved beneath him. "I agree, if it is for you then I will also give it my all," Hizu added, raising a leg before dropping it onto Hiriko's lower body. The man's eyes bulged from their sockets as his legs shattered like glass. "Thank you, both of you. And don't kill him, make him suffer for as long as possible if you could," Naruto asked them once more, receiving a nuzzle in return as acknowledgement before he vanished in a flash of black and crimson again. "A new host, is it not?" Hizu asked in a dangerous tone as Giganox applied more pressure to the downed man's chest. Hiriko's struggles grew more spastic as he tried to draw upon his chakra once more. "It appears Naru-chan gave this insect a vial of tainted life powder, Yufu-fufu," Giganox quipped excitedly, moving off him and instantly positioning its head above Hiriko's before drenching him in a seemingly endless amount of poison draining from its mouth. The moment the poison touched his skin, Hiriko's body was instantly beset by agony, feeling as though his skin was being ripped away layer by layer. But that was only the beginning as it seeped into his body. The pain he'd experienced earlier from Naruto was much preferred as he started bleeding from every pore before the blood would clot, then burst, the process repeating endlessly. The likelihood of the man bleeding out becoming a real possibility, Giganox placed its tail on the ground before laying an egg sac. As soon as the sac was laid, a spine-chilling sound emanated from within its core. Gi, Gigi, a newborn Gigai sounded, emerging from the egg sac. It blindly waved its head in the air before locking onto Hiriko's spasming form. Slowly crawling over, it quickly leaped and latched onto the man, greedily gorging itself on his blood as it slowly began to grow in size. However, it grew much more rapidly than a normal Gigai would, quickly becoming the size of a small Jagai in minutes. The Gigai's purpose was not to torment Hiriko, though the way it drained his blood was excruciating. It was born as a natural blood bank, taking a sample of the man's blood before rapidly multiplying the blood cells to match his. Then it would pump the freshly made blood back into the man, erasing the possibility of death by blood loss. However, the created blood was laced with toxins that made the man feel as though fire, not blood, flowed through him. Fu. Well, I believe that Naru-chan will enjoy my treatment of this insect. An eternity of hosting my offspring is no doubt an honor for such a lowly creature. Giganox quipped happily, spewing another horrific mix of toxins onto the man before taking to the ceiling and heading out to hunt in a giddy manner. I cannot allow myself to be outshone, Hizu muttered in a slightly peeved tone, no doubt a bit troubled over what it was going to do. I assume having you host my offspring would be a fitting fate for angering the child, Hizu said in a frigid tone, turning its back to Hiriko. Its tail ripped into the man's abdomen as a single egg was inserted into the cavity. Agony will be a fleeting dream for a creature such as yourself. Enjoy an eternity of suffering. I will be visiting to ensure that you remain in such a pitiful state, Hizu said calmly, heading back towards its nest. Hiriko's struggles became frantic again as the danger of the two dragons had passed. However, frantic would only be a state of mind for the man, his damaged psyche heavily affected by the neurotoxins he was drenched in earlier. His mind perceived his actions as frantic, but in reality, they were barely movements. Slight twitches of his extremities and limbs were all he could muster. The pain he experienced was quickly amplified as he tried to struggle, the torment he was subjected to far outweighing anything he had ever inflicted upon anyone else. But his mind would not break or fail from shock, thanks to Giganox and Hizu's promise. The toxins investing his body prevented it from dying or breaking from stress or shock. In the darkness that was the domain of Hizu and Giganox, Hiriko would forever be nothing more than a source of nourishment for their offspring, cattle that would never die. The most horrific aspect of such a fate was the unending agony he would live in. The ability to produce antibodies to combat the toxins flowing through him was robbed by the ever-mutating mix of chemicals Giganox drenched him in. The ability to move was seized by those very same toxins, forever robbing him of the gift of motion. The ability to scream or cry was stolen by the whelp that would be feasting on his entrails in due time, applying horrendous pressure to his lungs and diaphragm. Even the ability to die by that same whelp was stolen by the twisted effects of the tainted life powder, which would become his only source of nourishment, forever healing whatever was devoured by the whelp in an increasingly agonizing fashion. In that pitch-black labyrinth, Hiriko finally found what had eluded him decades prior. Hiriko had truly found hell. Scene change, Tetsu no Kuni, Keija's summit main meeting chamber entrance. Arriving back in the same place he had left moments before, Naruto gazed around the room, entirely apathetic to the smoldering, charred flesh and blood that littered the area. Narrowing his eyes, he felt a number of chakra signatures towering above those of regular ninja and samurai, their natures far more hostile than those defending their home. Heading out of the room, Naruto tore a hole in the wall in the direction his clone had taken Hisako and Naru, intent on ending this skirmish as quickly and painfully as possible. TCH. I'm really getting pissed, he snarled, aggravated and hateful. Black and crimson lightning ripped across his body as he headed east. Scene change, Tetsu no Kuni, Tekao no Sato, Merchant District. Quickly, repel the Akatsuki. Focus on protecting those who cannot protect themselves, a samurai captain called to his warriors, receiving shouts of confirmation as they turned to escort the injured and defenseless away from the battleground. Come on, don't tell me that this is all I've got to work with. I thought you lot were supposed to be samurai. Kisame shouted, attempting to rile the men and women around him. His plan succeeded as a few rushed him, trying to end his life. Pulling Samehata across his body, he defended himself from the chakra-enhanced blades grinding against his own. His sword quickly consumed the chakra coating the blades, to the samurai's shock. Grinning, he pushed the five back with unsettling ease, taking advantage of their lapse in concentration to hack them across their bodies. Blood sprayed from the savage slashes as the samurai tumbled across the ground, their comrades moving to cover them with no small amount of trepidation. Ha! So this is all that you lot have, huh? Come on, I was one of Kiri's best. Show me a real challenge, he shouted, slightly irked. The disappointment in his tone caused the samurai to lose morale in response to the dismissal of their skill. Eat this, bastard! Zabuza roared, descending upon the blue-skinned man. Kisame's eyes widened slightly before a savage grin spread across his face at the voice. Bringing Samehata up, it clashed against Zabuza's Kubikaribasho in a brilliant shower of sparks. Grinning widely, Kisame was a bit surprised to see how much stronger Zabuza had gotten since their last encounter, the incident with the clone a few weeks back. Pushing off each other, they cautiously raised their blades, staring each other down. Zabuza's eyes held evident hate, while Kisame's held only amusement. Got some nerve showing your damn face around, Kisame. A coward like you doesn't have the right to use your previous title of a swordsman, Zabuza spat disgustedly. The jab to his pride as a swordsman caused the other man's grin to falter a bit. You still pissed about the clone incident, aren't ya, Zabuza? No need to attack my pride as a swordsman, I'm a ninja too, you know, Kisame said seriously, his eyes sharpening. His normally cheery, albeit savage, mood was subdued due to the incident that wounded his pride as a swordsman. TCH, sure. Whatever you say, Zabuza scoffed, rushing forward. Kubikaribasho left a silver streak behind him as he readied for battle. Narrowing his eyes at the merciless barb, Kisame also headed forward to challenge Zabuza in a real head-to-head battle, his anger and pride demanding repercussions for the insults. Stopping just before each other, they each had their blades drawn back before bringing them forward, a heavy screech and shower of sparks erupting from the brutal collision. The two stayed in that deadlock state, grinding their blades against each other in an attempt to see who was indeed more powerful. Their deadlock was broken, however, when a hammer made of chakra descended upon them, belonging to Kojuro and his Hiramekure. "The hell are you doing?" Zabuza and Kisame asked simultaneously, casually moving to look at the young man as he began sweating a bit from the attention of the two swordsmen. "GGUH, Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza M. Mamakai. I'm here to take back the swords that you two have, as one of the ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. They're property of Kirigakure, after all," Kojuro said shakily, steeling himself before the two titans. He gulped when they turned to face him fully. "Ha! You? One of the new seven?" Kisame asked incredulously, heaving Samehada over his shoulder as he stared at the young man. "Looks like the bar is falling lower and lower every year," Zabuza muttered in a disillusioned tone, shaking his head as he rested Kubikaribasho on his shoulder. "What do you think, Zabuza? Got time to put aside this little squabble to take care of a brat who doesn't know his place?" Kisame asked his former acquaintance. Zabuza turned to look at him from the corner of his eye. Why not? It'll be a good lesson to show him what real swordsmen are capable of," Zabuza quipped as Kisame flashed a savage and happy grin, laughing a bit as he turned to face the younger man along with Zabuza. This takes me back. Gotta admit, I'm feeling a bit excited," he chimed in as Zabuza smirked slightly under his bandages, rolling his neck as he readied himself to face the young man. "Shut up, after this I'm cleaving you in two," Zabuza shot back as Kisame laughed a bit harder, the aura of the two overshadowing Kojuro as he openly began sweating while taking a step back. "Stop it, both of you," a voice suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of the three as they turned to face the woman who called out to them. "TCH, look what the cat dragged in," Kisame muttered irritably. May paid him no attention, opting to look between Zabuza and Kojuro. "Kojuro, while it is true that Mamakai was once a swordsman of the mist, it's no use trying to stand up against him as you are now. And Mamakai, are you trying to break this alliance before it's even begun?" she asked them in a frigid tone, openly glaring at them with her exposed eye, disappointment evident. "Teach your mutts to mind their manners then, Terumi," Zabuza told her in an annoyed tone. Mei's brow twitched at the jab while Kojuro's shoulders slumped slightly. This coming from someone who failed in becoming a member of the Seven? "I gotta admit, it's pretty damn laughable," Kisame sneered at the auburn-haired woman. Mei's ire peaked as she fired a caustic globule at the man. Zabuza and Kisame created some distance from each other, watching the acid eat away the ground they were standing on. The two turned to glare at the smiling woman, tightening their grips on their blades as they readied to rush her down. To their surprise and irritation, Kojuro had swallowed his fear before moving to guard his cage. Raising his blade, he met their gazes with a shaky glare, though his subtly shaking hand spoke volumes of his true feelings. "I'll protect you, Mei-sama," he declared resolutely, steeling himself as his shaking momentarily stopped. Looks like you got yourself a loyal mutt, Terumi," Kisame said in an amused tone, his jab causing Kojuro to tense at the way he was addressed. "Stand down, Kojuro. I'll take care of him," Mei told him in a frigid tone, moving in front of him as her eyes burned with intense hatred. "Suten, Tenruha," Mei called out after taking a lungful of air, the auburn-haired woman firing a heavily pressurized stream of water that sliced through the ground and towards the blue-skinned man. Seeing the signature jutsu that earned her the title of bifurcator due to how easily it sliced people in two, Kisame dodged to the left before rushing her down. Mei's eyes narrowed at how much faster the man had gotten. She cut off the stream of water before spewing a cloud of heavily acidic mist at him. Steel himself, Kisame stopped just short of it before countering with a wide and heavy swing, easily shaving away the chakra that made up the mist and splitting it in two. The cage's eyes widened slightly. Mei had forgotten about Samehada's ability in the midst of her anger. She jumped backward as Samehada shaved off a few locks of her hair. About to continue his assault, Kisame was forced to retreat slightly when Kubikaribasho cut the air in front of him. "Terumi is off limits as of now, Kisame. Got this whole alliance going on to take you and your buddies out," Zabuza told the man in a slightly irked manner. Kisame simply grinned in response as he rested Samehada over his shoulder. "Must be tough being you, Zabuza. Having to deal with little kids who don't know their place," Kisame laughed as he turned to face Mei and Kojuro, the two now joined by more of their ninja as they faced the man. "Well, I'd love to cross blades, but I need to go. Our plan seems like a bust anyway," he quipped casually, turning to leave. Mei's eyes narrowed, and she unleashed another high-pressure stream of water. This time, it found its mark. Kisame split in two, his upper body hitting the ground with a dull thud. Zabuza, initially surprised, immediately smirked, relaxing his guard. He knew Kisame's trick. Mei and her ninja felt a wave of relief, believing the confrontation over. But the thought had barely crossed her mind when she froze. This couldn't have been so easy. Her suspicion was confirmed as the bisected man dissolved into a puddle of water. Mei's gaze, full of scorn, lingered on the disappearing liquid before shifting to a bored-looking Zabuza, who sighed and turned to depart. "Mamakai," she shouted, her voice laced with hatred, as she stomped towards him. He turned, a mix of confusion and slight awkwardness on his face. What do you want now, Terumi? The action's over here, move along, he said nonchalantly. May bristled at his tone, instantly regretting it as she felt his killing intent intensify. Do you know what you almost did? You almost let Kisame Hashigaki, an S-rank missing nin from Kiri, cut down Kojuro. Do you know what would have happened if that had happened? She demanded, irritated and angered. Zabuza grunted in acknowledgement, looking away. You've survived all these years, but you still act like an immature brat. Do you know that? She continued, poking him in the chest. For those who knew them from their time in Kiri, it was a familiar scene. Get off my back, woman. That brat over there, holding that sword like a stick, is at fault. I don't know who picks the 7 anymore, but they need to rethink their criteria, he shot back. Mei's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. She was the one who decided on the newest members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Oh, well, I think Fukushima-sama was absolutely senile when he decided you'd hold Kubikariba show. It makes no sense for a muscle-brained idiot like you to get accepted when I didn't. Especially when said muscle-brained idiot slept through the inauguration ceremony and drooled over his sword, she yelled, bringing up an extremely embarrassing memory for Zabuza. His face immediately turned scarlet. That. What the hell does that have to do with anything I just said? And Fukushima-sama wasn't senile at all, you vindictive woman. He didn't want to give such a position to someone who peed and cried after taking the full brunt of his killing intent, he bellowed back. Mei's already red face burned even hotter, and the eyes of many who didn't know the story widened comically. Why you idiot, she shrieked, lunging at him, her hands clamping around his throat. She began strangling and shaking him, screaming in a mix of utter mortification and fury. The Kiri ninja who had accompanied Mei for protection could only watch, utterly bewildered. Their normally calm and affable leader was strangling one of their former ninja, her face burning with rage, while screaming insults. Some wanted to intervene, but the knowledge of what the two were capable of kept them rooted to the sidelines, prioritizing their own safety. Well, what about the time you threw a tantrum like a spoiled child in that restaurant because they gave you a salad instead of the spicy yakitori you ordered, huh? Mei shrieked at the man she was strangling. Zabuza's brow twitched with untold amounts of embarrassment and anger as he gripped her wrists. This coming from the woman who could never, and still can't, get a boyfriend? No, wait. This coming from the woman who will never get a man, who'll grow old and wrinkled all alone. Zabuza roared back, striking Mei's most vulnerable point. The poor woman shrieked bloody murder, repeatedly trying to silence the man hitting her where it hurt most. While the two were having an intimate bonding moment, Kisame smirked from the shadows of a nearby building before heading towards the village outskirts. In his haste, he suddenly slowed, sensing a very familiar, distressed chakra signature nearby. Gritting his teeth, he turned and moved towards it, needing to return the favor he owed her. Scene change: Iron Country, Tekao no Sato, Blacksmithing District. Rounding the corner into Tekao no Sato's blacksmithing district, Kisame's eyes widened. He saw Hisako tending to Naru, who sat in a wheelchair. He couldn't believe the girl was so injured. Increasing his pace, he was just meters away when he froze, a sensation of death unlike any he'd ever felt consuming him. His eyes widened, and he stiffly craned his neck to see the source of such horrific pressure. He couldn't believe it was coming from the man beside the blonde and silverette. What the hell, he croaked, his throat dry from the monster staring him down. Oh Ani-chan, D-Dan-T. He's my friend, Nara told the blonde, her voice frightened, as she shakily tugged on his sleeve. Naruto's clone remained stoic. Oh Ani-chan, Kisame whispered, tense and confused. Then he remembered what the chair-bound blonde had told him earlier. Flashback, a few weeks earlier. You're weaker than me, Fishman, she said with absolute conviction. Kisame couldn't comprehend what had just happened. What? But that punch would have broken anyone's jaw, or at least left a mark, he said in a stunned tone, wincing as he removed his damaged hand from the young lady's face, feeling the broken bone. The only person stronger than me is my Ani-chan, she stated. Kisame looked dumbfounded, not wanting to believe someone even stronger than her could exist. Sounds like this Ani-chan of yours is quite the guy, he said mirthfully, shaking his head. He paused when Nara took his hand and began to treat it. Flashback end. That's her brother, he asked himself incredulously, not wanting to believe such a monster truly existed. But before he could speak another word, the blonde beside Naru and Hisako vanished in a puff of smoke, startling all three. Their tension grew when they heard approaching footsteps. They turned to see the same blonde walk from an alleyway, covered in blood and gore, to Hisako and Naru's horror and confusion. Kisame instinctively stepped back, primal fear screaming inside him. Everything about the man screamed death. When he reached them, he fixed his gaze on Kisame, who gulped, sweat pouring down his face from the immense pressure emanating from the blonde. Oh Ani-chan. Naru called out, her voice frightened and meek, gazing up at him with terrified, tear-filled eyes. And Naruto, please D-Dan-T hurt him. Hisako asked the blonde, equally frightened, not wanting him to harm someone Naru called a friend. Run, was all Naruto said. Kisame took the hint, immediately turning and sprinting towards the town gate. We'll talk later, he told the two girls curtly and sternly. They lowered their heads, nodding softly as he began wheeling Naru away, with Hisako sitting on her lap. They remained silent as he traveled through the district, mainly due to the blonde's lack of a smile. Never had they seen him so angered. The rage and hatred flowing from him were enough to quell their questions. They knew they were in more trouble than ever, shaking and quivering, futilely trying to steel themselves for the punishment they would undoubtedly receive at home. But more than anything, they worried about the blonde they loved. The blood and gore staining him made them fret whether he had been injured during the battle. And Naruto, are you hurt anywhere? Hisako asked, her voice worried and hesitant, flinching when he turned to look down at her. I'm fine, he told her softly and gently, nearly causing the silverette to break down in tears at his tone. She finally let those tears fall when she felt him gently caress the wound Hiriko had given her, leaning into his touch, sniffing at the terrifying memory. Her sniffles and tears soothed the magma-like rage flowing through his veins. His hands began to glow with a soft green light as he healed the cut. The sensation was foreign to Hisako at first, making her flinch, but she settled back into his embrace when she felt the warmth of his chakra. Finished with her wound, Naruto removed his hand from the slightly disappointed silverette to a slightly pouting Naru. That pout vanished when Naruto gently caressed her head, running his hand through her hair, easing the fear that filled her heart. Thank white the two of you are all right, he told them, his voice wavering slightly. Their eyes widened, they'd never heard him use such a worried tone. Weary sorry, Naruto, Hisako whispered, sniffing. Naru followed suit, sniffing harder, her worries eased by the hand running through her hair. Let's just get home, he told them softly. They both nodded, though Hisako paused before gently taking his free hand. Naruto, please help these people. We'll be fine, but please help them, Hisako pleaded. Naruto paused his pushing, sighing. I'll be right back, alright. Don't you two do anything dangerous, he told them sternly. They nodded, Hisako with a much more eased and happy expression. Seeing that smile erased all the anger still swimming in Naruto's heart. The blonde offered them a smile of his own before leaning down to kiss both their foreheads. Turning, he lost the smile as he tracked down the most hostile chakra signatures, narrowing his eyes as he created a clone to guard the two before vanishing in a flash of black and crimson. Scene change: Iron Country, Tekao no Sato, Textile District. TCH, this guy's no joke, B muttered, facing off against Pain with Yujito covering him. Both were sweating, their attacks ineffective. It would be wise for the two of you to simply give up. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, for it will bring about a world of true peace, Pain told them. They tensed, and the ground beneath them erupted as a giant crab tried to grab them. Take this, yo, B shouted, partially cloaking himself in Jayaki's chakra, driving his fist into the crab's carapace. It buckled under the blow. However, B's blow wasn't enough to completely stun the beast. The crab slammed its claw into his side, sending him crashing into a building. C and Darui pulled him out, slinging his arms over their shoulders. While not seriously damaged, B's chakra had been siphoned by Pain for most of the engagement, evident by his labored breathing. We gotta move, Darui muttered as they tried to relocate. But the crab fired a stream of bubbles at them that acted as an adhesive. What is this? C bit out, trying to free himself from the foam, finding that the more he struggled, the more the solution foamed up. Like I said, it's futile to resist, Pain told them indifferently, momentarily glancing away to see a being handled by three of his other bodies while Konan battled Yujito. The plan to capture the remaining Jinhyuriki had fallen through when Zetsu reported that the Kyuubi wasn't with the Konoha group. Though the original plan failed, the Nibi and Haxabi were still within their grasp, and they intended to make the most of it. Seeing it desperately trying to reach Yujito and B, Pain sent the majority of his bodies to stall him, noting A's lack of long-range jutsu compared to other Kage. That flaw would prove a boon to him and a bane to the Kage. You can't escape, Konan said, ensnaring Yujito once more in a sphere of paper. The woman quickly burned her way out, though with much more difficulty than before. Ha, you guys are relentless, Yujito muttered, exhausted, wincing when she realized she'd run into Konan's trap. By constantly forcing Yujito to expend her chakra burning away the paper, Konan was whittling away the woman's chakra. However, it was taking longer than anticipated. She hadn't expected Yujito to have such a strong connection to the Biju within her. Konan's expression turned to surprise when she saw Yujito cloak herself in Matadabi's chakra, flying away from the volley of mouse-shaped fireballs. The sight surprised her, as Konan knew utilizing Biju chakra was a taxing process based on her past encounters. About to strike down the woman beneath her, Konan froze. It wasn't just Konan, but everyone in the adjacent area. The sound of footsteps broke the silence like a hammer shattering glass. Stiffly, everyone turned to look at its source. The Kumo ninja's fears seized them once more. Pain and Konan stared, tension becoming much more prevalent on their bodies, sweat beginning to run down their faces from the pressure the approaching man emanated. Let's get this over with, I've got a lot to do, Naruto told them irritably, an explosion of black and crimson lightning caving the ground beneath him as he settled into a loose stance. Blinking, Pain's eyes widened when he saw the paths fighting get crushed. Limbs flew from Naruto's blows. He turned to gaze at Pain and Konan, who stared wide-eyed at what had just happened. A bit panicked, they immediately moved to retreat. Naruto simply watched them leave, having witnessed something akin to a monster appear. However, before they left, Konan deployed one last fail-safe in case they failed to capture any Jinchuriki. Sending out 2 pieces of paper, they attached themselves to Yujito and B, who instantly froze. They fell unconscious as their bodies hit the ground. Fuin Jutsu, Shaokyuufu, Konan whispered as the pieces of paper returned with deep crimson markings. She instantly gritted her teeth when they merged with her. Panting, Konan managed to remain conscious enough to fly with Pain in tow. The two retreated as A and his ninja moved to check on the 2 unconscious Jinchuriki, finding them merely unconscious and low on chakra. Sighing, they were relieved they weren't killed, though something ghastly about what Konan had done to them unsettled A. He sensed something was amiss. Those thoughts were stolen, however, when they remembered the person responsible for causing the 2 to retreat. Stiffly, they turned to face Naruto and promptly paled at his visage. The dried blood and gore covering him was a reasonable deterrent to anyone wanting to speak to him. Before they could utter a word, Naruto turned and headed back to Hisako and Naru. The sight of him growing smaller brought a sigh of relief from their mouths. They moved to regroup with the other ninja who had attended the summit. Minato and company had finished a very brief encounter with Zetsu, the man quickly cut down by Minato before being absorbed into the ground. Oniki and Kurotsuke met no enemies, opting to escort the injured away from the battles happening around the village. Mei's group was found comically, with Zabuza and herself still arguing. A and Minato had to break them up after they couldn't stand watching the scene any longer. Once things settled, Mifune immediately declared they start the campaign against the Akatsuki, the damage to his village being the catalyst. Though, it was universally agreed that the time had finally come, the next great ninja war was about to commence. Scene change, unknown location, open chamber. The preparations are set. Now, let us begin, Toby said, glancing at Kabuto's nearly withered form. The man had used nearly everything within him to further the plan hatched by the man in the closest casket. Shall we begin, Madara? Toby asked the closest casket. Its door splintered before breaking completely. We still need a single piece of the Kyuubi, though I believe we will gain that piece once this war begins, Madara said with a small smirk. He turned, feeling a very specific chakra signature. And, it appears I'll be able to fight with a fabled member of the clan said to have partnered with dragons. This will truly be an interesting war, Madara said, a grin crossing his face. The prospect of battling someone who could stand toe-to-toe with a legendary creature sparked his excitement. With those words, the seemingly endless caskets behind Madara began to open. The fallen ninja of the past emerged, readying themselves for the coming war. Scene change, unknown location, mountain peak. That was quite the wonderful display of instinct. Human, I hope to see you again once you master that stunning instinct, Black said sleepily as he swallowed another large ram he saw, yawning before returning to his slumber.